Chapter 901, Panther Transformation. Let's open. Yalgard. Duanmu Huai leaped up and raised the hammer in his hand high towards the altar in front of him. Hearing his roar, Algard also hurriedly stepped back. Then Duanmu Huai roared and smashed the altar in front of him hard. Boom! The hammer, flashing with thunder, directly hit the center of the altar and collided with the erupting fire column. The next moment, the originally erupted fire column quickly spread and exploded, and completely dissipated with a scream like wailing. The altar in front of him was also smashed to pieces by Duanmu Huai's hammer. HMHHHHH. However, the matter did not end there. At the same time that Duanmu Huai took action, the guards who were originally responsible for guarding the surroundings seemed to be contaminated by the magic elves. They all had dazzling magic light in their eyes, and their bodies quickly began to dry up. In the blink of an eye, the originally strong guys turned into mummy-like monsters, waving their weapons and rushing towards others. For a while, there was a mess around. What exactly is going on? Seeing this scene, Inesvia was also shocked. She held the magic sword in her hand, and didn't know what to do for a moment when facing the soldiers rushing towards her. Fortunately, she swung the rotating hammer like a whirlwind and swept away all the guards around Inesvia. Inesvia, go check the situation elsewhere immediately. We can talk about it after we have resolved the matter here. Ah. Oh. After hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Inesvia came back to her senses from her shock. She hurriedly took out her magic broom, mounted it, and soared into the sky, rushing towards the joint military camp not far away. At this moment, the entire altar was in chaos. Almost all the nobles had been transformed into subspace monsters under the control of the magic elves. And the guards were not much different. Only a few people, including Duanmu Huai, were still safe and sound. Drink! Algard roared and drew out the long sword from his waist, slashing at the guard in front of him. However, the sharp long sword bounced off the guard as it hit the hard steel. On the contrary, the guard in front of him was not moved by Algard's attack at all, and swung the weapon in his hand directly at him. Then, an invisible silk thread flashed by, and Ojas, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, opened her right hand slightly, and the silk thread that turned into a spider web suddenly tightened, instantly cutting all the guards around into pieces. Lumiere, what are you doing? I can't manipulate the magic elf. They are not controlled by me. What a waste! Hearing Lumiere's answer, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Lumiere was just a great elf in name only. If those magic elves didn't have self-awareness, maybe she could still use elf magic. But since those magic elves had self-awareness, then Lumiere was basically just like a commander without troops. How smart. Protect the others and leave the altar. Evacuate downwards first. Okay, big brother. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Jin Jilling nodded vigorously, and then she threw the grenade in her hand at the guards blocking the way. As the grenade exploded, cold air instantly spread, turning the guards into ice cubes. Then Jin Jilling quickly took out the shotgun from her waist, aimed forward and pulled the trigger hard. Boom! Under the bombardment of high explosive bombs, the guards' bodies that were strong enough to withstand the sword's attack exploded directly. And Jin Jilling quickly waved to Euphilia, Algard and others behind him. Follow me. Roar ahead. Here, Jin Jilling covered the others and quickly evacuated the altar. But the nobles who had completely mutated into subspace monsters obviously would not let them leave. Soon, a noble monster with a bloated and fat body, like a stink bug, suddenly opened its mouth, and a huge fireball spewed out of its mouth, blasting towards Jin Jilling and others. However, this powerful fireball hit the hard black armor the next moment, and then completely dissipated. Come on, you bastards of the warp! Duanmu Huai gripped his warhammer tightly, staring at the mutated nobles and guards in front of him, with fanatical flames flashing in his eyes. It's time for you to taste destruction and death. Sure enough, still use the coolest. At the same time as Duanmu Huai confronted the monster at the altar, the entire North Fortress at this moment has completely become a pot of porridge. How come? Crossing the fortress, looking at the battlefield below, Inesvia was also horrified. At this moment, the entire Northland Fortress, and even the Allied army camp, had turned into a nightmare scene. Not only the nobles, but in fact, many of the Allied army's soldiers and guards had also turned into strange mummies. Only a few adventurers were not affected by the magic elves and were fighting desperately at the moment. But even they probably couldn't stop such an offensive. Not to mention, there were also their comrades and companions among them. Is this what the magic elves are for? Seeing this scene, Inesvia clenched her fists. She remembered that Duanmu Huai had warned her before that magic elves were definitely not good things. In fact, Lemuel also said so. But at that time, Inesvia didn't take it too seriously. The reason was very simple. Inesvia couldn't be affected by magic elves, nor could she conclude an elf contract. So even if she wanted to do something, she couldn't do anything. At this moment, Inesvia glanced around subconsciously, and then she widened her eyes in surprise. How come? Boom! Heavy gunshots echoed in the corridor, in front of the power of interstellar technology weapons. Even the guards strengthened by magic were as fragile as tofu. Jin Jilling held the shotgun tightly in both hands and stared at the front. Behind her were Algard, Euphilia, Lumiere, and the warriors and magicians from the Adventurers Association. The group rushed through the corridor at almost the fastest speed and came to the door on the other side. Then, they quickly broke the door open and rushed into the room. Roar! While Real Machine entered the room, the guard standing on both sides of the corner shouted and raised the long gun in her hand, stabbing the Real Machine force. Bang! With a violent explosion, the fully armored soldier was instantly blown into a meat paste. At this time, other people also rushed in and quickly closed the door. What exactly is going on? Now how to do? It's not good. Algard walked to the window and looked outside, only to see roars and screams coming from all over the camp. I didn't expect that the magic elves would do this, no. Although I had expected. While muttering to himself, Algard clenched his fists. What the H.L. is going on? His Royal Highness Yalgard, the representative of the Adventurer Association, who came back to God, was also surprised to look at Yalgard. Why is there such a problem? Is the ritual wrong? Or is it a ghost that the demons are doing? When he heard the other party's question, Yalgard hesitated and then shook his head. This is not the ghost of the demons, and the ritual is not wrong. In fact, this is what the magic elves do. What? After hearing Yalgard's answer, the representatives of the Adventurer Association were surprised. What is going on? Magic elf. Isn't the magic elves from sheltering the kingdom of Paletia? In the face of the questions raised by the adventurers, Yalgard could not answer for a while. And at this moment, another sound sounded. In fact, those magic elves are just pretending to be humans. In the final analysis, they are just the same inferior to the demons. As he said this, the door that was originally tightly closed opened with a bang. And then Duanmu Huai, covered in blood, strode in. Seeing Duanmu Huai's appearance, everyone took a breath of cold air in a hurry. Mr. Inquisitor, those nobles, a mere group of low-level warp monsters can't stop me. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but I don't have time to explain the specific situation now. You just need to know that the magic elves are actually the same as the demons, trying to destroy mankind, and now we have fallen into their trap. That's enough. Oops. At this moment, Lumiere seemed to have thought of something and screamed loudly, and her scream also scared everyone. What's wrong? Lumiere? I just remembered. At this moment, Lumiere's face was also pale, and her hands were clenched. The activation of the Grand Empathy will be connected with Wang Cheng's enchantment and connect. That is to say, when we activate the Grand Early Enchantment in the North Fortress, will the enchantment of Wang Cheng be activated? That's right. Originally, the connection between the two sides was terminated because the barrier of the Northern Fortress was closed. But now the barrier of the Northern Fortress has been reactivated. Get to the point. The people in the royal city might also be infected by the magic elves. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Algard turned pale. You mean, the nobles who stayed in the royal city will also transform into this kind of monster? I'm not sure, because the Great Barrier has just been completely destroyed by the judge, and the connection was only for a few minutes. If someone is not very sensitive to magic spirits, they may not be affected too much. But for someone like Miss Euphilia, who is extremely sensitive to magic spirits and has outstanding qualifications, it's hard to say. Oops. At this moment, Algard's expression also changed drastically. Ministry of Magic. Oh no! However, at this moment, Inesvia suddenly rushed in from the window. If Duanmu Huai had not quickly grabbed her, Inesvia would have had a close contact with the pillar in front of her the next moment. What's wrong? You look flustered. Demons. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Inesvia brought even worse news. I just discovered that the demon army has appeared outside the northern fortress. Chapter 902, Trapped in a Desperate Place. Well, now it looks like we are doomed. After understanding the current situation, Duanmu Huai gave a decisive answer. The demon army is advancing towards the Northland Fortress. More than half of the troops stationed in the Northland Fortress have been mutated into subspace monsters because of the magic elves. Although some people have survived, it is also a question whether these people can survive the attacks of those monsters. However, there is more to it than that. If Lumiere's statement is correct, it means that the same situation is happening in Paletia at this moment. After all, as a country protected by magic elves, Paletia has no sense of vigilance against magic elves at all. What is the situation in the royal city now? Well, let's wait until they leave alive to answer this question. But the only lucky thing was that, according to Inesvia, those adventurers were not completely powerless to fight back. Although the guards strengthened by the magic elves were indeed invulnerable to swords and guns, they were still defeated several times in front of the human magic system. Why? Why is this happening? A man stumbled against the wall, his face pale. Why? What did we do wrong? Why did the magic elves abandon us? That's right. Having said this, the man seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Algerd. Your Highness, those nobles who signed contracts with the elves have all turned into monsters. So why are you still safe and sound? We could all understand what your Highness said. But as a prince, you can't. The reason is simple. Not long ago, I broke the elf contract. Hearing the man's question, Algerd was silent for a moment, then spoke. Why? When people heard what Algerd said, not only were they all shocked, but even Inesvia and Euphelia widened their eyes in surprise. Yar? You broke the elven contract? Why did you do that? Because I've wanted to do this for a long time. Sister Wang. Things had come to this point, and Algerd had given up. He turned around and glared at Inesvia. Sister Wang never seemed to think that I actually wanted to destroy it all the time. The twisted aristocratic system of the kingdom of Paletia, and the elf contract. Those nobles thought that they had signed the elf contract and could rely on the power of their bloodline to be high and mighty and oppress the people at will. Indeed, they might not be afraid of trouble in the past. But now, in the modern era when the human magic system is expanding, these nobles are only digging graves for the kingdom of Paletia. Yar. Hearing what Algerd said, Inesvia and Euphelia were stunned. They probably never thought that they would hear such words from Algerd. Originally, I wanted to let those nobles who believed in the elves die in the Northland Fortress, completely weaken their power, and then return to the country to deal with those guys. But now it seems that there is no need to do so. I think now, even if the citizens of the kingdom of Paletia are not willing, they must admit that the magic elves are our enemies. Wait, how did you break the contract? Hearing this, Inesvia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly asked, while Algerd glanced at Duanmu Huai, who shrugged his shoulders. I think you also know, Sister Wang, that when I met with the judge before, I told him all my thoughts. So the judge agreed to assist me with my plan. Wait, Mr. Inquisitor? You? Hearing Algerd's answer, Inesvia looked at Duanmu Huai in amazement, and the latter sneered. That's right. Algerd tried to completely sever the elven contract and eliminate elven magic, while I planned to completely eliminate the magic elves, which are evil and filthy warp monsters. So we reached an agreement. It was after that I found an opportunity to help Algerd cancel the elven contract. Facing Duanmu Huai's merciless answer, Inesvia bit her lip tightly. It was not that she was unaware of Duanmu Huai's thoughts. After all, Duanmu Huai had told them about this more than once. But Inesvia really did not expect that Duanmu Huai would actually join forces with her brother. Oh my God! Your Highness, how could you do such a thing? At this time, the man before started crying and screaming. He almost knelt on the ground in despair. Looking at Algerd, Your Highness, how could you do this? The magic elves have always been the patron saints of our kingdom of Paletia. You actually broke the sacred contract with the magic elves, and that's why you brought such a disaster upon yourself. Yes, Prince, how could you do this? Your Highness, you actually did such a thing. Now the magic elf is angry. What should we do? For a moment, many people around began to complain. And at this moment, a cold snort sounded, suppressing their roars and complaints. Shut up. Duanmu Huai stood up suddenly and looked at these people coldly. So, according to you, all this is Prince Albert's fault, because he broke the elven contract. So the magic elves are angry, and thus brought us the current disaster? Is that right? No. That's right. That's it. The man nodded vigorously again. If Prince Albert had not broken the elf contract, the magic elves would never have abandoned us, let alone let us fall into this desperate situation. Your Highness, it is not too late now. Please reconclude the elf contract and appease the magic elves, as long as you show your loyalty. Heresy! However, before the man could finish his words, Duanmu Huai roared angrily, and the thunder hammer smashed down, knocking the man to the ground and turning him into a meat paste. Duanmu Huai clenched the thunder hammer and looked at the others with murderous intent. Trying to exterminate all humans just because of disrespect? How can such alien bastards be allowed to survive? They actually dared to threaten humans. So they have only one way to go. Death. All the magic elves must be destroyed. And all the traitors who dare to stand on the side of these filthy alien bastards will also die a miserable death. At this point, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Duanmu Huai's eyes. Now, who's for? Who's against? Facing Duanmu Huai, who looked like a killing god, everyone trembled for a moment. But soon someone mustered up the courage. Your Highness, please do not listen to the nonsense of this thug. Boom! Your Highness, please wake up. If this continues, the kingdom of Paletia will be destroyed. Boom! Your Highness, I beg you not to abandon the teachings of your ancestors. The contract with the elves is sacred. Boom! Finally, after a moment, there was silence. You see, Albert, it's that simple. Duanmu Huai waved the war hammer covered in blood and flesh and looked at the mutilated corpse in front of him. The others were already trembling in fear and dared not say anything more. As long as you kill everyone who opposes you, there will be no problem. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Albert looked at the scene in front of him and remained silent. At this moment, Inesvia's trembling voice rang out. Is this what you wanted to do? Yar? That's right. Sister Wang. Albert took a deep breath and looked at Inesvia again. I want to change this country. Change everything. So I chose this path. But we don't expect you to be that kind of king. We want you to be a king who values connections between people, who can hold hands with everyone and rule the country in peace. What is this? After hearing Inesvia's explanation, Albert also burst into anger. The connection between people? Holding hands? Don't think I haven't seen it. Don't think I don't know it. I know what the nobles of this country are like. I know how deep the gap is between the nobles and the desperate. Those are all distortions accumulated over the years in the kingdom of Paletia. The arrogant nobles don't even regard the commoners, who can't sign an elf contract, and use elf magic as human beings. I thought you would understand this. Sister, as a princess, you are treated very well because you can't sign an elf contract. Right? Even you, as a princess, are treated like this. Have you never thought about what will happen to the commoners when facing the nobles? Faced with Yalbert's scolding, Ithithia was speechless for a while Yalbert stared at her angrily and stepped forward. That's right. For this country, the belief in elves is everything. The royal bloodline is just a layer of gold foil. I am just a supporting role for Euphilia to stand on the top of power. Just a king who makes Euphilia legitimate. I am just a gear to maintain the dignity of the country. So will Euphilia change anything? No. She will only protect those nobles. Just like before. Yes, maybe for you, it's okay to be the same as before. But I can't. I am a prince and the next king. If I can't do this, who else can do it? Your Highness Albert. Euphilia also had a complicated expression at this moment. After all, it was the first time she heard Albert speak out his inner thoughts. At this moment, Yalbert's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Especially you, Sister Wang. You are so ridiculous. Yes, the magic you created has threatened the authority of the nobles. They are afraid of you. But what did you do? You acted as if you didn't care about anything and just threw yourself into your own research life. To you, what is this country? You have obviously created the most powerful weapon to subvert everything. But you put it aside. A sharp sword is used to kill enemies on the battlefield, not to be placed in the room as a decoration. Or for you, your so-called magic is enough as long as you satisfy yourself? Itisthia gritted her teeth and clenched her double punch. I know. Of course I know. But reform means forcing change. And in order to achieve change, you have to force others to suffer. Why is it so necessary to rush into that kind of reform? A king who is like an ornament. What does it matter? If the royal family is safe, that is evidence of national peace. Isn't it? Is change and domination imposed by force really what the people want? You don't even understand this. You don't deserve to be the king. This is what I want to say. Sister Wang. Albert's expression did not change at all. You still have your head buried in the sand and cannot see the reality. As long as the royal family is safe, the country is at peace, then, for you, those civilians who died in dark alleys because of the nobles' wanton behavior are not worth mentioning at all. I originally thought that you, who often go out, would understand the suffering of the people better, but I didn't expect that in the final analysis. You are just nothing more than that. Albert stared at Inesvia. His eyes filled with anger. In order to achieve change, we must force others to suffer? Then who is suffering? Sister Wang? Answer me. Is it the people who are wantonly oppressed by the nobles? No. Aren't they suffering now? Haven't you seen the bodies of the civilians who were dragged out and beaten to death because of a word from the nobles? Haven't you seen the bodies of the children who were trampled to death just because they stood in front of the nobles' carriages? Why is all this happening? Who gave the nobles the power to slaughter the civilians so wantonly? Isn't it the elven contract and bloodline that they honor? Said here. Yaldred smiled with a sloppy smile. Make others suffering? Isn't this good? Just make these nobles, who do not know the suffering of the world, taste the pain they bet on the civilians. That's right. Even if you're right. But the people and the country cannot bear too much change. The longer the accumulated history, the more serious the damage brought by changes. That's why you are just afraid. Sister Wang, you are afraid of change. Afraid of taking responsibility. You have no right to preach to me here. You have no right to blame me. Mr. Inquisitor once told me that nothing is too big to fall. Not even the history of an entire country. This country was originally built on lies. And now it's time to tear apart the lies and let them see the cruel truth. You ask me what right I have to do this. Because I, Albert Bernapertion, am the heir to the throne of this kingdom. Albert drew his sword and shouted angrily. I am the ruler of this country. So, it is my responsibility to put an end to the lies and deceptions that have lasted for so long. And lead the reborn Paletia onto a completely new path. Maybe you're right. But I have my thoughts too. Itisphia holds the magic sword in his hand. At least, as a sister, I can stop my brother from losing his mind. I'm so sorry. But that's not possible. However, at this moment, Itisphia saw Duanmu Huai holding a warhammer and stood in front of Yalbert and stared at himself. Mr. Judge, do you want to stop me? Of course. Inesphia. Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly and looked at the girl in front of him. Although in principle, the Inquisition does not intervene in political disputes. The moment the magic elves are confirmed to be monsters of the warp, the Inquisition must completely destroy and eliminate them. Mr. Albert and I have the same goal. So any obstacles that stand in our way will be removed. Even you are no exception. You? Ugh. However, Itisphia hadn't finished saying. Suddenly, she felt tightly neck, and saw that Ozzy Silk sitting on the shoulder of Duanmu Huai moved his right finger slightly. And then the invisible silk thread spread, and the limbs and necks of Itisphia were tied directly. The gun's handle hit the back of Itisfia's head. The next moment, Itisphia fell to the ground without saying a word. It's stupid. Duanmu swept the same Itisphia and retracted his attention. In short, let's solve the problems now. Then, he spoke. Chapter 903 Hidden Boss. In short, don't think about those boring things now. Let's pay attention to the problems in front of you first. Duanmu didn't look at Itisphia, who was fainting on the ground, and then looked around. First, as he spoke, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, looked at the people standing around him, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Oh, kiss. Yes, master. Before the others could figure out what Duanmu Huai was talking about, they felt a chill on their necks. And then everyone except Albert, Itisphia and Euphilia fell to the ground. At this time, they didn't even react to what happened, and they didn't need to know. Then, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers, and a dark flame erupted, instantly burning all the bodies of the group of people to ashes. Then he turned his head and looked at Albert. Prince Albert, you stay here. Otis will cooperate with you to eliminate the enemies here. You are really smart. Go to the camp outside and gather all the survivors here. If they ask what happened, you can say that the demons tampered with the ritual and now the magic elves have become the demons' minions. Having said that, Duan Mu Huai looked at Albert again. His Royal Highness should understand too. I see. Albert nodded. He certainly knew why Duan Mu Huai did this. Because in this way, the magic elves and the demons could be equated and all the blame could be put on the demons. After all, the truth was not important to the public. Instead of letting the people of the kingdom of Paletia know that they had always been puppets of the magic elves, it would be better to give them a reasonable explanation that they expected. It's just making up nonsense. Everyone can do that. If they want to have a unified voice, then the fewer people who know about it, the better. The others didn't have to die. But unfortunately Albert and Anistia had a big fight before, and they were not deaf. So they heard it. Of course, Duan Mu Huai didn't know what these people were thinking. But just looking at them, resistance marking LV1, resistance marking LV2, 1 by 1. It's obvious that these people don't have good intentions in their minds. It's better to cut the grass at its roots. To be on the safe side, just kill them all. Keeping them around will only pose a hidden danger. Then, Mr. Judge, I went to clean up the group of invasive demons. After that, we tried to leave the North Fortress and return to Wancheng. As for Wancheng, don't think about it for the time being. We have no other way anyway. Yes, I understand. Albert's expression was a little complicated, but he still nodded. Just as Duan Mu Huai said, he was now out of reach and couldn't go back to the royal city. So this was the only thing he could do. Then Otis, I'll leave this place to you. If anyone dares to cause trouble, just kill them. You're really smart. Let's go! Yes, Master. Understood. Big brother. After giving the order, Duan Mu Huai and Jin Jilin left the command room and returned to the city wall where the wind and snow were howling. At this moment, Jin Jilin seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Big brother. Colin just suddenly thought that if this is a game, then Big brother, aren't you the final boss in the game? The hero is investigating the truth behind the fall of the Northern Fortress. What are you talking about? Duan Mu Huai patted Jin Jilin's head. The final boss is Albert after all. I am more like a hidden boss. Don't even think about summoning me out if you don't find all the clues. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Go ahead and be safe. Okay. Big brother. Leave it to Colin. Jin Jilin made a V sign, then jumped off the city wall, and disappeared in the howling blizzard the next moment. Watching Jin Jilin leave, Duan Mu Huai turned his head to look to the other side, then jumped up and flew into the snowy wilderness. At this moment, the entire Northland was covered with heavy snow. Snowflakes flew in front of us, almost covering the entire sky and earth. The waist-deep snow made it difficult to advance. To be honest, it was impossible for an ordinary army to launch an attack in such a bad weather environment. Apart from anything else, just advancing was a big problem. However, the demon army does not seem to need to worry about this issue. My goodness, what kind of headless knights is this? Duan Mu Huai jumped down and landed heavily on the snow, blocking the way of the army in front of him. In front of him were soldiers in armor, holding various weapons in their hands, looking like some ragtag army. The only thing to say is that they all had no heads. That's right. All the heads of these soldiers disappeared. Not a single one was left. It would be interesting if you could ride a horse again. Duan Mu Huai carried his war hammer and looked at the army of headless knights with a nostalgic smile. To be honest, this reminded Duan Mu Huai of a movie he had watched before called Sleepy Hollow, which was about a headless knight who came out in the middle of the night to chop off people's heads in order to find his own head. I have to say that the movie was quite interesting and had a very artistic atmosphere. But there is no mention in that book that after chopping off someone's head, they will turn him into a headless knight. Not a vampire. Forget it. Anyway, since you don't have a head, I'll just smash you into a pulp. Duan Mu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly, stared at the enemy in front of him, and smiled smugly. Prepare to die? Duan Mu Huai roared, stepped on the snow, and then rushed forward like a speeding snowplow. The snow in front of him flew to both sides like waves split by the bow of a speeding ship. Then Duan Mu Huai rushed into the crowd. Boom! The next moment, the snow suddenly exploded. The swinging iron hammer whistled and tore through the snow, smashing directly into the headless knight's body, instantly smashing its steel, frozen armor into pieces. Then Duanmu Huai swept past with the corpse, and in the blink of an eye, all the headless knights around were blown away. Then, he raised the warhammer high and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! A low, heart-shattering sound resounded throughout the valley. Then, the original pure white began to split, roar, and pour down. Boom, boom, boom! An avalanche turned into a raging wave and fell from the top of the mountain, sweeping away all the headless warriors below who had no time to dodge. Then the snow waves continued to flow downwards, rushing straight towards Duanmu Huai. Humph! That's all. Looking at the avalanche rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai clenched the hammer again, raised it high, posed like he was playing golf, and then swung it hard. Call! At the moment the thunder hammer was swung, even the wind changed direction. The wind and waves that were originally blowing downwards suddenly turned around under the swing of the thunder hammer, and rushed towards the oncoming avalanche from bottom to top. And then the two sides collided heavily with each other. Boom! The loud noise that erupted at this moment was deafening, and the entire mountain range trembled. The avalanche that was originally rushing downwards exploded as if it had hit a transparent wall head-on, and then flew into the sky under the raging wind that could blow away even a stone house. After a moment, the entire mountain wall became extremely clean, and the snowflakes fell again. But the headless knights who stood in front of Duanmu Huai had completely disappeared without a trace. Call! Duanmu Huai let out a breath and raised the hammer again. And at this moment, applause suddenly broke out. Pa 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 pa. Along with the applause, Duanmu Huai saw a demon with purple hair and feet falling from the sky and hovering not far in front of Duanmu Huai. I never thought that a mere warrior could possess such a powerful force, and even be able to defeat my subordinates with one blow. It's really interesting. I see. Are you the manipulator of those headless monsters? That's right. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the purple-haired demon smiled lightly. My name is Aura, also known as Aura of the Guillotine. Please remember my name, because soon you will become my favorite collection. Oh! You dare to lie to me? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can beat me? Of course. If we compete in strength, I am no match for you. Human warriors like you are rare. But I also have my own ways. As she spoke, the purple-haired demon reached out her hand and took out a scale-like object from her arms. Aura shook the scale and looked at Duanmu Huai with a smug look. The latter just stood there with the warhammer, looking at her coldly. Soon, your soul and body will completely submit to me. Staring at Duanmu Huai in front of him, Aura smiled and spoke. After all, when Duanmu Huai was fighting just now, Aura saw clearly that Duanmu Huai did not have any magic power. He was using pure brute force. Although Aura was a little surprised that Duanmu Huai's brute force could reach this level. But, isn't this better? In any case, the opponent is just a warrior and has no power to resist magic. As long as he can use his magic to capture him, then the losses just now can be ignored in Aura's view. After all, there is no more worthy trophy than this powerful warrior. Although you have great power, in the final analysis, you are just a warrior. Now, I will let you experience the secret of magic. Chapter 904 Double Kill. Hurry up and get out of here, and head to the main building. Prince Albert is over there. While shouting loudly, Jin Jilling raised the submachine gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at the guards in front of him. With the sound of da-da-da, the guards' heads were blown up one by one, and those adventurers, who were almost unable to hold on, also hurriedly retreated. I remember you were the little girl with the tail. What's going on? The demons have tampered with the ritual. The magic elves have become the demons' accomplices. These people have been corrupted by the mutated magic elves and have become like this. She answered the questions raised by the adventurers very cleverly and easily. After all, she had answered similar questions countless times along the way. I see. I was wondering why it suddenly became like this. Damn it. I'll leave this place to the little girl. Let's retreat quickly. As he spoke, the adventurer waved to his companions, and then his body was pierced by a sharp blade that fell from the sky and nailed to the ground. Ugh! It was just a moment of effort. Several big swords fell, and the corpses of adventurers, who had not had time to escape, were pierced ruthlessly. I thought something had happened, but I didn't expect to see something so interesting. Along with this brisk voice, a girl with long aqua blue hair and eyes, wearing a long dress, quietly descended from the sky and hovered in front of Jinjiling, looking at the armor on Jinjiling and the weapon in her hand with curiosity. This is the first time I've seen a weapon that can easily defeat a demonized person without magic. Is this also a human creation? What is this? It looks very much like a bow and crossbow. If everyone has such a weapon, it will be a real threat to us demons. Having said this, the girl blinked. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the great demon Solidial. What's your name? Little sister with a strange weapon. And what is the weapon in your hand? Karen won't answer your question. After all, it doesn't make any sense because you are a demon. Big sis. With the weapon in hand, Jinjingli stared at Solitaire in front of him. Big brother said that the demons are enemies that must be eliminated. So unfortunately, it seems that Colin will not have the opportunity to have a good talk with Big Sister. Duh. As soon as he finished speaking, flames spurted out of the gun in Jinjiling's hand again. And the girl in the air flashed and disappeared in an instant. Then appeared beside Jinjiling. It surprised me that Solitaire raised her hand curiously, looking at the wound and blood on her arm with an expression of surprise and curiosity. I clearly didn't sense any magic power, but it was powerful enough to break through my protective barrier and even penetrate my body. It seems to be more powerful than magic, although it is surprising that humans can comprehend magic and fight against demons. This kind of power that does not rely on magic is even more surprising. Having said that, Solitaire looked at Jinjiling again. I've decided. I must catch you, and then we can have a good talk. I hope you can tell me how these weapons are made. As Solitaire spoke, she raised her right hand, and the next moment dozens of giant swords appeared in the air and shot towards Jinjiling. Hey! However, as a horse girl, Jinjiling's speed and reaction are also beyond ordinary people. Just as the giant sword was shot out, Jinjiling jumped up and avoided the attack from the sky. At the same time, she raised the gun in her hand again and aimed at Solitaire. Oh! I hope you don't forget that I'm not your only enemy. Okay? As Solitaire spoke, the contaminated guards surrounded her. They blocked Jinjiling's way from all directions without a care in the world, and attacked her with their weapons. Duh. Jinjiling aimed at the enemy in front of her again and pulled the trigger, killing the guards in front of her one by one. Then she relied on her petite body to quickly cut into the gap in the crowd. However, even so, countless guards still came from all directions and pounced on Jinjiling like an army of zombies. It's really difficult. Jinjiling was in a dilemma at the moment. On the one hand, she had to dodge the attack from Solidial from the sky, and on the other hand, she had to prevent the demonized guards from catching her. Not only that, crack, the bullets are used up. Hearing the clicking sound coming from the submachine gun in his hand, Jinjiling's heart sank. It is true. Seeing this scene, Solitaire laughed again. She stretched out her fingers and dug out a bullet from the wound on her shoulder. I have suspected before that this thing might need arrows just like a bow and crossbow. And arrows will eventually run out. So, what surprises can you bring me now? Little sister? What a hassle. This isn't cute at all. Jinjiling muttered something in her heart, and then she dodged the guard's attack again. At the same time, Jinjiling reached out, opened the multi-tool, and clicked a few times. Then her figure disappeared into the air without a trace. Oh! Seeing this scene, Solitaire seemed a little surprised. She widened her eyes in surprise and looked towards the place where Jinjiling disappeared, with an incredible look on her face. I never thought that without any magical fluctuations, it could actually disappear out of thin air? It's obviously not magic, but it can still perform miracles comparable to magic? As he spoke, Solitaire seemed to have noticed something and tilted his head instinctively. At the same time, boom! As the gunshot rang out, Solitaire's shoulder suddenly exploded, and flames burst out and spread, covering half of Solitaire's body in flames. Then she raised her hand, and the burning flames went out the next moment. It's really surprising. I didn't expect there was such a trick. As he spoke, Solitaire looked at Jinjiling, who appeared on the other side, and his expression became much more serious. If I hadn't been so careful and cautious all this time, I'm afraid my head would have been blown up by now. Failed. Putting away the sniper rifle, Jinjiling accelerated and ran again. It is difficult to hit the target in the air. Shouldn't he have known that he should have shot at the chest? At this moment, the guards around surrounded him again, and Jinjiling quickly activated his invisibility again. But at the same time, suddenly, a huge force suddenly hit him. Ah! It was like a raging force that hit the ground directly with Jinjiling as the center. The next moment, Jinjiling and the guards around him were knocked flying, and then fell heavily to the ground. It is true. Only then did Solitaire slowly descend in altitude. Through my observation just now, I have discovered that although your move is unique, it cannot be used continuously. Right? Not only that, what you did was actually just using some means to make yourself disappear from sight. You are still here, and it seems that this skill has a time limit. Well, although there are so many shortcomings, for a human being, being able to achieve this step without the help of magic is already very good. As he spoke, Solitaire slowly descended. Of course, at the same time, the guards formed a human wall, blocking Jinjiling and Solitaire. Now, things seem to be getting a little tricky. Seeing this scene, Jinjiling also sighed inwardly. What should I do next? While Jinjiling was thinking about how to defeat the enemy, on the battlefield on the other side, Duanmu Huai had already come face to face with Allah. The secret of magic? Just you? Looking at Allah in the sky, Duanmu Huai sneered. I want to see what you are capable of. It's very rare for me to meet a human being as arrogant as you. Holding up the scale in his hand, Allah stared at Duanmu Huai. Then I will make an exception and let you see my magic obeys Libra. As Aura spoke, the scales in her hand suddenly began to glow, and then a black fireball emerged from Aura's chest and slowly fell on one end of the scales. This is the magic of obedience. It will place your soul and mind on a scale. The one with stronger magic power will make the other one obey. I can see clearly that although you have unimaginable power, you are just a human under 30 years old. With your pitiful magic power, you can't resist me. Oh, there is also this thing. It brings back some childhood memories for me. After hearing Aura's introduction, Duanmu Huai was also moved. He still remembered watching the Hades chapter of Saint Seiya when he was a child. There was a Hades Saint's ultimate move that was similar to this one. When he played the piano, the opponent's heart would fly out of his chest and then be placed on the sacred scale. If it could not balance with the feather of the goddess Ma'at, which symbolized truth and justice, at the other end of the scale, it meant that the person was evil, and his heart would be devoured, and the person would naturally die. I didn't expect to see something like this here. Of course, the soul is definitely not as bloody as the heart. In fact, when Duanmu Huai first read the comics, he wanted to complain about how the heart could break through the holy clothes and come out. It seems that the heart is stronger than the holy clothes. Right? However, when Duanmu Huai was recalling his childhood, Aura frowned in confusion. Logically speaking, since his magic had been cast, the souls of both parties should have left their bodies. However, what about this human soul? Just when Allah was puzzled, Duanmu Huai's voice came again. If you can't find it, I suggest you look up. Above? Aura raised her head in confusion and looked upwards. Then her eyes widened in horror. In the sky, a huge sphere burning with black flames, covering almost 2/3 of the sky, was slowly falling down. It was just like a huge asteroid that was about to break through the atmosphere and hit the ground directly. Crack, 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 crack. At the same time, the scale in Aura's hand began to tremble wildly, and cracks appeared on it. The next moment, a dazzling magical light suddenly bloomed, and a violent explosion sounded. Boom! The scales in Aura's hand were completely shattered, and Aura, who was originally in the sky, screamed and flew backwards and hit the ground. When Ala came to her senses, she saw Duanmu Huai had already walked up to her. Is that the extent? You? What on earth are you? At this moment, Aura was almost on the verge of collapse. You are not even human. What are you? This is none of your business. You filthy warp bastard. Duanmu Huai did not intend to answer the question of Aula. He saw that he rushed over with an arrow, stepped on Aula's abdomen, and then Duanmu Huai bent down his hands and stretched his hands. Ugh! The severe pain made Ala scream involuntarily. Duanmu Huai tore off the 2 sharp horns from her head, then turned it over suddenly, aimed it at Ala's head, and stabbed it hard. Puff! The sharp horns penetrated Aula's eyes, pierced her brain, and nailed her to the ground. The next moment, Aula's body in front of him began to turn into fly ash, disappearing into the air. A mere warp space monster dares to weigh my soul? Duanmu Huai looked up, and looked at the body of Ahura, who was gradually dissipating in front of him. Go to death. Low miscellaneous crushing. Why? At the same time, Soritor seemed to be aware of something and turned her head in surprise. Ayula. I was killed. The powerful power just now is. It's now. The moment I saw Soritor's head turn, the real machine leapt, and she jumped into the air high. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and pulled out a launcher from the back. That's the strongest trump card M920 brought by Jinji Ling. This strongest weapon fired at 25 grams of high explosive ammunition at a speed of 5 kilometers per second can destroy almost everything. Alias nuclear bomb launcher. Just as Solitaire realized something was wrong and turned around, Jinji Ling had already pulled the trigger. The next moment, a light as shining as sunlight exploded from the ground with Solitaire as the center to the surroundings. The violent airflow directly swept away all the demonized guards nearby. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the scorching heat shone and completely swallowed up everything. Even Jinji Ling was blown backwards by the airflow. But fortunately, she deployed the barrier in time and escaped. Until a moment, the light and fire disappeared completely, and the real machine got up from the ground, and then looked at the ground in front of the real machine, not far in front of the real machine. A huge depression had appeared in the original flat ground. In it, Solidal, who had almost lost half of the body, still looked at the sky with a blank expression. What happened just now? What did I encounter? What exactly is it? As he said, Soritor looked at the real machine and stretched out his hand. Please, I don't want to die. I'm very sorry. I will wash my mind. I just want to make friends with you. But I really don't know the way. Listening to Soritore's speech, the real machine sighed silently. What a shame. Big sister of the demon clan. But Big Brother said that for the Inquisition, the demon clan must be eliminated. While saying that, Jinji Ling pulled out the shotgun and once again aimed at Soritore's head. Boom! The head of the demon clan burst like watermelon, and then her body turned into black dust and disappeared into the air. Call. Until then, the real machine was relieved. That was a close call just now. Chapter 905 Heading North. When Duanmu Huai returned to the fortress, the first thing he saw was Aldred's helpless expression. What's wrong? Sister Wang is gone. Gone? Duanmu Huai tilted his head, while Euphilia beside him spoke in a low voice. His Royal Highness at the FIA was worried about His Majesty and Princess of the King in Wancheng. So I left when we didn't pay attention. Okay. Let's go. Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. No one knew the situation in the royal city now. It was good that Inisphia was willing to explore the way. Of course, if she was unlucky and entered the set of the Devil's Son, or the Beast, or the Attack, or the Phantom General G, or the Captive G, or the Dark G, then it would not be her problem. Right? Don't say. Itisphia's figure is really suitable for the heroines of these studios. And it will be very popular. Forget it. Leave her alone for now. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and looked at Aldred. What results did you come up with? I discussed with General Guz. At present, I am afraid that there is only evacuation of the North Fortress. Aldred also frowned. If Lumiere said it is not bad, the current in the Wancheng may be more serious. We must rush back to Wancheng at the fastest speed. Speaking of this, do you have any good way to deal with the erosion of the magic elves? To be honest, we really don't have any good solutions. If so, then I have a way. As he said, Duanmu Huai took out the rose rosary from his arms. Mr. Judge? This is not. You have used it. So you should know how this thing should be used. In fact, there is another way to return to Wancheng and find the most intense place for the magic elves to completely dispel the magic elves in the entire King City. Of course, this stuff is broken, and it can only be used this time. I can only use it once. What can I do? I took this one. Duanmu Huai also spread his hands helplessly. If he had known about this, he would definitely have brought 10 or 8 of them. But the problem was that Duanmu Huai only carried one of these things with him on a daily basis. And now that he had no contact with the outside world, it was impossible for Duanmu Huai to ask and to send him another box. So just this one. Use it up and that's it. Mr. Judge, don't you go back with us? I'm going to continue on to the Demon King's castle. Duanmu Huai shook his head. He came here for customs clearance. Now he has passed the barrier. Naturally, he went to the City of Devil. What can he do when he goes back? Besides, the demons that come here are all soldiers. To truly resolve the threat, we must kill the boss. What's the point of killing soldiers every day? There are no spring water every day. Not to mention that the barrier of Wancheng has disappeared now. If the demons come to the next 3 or 5 days, will they not do anything else? How can that be? Hearing that Duanmu Huai and others were going to move on, Prince Albert felt a little bit regretful. After all, he had just received intelligence that Duanmu Huai and Jin Jiling had killed a powerful demon respectively. Especially Duanmu Huai killed Aura of the Guillotine, one of the 7 collapsed sages under the Demon King. If he could get his assistance, then the possibility of taking back the royal city would be even greater. But unfortunately Duanmu Huai has made up his mind, and Nalgard can only nod to agree with him that he does not agree. So after that, Algard led the remaining kingdom army and adventurers to break out of the siege and return to the direction of the royal city, while Duanmu Huai took Ojas and Jin Jiling and continued to move forward in the direction of the Demon King city. His Highness Algard, will everything go smoothly after they return? After leaving the fortress, Jin Jiling turned around and looked back with some worry. Although Algard and others had left the fortress a day ago, Jin Jiling also knew that the really difficult trouble was still to come. That's their problem. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai did not even look behind. Don't forget, our main goal now is to kill the Demon King and then find a way to unlock the seal of this planet. I didn't expect that this Demon King would be quite troublesome. Duanmu Huai frowned as he recalled what he had seen from Aura's soul. Although he didn't know who Aura was, it was obvious that she belonged to a higher-ranking demon clan. So Aura knew something about the Demon King. After killing Aura and destroying her soul, Duanmu Huai naturally obtained these memories. Of course, what interested him most was the true identity of the devil. It's a pity that although Allah is a character similar to the 4 heavenly kings, all she knows are some rumors. However, for Duanmu Huai, these rumors are enough. According to the memories obtained from Aura, the demons themselves were a non-existent race. They were originally just a type of monster in this world that imitated human voices to lure humans and then hunt them. That was pretty much the kind of race they were. Later, the Demon King appeared and transformed this monster race into the Demon Clan. And thus, the Demon Clan was born. According to the legend of the demons, the Demon King was originally a great sage who was born from human beings. Like all humans, he longed for the power of immortality. Eventually, the great sage obtained this power and became the Demon King. After becoming the Demon King, the great sage felt too lonely. So he transformed the monsters and created the demons who have the same long lifespan as himself. Not only that, the Demon King also treated the demons he created as his own children, and even taught them all kinds of knowledge to guide them to accept this world. Unfortunately, demons are individualistic by nature, and they don't even have the concept of family. Every demon is abandoned after birth and grows up alone. Therefore, they cannot understand human emotions and thoughts, and only powerful force and fear can drive them together. In fact, even among the so-called 7 heavenly kings, not everyone is loyal to the Demon King. Basically, most of them will ignore the orders given by the Demon King. Of course, if they threaten you will die if you don't do it, then these demons will still take action. At this point, Duanmu Huai could basically conclude that the Demon King must be a follower of the treacherous devil. And it is even possible that he had signed a contract with the treacherous devil. Although he did not know what the Demon King wanted to do, everything he did was consistent with the characteristics of the treacherous devil. Wisdom, knowledge, and even infinite changes. After all, the most undisciplined among the chaos gods are the followers of the cunning and treacherous. The wrath of tyranny orders, and anyone who dares not to obey will be chopped off. The filth of corruption are all one family. And the obsessive and clinging are simply a collection of desires. I only have a plan for the strange believers. Note, it's me, not us. So this is obvious that the creation of the demons is definitely the power of treacherous whales. After all, these demons look too clean, and it's obvious at first glance that they are not the offspring of the kind father. Being too fond of using magic is absolutely a blasphemy against tyranny. It is completely impossible to perceive emotions and desires to be disappointed. He likes magic, and he also likes to make trouble. He is undoubtedly the offspring of 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Duanmu Huai was sure that the troubles he and others encountered were caused by the Demon King. He also learned it from Aura's memory. According to Aura's memory, when the Demon King summoned the 7 collapsed sages, he told them that this planet was too fragile to resist attacks from the outer world. So the Demon King created a barrier to completely isolate this planet from the outside world. After his plan was completed, it would be time for them to leave this planet and step into a wider world. Based on this, Duimawai had 10,000 reasons to kill it. Moreover, this Demon King actually knew that this world was a planet. Well, most likely he gained this knowledge from the treacherous Gui. This situation was too common. Even if Allah had only heard rumors, Duanmu could guess it almost right based on similar missions he had experienced before. Most likely, this great sage was afraid of death and longed to seek knowledge of immortality, which attracted the attention of the treacherous trickster and led him to sign a heartless black labor contract with the other party. Then, under the sweet talk of the two-headed bird, he became insane and created the Demon Clan. Alas, as a famous person said, if you are not going in the right direction, the more knowledge you have, the more reactionary you will be. This devil is a typical example. What's the use of knowing more? With this level of awareness, you are worse than an illiterate. In the United Army, Duimawai had seen several adventurers, all of which were born in the farmer's children. He threw away his hoe and picked up his weapon and joined the North Army to fight against the demon. He can't read a single word, but his character is much better than yours. The devil. Hey, as the saying goes, it is a scholar for each more dogs who do more than a dog. You have read so much that you have betrayed humanity. You might as well just die. Or if Duanmu were to say, he would suggest studying philosophy. After all, he remembered that out of the 30 people in the philosophy department in college, 20 jumped off the building, and 10 attempted suicide. It's also good. Isn't it better to harm others? Forget it. There's no point in saying this now. According to the information I got, the Demon King's castle is still far away. Although it's not at the pole. It's at the Arctic Circle. As he spoke, Duanmu silently raised his head, looked at the sky in front of him, and hummed a song. I am north and leave the season with you. You said you are so tired. Who can no longer fall in love with? Owner. What's wrong? Ogus? I think. The master. You sing it is not as good as Miss Ling Ling. So let's listen to her singing. I didn't sing a few words casually. Can I sing if I'm out of tune? Is it a sin to sing out of tune? Faced with Ajiz's proposal, Duanmu sighed silently. Come on. You're so smart. Chapter 906, Northern Ice City. For ordinary adventurers, advancing in the north is a very painful thing. With continuous blizzards, waist-deep snow, and biting cold. This is not to mention the flying dragons and the demons that may occasionally refresh in front of you. In fact, if you walk on the road, there is a good chance that you will see an adventurer who has frozen to death somewhere. But fortunately, Duanmu didn't need to walk. Call. The cold wind blew. But Duanmu didn't care. He just drove the jetpack forward. He was wrapped in power armor, which could be used even in space battles. Not to mention the cold wind. As for Jinji Ling lying on Duanmu, he was also wearing space combat armor from the Star Alliance. And there was no such thing as cold under the complete enclosure. The only one who needed to avoid the cold was Ogus. But at this moment, the little girl went directly into a deep sleep, completely isolating herself from the outside world. After all, Ogus is a puppet, so she doesn't care about such a small matter. This damn place is so boring. It's snowing all the time. Fortunately, I don't have to sweep the snow. Otherwise it would be so annoying. While flying in the sky, Duanmu complained in boredom. Just like in his hometown, Southerners like snow very much. But Northerners are annoyed when it snows. Not only do they have to go to school to shovel snow the next day, but the roads are also very slippery. It's boring to think about it. And they are not as excited about snow as Southerners. Ah, big brother. There seems to be a cave ahead. At this moment, Xin Jilling, who was lying on Duanmu shoulder, stretched out her hand and pointed forward, looking in the direction of her finger. One could indeed see a cave located near the cliff below in the snow. It seems there are still people here. Anyway, let's go take a look. As he spoke, Duanmu adjusted his direction and flew towards the cave. Then he lowered his altitude and fell from the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, before Duanmu landed, suddenly, several arrows emerged from below and shot towards Duanmu. These arrows hit Duanmu's helmet and then bounced off quickly. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also fell in front of the cave like a stone. There was dead silence all around. Duanmu Huai shook his head, and then turned to look to the side. What's the meaning? It doesn't look like a demon. Hearing the voice of Duanmu Huai. Soon, on a tree beside the cave, a man wearing a white cloak and holding a long bough jumped down. Carefully looking at Duanmu Huai and the AOG silk and real machine on his shoulders. You are humans. That's not nonsense. Do you see we have horns? 2. The other party seemed very calm. It's just that you flew over from the sky. So you scared us. Is this some kind of magic? I fly with this thing. Duanmu Huai pointed at the jetpack behind him. And the latter nodded as if he suddenly understood something. I see. For a moment, both sides fell silent. So, can I come in? Of course. You are an adventurer too. The man jumped up and walked on the snow. The snow was thick enough to reach his waist. But he stood on it. Maybe it's some weird magic. Along the way, similar magic Duanmu Huai has seen a lot. And the human magic system is not to mention. There are many strange magic. For example, there are magic tricks for washing dishes, removing mold, removing grease stains, and repelling mosquitoes. You know what? These strange little tricks are quite useful. Grandma's little household trick. Right? It is estimated that this is also a kind of. Where is this place? While following the archer into the cave, Duanmu Huai started asking questions. I thought all humans outside the north were killed by the demons. Just as you thought. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the archer spoke without turning his head. We are not the residents here. In fact, we are adventurers who come to conquer the Demon King. At this moment, Duanmu Huai and others followed the archers into the cave. The pitch-black cave looked ordinary, even very dark. However, the archer only took a few steps and turned around. Duanmu Huai then saw that there was actually a road on the side of the cave. However, this passage was blocked by the mountain wall outside. If you just took a casual look, you would probably never imagine that there was such a road inside. Oh my! This is really... Following the archer into the passage. The next moment, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but want to memorize the text. It's the so-called very narrow at first, then passable after walking a few dozen steps. It suddenly becomes open feeling. However, in this, it is not a peach blossom source, but a huge empty hole. In the empty cave, there are many buildings. It looks like an underground city. How many people are there here? About 300. The archer answered. We all came here to defeat the Demon King. But because of the heavy snow and wind, we can only stay here. This should have been the residence of the dwarves. But the original residents should have been killed by the demons a long time ago. Fortunately, their buildings are still preserved and can still be used. How long do you plan to stay here? At least until the snowstorm stops. The archer shrugged. It will take at least a few months. How long have you been here? About 6 months. The north is different from other places. The weather here is only suitable for traveling for 2 months a year. Going out at other times is tantamount to committing suicide. We all take advantage of these 2 months to enter the north. Then find this place and wait. We will go out again in these 2 months next year and try to break into the Demon King city during this period. Otherwise, if we are not killed by the Demon King, we will be frozen to death outside. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. I thought that adventurers who wanted to defeat the Demon King would face the challenges head-on, without fear of hardship. That depends on the situation. The Demon King has been around for 1,000 years, so he doesn't need that little bit of time. Does he? It's okay to die in a battle with the demons. But if he dies in a snowstorm, then there's nothing he can do. So you don't know about Pelicia's attack on the northern fortress? Is there such a thing? Hearing this, the archer looked at Duanmu Huai with some surprise. They succeeded? It failed. Now it is sneaking back to the royal city with its tail between its legs. Because something went wrong, it may not even be able to save the royal city. I see. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the archer sighed. But he didn't have any special feelings. What a pity. If Paletia succeeded, maybe he could support us. Now it seems that we can forget about it. You guys are really calm. Watching the adventurers coming and going on the street, Duanmu Huai also felt it was fresh. At least on the surface. The people here seemed to be enjoying their time here. From time to time, some were talking and laughing. Some were chasing and playing. And one could even see old people setting up stalls nearby. Setting up a stall? This city has a history of about 100 years. I don't know which adventurers discovered it. Anyway, some adventurers chose to continue to go to the Demon King's city to defeat the Demon King. And some adventurers stayed to serve the later ones. So the city still looks the same now. As they were talking, the archer brought Duanmu Huai and the others to a rather majestic-looking stone building. This is the city's civic center. Since everyone here is an adventurer, currency itself has no meaning here. If you want to earn food and supplies, you need to work hard. As long as you can accept the commission here and complete it, you can get the corresponding contribution points. And these points can be used to buy supplies or rent a room to rest. Well, I'm going to go back to work. After saying this, the archer greeted the guards outside and then turned and left. At this time, the real machine lying on Duanmu Huai's shoulder also leaned out of his head curiously. Brother, this city is really interesting. Indeed, this place is really interesting. Duanmu Huai nodded and walked into the building in front of him. Just as the archer said, this place looks like a town hall. In the spacious hall, there is a circle of stone counters, with counter ladies standing behind them and a group of adventurers in front. Since there is no number-taking machine here, there is no need to register. Duanmu Huai walked straight to one of the empty counters. And seeing Duanmu Huai coming, the girl behind the counter immediately greeted him with a smile. Ah, Lo. Welcome, adventurer. Are you new to this city? Yes, we all just came to this city. Duanmu Huai pointed at himself. Then at Jinjiling and Ogc. Can you tell? Of course, this is not the time for adventurers to enter the north. Generally speaking, adventurers enter the north a few months later when the snow melts. Come to think of it, that's what the archer said before. Wait, according to this statement, the guards at the city gate didn't let him go out because it was not yet safe to enter the north? Will you die if you explain it clearly? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. But never mind. At least he was here. Right? In that case, let him see what kind of city this is. Chapter 907 Adventurers. For Duanmu Huai, coming to this city is indeed a novel experience. Especially the adventurers here. In fact, when Duanmu Huai played many RPG games before, he had seen such openings. The devil was threatening the world. The legendary hero was about to wake up and destroy the devil. And so on. Of course, this kind of background is very common. However, there is a question, before the legendary hero wakes up. Will anyone deal with the Demon King? Well, actually, there is. And it lasted for 1,000 years. For the people in this world, being a hero is not a bloodline or a designated destiny. In other words, it is not because the hero defeats the devil, but because he defeats the devil that he is called a hero. Therefore, since the demons appeared 1,000 years ago and began to attack humans, there have been people who have been heading to the Demon King's city in the north to try to destroy the Demon King. Some of them fell on the way, and some fell in front of the Demon King. But even so, they still did not give up. For them, defeating the Demon King is a realistic task. For the people in this world, after so many years of war with the Demon King's army, it can even be said that this has become a part of their lives. Just like this city, Duanmu Huai also talked with the adventurers here. Every year, there are many adventurer teams crossing the border and coming here at the fastest speed. It took Duanmu Huai less than 5 days to get here from the Northland Fortress. But that was because he could fly. For ordinary adventurers, it would take nearly 2 months just to cross the Northland, walk through the fortress, and then get here. This is assuming everything goes well. If things didn't go well, most of them would probably die before they got here. After arriving here, the adventurers were divided into 2 types. One group had encountered too many dangers on the way and had no fighting power, so they had to stay here. The others would wait here for the second snowmelt period in 10 months, and then rush to the Demon King's castle. Of course, basically no one in this group would come back, unless you are unlucky and break your leg the day after leaving this city. Just like this one. I still regret it till now. The old man sitting on the chair took a puff of cigarette and spoke lightly to Duanmu Huai, Ogc and others in front of him. If I hadn't been so impulsive, I wouldn't have stepped on the ice sheet and slipped, then hit the stone pillar below and broke my leg. In that case, I could have continued my adventure with my companions and maybe defeated the Demon King. But unfortunately, they didn't come back, leaving me here alone. As he spoke, the old man stood up, walked to the counter, and made a gesture to Duanmu Huai. All right, boy. You've heard enough stories. How about some work? No work, no food. That's the rule of this city. Come to think of it, young adventurers like you are rare. I have seen quite a few children in the city. That's all like me. Because of various reasons. The descendants left by the adventurer who stayed in the city. The old man curled his lips. There is no way to kill the Demon King. But they are unwilling to return home in disgrace. So they stay here and serve other adventurers. This is how these children appear. When they grow up, they will either join these adventurers and fight the Demon King together, or inherit their parents' work and serve the adventurers. Are these little devils ever going to be of any use? Ha ha ha. Don't look down on us, kid. It's true that these little ghosts are young, but they were born in the snowy plains of the north and grew up with cannibals and the like. Their adventuring experience is no less than those old hands, especially for some adventurer teams that have lost manpower. If magicians or priests join in, it will greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. As he spoke, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Duanmu Huai and others. Who among you is a magician? Is it this little girl? Among us, strictly speaking, there is no magic at present. Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. He couldn't use soul cards, so he certainly wasn't a magician. As for Otis and Jinjiling, they naturally couldn't use magic either. Then you should find a magician or priest. Don't blame me for nagging you. This is very necessary when you are away from home, especially a priest. If you have a headache, fever, illness, poisoning or injury on the road, the priest can help you detoxify. Right? Although your iron SHL does look like that. You should still be careful in everything. I'll think about it. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the wall next to him while answering casually. The wall was full of jobs that needed to be commissioned, which were basically divided into 3 categories. One is to go underground to mine. After all, adventurers need weapons, and weapons and armor also need to be repaired. Fortunately, this place used to be a dwarf city, and there are mines nearby. This kind of work can be done by anyone. It just takes some effort. The other type is mainly responsible for sweeping the underground monsters. Of course, there are monsters underground, and some are very powerful. But powerful monsters can also bring valuable loot. Although it is impossible to have any trade in this almost isolated city, it is still possible to process the loot into weapons or certain props. The last category is to explore the dungeon. According to what the nagging old man said before, this city is actually just a corner of the dwarf's huge underground city. Adventurers have always wanted to go deeper into this city. On the one hand, they hope to expand their base, and on the other hand, they also hope to obtain some legendary magic or treasures from this huge underground maze. After all, according to legend, the history of this underground city can be traced back to the time when the goddess created the world, and there must be a lot of treasures circulating in it. For adventurers, this is part of their lives. After all, if we can really obtain a powerful treasure, then we will be more confident in defeating the Demon King. Right? To Duanmu Huai, the life of adventurers in this world is very similar to that of players. Everything is for the purpose of defeating the final boss. So they rummage through boxes and cabinets, sneak into doors and pick locks, go on adventures in legendary dungeons, etc. Fine. For Duanmu Huai, staying here is much more comfortable than staying in the royal city of Paeltia. And there are fewer things to do. Speaking of which, what's that up there? Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pointed at the top of the wall. It was the commission card by a slate, which wrote the word progress 15%. How does it look like notifications such as the distance hanging on the blackboard before the college entrance examination and the XX sky? Oh, that's the progress of the investigation into the Great Maze. The old man raised his head and glanced at the top-level commission. The Great Maze? Yes. Do you know why the dwarves in this city were wiped out by the demons? It was because they expanded the city to the foot of the Demon King's castle, and were discovered by the Demon King. After that, the remaining dwarves used various methods to completely block this road, and made it into an extremely huge maze to prevent the demons from invading again. I have to say that the technology of the Age of Gods is indeed amazing. Even we can't crack it. So, you mean, as long as you break through this maze, you can reach the City of Devil? In theory. This is just a legend. Of course, it would be great if it could be done. But I have to tell you that the Great Maze is not easy to walk through. Although there have always been adventurers who enter it to hone themselves or search for treasures. The monsters and traps inside are not to be trifled with. Many adventurers have died in it. It is not a safe place. Then this is it. Where is it? Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. Are you sure? Okay, as long as you go along the main road. You can meet a building like a temple. Where is the entrance? As the old man spoke, he took out a badge and ticked it. Okay. Give this to the guard at the gate, and he'll let you in. But you better prepare your supplies first to avoid any accidents. Thanks. Duanmu Huai reached out to get the badge, nodded at the old man, and then left with OG and Shiji Ling. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Really? Kids nowadays are really impatient. All that was left behind was the old man's dissatisfied grumbling. Big brother, do we want to go to the maze? Walking on the street, Shiji Ling asked curiously. Go and see. It's idle anyway. If you can really reach the city of Devil, it will save your strength. I'm too lazy to fly around in this snowstorm. Duanmu Huai yawned and then looked at Shiji Ling. By the way, how about I buy you a weapon or something? You don't have much ammunition. Shiji Ling had used up a lot of ammunition when dealing with the demon before, and now only had a few bullets left in his sniper rifle. As for Kane, he only had one bullet left, and he probably planned to wait until he saw the Demon King and launch a nuclear bomb at him in a close range. Ah, don't worry about that, big brother. As he spoke, Shiji Ling clenched his fists and punched a few times. Carline can still fight nearby, even if there are no weapons. There is no problem. That being said, we should at least make some preparations. I heard that there are still some weapons left by the dwarves in the treasure chests in the maze here. I hope we can find some useful ones. The entrance to the Great Labyrinth was not far away. Just as the old man said, we walked along the main road and soon reached the end of the road. There was a huge stone building built against the mountain wall. It looked like a very tall dwarf. The stone statues of dwarf guards stood on both sides of the gate, like guards guarding the passage. On the square in front of the hall, many adventurers can be seen, some of which gather together and do not know what is communicating. They are probably adventurers who have formed a temporary team. Duanmu Huai had heard from the old man that many adventurer teams were already short of soldiers and generals when they came here. Of course, it was impossible to move forward in this situation, so they would come here to find companions. Such as a magician who had lost his companions could join a team that had lost a magician. Or a team without a priest needed a priest. Of course, in addition to these, the old man also specifically reminded Duanmu Huai that in addition to those experienced adventurers, there were also those little ghosts born in this city. When they grow up, they will also be eager to join the adventure team and go to the Demon King city to fight the Demon King together. Please, do you need a priest? At this time, a blonde girl wearing a priest-like robe came over timidly, looked at Duanmu Huai anxiously and asked. The priest robe she was wearing looked very worn out, but it was washed very clean. The blonde girl held a staff in her hand and looked quite nervous. I am a priest of the goddess. If you need me, I can help you. No. However, before the girl could finish her words, she was interrupted by Duanmu Huai waving his hand. It was obvious that the other party was a novice. Duanmu Huai was going to do a speed run, not take a novice to the dungeon. The girl in front of him was not very old and looked timid, just like the new player who Duanmu Huai met at the entrance of the game dungeon and asked for help. So Duanmu Huai naturally wouldn't bring it. Oh, sorry. Hearing Duanmu Huai's rejection, the blonde girl turned away and left, while Duanmu Huai glanced at 4 weeks. Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, if you stay for too long, all the newbies might come to you to curry favor with you, which would be troublesome. Chapter 908, The Great Maze. To be honest, this is the first time I've walked a maze, and I think it makes sense. Carrying a warhammer, walking in the corridor of the big maze, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. In the game, there are countless similar mazes, but many of them are very tempting to run wild. For example, in a police station, you hid the key in a stone statue and designed an emergency exit that can only be opened by finding 3 gems. What does that mean? Isn't this something that only a mentally ill person would think of? Is this something a human would do? And the 3 gems are not in the same place. If you have something to do with it, you may die when you find something. There are also many final boss layers that are as torturous as mazes. Players complain bitterly when walking through them. If you think about it carefully, Wouldn't it be painful for the final boss's subordinates to walk through them? Think about it. The ministers have to spend 7 or 8 hours walking through mazes to see the devil every morning. No wonder these devils are not well informed. By the time the messenger delivers the news, it is already out of date. So when players encounter this kind of maze, they just want to say you are crazy. Who would turn their home into a maze? This isn't some detective mystery or murder room game. In comparison, the existence of this large maze in front of us is much more reasonable. In order to prevent the invasion of demons, the dwarves made transformations to their original city and built such a large maze to prevent the invasion of demons. This is at least a reasonable reason. At least, it's relatively reasonable. Of course, since it is a maze, the trap is naturally indispensable. Duanmu Huai has seen many traps of various kinds. For example, boom boom boom. Wow, big brother. There are rolling stones. Yes. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a round stone, which was about tall as the corridor, rushed towards himself like a bowling ball. He saw that he took a deep breath and then raised the hammer and smashed the stones in front of him like a baseball. Boom! The next moment, the round boulder that was big enough to crush the adventurer into pieces exploded instantly, turning into fragments all over the ground. Nothing more. Duanmu Huai swung his warhammer, snorted, and continued to move forward. He then opened the door and walked into the next room. Immediately following, Walala, the huge iron fence suddenly fell, and the entire room was completely sealed. At the same time, the top of the head was covered with a sharp ceiling, smashing it towards Duanmu Huai. Roll. Duanmu Huai fists his right hand and turns into a dragon. He punched it and directly shattered the ceiling in front of him. Then he stepped into the door of the sealed door, kicked the heavy iron door, directly kicked all the iron fences with the thick arms, and then hummed Xiaozu to move forward. Click. But the moment Duanmu Huai walked out of the door, the stone slab under his feet suddenly disappeared. And then Duanmu Huai sank down, and then flew out of the cave under the power of the jet pack and landed steadily on the ground. After all, these are the only traps you can find. Do you still want to stump me? Impossible. As expected of you. Big brother. You're awesome. Xin Jilling, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, raised his hands and clapped. Ogisi on the other side also clapped his hands gently. Then, Duanmu Huai stopped. Well, anyway, there was one trap he couldn't just walk through. Dead end? Looking at the dead end in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused. I just pushed open the door and came in from here. And then when I turned a corner you left me with a dead end. What do you mean? If you want to create a dead end, why would you build a door? Are you trying to disgust me on purpose? That's why I hate mazes the most. Duanmu Huai immediately started cursing, saying that in the game, you would at least put a treasure chest at the dead end of the maze. But there is nothing here. There is no sense of accomplishment at all. Dwarves don't understand human nature. You deserve to be killed by the demons. Duanmu Huai silently cursed the dwarf who built the big maze, and had no choice but to turn back the same way. Although he was not a directionally challenged person, in a place like this, to be honest, Duanmu Huai was really at a loss. Hey, who of you has a solution? Karen doesn't have the ability to navigate a maze. Jin Jilling shook his head. She was good at making the horse girl run in circles, but she was not a rat when it came to walking in a maze. Ojas thought for a moment, then raised her hand. I can try to use the puppet to explore the way. Oh, by the way, you have a doll you can use. Then try it. Okay. As she spoke, Ojas stretched out her hand, and then several puppets appeared out of thin air beside Ojas. Then they flew up, walked into a corridor, and explored inside. If I had known this, I wouldn't have put so much effort in just now. Seeing that Ojas sent out the puppets, Duanmu Huai sat on the ground, yawned, and then complained. And there were so many traps. I thought I was on the right path, but it turned out I wasn't. It was really annoying. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai opened the door of the wizard's mansion. Okay, go back and rest. Ojas, remember to notify us if anything happens. Yes, master. Hearing Duanmu Huai's instructions, Ojas nodded, and then followed Duanmu Huai into the wizard's mansion. Although the puppets were sent to explore the way, Ojas didn't have to worry about it herself. This is actually the same as fishing. You can just put a fishing rod and throw it everywhere, and then wait quietly for the fish to take the bait. Generally speaking, it is very difficult for adventurers to survive in a large maze. After all, the traps everywhere are a hassle, and supplies are also needed. But Duanmu Huai does not have to worry about these problems. After all, as long as there is a magic mansion, he can rest as he pleases. Even food can be prepared by the magic servants in the magic mansion. Although the taste is a bit strange, it is not bad. In addition, the wizard's mansion is difficult to be discovered. It is highly concealed, and it is very safe. It can be said to be a must-have for home and travel. It is much cooler than driving an RV. Therefore, when players go to a dungeon, they will basically bring a mage who knows how to build a mage's mansion. A mage who doesn't know how to build a mage's mansion is useless. Apart from anything else, at least you can eat, drink, wash up and take a nap before fighting the boss. And then go up to deal with it with full energy. Right? Huh? After taking a shower, Duanmu Huai stretched his body and sat on the sofa. In front of him was the iced juice that the magic servant had placed there. He drank a sip and felt quite comfortable, listening to the melodious music. Duanmu Huai picked up a book and opened it. At this moment, Ojus lay on Duanmu Huai's knees like a big cat and squinted her eyes. I have to say, the book written by Mary is quite interesting. Duanmu Huai stroked Ojus's little head while flipping through the novel written by Mary with one hand. Although the materials in the novel were all stories written by Duanmu Huai and Mary after their experiences together, because the story was written from Mary's perspective, Duanmu Huai found it quite fresh and interesting. Just like Sherlock Holmes's detective stories are written by Sherlock Holmes on the surface. But in fact, Watson is the author. Duanmu Huai didn't know what Mary was thinking. At that time, Duanmu Huai just went ahead and hit her. He didn't expect that Mary was so thoughtful. While I was beating someone up in front, did she still have time to think about other things behind? Well, it seems that I am still too idle. I have to increase the amount next time. If Mary knew what Duanmu Huai was thinking at this moment, she would definitely cry. Click. Just then, the door opened, and then Jin Jilling stuck his head out and looked into the room cautiously. Big brother? Can Colin come in? Come in. Duanmu Huai nodded. And then he saw Jin Jilling walked into the room with a smile and sat down on the other side of Duanmu Huai. It was obvious that Jin Jilling had also taken a shower before. Now leaning on Duanmu Huai, he could even feel the slight moisture and fragrance coming from her body. At this moment, Jin Jilling was not wearing the N7 armor she wore before, but a cute pink pajamas, which was furry and very interesting. She sat next to Duanmu Huai, wagging her tail, and curiously looked at the big cat lying in Duanmu Huai's arms. Miss Oaks is asleep? She'll take a break, too. Duanmu Huai stroked Ajiz's hair, just like stroking a cat's fur. Of course, in principle, Ajiz didn't need to sleep, but she would close her eyes and rest. Or basically most of the time, Ajiz was either reading a book or hanging on Duanmu Huai's shoulder with her eyes closed. Just like a cat at home, who likes to stay close to her without doing anything. Aren't you going to take a break? Hey, I've already rested. It would be great if Big Brother is willing to sleep with Colin. As she spoke, Jin Jilling blinked and looked at Duanmu Huai. At the same time, her tail swayed and wrapped around Duanmu Huai's waist. Talk later. Duanmu Huai reached out and pinched Jin Jilling's ears, while the latter squinted his eyes and leaned on Duanmu Huai. It must be said that it was quite comfortable to have two soft girls leaning against me. Hee hee. What's wrong? It's nothing. Big Brother's body is like a cushion. It's warm and comfortable. Jin Jilling chuckled, then leaned towards Duanmu Huai's arms. However, at this moment, Ojus suddenly opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. What's wrong? Okies? Silently watching Jin Jilling, who was frightened, and stepped back. Ojus stared at her for a moment, then retracted her gaze and looked at Duanmu Huai. Found someone. Master. Then, Ojus spoke. Chapter 909, Companions. Naturally, there are corpses in the maze. Countless adventurers have set out to explore, and naturally some of them have died in it due to bad luck or some other reason. Duanmu Huai and others have seen many unlucky people along the way. After all, there are indeed many people who died in it. But this is the first time something like this has happened. It's so dark, so narrow, so scary. Standing at the intersection, looking at the adventurer who was half swallowed by the treasure chest monster in front of him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Come to think of it, I've read a book on this subject before. Book? Yes. Duanmu sighed silently. The girl who was bitten by the treasure chest monster and could not move met an adventurer with ill intentions. And then he took advantage of her when she could not resist and did something. Although the drawings in the book are quite exciting. But in reality, who would be interested in a person whose half body is bitten by a treasure chest monster? Ah, it's here as expected. Just as Duanmu was complaining, several figures appeared on the road on the other side. Duanmu turned around and saw 3 adventurers walking over. The leading adventurer looked at Duanmu and the others, stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded at them. Then walked behind the adventurer who was swallowed by the box. Reached out and grabbed her waist. Huh? No way. No one would dare to do this in broad daylight. Hey. Fortunately, the adventurer did not strip the clothes of the unlucky guy in front of him as Duanmu had expected. Instead, he grabbed her and stuffed her inside. Then the treasure chest monster let out a painful burp and then vomited out the unlucky guy. This technique is really skillful. Call. The one who was spit out was a girl with white hair and twin ponytails, and a pair of long, protruding ears. No one knew her race, but she didn't look too smart. Otherwise, how could it be swallowed by the treasure chest monster? Hello. After skillfully rescuing the girl from the treasure chest monster's mouth and drying her hair, the adventurer looked at Duanmu and the others and said, Lo. You are also adventurers who are here to break through the great labyrinth. Right? Yes. You too? Yes. The young man nodded. I am the brave Sinmire, and these are my companions, the warrior A's, the monk Haida, and the magician Fulilian. Hello. I'm Duanmu. This is OGC and Jinjiling. Duanmu also introduced himself in a casual manner. But I didn't expect you to come so deep. I thought we were the first to arrive here. As Xian Mayer spoke, he looked at the passage behind Duanmu and others. Are you also going to break through the Great Maze? Yes. Our mission is to defeat the Demon King. Of course, the maze is also our interest. As he spoke, the brave man smiled at Duanmu. In that case, how about we act together? This maze is so huge that it is obviously difficult to explore it all by ourselves. There are also many dangerous monsters in it. It would be more convenient if we are together. Are you good at exploring mazes? Hearing the hero's invitation, Duanmu frowned and asked, while the monk next to him laughed. Of course. This guy is a total maze freak. His favorite thing is walking through mazes. Well, this is my first time in a maze like this, too. To be honest, I just want to get out of this damn place as soon as possible. Duanmu himself didn't like this kind of fancy stuff. And there was no one around him who was good at walking through mazes. Since the other party had this intention, it would be more convenient to follow someone with experience. In that case, then you should just follow us. After hearing what Duanmu said, the brave man quickly responded. There are many traps in this maze, and it is very difficult to deal with. Although I don't know how you got all the way here. Even the strongest warriors have to be careful of traps. Just follow us. No. However, Duanmu waved his hand and interrupted the hero's words. Since we need your help, we can't just sit there and do nothing. Let us take the lead. And as you said, traps are indeed hard to guard against. But we also have ways to deal with them. So you just follow us and point us in the direction. It has to be said that Duanmu's request also surprised the brave man and others. They looked at each other and then nodded. Okay. Please be careful. In this way, after a brief self-introduction, the two sides continued their journey, with Duanmu walking in front and the brave man walking behind them. Of course, in terms of experience in maze exploration, the brave man and his companions were much more familiar with it than Duanmu. For example, be careful. There's a trap on the floor ahead. When he heard the reminder from behind, Duanmu had already taken a step forward and then stepped directly on a stone brick. The next moment, he saw dozens of spears from both sides suddenly flying out and stabbing towards Duanmu. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been pierced by these spears long ago. However, Duanmu just stood there. And then he saw those spears pierce Duanmu's armor and then broke directly into 2 pieces. Wow! Seeing this scene, the people behind also gasped. To be honest, although this is not the first time, every time I see the scene, I still feel I don't know how to put it. The monk looked at Duanmu Huai, who continued to stride forward with his head held high, with a complicated expression on his face. Not knowing how to comment, he finally understood why Duanmu Huai asked him to take the initiative to walk in front. After all, he was too big, and some traps could be avoided by ordinary people. But Duanmu Huai could never avoid them. But on the contrary, as long as he walked through a place, everyone could walk smoothly just by following behind him. To be honest, although this is a bit like asking the other party to step on a landmine, it does greatly enhance safety. What's wrong, Haida? Seeing the monk's complicated expression, the dwarf warrior next to him glanced at him. Feeling sick? No. The monk rolled his eyes at the dwarf warrior's joke. It's obvious that the heavy armor he's wearing has extraordinary defensive power. To be honest, it doesn't seem strange to me that those traps can't cause any harm to him. Really? Yeah. It's much better than you falling from dozens of meters high and being unharmed. That's really disgusting. Really? Yeah. It's really disgusting. The warriors at the back were chatting, and Duanmu Huai at the front was also killing time with the brave warrior. Are you also going to defeat the Demon King? Yes. I heard that the Great Labyrinth is connected to the Demon King's castle. If we can reach the Demon King's castle by breaking through the Great Labyrinth, then we don't have to waste several months. By the way, how much do you know about the Demon King? Honestly, there's nothing special we know. We've fought against the Demon King's subordinates before, but we didn't get much information. No matter what, the Demon King must be defeated. So, here we are. As he spoke, the brave man stopped and looked forward. When he raised his head, he could see a straight passage and corridor in front of him. Obviously, they had already walked through this floor. Then let's go back. However, at this moment, the hero turned around. What do you mean? Aren't you going to pass through the maze? Looking at the brave man who turned around and was about to leave, Duanmu Huai was confused. They had clearly reached the next floor. So what was the meaning of going back? That's what this guy is like. At this moment, the magician next to him spoke helplessly. He would explore every level of the maze he visited before moving on to the next level. After all, this is common sense for adventurers. I don't have that kind of common sense. In response to the hero's answer, the warrior next to him silently complained. So you're a map-clearing player. Duanmu Huai's feelings are understandable. After all, many players in the game feel the same way. They will feel uncomfortable if they don't clear everything on the map of a place and make all the local achievements 100%. Duanmu Huai could understand it. But he would not do it. The reason is simple. When you are on a planet and find that your achievements account for 99%, finding the remaining 1% is the most painful. Seeing Duanmu Huai's expression of deep approval, the members of the brave team were shocked. Hey! Can you understand? I have seen many people with similar situations. Look! Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the brave man lifted his hair proudly. I just said this is common sense for adventurers. It's okay to have this common sense. Anyway, I'm not interested. So I'll go down first. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed to the stairs, and the brave man waved his hand. Thank you for your care. We'll meet again someday. Hope so. Just like that, Duanmu Huai turned around and walked down the stairs, while the brave group turned back and continued their adventure. Then, after more than 10 hours, why are you here? The brave team that had cleared the entire first level maze walked down the stairs and arrived at the second floor, where they saw Duanmu Huai and his group slacking off. Big brother is lost again. Jin Jilling sighed helplessly, while Duanmu Huai looked silently at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of him, his eyes full of sighs and emotion. It's really hard to make a decision at the crossroads of life. Chapter 910, Strange Maze. For Duanmu Huai, this kind of underground maze is what he is least good at. On the ground, whether flying or crashing, at least there is a way. But underground is not so good. Although it is easy to smash the wall, it may cause the whole place to collapse. It is better to dig a way out from the ground with your bare hands. Obviously, Duanmu Huai will not do so. Fortunately, although the captain of the other adventure team had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder in collecting, he was indeed an experienced maze explorer. Apart from the fact that it was a bit troublesome to collect all the items on each floor, they found the main passage very quickly. But, that's strange. This maze doesn't look that difficult? Duanmu Huai walked in front and spoke in confusion. Basically, There are no monsters in this maze, and most of them are various traps. Not to mention Duanmu. He thinks even an ordinary adventure team should be able to pass through it. We are not going the wrong way. It's definitely here. Hearing Duanmu's question, the brave captain of the adventure team also looked solemn. We also asked around before we set out. Many adventurers never returned after entering here. Most of those who returned only described the traps as being too dangerous. But if it were just traps, they should be commonplace for most adventurers. And this is the north. The dwarf warrior next to him also added a sentence. And his subtext was very clear. Those who could come here were adventurers picked from hundreds. And they would never make the mistakes that only novices would make. So I think there's a problem. As Duanmu spoke, he pointed to the wall in front of them. That was a road they had never walked on. But there were traces of barbecue on it, which meant that before them, adventurers had arrived here and triggered the trap. But the documents don't explain what happened up to this point. The brave man took out the document, read it again, and then looked around vigilantly. I have a bad feeling that this maze is not as simple as we thought. By the way, we are actually walking on a flat surface. Eh? Really? That's right. Duanmu knocked on his helmet. Of course, it was not visible to the naked eye. But the level gauge in the helmet clearly showed this. On the surface, they walked down the stairs every time and then reached the next level. So, for humans, they only felt that they were going down. But in fact, according to the detection of the mechanical level, the ground of each floor is not flat, but has a slight upward angle. Of course, if you can see through it at a glance, you may be able to find it. But the problem is that when you are lost in this damn maze and have to worry about traps all around, you will not care about the slight inclination under your feet. So although it looks like they are always going down, they are actually repeating the process of walking down the stairs, then going up the hill, then reaching the top and walking down the stairs again. As for why the dwarves were built this way, no one knows. I say, could this be that kind of trap? Just then, the monk spoke. On the surface, it seems easy for adventurers to walk, so no one is too cautious. By the time they realize that something is wrong, they are already deep in the maze. If they want to turn back, they will face countless traps. So they end up dying? The more experienced the adventurer, the more confident he is in his abilities. There's nothing wrong with that. Duanmu carried the war hammer and strode forward. In short, we will know what it is like when the time comes. Perhaps those adventurers who didn't come back thought the same thing. That's right. Just as the monk said. Perhaps the adventurers before them were too relaxed and wanted to break through the maze in one go, but ended up encountering powerful enemies that were difficult to fight at the deepest part. However, because they were already too deep in the maze, they had no way to escape and eventually died miserably inside. Of course, for Duanmu, this was just a story he had heard before. But there are also troubles. This is also a characteristic of the maze. They walked down the stairs again. And this time what appeared in front of everyone was not the extensive road as before, but only two roads. Two roads? How to go? Duanmu looked at the brave man, who pondered for a moment. It will be faster if we go as a team. 2. Duanmu nodded. Then let's go left. We'll go right. The hero nodded and gestured. I wish you all the best. You too. Although I think you have chosen the right path, I still want to try my luck. Although Duanmu felt that he always made the wrong choice. But what if he made the right choice this time? There's still hope. Right? Soon, the two sides parted ways and headed in different directions. These adventurers are quite interesting. Big brother. Sitting on Duanmu's shoulders, Jinjiling also spoke with emotion. Okay. However, Duanmu replied indifferently, and did not seem particularly enthusiastic. At the same time, Ajis, who was lying on Duanmu's other shoulder, raised her head. Because that person is more handsome than the master. Listen carefully. Ojis. Don't judge people by their appearance. You should understand this principle. Yes. So I know that the master is a good person. That's right. So you also have to remember that those who look handsome are not necessarily good people. Puff. Hearing Duanmu's serious warning to Ajis, Jinjiling couldn't help but chuckle. And hearing her laughter, Duanmu turned around. What's wrong? Nothing much. Then you must really enjoy hanging out with those adventurers in the city. Big brother? Well, that's right. After all, Most adventurers are still very approachable. How can it not feel intimate? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Zhen Jiling's expression did not change on the surface. But he was rolling with laughter deep inside. I don't know if it's because most of the adventurers in this world fight against demons. Many adventurers actually look quite ferocious. Like gangsters, hooligans, bandits and robbers. In other places, Zhen Jiling would definitely retreat when he saw such people. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai feels like a fish in water here and is having a great time. No wonder he doesn't have a good impression of the brave captain. As they were talking, the group continued to move forward. But just as they walked out of the passage and came into the hall, Duanmu Huai stopped, raised his head, and looked forward. In front of them, at the gate leading to the other side, there were 4 figures standing. They were none other than the brave men who had separated from them before. However, compared with the previous ones, the 4 adventurers in front of him seemed a little different. How should I put it? They looked like puppet models that had not been painted yet. In short, it was obvious at a glance that they were not real people. Oh, I see. I almost figured out why those adventurers didn't come back. Looking at the group of adventurers blocking his way, Duanmu Huai gripped his warhammer tightly, while Ojas and Zhen Jiling jumped down from his shoulders familiarly and prepared for attack. So there is such a trick. Wow. So, the other side is very dangerous? Maybe. But let's get our side of the matter sorted out first. Staring at the replicas of the 4 adventurers in front of him, Duanmu Huai grinned. He had long wanted to smash that handsome guy's face to pieces. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually come to him. Let's go! As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai pounced towards the enemy in front of him. Swish! Facing Duanmu Huai's attack, the opponent reacted quickly. The brave man flashed and appeared in front of Duanmu Huai in an instant. At the same time, he swung his sword hard and chopped Duanmu Huai's chest directly. However, his sword was bounced away by the unfolded shield before it could even touch Duanmu Huai's armor. At the same time, Duanmu Huai smashed down with a hammer and hit the brave man's head directly. Boom! At the same time, the dwarf warrior rushed over and swung the huge battle axe in his hand at Duanmu Huai's hammer, and they smashed together. The powerful force of the dwarf warrior made Duanmu Huai's hammer tilt, and it directly hit the ground by the side of the hero. But this is not the end yet. The magician raised the staff in her hand and aimed at Duanmu Huai. Then, just as she was about to release the magic, the staff in her hand suddenly turned, and the whistling magic beam was immediately deflected to the side. At the same time, Ojas clenched her hands, grabbed the invisible silk thread, and pulled it towards the magician. The last monk was holding a holy book and seemed to be praying softly. Rays of golden light burst out from his body and flowed in all directions. But at this moment, suddenly, gunshots rang out. Boom! The monk shook his body, and a big hole appeared in the middle of his forehead. Then the next moment, the monk fell to the ground and disappeared completely. At the same time, Zhen Jiling, holding a sniper rifle, flashed by and disappeared into the air again. Drink! Without the help of the monks from the rear, the brave man and the dwarf warrior could not stop Duanmu Huai's attack. He roared, and suddenly rushed forward, directly into the face of the dwarf warrior. He raised his right foot and stepped on the dwarf warrior, although the dwarf warrior also hurriedly raised his axe to block in front of him. The next moment, he was stepped heavily on the ground by Duanmu Huai, and turned into a pool of blurry meat paste, and then disappeared as well. Then the brave man flashed past, and the long sword in his hand stabbed at Duanmu Huai's throat without hesitation. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the opponent's killing move. He just held the warhammer tightly with both hands, raised it high, and then swung it down hard at the same time as the brave man's sword stabbed him. Boom! The thunder hammer roared and smashed the hero in half. At the same time, Ojas on the other side also successfully cut the last magician into pieces. I never thought there would be such a demon tribe. Watching the bodies of the adventurers turn into black dust and disappear, Duanmu Huai sighed that he had discovered that these were not their real selves, but more like fake bodies condensed by magic power. As for how much power they had of the real ones, Duanmu Huai didn't know. But, well, let's go back. Duanmu Huai touched his chin. I always have a bad feeling. Chapter 911 Water Mirror Demon. As it turned out, Duanmu Huai's premonition was correct. When they returned to the fork again, they saw that the brave on the road was carrying the magic ambassador, while the monk carried a dwarf warrior and rushed towards this side. You guys are okay. You guys look like you're all right? Duanmu Huai carefully looked at the group of 4 in front of him. Fine. The hero smiled wryly and nodded. We met you in the passage over there, or rather your replica. Lillian's magic couldn't penetrate your armor at all. And you smashed A's half to death with a hammer. So we quickly escaped. The warriors were not stupid. They had watched Duanmu Huai walk through the mines in front of them. All kinds of traps were as if they did not exist for him. They knew that this iron warrior had extraordinary defense. So, to be on the safe side, they first had the magician in their team cast a magic spell on Duanmu Huai's face. And then the dwarf warriors went up to attack. The result was that Duanmu Huai completely ignored the magician's magic and knocked the dwarf warrior down with a hammer. So the brave man made a decisive decision. Slip. I have to say, it was the right decision. What about you? We also encountered your replicas on the way over there. After killing them, we thought you might be in trouble. So we came to check on the situation. I see. It's not hard to understand. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the brave man smiled bitterly again. Of course, he understood what the other party meant. But, never mind. There's no point in saying this now. But now we understand why no one can conquer this maze. There is no enemy more difficult than ourselves. It's probably the work of some demon or monster. The monk put the dwarf warrior down from his back and began to treat him quickly. On the other side, the brave man put down the magician in his arms. The magician stood still and thought for a moment. Maybe a water mirror demon. WTF? Duanmu Huai looked at the magician, who continued to speak. The water mirror demon is a monster from the mythical era. It once appeared in the heroic legend of the Sage of Ichi. Legend has it that the water mirror demon's ability is to create a copy of the person who enters the maze by reading the memory. Whether it is strength, skills, or magic power, it is the same as the original. It is perfect. I see. Hearing the magician's words, the hero nodded solemnly. No wonder no one has been able to break through the great labyrinth. But, logically speaking, even if it is so, it is not impossible to fight. That's right. But what if the other party is resurrected? Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the brave man was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up at Duanmu Huai and pointed to the road they came from. There, the replica brave men and their group were ready to go. This is really tricky. At this moment, even the hero couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, if it was just a copy of himself and others, it would be fine. If you think about it carefully, there are ways to deal with it. But what if the opponent keeps resurrecting? I now completely understand why no one has been able to break through the great maze. That's right. You can't run away. Duanmu Huai nodded in agreement. This was the terrifying part of the water mirror demon. There were no enemies along the way, so the adventurers successfully reached the depths of the maze. But here, they would encounter their own copies. Since both sides had the same strength, even if they killed these copies, they would still be injured. It would be fine if we could destroy them just by doing this. But unfortunately, these guys will be resurrected. That would be a headache. If you want to run, this is the depths of the maze. And unlike the game where there are portals on each floor, you can only turn around and run back. In this case, well, no wonder no one can come back from the depths of the maze. So, how do you fight this thing? Duanmu Huai looked at the magician, who thought for a moment. I heard that the water mirror demon itself has no means of attack and is a very fragile monster. As long as we defeat it, all its copies will disappear. So if we had known earlier, we shouldn't have come back, but should have kept moving forward? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes, and the brave man laughed. If you hadn't come back, I'm afraid we would have died here. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a familiar sound of heavy footsteps was heard from the passage on the other side. Okay, what now? I'll deal with that side. Duanmu Huai said this as he stood up with his war hammer in his hand. Are you okay on your own? Upon hearing Duanmu Huai's decision, the brave man seemed a little surprised. Lillian has already said it. The water mirror demon will completely copy everyone, no matter what. It can't completely copy me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at the dwarf warrior, who was receiving treatment from the monk. You just said that the replica knocked him over with one blow of the hammer. Right? That's right. That's the problem. Duanmu Huai gripped the hammer tightly and swung it forward. If it was really my attack, you wouldn't even have your bodies left. After saying this, He strode into the corridor. I'll leave this to you guys. I'll go take out those guys that are blocking the way. And then I'll take out the water mirror demon. For Duanmu Huai, things are actually that simple. Indeed, maybe the magician was right. But Duanmu Huai did not think that the other party could perfectly copy himself. The reason is simple. He is a god. No matter how powerful the water mirror demon is, he is still just an ordinary person. Just like what happened to Aura before. A mere demon actually tried to weigh the soul of the god. But the result was that she fell down before Duanmu Huai even made a move. The same goes for the water mirror demon. No matter if it is a demon or a monster, wanting to copy a god is simply a fantasy. Therefore, what it copies are nothing but inferior products. Like this. Boom. Boom. Looking at the uncolored himself. Ojus and Jinjiling appearing on the opposite side. Duanmu Huai silently raised his war hammer. Go to HL. Then, he rushed forward in one step. At the same time, Duanmu Huai on the other side also rushed over. Both of them were like shadows in a mirror. They raised their war hammers and swung them hard at each other. The only difference was that there was black flames burning on Duanmu Huai's hammer. Boom! The two warhammers crossed and hit each other's heads. Duanmu Huai's hammer, burning with black flames, directly smashed the opponent's helmet and then completely smashed the head inside. The replica warhammer on the other side hit Duanmu Huai's helmet, but only made him shake slightly. Then, the headless replica corpse fell to the ground and began to decompose and disappear. Brush! At the same time, the replica of Aji's also jumped up, stretched out her hand, and used silk thread to wrap around Duanmu Huai's arm. But Duanmu Huai just pulled back suddenly, and pulled the replica of Aji's flying in the sky directly in front of him. Then punched through her body, and smashed the petite Aji's in front of him into pieces. Then, the light shone. Boom! Jinjiling raised the cane launcher in his hand. And then his figure suddenly disappeared. But at this moment, the smoke from the explosion suddenly exploded, and the hammer wrapped in thunder flew out, and then hit the wall heavily. The next moment, between the hammer and the wall, Jinjiling's smashed body appeared out of thin air, and then began to decompose. You see, it's actually that simple. Duanmu Huai, unharmed, strode out of the ruins of fire and smoke, grabbed the warhammer and took it back. It is impossible for mortals to defeat gods. Unfortunately, demons don't understand this. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai continued to walk inside. There was nothing much to say about dealing with the water mirror demon. Just as the magician said, the water mirror demon itself had no fighting power. So Duanmu Huai smashed it with a hammer. After a while, the brave team also brought Ojus and Jinjiling through the passage and came to Duanmu Huai. I never thought you would destroy the water mirror demon so quickly. It's not a problem per se. But you guys seem a little embarrassed. Because Fulilian is not easy to deal with. As he spoke, the hero looked at the expressionless magician beside him. We still don't know you well enough. Yes, I think it's okay. In response to the hero's sigh, the magician didn't have any feelings. But it's really strange. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and carefully looked at the hall in front of him. This was where the water mirror demon was. The hall was filled with all kinds of treasures and piles of gold coins. And even a lot of weapons. Of course, not to mention that this might be something that the water mirror demon got from the dead adventurers before. The most important thing was that there was a door at the back. Duanmu Huai had just checked it out. And that door did lead to the other side of the mountain. From a distance, it seems that one can indeed see the traces of the Demon King's castle. So here comes the question. According to the legend we heard before, the dwarves built the maze in order to prevent the demons from entering their city. That's right. The hero nodded. But why does it seem that this maze is designed to prevent adventurers from passing through? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the gate in the distance. You think there's something wrong with the dwarven legend? After all, it's been so many years. Who knows what the original situation was? But I just think it's a bit strange. Having said that, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and turned to look at the brave man. We plan to keep moving forward. What about you guys? We have to go back and report that this place has been opened. The brave was not anxious at all. After all, we haven't handed in the mission yet. Then I wish you good luck. It's really troublesome that there is no one-click return to the city. Chapter 912 Human Magic. So, we are going to separate here? That's about it. Is there anything else? I don't. The hero shook his head, then looked at the magician beside him. But Fulilian is a little confused. I'm not bothered. Lillian retorted silently. It's just that I wasn't able to penetrate his armor in the end, which made me a little unhappy. That can't be helped. Magic is based on imagination. After seeing the power of the armor with your own eyes, it's only natural that you can't penetrate it. The monk next to him started joking with a smile. And upon hearing this, Duan Muhui, who was about to turn around and leave, stopped. Wait, what did that just mean? Does that mean that her magic can penetrate my armor just by imagining it? That's about it. After all, that's the characteristic of the human magic system. Is this the human magic system? Duan Muhui turned over and stared at the magic ambassador. So you couldn't penetrate my armor? What happened? Isn't it because my armor is strong? Yes. It is precisely because of this realization that my magic failed. Can you explain it more clearly? Faced with Duan Muhui's question, the magician was a little surprised. But he still explained in detail. Human magic comes from human imagination. In the world of magic, things that cannot be imagined cannot be realized. We have always been acting together before. Weren't you always walking in front? No matter what kind of trap it was, it couldn't leave the slightest scratch on your armor. So at that time, I had already formed the impression in my heart that your armor was difficult to penetrate. Once this impression was formed, it would be difficult to really penetrate your armor with magic. Hearing this, Duan Muhui's expression changed slightly. In other words, if you think you can do it, then you can do it. If you think you can't do it, then you can't do it? Is that what you mean? Yes, that's it. Staring at the magician in front of him, Duan Muhui was silent for a moment and walked in front of the brave man. It will take you about 8 days to go back and forth. Yes. After reporting to the municipal center, we will return immediately. Since the water mirror demon has been eliminated, it shouldn't be as troublesome as before. Then can you lend her to me? As he spoke, Duan Muhui pointed at the magician. What are you planning to do? I have some questions about human magic that I want to ask her. I don't accept disciples. Hearing Duan Muhui's words, the magician immediately refused. I didn't say I wanted to be your disciple. I just wanted to discuss the theory of human magic with you. Of course, if you want to be paid, I can pay you. The hero thought for a moment, then looked at the magician. What do you think? Lillian? Rewards? If there's any interesting magic, I have a bunch here. Duan Muhui casually took out several magic scrolls, which he had collected when he was doing missions in Pale Tia. Some people had no money, so they used magic scrolls to pay off their debts. There were all kinds of strange magic in them, such as magic that turns juice into water, magic that makes people drunk after drinking, magic that corrodes iron and turns it old. Honestly, this is all a mess. Make a deal. It seems that the other party is really not picky about food. Looking at the magician, who happily took the magic scroll, Duan Muhui's expression also became serious. The reason was very simple. Just when he was listening to the other party explaining the magic, a very familiar voice suddenly appeared in Duan Muhui's ears. Wag! That's right. This human magic is simply a variation of the green-skinned Angsunti system. In this world, the green-skinned orcs possess a peculiar psychic ability, which is the power of I think. To be honest, this is the most bizarre and incomprehensible ability that players have ever seen. Simply put, if a group of green orcs made an iron box and put 4 wheels underneath, then this thing could run. Humans are very confused about this. This thing has no engine or bearings. So how does it run? Alas, the orc said, I think this thing is just like your car, with an iron SHL and 4 wheels. And it can run. Yes, it is so unreasonable. For orcs, anything they have seen can be copied. But it is not a technical copy. This is a kind of psychic power application unique to orcs. Simply put, each orc actually has a weak psychic field. When there are few orcs, these psychic powers are useless. But the more orcs there are, the wider the range of influence and the stronger the effect. And this kind of psychic power usage is not reasonable with you. For example, if the orcs all think that the car will be 3 times faster if it is painted red, then it will really be 3 times faster after being painted red. Don't ask why. Just ask that's what the orcs think. But the orc's ability is not invincible. First of all, if you copy and paste, I think this thing can fly if it is built in this way. Then it can really fly. But whether it will explode while flying is another matter. After all, you only wondered whether it could fly, and didn't think about whether it would explode. Right? Secondly, this power of I think can only affect matter, not the mind. So there will not be a situation where the orcs think that you can be brainwashed. And then you are brainwashed. Therefore, the characteristic of the green skin equipment is that it can be used. But there is a certain probability that it will explode. Apart from that, there is nothing much to say about its basic forms. But what Duanmu didn't expect was that a human version of the power of I'm thinking actually appeared on this planet. It's not an unconscious group cohesion like the orcs, but the use of personal psychic energy. This is very interesting for Duanmu. Generally speaking, the magic that Duanmu encountered before, to express it in game terms, means that the damage values of these magics are fixed. For example, if a fireball is thrown down, the damage is 300, but if it is very angry, or injected with magic power, the damage of this fireball may reach 99.99. But no matter what, the basic damage value of this fireball is 300, which is fixed. However, this is not the case with human magic in this world. According to the magician named Frillian, if she cannot imagine that the fireball will cause damage, then the damage of the fireball will be 0. But if she firmly believes deep down that this fireball can kill the opponent, then the damage value of this fireball is positive infinity. This is much more useful than the orc's power of thinking. However, according to Frillian, this kind of magic also has considerable limitations. First of all, if both parties in a magic contest are magicians, then the size of magic power is a reasonable way to judge. For example, if a magician with little magic power sees a magician with strong magic power, it is like a puppy seeing an elephant. No matter what, it is impossible to imagine that he can defeat the other party. Once it reaches this point, it would be tantamount to defeat without a fight. This was also the reason why Fulilian was unable to break through the armor of Duanmu replica before. Just as Duanmu said, the water mirror demon did not copy all of his strength. However, Fulilian saw along the way that Duanmu armor almost blocked all attacks, which made her unable to believe from the bottom of her heart that she could penetrate Duanmu armor. So she ultimately failed to do so. Secondly, it is the inner determination, which is actually more difficult than imagined. It's not the kind of firm belief, like I must do this, and that in hot-blooded comics. On the contrary, that kind of belief must be natural for a magician. For example, people can be drowned in water, and they can breathe air. This must be common sense, and taken for granted. Well, this can explain why only the green skins can use I'm thinking. After all, with the IQ of the green skins, they can only use I'm thinking. The reason why Duanmu was interested in this was because he wanted to incorporate it into his own magic system. You know, the most important point about human magic is that you must be able to determine that you can do it. And then you can do it. Of course, powerful magic power is also necessary. But for Duanmu, magic power is not a problem. So, what is the most important issue? It is determined. You know, as a player, Duanmu has done the chaos and evil gods. That is, the existence of chaos, evil gods, and great devils within his cognitive range can be killed. After all, when he was brushing the dungeons, Duanmu had almost vomited from brushing them. For Duanmu, it was natural that these chaos, evil gods, and demons could be killed. So, if he can use this to master the essence of human magic, and then with Duanmu's experience of brushing the boss at the beginning, can he be able to kill those powerful chaos and evil gods and big devils? After all, imagination is the most important part of the human magic system. And Duanmu has destroyed so many bosses more than once. For him, it is natural that these powerful bosses can be defeated. In this way, his imagination at the basic level must be no problem. After all, how those big demons and evil gods died, and what they looked like when they died, Duanmu has watched it more than once, twice, and 3 times, and he has memorized it by heart. How could he not imagine it? With imagination as a foundation and powerful magic support, can he kill the big demon instantly? This really needs to be tested. In this way, can I also use the power of I think? Chapter 9:13 Destruction Magic. So, in the next few days, Duanmu devoted his energy to the study of the human magic system. Although Duanmu was not familiar with the human magic system itself, in the final analysis, it was just a way of using psychic energy. As a judge, Duanmu still understood the use of psychic energy. Therefore, all he needed was the theory of the human magic system. However, it must be said that this theory is indeed somewhat extraordinary. People will die. Fire will go out. and everyone can imagine such things. But humans are intelligent animals. And this imagination is also conditional. That is reason and instinct. Taking Fu Lilian's previous attack on Duanmu Huai as an example, she could indeed imagine the feeling of the armor being pierced. Anyone who has seen a similar scene can get this impression. However, reason does not say so. In Fu Lilian's reason, she already believed that Duanmu Huai's armor was very strong and difficult to be destroyed. It's like choosing between instinct and reason. And as a rational life form, magicians naturally rely more on their own reason and judgment. In this way, Lilian's subconscious mind will greatly lean towards this armor cannot be destroyed rather than this armor can be destroyed. So in the end, her magic could not penetrate and destroy the armor of Duanmu Huai. That's the same. Water can extinguish fire. This is the knowledge that everyone knows. But when you face a volcanic that is erupted, can you still imagine the way out of water can be extinguished? If you can still have this awareness, then you can really put out a volcano. But if you can't maintain that awareness, then you've failed. The same is true for the battles between magicians. They don't just look at the appearance of the enemy, but also their abilities, their magic power, etc. In this case, the opponent's external conditions will have a great impact on the magician's cognition. Once affected, their magic will be useless. Fortunately for Duanmu Huai, this was not an incomprehensible magical theory. So soon, he also created magic of his own. Just like now, Duanmu Huai stood in place, staring at a boulder not far away. He just stood there and motionless. However, the next moment, he saw the boulder burst suddenly and turned into pieces. It's amazing. At this moment, Fu Lilian's calm voice appeared behind Duanmu Huai. Even Fu Lilian seemed a little surprised at this moment. I didn't expect just a few days. You can create your own magic in this way. In the magic envoy I have seen, there is no speed faster than you. Because I am not a beginner, I will use this power somewhat. So all I need is the theoretical system. Duanmu Huai stared at the stone fragments in front of him and spoke lightly. This is like electrical energy. It is all electricity. But whether it is used to generate light or heat, or to launch a super electromagnetic gun, the theory is different. But on the other hand, if you can understand the theory, then it will be easier to do it. What Duanmu Huai did just now was just to imagine the stone breaking in his mind, and then blasted out his spiritual energy directly. To be honest, he didn't know whether this was successful or not. But soon, Duanmu Huai will be able to find an experimental subject. Lilian, what's up? Can you imagine yourself destroying that mountain? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed to a high mountain in the distance. It was a mountain located near the Demon King's city. It looked extremely tall and undulating. How is that possible? I can't even imagine such a thing. Yeah, but I can. Really? That's right. As he said, Duanmu Huai looked at the mountain. Fu Lilian may never have imagined what it would be like to have a mountain destroyed. But Duanmu Huai knew that when the bombing from high-altitude orbit came, even the tallest mountain would collapse in the ruthless bombardment. Under the bombing of the extermination order, no mountain could withstand the wrath of the Inquisition. They would reveal their fragility and helplessness like melted chocolate beans. And eventually, they will collapse. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai opened his right hand, aimed at the mountain, and then clenched it hard. Boom! The next moment, the mountain range that was thousands of meters high exploded instantly. The seemingly extremely solid peak completely shattered and exploded. Countless pieces of rubble flew all around. Amid the loud explosion, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. That was Duanmu Huai's most familiar memory. No matter how vast the mountains were or how thick the mountains were, they could not withstand the bombing attacks from outer space. The earth was shaking. The mountains and rivers were rotating. And everything would be changed, destroyed, and destroyed. As the main messengers, they just watched it all silently. Even the destruction of a mountain range was just a small light spot on the radar that was almost negligible. Seeing this scene, even Fu Lilian widened her eyes in surprise. She stared at the scene in disbelief and stood there blankly, not knowing how to react. She had experienced a lot before, but Fu Lilian had never imagined that human magic could be so powerful. It's easier than expected. Duanmu Huai retracted his right hand, narrowed his eyes, and looked at it completely in front of him. There was only one huge and empty place left. He has found the best way to use his divine power. Not only that, to Duanmu Huai's surprise, destroying the mountain was much easier than he had imagined. To put it simply, He originally thought that it would require 70% of the strength. But in fact 20% was enough. In this way, even if it was a planet, he could blast it into dust at will. After all, for Duanmu Huai, he had seen the planets destroyed by the extinction order no less than 1,800 times. And he knew them by heart. This is the power of the god of destruction. Real, destruction magic. It seems that I should really thank Shinjiling. This journey to this world is not in vain. After all, for Duanmu Huai, he couldn't even imagine that the chaos evil god would not be destroyed. In other words, for Duanmu Huai, it was common sense that the chaos evil god would be destroyed. Thank you, Miss Fulian. It seems that my magic is complete. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and nodded to Fu Lilian with satisfaction, while the latter stared at the huge pit in the distance with a complicated expression. It's really unbelievable. Fu Lilian frowned and stared at Duanmu Huai. You were able to do this. To be honest, even now, I'm not sure how you did it. Because for me, this scene is really familiar. Duanmu Huai raised his hand. The ground collapsed. The hard mountains burst. And everything turned into dust in the bombardment. For me, this kind of thing has seen too many times. So for me, this degree is nothing. But then, anyway, I've heard of a similar magic before. Duanmu Huai looked at the sky in front of him and stretched his waist. I heard it's called mystic eyes of death perception. It's said that this person's eyes can see the death of all things in the world. Therefore, if you cut along that death, even God can be killed. There is such magic. Does it really exist? Or is it just a rumor? It's just a rumor. After all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Duanmu Huai yawned. To be honest, if you just want to kill someone, there are many ways to do it. And it doesn't matter which one you choose. Makes sense. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Fu Lilian nodded, then raised her head and looked forward. Not far away on the other side, the dark silhouette of the Demon King's city was clearly visible. So, you can destroy the Demon King's castle here as well? It should be possible. But I can't guarantee that the Demon King will die. Duanmu Huai stared at the Demon King's city, stretched his shoulders, and raised his right hand. Want to try it? No. Forget it. However, Fu Lilian thought for a moment and finally shook her head to refuse. If the Demon King escapes, then the gain will be greater than the loss. It is better to defeat the Demon King in person. Indeed, I don't like playing cat and mouse games either. Duanmu Huai curled his lips as he spoke. It would be better to send him to heaven in person. After that, not long after, the brave group returned. But what surprised Duanmu Huai was that in addition to the brave group, there were also many adventurers who followed them here. What's the situation? After we reported the relevant news to the association, many adventurers decided to pursue the victory. From here, it seems that the journey to the Demon King's castle is not as far as before. As long as we find a suitable road, we can shorten the time to conquer the Demon King's castle. Moreover, for the Demon King, it is not yet time for adventurers to challenge him. So he certainly can't expect us to take action in advance. So the chances of winning are very high. Maybe a little higher than usual. As he spoke, the hero looked towards the Demon King's castle in the distance. This is an opportunity for us. By the way, Fu Lilian has been doing well recently. Right? That's right. I sleep until noon every day and do nothing except eat and read. Duanmu Huai replied calmly. To be honest, I really doubt that if she continues like this, she will turn into a fat pig. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Anyway, she did help me a lot in theory. Just think of it as raising pigs. It must be said that the adventurers moved very quickly. Before long, the scouts ahead found a road between the cliffs that led to a place very close to the Demon King's city. Because it was sheltered from the wind, there was not much snow, and it was quite easy to walk on. Of course, for adventurers, this is the only solution. But, if you want to know what Duanmu Huai said, actually, I don't think you need to be so anxious. Looking at the adventurers ready to go, Duanmu Huai was sweating coldly. He had just blown up the mountain near the Demon King's city. And now the Demon King's city will definitely send people to check the situation. If you go there now, what if you run into the people from the Demon King's city? Wouldn't that be a gift? I think it's better to seize every second. After all, if we continue like this, we don't know what will happen. Why? Hearing the brave man's answer, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Okay, I'll go with you then. After all, it was my own fault, so I should just solve it myself. Chapter 914 The First Opponent. The adventurers were obviously excited about being able to break through the maze, and after a short rest and gathering, they all set out towards the direction of the Demon King's castle. Thank you so much, Iron Warrior. Walking beside Duanmu Huai was a dwarf warrior, who was also the president of the Adventurers Association in the dungeon. It was he who gave the commission to break through the maze. The dwarf warrior had been mentally prepared to wait for hundreds of years, but he didn't expect that there would actually be a day when it could be broken through. Come to think of it, is this really a good idea? It's still 2 months before the snow melts. It's too hasty to set off now. You don't know? Iron Warrior. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the dwarf warrior also sighed. In fact, the Demon King has already figured out our patterns. It is true that it is relatively easy for us to act during the snow melt period, but it is also because of this that the Demon King always summons the Demon King's army scattered around before the snow melt period. Is this kid so afraid of death? I have to say, Duanmu Huai was quite surprised to hear this. After all, demons can fly. What is a long journey for us is nothing to them. So every time the snow melts, when the adventurers arrive at the Demon King's castle after much hardship, what awaits them is the Demon King's army, which is fully equipped and ready to go. To be honest, it is definitely not easy to win under such circumstances. Of course. But this time is different. As he spoke, the dwarf warrior tightened his grip on the battle axe in his hand. It's not the snow melting period yet, which means the Demon King won't summon the Demon King's army to deal with us. This way, we have a high chance of defeating the Demon King, although there are only 150 adventurers here. But for us, this is the best chance. Indeed. Duanmu Huai nodded silently and glanced at the adventurers behind him. These people were able to come to the Northland, so their strength was unquestionable. 1 man against 1,000 might be a bit exaggerated, but killing 100 people should be easy. After all, they were here to defeat the Demon King, the existence that created the most serious difficulties for mankind. Without enough courage, wisdom and strength, it would be useless. Of course, the most important thing is, magic is really useful. Looking at the old magician walking in front, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. You know, this is the north, and it has been snowing now. The snow on this road has almost reached the shoulders of ordinary people. The reason why they were able to move forward so quickly was all thanks to the old magician in front of them, who had a magic that could blow away all the snow. Oh, if I had this magic when I was in school, I wouldn't be able to sweep the snow. Looking at the clean ground under his feet, Duanmu Huai wanted to cry. This is the first time I've seen such practical magic, and doesn't even know it. But why did those little ghosts follow us? Duanmu Huai frowned and looked at him behind him. In addition to the adventurer, he could also see some young people in his teenage. From the point of view of their immature skills, this new group of newcomers was just the degree of vegetable chicken. Is this going to be used as cannon fodder? After all, defeating the Demon King is everyone's dream. Since they are willing to try, let them come along. The dwarf warrior seemed very calm. 1 more person sometimes means more strength. Of course, compared to other adventurers, these little brats may be less experienced, but at least they have enough courage to fight the Demon King's army. After all, at this time, we are not in a position to be picky. Well, maybe that's right. Shrugging his shoulders, Duanmu Huai raised his head again and looked towards the nearby Demon King's city. Of course, as the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen too high. It is like you see the mountain as if it is right in front of you, but when you walk towards it, you find that it is still a long way away. Although it seems that you can reach the Demon King city by climbing over another mountain. But in fact, according to the detection of the auspicious instrument, this distance is not short. Moreover, the closer they got to the Demon King's castle, the more dangers they encountered. Since they set out, they had already encountered many attacks from monsters and even dragons. Of course, in front of these battle-hardened adventurers, these monsters themselves did not pose much of a threat. However, some people were unlucky and were killed by these monsters. Not to mention that in order to reach the Demon King's castle as quickly as possible, the entire adventurer team is now almost speeding forward in a forced march. Wait, things have changed. However, at this moment, Lillian, who was not far behind, suddenly shouted. I sensed a powerful magical reaction. It's not a monster. It's No. It's so fast. Be careful. Before Fu Lilian could finish her words, a huge man with long horns appeared in front of him. He clenched his fists and punched Duanmu Huai in the chest, who had no time to dodge. Boom! A huge gust of wind suddenly erupted, blowing away all the adventurers in the surrounding area. Some even fell off the cliff screaming. Even the dwarf warrior standing next to Duanmu Huai was blown away by this powerful blow and disappeared into the crowd like a thrown baseball. Only Duanmu Huai was still standing there, while Zhen Jilin and Ogisi were sitting steadily on his shoulders, as if they were not affected at all. Then Duanmu Huai lowered his head, looked at the other party's fist hitting his chest, and then raised his head. That's it? You didn't eat? Really interesting. The demon on the opposite side didn't seem to care when his attack was blocked. On the contrary, he showed an interested look and retreated again to distance himself from Duanmu Huai. I didn't expect to meet a fighter like you. It looks like I'm going to have some fun this time. As he spoke, the demon man stared at Duanmu Huai. I am Livelai, a great demon, and also a warrior. According to the human classification of demons, I should be considered a general. But for a warrior, these titles are meaningless. Since you were able to take my attack, it has already proved your ability. Tell me your name. Warrior. What? Livelai? When the adventurers behind heard the other party introduce himself, they were also shocked. He is one of the 7 collapsed sages. The bloody military god Livelai? For adventurers, the names of the 7 collapsed sages are naturally well known, especially the blood-stained military god Livelai, who is a well-known battle maniac among the demons. Wherever there is a battle, he will be there. He destroyed countless human towns, and won the title of blood-stained military god with his extremely powerful fighting power. Although there was a commotion, these adventurers did not retreat. On the contrary, dozens of adventurers dressed as warriors soon raised their weapons to face the demons in front of them. Behind them, monks and magicians were also ready for battle. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense and tense. Although every adventurer was prepared to die in the process of defeating the Demon King, it was indeed beyond their expectations to suddenly encounter one of the 7 collapsed sages without any warning. But facing these adventurers, Livelai didn't care at all. He just stared at Duanmu Huai with a confident smile. To be honest, I originally came here just to check what happened to the anomaly. I didn't expect to meet so many adventurers. Did you finally break through the Great Labyrinth? This is really a bit unexpected. What? After hearing what Livelai said, most of the adventurers were shocked. They hurried on their journey to avoid the demons from guessing where they came from. But they didn't expect that the other party already knew their origins? It is true. Compared to other adventurers, Duanmu Huai sneered. In fact, he had already guessed that there was something wrong. Just as Duanmu Huai had said to the brave team before. It was clearly said that this maze was used to resist the invasion of demons. But why was there a demon guard at the end of the maze? Who is this maze protecting against? In addition, when Duanmu Huai heard Fu Lilian say that the monster called Water Mirror Demon had appeared in the heroic legend of Sage of Ichi, he almost guessed what was going on. The reason is simple. Because the so-called Demon King is actually the Sage of Ichi. The omniscient and omnipotent sage in the myth was ultimately afraid of death, and made a contract with the subspace, becoming a fallen heretic of the Demon King. Come on. Tell me your name. Warrior. Livelai didn't care about the reactions of the adventurers around him at all. He just stared at Duanmu Huai with a fanatical smile on his face. Be proud. The one standing before you is the strongest warrior among the demons. Facing everyone's gaze, Duanmu Huai snorted softly. The strongest warrior of the demon tribe? The 7 Bingxian? A loser like you dares to bark in front of me. The same thing happened to Aura before. Do demons always have the gene of arrogance? Hiss. Hearing Duanmu Huai's even more arrogant answer, everyone gasped. But Livelai smiled slightly. Oh! Aura. Come to think of it, Aura is indeed dead. So you were the one who killed her? In that case, it's even more interesting. As he spoke, Livelai stretched out his hand. And soon, a warhammer appeared in Livelai's hand. Since you are the one who can kill Aura, then you are obviously qualified to fight me. But you are not qualified to fight me. Duanmu Huai just folded his arms and stared coldly at the demon in front of him. In fact, you are already dead. What are you talking about? Livelai did not finish his words, because the next moment, his head exploded with a pop sound. And then the tall body of the headless demon swayed back and forth for a moment, and then fell heavily to the snow, turning into pieces of black shadows, and gradually decomposing and disappearing. The 7 collapsed sages are only at this level. Only then did Duanmu Huai look away. In my imagination, smashing your head in isn't any harder than smashing a watermelon. Idiot. Then he said coldly. Chapter 915 I am MT. The adventurers were all stunned to see the bloody god of war fall in front of Duanmu Huai in the blink of an eye. But soon, cheers rang out. And then the dwarf warrior strode over, stretched out his hand and patted Duanmu Huai's calf and shoulder, which he could not reach. Well done, Iron Warrior. Quick, head to the Demon King's castle immediately. We will stay here to attract your attention. There was no time to celebrate the destruction of one of the 7 collapsed sages. The adventurers nodded their heads. They all knew that this was not the end, but the beginning. The demons could sense each other's magic power. Now that the bloody god of war was dead, the other demons must have known this. With their speed, they must be on their way here. Therefore, they have to use themselves as bait to attract the attention of these demons, allowing Duanmu Huai to continue moving forward and kill their way into the Demon King city. However, no. Leave this to me. You go first. Duanmu Huai shook his head and interrupted the dwarf warrior's proposal. I will deal with this group of demons. I will attract the attention of the main force, and you will take the opportunity to sneak into the Demon King's castle. But there is no time to hesitate. To me, no matter how many demons come, they are just a dish of food. But for you, I am afraid you will die here. Since you are going to die, at least you should die in front of the Demon King, not at the hands of the soldiers. That would be a waste. Hearing this, the dwarf warrior fell silent. He could understand what Duanmu Huai meant. Indeed, although adventurers like him were quite powerful, facing a large number of demons, they would probably die in the end. But this Iron Warrior was different. Not only was he powerful in combat, but he also had first-class defense. This means that if they stay to attract the attention of the demons, the biggest possibility is that they will be wiped out after killing a large number of demons. If it is Duanmu Huai, it is very likely to attract a large number of demons, so that the defense of the Demon King city is empty, and it will be easier for them to sneak in and attack the Demon King. Is it really okay? Although the Demon King has not yet recalled the Demon King's army, there are thousands of demons and tens of thousands of monster soldiers guarding the Demon King's castle all year round. Can you really attract their attention by yourself? Certainly. In response to the dwarf warrior's question, Duanmu Huai smiled coldly, clenched his war hammer, and swung it forward. Don't worry. If you can't defeat the devil, I will help you get revenge in the end. Alright then, Iron Warrior. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the dwarf warrior said nothing more and nodded vigorously. I'll leave it to you. Let's go! Following the dwarf warrior's order, the adventurers also scattered and quickly disappeared into the woods. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the sky. In the distance, dense black spots appeared like dark clouds. Of course, they were not dark clouds, but an army of monsters with bird heads and armed with weapons. How dare you, a mere alien bastard, act so arrogantly in front of me? Duanmu Huai swung his war hammer, then jumped up and flew into the air. In the name of the Inquisition, die! Gaw! Facing Duanmu Huai, who was rushing towards them, the monsters opened their mouths and made unpleasant screams, while Duanmu Huai tightly gripped the war hammer and swung it forward with force. At this time, Duanmu Huai was still hundreds of meters away from the group of monsters. From the outside, he just picked up the war hammer and swung it in a horizontal line in front of him. However, as Duanmu Huai's war hammer was passed, the group of monsters hundreds of meters away from him exploded instantly. Their bodies were shattered and exploded as if they were bombarded by an invisible war hammer, and turned into a pile of meat paste with wailing. With just one strike, thousands of monster soldiers were completely destroyed. Huh. This magic is really cool to use. This is what I need right now. Looking at the shadows of the army of monsters falling from the sky, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold light. How clever. You see, this world is not a place you have come to in vain. Congratulations, big brother. You have made a new discovery. Yes, this is what I want most. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then continued to speed forward. Soon, he crossed the black forest in front of him and came to the front of the Demon King city, where thousands of demon soldiers were gathering. Obviously, Everything Duanmu Huai had done before had completely attracted the attention of the Demon King's army. But for Duanmu Huai, this is the most important thing. Drink Aya. The next moment, Duanmu Huai roared and fell from the sky, like a meteorite, directly hitting the center of the square. He stood up, not caring at all about the bloody corpse of the monster under his feet. He just grinned and looked at the monsters around him with a hideous smile. Go to HL, bastard. Duanmu Huai raised the warhammer in his hand high and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! Just as Duanmu Huai's warhammer hit the ground, all the demons within a radius of hundreds of meters centered on him suddenly fell to the ground and exploded, as if they were hit by an invisible giant hammer. Their entire bodies became a bloody mess, with skin, muscles, and bones mixed together. The dirty black blood flowed and seeped on the snow-covered square like grape juice after grapes were trampled, bringing large areas of shocking black. Call. Duanmu Huai raised his head, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath. The breath of blood, death, and pain in the air flowed through his mouth and entered his lungs, like the strong smell of tobacco, making Duanmu Huai feel supreme joy and happiness. Hiss. Just like tasting a top-grade cigar. White mist gushed out from Duanmu Huai's nostrils and mouth, dissipating like the smoke from a steam locomotive. At the same time, a demon general appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Who are you? Are you here to defeat the Demon King as well? Ha ha ha. No. I'm not here to defeat the Demon King. Hearing the question from the demon general, Duanmu Huai laughed and waved his hand. There is only one Demon King. There is no point in killing him. I came here for only one purpose. And that is... Puff! Duanmu Huai hadn't finished his words when the body of the demon general in front of him fell to the ground in pieces, like an Ultraman model smashed by a naughty kid. Kill all the demons, and make sure you never see the sun tomorrow. You will die. In the name of the Inquisition, I will carry out genocide against you. Damn alien bastards. Duanmu Huai roared to the sky. His voice seemed to break through the sky like thunder. And OGC and Jin Jilling, who were sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulders, covered their ears involuntarily. Cry, shout, and then die. This is your final fate. Filthy aliens. Lowly bastards. You have no tomorrow. Because I will bring destruction to you here. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded, and in the place where Duanmu Huai's roar resounded, the demons exploded one after another. Their bodies were crushed, their heads exploded, and they fell to the ground with unimaginable pain and wailing. Duanmu Huai opened his hands, closed his eyes, and listened to this wonderful symphony composed of screams and wailing. Huh. It would be nice if Big Brother didn't go crazy for a while. Jin Jilling released his hands that were covering his ears, rubbed his ears, and complained in a low voice. At this moment, suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. I never thought that a human could possess such a powerful force. It is really beyond my expectations. Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai raised his head and saw a black-haired demon man in a long robe who appeared not far away. He looked at Duanmu Huai and others indifferently, without a trace of wavering in his eyes. No wonder you were able to come to the Demon King's castle. But unfortunately, this is where it ends. Oh, really? Then I'd like to see what you can do. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer and pointed it at the other party. But the latter just shook his head. Sorry. It's over. What did you say? The next moment, Duanmu Huai, OGC on his shoulders, and Jin Jilling fell to the ground, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. The magic of paradise extradition. The demon raised his right hand calmly, and in his hand, a colorful ball of light appeared out of nowhere. It may be a little too late to introduce myself now. I am one of the 7 collapsed sages, the miracle Grasum. As he spoke, the young demon pulled out a sword from the demon soldier next to him. My magic can help others realize the dreams they once gave up thinking they could never achieve. You will sleep forever in that beautiful illusion that seems like the real version. Grasum gripped his sword tightly and walked slowly towards Duanmu Huai and others in front of him. I never thought that there are humans with such power. I originally thought that the people who came here would be heroes. But never mind. This is fine. As he spoke, Grasum came in front of Duanmu Huai, raised the sword in his hand, and chopped down at Duanmu Huai with force. Puff. The sharp blade directly cut open Duanmu Huai's head, and he kept that grim smile. And his head was split in half. Then Grousum turned around and chopped off Ogus and Zingeling next to him with his sword, chopping off their heads in 2 strokes. What a pity! Although you have powerful strength, it is still impossible to resist my mental magic. Hee. Huff. 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 However, just as Grousum was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, 3 different kinds of laughter came from the ground. He turned around in surprise, and saw that the 3 corpses that were originally there had begun to melt gradually. Their bodies melted into a sticky liquid, seeping out from the gaps in their armor and clothes, like melted jelly, slowly crawling on the ground. At the same time, eyeballs emerged from the sticky surface and stared at him. What's this? Seeing this scene, even the great demon, who was one of the 7 collapsed sages, was shocked. He clenched the sword again. But soon, Grousum felt the touch of his hand become slippery and warm. When he lowered his head, he found that the hilt of the sword he was holding had merged with his hand without knowing when. What? What is this? Hee. Huff. 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 Soon, under Grousum's gaze, eyeballs appeared on the originally sharp sword. They narrowed slightly, as if mocking the demons in front of them. Soon, these eyeballs spread rapidly along Grousum's right hand holding the sword. Just like herpes, he could even feel the pain from his eyeballs rubbing against his clothes. It felt as if he was being eaten away by eyeballs one by one. Could this be impossible? Am I under the spell of the other party? Why? Why am I? Soon, Grousum was unable to speak, because the eyes had appeared on his tongue, his vocal cords, inside and outside his body. He could even feel his eyeballs moving in his internal organs, making a distracting laugh. No, there is also the brain. The feeling of a foreign body in his brain became stronger and stronger. Eyeballs grew out of his head one by one. He could no longer think or even imagine. All he could see now was everything his eyeballs saw, whether it was inside or outside, or even every corner of the world. What is the world? What am I? What is this? Look! Look! Look and see! Ah! Grousum screamed and reached out his hands. His hands dug deep into his eye sockets and dug out his eyeballs. I don't want to watch it anymore. No! 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 The young demon stretched out his hands and tore his face, his throat, and even directly tore open his chest. The internal organs and blood rolled out from the torn gap. After a moment, the demon also fell to the ground without a sound, and then completely turned into black ash and disappeared. Wow! What's wrong with this guy? Big brother? Seeing this scene, Zingeling was shocked. She saw the demon jump out, say a few incomprehensible words, and then suddenly start to hurt himself. Is he a madman? Maybe. Duanmu narrowed his eyes and looked with a sneer at the corpse of the demon that was gradually disappearing in front of him. After all, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, Duanmu raised his head, looked at the army of monsters that were ready to attack on the Demon King city wall, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Come on! Sun Thief! Chapter 916, One Rider Against 1,000. To be honest, I have imagined many scenes of attacking the city of Devil, standing on a cliff not far away, looking at the Demon King's castle in front of him. The brave man had a complicated expression. But I have never thought about such a crazy scene. To be honest, even in my dreams, I can't think of this scene. Hearing the heroes sigh, the others nodded. From their perspective, they could see smoke and dust billowing in front of the Demon King's castle. Shouts of killing, and fully armed monster armies, and demons everywhere. It looked like they were fighting a desperate battle with a huge army. But in fact, their opponents are just 3 people. Duanmu raised his war hammer and smashed it down, with him as the center. The airwaves around him spread out like ripples in a pool, and all the monsters and demon soldiers were blown into pieces wherever they went. Almost no one could get close, and even if the monster soldiers shot arrows from behind, their arrows could hardly reach the 3 people, and were completely blown away by the surging airwaves. Roar! At this moment, a group of dragons flew down from the sky. The leading dragon opened its bloody mouth and swooped down directly at Duanmu and others, trying to swallow all 3 of them into its stomach in one gulp. However, facing the attack of the giant dragon, the 3 of them didn't care at all. Only Ogus, who was sitting on Duanmu's shoulder, moved her right hand slightly. The next moment, invisible silk threads intertwined and woven into a spider web that blocked the giant dragon. When the giant dragon realized something was wrong, it had already pounced on the spider web. Then the giant dragon's head was seen as if it was caught in a cutter and completely cut into pieces, and its body was completely decomposed in the air, falling to the ground in a bloody storm. Seeing this, the other dragons tried to flap their wings to change direction, but it was too late. Soon, most of the dragons were cut apart in the sky and followed their leader to the road of death. Only Jinjiling held a gun, hid behind Duanmu Huai, used his tall body as a cover, and fired at the surroundings. Well, it didn't matter how many people were killed. The important thing was to participate. Most of the demons have been attracted to the front. At this moment, the magician also ended the magic detection, looked at the hero and spoke. The backfield is very empty. At least for now. There is not much sign of defense. Very good. The brave man drew out his sword and pointed it at the Demon King's castle before him. Since that Iron Warrior has fought so hard, we can't fall behind. Let's go. We must defeat the Demon King. What on earth is going on with that human? Standing on the city wall, looking at Duanmu Huai, who was wantonly killing people, another demon general had a cold face. Most demons were individualists, and they were brought together entirely by the prestige and fear of the Demon King. But now, facing such an enemy, even the demons were terrified. Is that really human? At this moment, in order to deal with Duanmu Huai, the Demon King city has already sent out all its elite troops. Although the Demon King has not summoned the Demon King army because the snow has not yet melted, those stationed here are all loyal to the Demon King. How could they not be able to defeat such an adventure team, coupled with the monster soldiers they command? But if this continues, close the gates. Thinking of this, the demon general hurriedly gave orders. Close the city gates and take back the drawbridge. Following the command, the drawbridge was quickly raised, and the city gate was immediately closed. The thick city wall shone with magical light, forming an extremely solid barrier. TSK. I didn't expect you guys would be such cowards. After sweeping away the army of monsters in front of him again, Duanmu Huai looked at the completely closed Demon King city and smiled grimly. At this moment, Duanmu Huai could feel the spiritual energy surging in his body. It was different from before. It was a feeling of being connected to flesh and blood. The power of destruction. The power of destruction from the god of destruction. The power that was enough to destroy everything made Duanmu Huai feel that his blood vessels were like TNT that was constantly surging, ready to use the most terrifying power to completely destroy all obstacles that dared to stand in his way. There had never been a moment when Duanmu Huai felt that his power was so smooth. In fact, Duanmu Huai was attracting the attention of the demons here, while also experimenting with the extent of his own destructive magic. It can destroy the enemy, which is nothing. It's normal. It can destroy mountains, which is nothing. It's normal. So, what else can be destroyed? For example, magic. Drink. A demon floating in the sky raised his hands, and with his movements, the water in the moat condensed into a huge water snake, which circled in the air and swooped down towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai just stared at the water snake, raised his right hand, and clenched it tightly. Puff! The water snake exploded instantly, and its originally huge body turned into tiny drops of water that scattered in all directions, falling to the ground like a rainstorm, and then completely turned into steam and disappeared in the air. But this is not enough. Staring at the demon in the air, Duanmu Huai swung his clenched right hand forward suddenly, and the next moment, the demon's body was shattered. No, it was not the demon's body that was shattered, but the space where the demon was. The entire space at this moment was like a broken mirror with cracks appearing one after another. And then, the demon's body was also divided into pieces by the broken space. It opened its eyes in surprise, as if it wanted to shout something. But soon the entire space fragments turned into powder, and disappeared into the other side of the darkness, along with the demon's figure. Afterwards, the entire space healed together again, as if nothing had happened. That's right. If even space can be destroyed, then that means even time. Well, that's for a moment. Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment and retracted his fist. After all, time is a difficult thing to deal with. If something goes wrong, he won't know what to do. It's better not to try for the time being and go back to ask other people about the situation. Forget it. Let's get back to the issue at hand. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and looked at the solid city wall in front of him again. He sneered. Then he clenched the war hammer and swung it forward. Boom! The thick wall, which was tens of meters high, collapsed directly at this moment, even skipping the attack process. At the moment when Duan Mu Huai's magic took effect, the tall and thick wall of the Demon King city collapsed and quickly turned into a ruin. Duan Mu Huai jumped over and strode to the gate of the Demon King city, which had turned into a ruin. Then, he saw a demon girl slumped on the ground, looking at him in fear. Please, don't. Why? Why would you do such a thing? The Demon King just wants to coexist with humans. Coexist with humans? Hearing the demon girl's plea, Duan Mu Huai strode to her side, lowered his head, and stared at her. Then Duan Mu Huai suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed the demon girl's head, and lifted her up. You said the demons want to coexist with humans? Haha. But humans have never thought of coexisting with the demons. For us, there is only one end for you, and that is extinction. Duan Mu Huai's fingers pierced directly through the skull of the demon girl, instantly squeezing her head into a bloody mess like a persimmon. Then he threw away the broken corpse in his hand and looked up at the sky. It's about time. Anyway, let me finish my work first. Get ready. You're so smart. Oh, just. Yes. Master. Okay. Big brother. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, the two of them quickly and skillfully climbed onto Duan Mu Huai's shoulders. Then Duan Mu Huai bent down slightly, and the jetpack on his body opened. Air spurted out, carrying Duan Mu Huai and his group straight into the sky like a rocket, flying high into the sky. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. With the help of the jetpack, it didn't take long for the blue sky in front of Duan Mu Huai to disappear, replaced by a pitch-black sky. However, between them and the darkness, there was a golden barrier. It was composed of golden light and looked like a cage woven with golden threads, a barrier that wrapped the entire planet. This is what blocks our connection with the outside world. Staring at the golden barrier in front of him, Duan Mu Huai clenched the war hammer again. If he had no way to deal with this thing before, now that Duan Mu Huai has awakened the magic of destruction, it is much easier to destroy this barrier. Go to H.L. Looking at the barrier in the sky, Duan Mu Huai roared, and his war hammer flashed and smashed directly on the barrier. Then, the barrier shining with golden light began to gradually disintegrate. Under the bombardment of the destruction magic, they turned into large pieces of debris and fell to the ground, then gradually decomposed and turned into particles shining with golden light, disappearing into the air. At the same time, the darkness began to dissipate. Crack, crack, crack. Just like broken glass beginning to disintegrate, the originally pitch-black scene outside gradually shattered and decomposed. Rays of light emerged from the cracks, gradually revealing the true form of the universe. Snapped. Finally, the entire barrier was completely broken. At the same time, a warship that Duan Mu Huai was very familiar with appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, An's joyful voice also appeared in Duan Mu Huai's ears. Ah, Mr. Knight, I finally found you. Chapter 917 Aftermath. You're finally back, Mr. Knight. As he walked out of the airlock, Duan Mu Huai saw Anxing rushing towards him happily and hugging him. What's going on? How did a planet suddenly appear over there? If Mary hadn't discovered it earlier and asked us to go over there, we wouldn't have realized that you guys had actually gone there. There shouldn't be any planets there, Having said that, and looked at Duan Mu Huai, then at OGC and Jin Jilling, and then walked around Duan Mu Huai. Just the three of you? Mr. Knight? What? What's the problem? You didn't bring someone back? How many of them did you bring? Bring a ghost. Duan Mu Huai rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Yeah. As a result, when Mary heard Duan Mu Huai's answer, she cried out with joy. I win. Hey! Actually lost. How is that possible? I thought. Wait. I bet with Mary too. So I have my share. Hurry up. Hurry up. 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Duan Mu Huai was bewildered as he looked at the excited Mary, Lumiere standing beside her, and the dejected girls opposite him, who were taking money out of their pockets. What the H.L.? What are you doing? Ah ha 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 ha. It's nothing actually. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's question, and smiled and stuck out his tongue. We were just betting on how many girls you would bring back this time. Mr. Knight, I never thought you wouldn't bring any. Yes. Hearing this, Others began to complain. I bet on 3. I bet 10. I bet 50. Who? Who bet 50? Stand up. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned and glared. And seeing him glaring at them, the girls were frightened and scattered, running away laughing. You guys really have nothing to do. Looking at the backs of the crowd dispersing, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly, then looked at it in front of him. What about you? Who are you betting on? Hey. I opened it. So you are the culprit? He grabbed An's ears and rubbed them hard until An, whose ears turned red, begged for mercy. And then Duanmu Huai let her go. Forget it. I'll deal with you later. First we have to deal with the trouble on this planet. I have to say that the power of this planet is very interesting. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Duanmu Huai still remembered his own affairs. So he came to the command hall. First, lock this coordinate, and see how the group of adventurers are doing. Duanmu Huai's first concern was naturally whether the Demon King had been destroyed. In fact, the reason why he asked the adventurers of this world to defeat the Demon King instead of doing it himself was also Duanmu Huai's consideration. On the one hand, in addition to Duanmu Huai needing a target to practice destruction magic. On the other hand, if the Demon King was really a follower of the treacherous trick, then he would not be so easy to kill. What if being conquered by adventurers is part of the Demon King's plan? Then taking action on his own would only alert the enemy. So Duanmu Huai quietly went out to mow down the enemies, leaving the task of conquering the Demon King to the local adventurers. Of course, if they really don't live up to expectations, Duanmu Huai will have no choice but to do it himself. Oh! They killed him. Looking at the brave man who appeared on the balcony of the Demon King's castle with a refreshed look and holding the holy sword high, and the other adventurers who looked embarrassed, Duanmu Huai nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect that the other party could actually kill the Demon King. But the fact is that the hero and the adventurers actually killed the Demon King. I have to say that this hero is quite powerful. But this is normal. If he is not powerful, what kind of hero is he? Perform a scan of this place with the auspicious observation device. Once you are sure there is nothing wrong, take it back. Okay, Commander. Lumiere nodded, sat in front of the console, and started working. Well, she and Mary were good kids. Among so many people, they were the only ones who besieged her and didn't bring anyone back. This is trust. Wait, does this mean that Giulia and Lorena have bet that I will bring a girl back? Damn. Where is the trust between people? Forget it. I'll deal with them later. After scanning the entire Demon King city and confirming that there were no abnormal subspace fluctuations, Duanmu Huai changed direction and went to see the situation in Paeltia. Wow, this is so sad. Although it was expected, Duanmu Huai was still shocked to see the royal city in chaos and flames. Although he guessed that the situation in the royal city must be complicated, it was really speechless to see it get to this point. Fortunately, when Duanmu Huai turned the camera to the castle, he saw Prince Albert. He was directing the soldiers to repair the dilapidated walls and streets. For now, it seems that things have returned to normal. Of course, the specific situation still needs to be analyzed. Before that, how clever. Yes, big brother. Hearing Duanmu Huai's call, Jin Jilling hurried to his side and handed him the divination instrument in his hand. Already collected? Very good. Duanmu Huai nodded, then inserted the divination instrument into the operating table. Then he pressed a few buttons casually. And soon, the soul fluctuations and magic reactions in the divination instrument quickly appeared on the planet. What is this, Mr. Knight? The existence on this planet is called the demons. Although they look similar to humans, they are actually a subspace species. Lumiel, conduct a complete scan of the entire planet based on this fluctuation. Then mark all places with demon life fluctuations, and send the night guards to purify them. Yes, Inquisitor. Next, Duanmu Huai rubbed his brows, and then looked at Jin Jilling. How clever. Contact the Star Alliance. Hey! Want to contact them? Of course. This star region is under the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance. What the next plan for this planet should be is still up to the Star Alliance's opinion. Duanmu Huai was also helpless. Generally speaking, the planets within the Star Alliance have basically been developed. Apart from anything else, the level of civilization must be almost the same. However, this planet is an exception, because the Demon King set up a barrier, which caused the entire planet to be completely isolated and never discovered. This also caused the planet to be in a very embarrassing and dangerous situation. On the one hand, they are indeed in the Star Alliance. But on the other hand, they have not evolved to the level of civilization that can recognize the world outside the universe. If you say you can just leave it alone, that's definitely impossible. Even if the Star Alliance doesn't care, those space pirates are enough to annoy people to death. As for that, I'll go talk to Aldred when I can. Then I'll leave the negotiations with the Star Alliance to you. Okay, big brother. After asking and learning that everything was normal in the tribunal, Duanmu Huai quickly changed direction and came to the royal city of Paeltia. The guard in charge of guarding the gate naturally knew Duanmu Huai. After seeing him, he immediately reported it. Then Duanmu Huai saw Prince Aldred sitting on the throne in the throne hall, with Anesphia and Euphilia looking worried beside him. Yo, what's up? Are you the king now? I am not yet king. Please stop making fun of me, Mr. Inquisitor. Hearing Duanmu Huai's joke, Aldred also smiled bitterly. Then, half complainingly, he explained the situation of himself and others to Duanmu Huai. At that time, Anesphia left the fortress and was the first to return to the royal city. It was precisely because she was the first to return that Anesphia uncovered the conspiracy of the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic. The elven magicians who had been completely corrupted by the magic elves were planning to sacrifice His Majesty the King, Her Royal Highness the Princess, the Grand Duke and others to turn the entire royal city into a kingdom of elves. The ceremony had already begun at that time. Fortunately, Anesphia arrived in time and rescued the king and others. And then she hid everyone to the slums. In the days after that, Anesphia relied on the experience of always running around the streets, and took the king and others to avoid the arrest of the magic province chasing soldiers. Originally, the king and the Grand Duke were also excellent elven magicians. But like Lumiere, they were unable to cast elven magic and could only support with difficulty. Fortunately, just when Anesphia was about to give up, Aldred led the army back to the royal city in time. Soon, a head-on conflict broke out between the two sides. Although the kingdom army had more people and more power, the power of the magic elves on the side of the magic province was indeed terrifying. Although they eventually pushed down the temple of the magic province, the kingdom army also suffered heavy losses. Then Lumiere volunteered to break through the defense line and activated the Rose Rosary that Duanmu Huai had left for Aldred in the center of the temple. The power of the God of Destruction instantly swept across the entire royal city, wiping out all the magic elves. Those officials of the Ministry of Magic who had merged with the magic elves and become deformed naturally could not escape death. And the great elf Lumiere also died due to the termination of the contract. But no matter what, the battle ended with the victory of the kingdom army. After that, Aldred and his father talked to each other, and the king finally agreed to give up the throne to Aldred in advance. Retreat behind the scenes. After all, with the complete destruction of the magic elves, the history of the kingdom of Paeltia really has to start all over again. At the same time, Aldred and Euphilia also broke off their engagement and signed a new engagement with a local priest. The encounter between the two sides was quite cliché. Aldred was seriously injured in the battle with the rebels of the Ministry of Magic and was rescued by the priest. After a long period of care, the two secretly fell in love. In addition, the priest was also a commoner, so Aldred finally proposed to her. If Duanmu Huai had returned a few days earlier, I'm afraid he could have had an engagement banquet. Well, congratulations to you. I have to say, after listening to Aldred's story, Duanmu Huai really thinks their side is also very exciting. Various dramas continue. But unfortunately, he didn't come here to watch the show. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? It's better to have good news. There's been too much bad news lately. It's better to change my mood. The good news is, the Demon King has been killed. What? Really? Hearing this, Aldred stood up excitedly, and even Anesphia and Euphilia looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. After all, the demons are the biggest enemy of the human beings in this world, especially for the kingdom of Paeltia in the north. It is a life and death threat, and the Demon King was killed. That means that from now on, Paeltia will no longer have to worry about the Demon King's army from the north. Did you do this, Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Oh, that's not what I did. I was just responsible for attracting some energy. The one who destroyed the Demon King was a group of adventurers. I think they will be back in a while. During this time, the Inquisition will send members to exterminate the demons and try to completely eliminate the threat of the demons. That's really good news. So what's the bad news? Well, this bad news may be a little hard for you to understand. Chapter 918. What to do after the battle. In short, that's about it. Do you understand? Duanmu Huai finished telling what he knew, and Algerd sat on the throne in a daze, with a stunned look on his face, as if he was dreaming. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't quite understand. No, I should say I can understand. But, for a moment, Algerd didn't know what to say, but Euphilia seemed very calm. This is equivalent to us discovering an unknown village within the kingdom of Paeltia. Is that right? Primitive village. Duanmu Huai corrected Euphilia's wording. To be honest, the strength of the Star Alliance is far beyond yours. Even the Demon King's army is no match for them. Even if you want to resist, I guarantee that you will not get any good results. But maybe we can sign a non-aggression treaty, like autonomy or something. No. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Why? It's very simple. If the thieves from the kingdom of Paeltia attacked that primitive village and killed everyone inside, would you intervene or not? Now Algerd understood. The barrier cast by the Demon King has shielded this planet for 1,000 years. Although the Star Alliance generally tends to be pacifist, there are also bandits and criminals in the Star Alliance. Unfortunately, because the Star Alliance is much stronger than you, even a criminal organization is enough to bomb your Paeltia Royal City 3 or 5 times. To take a step back, suppose there are wanted criminals from the Star Alliance hiding on this planet, threatening the Star Alliance with the lives of people in this world and saying that if you come here, I will kill everyone here. Do you think the Star Alliance will intervene or not? It does give me a headache. Putting himself in their shoes, Algerd also realized that this was indeed a problem. Who told him that his planet was in someone else's territory? There was really no way to reason with him. As for discussing the situation, well, it's not that we can't discuss it, but the bigger the fist, the more truth there is. Since the Inquisitor said that the Star Alliance was so powerful that they couldn't resist it, then to be honest, Algerd really had no other choice. Yes, Mr. Inquisitor. Thinking of this, Algerd seemed to have thought of something and looked at Duanmu Huai. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Duanmu Huai. The Inquisition does not intervene in human internal political disputes. This is not a situation like that of magical elves or demons. I will not come forward as your representative. Well, since you came all the way to inform us, you should have some ideas. Indeed. After all, we have fought side by side. Although the Inquisition will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Star Alliance, I can give you some suggestions. The transaction is the most important. Trade? That's right. But, hearing this, Euphilia looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. Mr. Inquisitor, didn't you say that the existence called Star Alliance is far more powerful and superior than us? Do we really have a basis for trade and cooperation? Indeed. In most cases, you don't have any bargaining chips. But in fact, there is something in this world that is very suitable for trading. Having said this, Duanmu Huai paused and looked at Algerd. The human magic system. Huh? Human magic. Yes. In fact, the Star Alliance also has a similar way of application. But they call it superpowers. And it is quite difficult to train superpowers in the Star Alliance. A superpower user must undergo a lot of training and need to be implanted with a superpower amplifier before they can use their superpowers. In addition, since the scope of application of superpower amplifiers is very problematic, there will be a lot of problems and certain dangers. In comparison, human magic training is safer and has a wider range of applications. If you can use the human magic system as a trading condition, you should be able to reach a good agreement with the Star Alliance. What Duanmu Huai said was not without basis, because the Star Alliance was indeed very crude in the use of psychic energy. Take the psychics for example. These psychics must first be exposed to a certain degree of zero-element radiation during the mother's pregnancy, which then stimulates their brain nerves to grow a tumor called zero-element tumor. Only then can they release psychic energy by implanting psychic implants and amplifiers to stimulate the zero-element tumor through electric waves. To be honest, this is just, well, it looks painful, and it actually hurts. Not only that, for Duanmu Huai, this approach actually hides many dangers. After all, if the Chaos Demon contaminates the implanter and amplifier, it will be troublesome. To be honest, most of the time, fanatically transforming yourself into the form of machine soul Dayua may not necessarily escape the capture of the demon. And because of religious and ethical issues, people with special powers are not very popular in the Star Alliance. Many people regard them as monsters transformed by genes and science. And the lifespan of people with special powers is also a problem. After all, every time the superpower explodes, electric current is used to stimulate the tumor. In comparison, the practice of the human magic system is much easier. Although Fu Lilian did not teach Duanmu Huai the basic knowledge before, based on theoretical inference alone, the human magic system should be very suitable for the Star Alliance. All in all, that's all I can say. I see. But we are not very familiar with the human magic system. Algerd was also very depressed. Who asked Paletia to choose the crooked tree of elven magic? This has nothing to do with me. In short, I have already told you all the information. How you use this information next is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. The original history of this planet was that there was a unified kingdom. But later, with the invasion of the demons, the unified kingdom was broken up. And now there are several countries together, and they are barely friendly with each other. So when the Star Alliance comes, how to talk and who to talk to is their own problem. Duanmu Huai doesn't care. Anyway, he has already given the information to Algerd. Now it depends on how he, as the king, will use this information to gain benefits. Or will he use it as a trump card to gain the right to represent the negotiation? Then it depends on how Algerd handles it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. After throwing this trouble to Algerd, Duanmu Huai patted his butt and ran away, leaving Algerd there with a bitter face. But this has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. The Inquisition does not intervene in the internal political disputes of humans. It is enough to provide some intelligence for free. Duanmu Huai does not want to care too much about other things. So for the next period of time, Duanmu Huai's main job was to lead the night guards to run around the planet and hunt down the demons. It must be said that although the Demon King was dead, the demons were still unwilling to give up. Fortunately, their reproduction speed was slower than that of cockroaches. Otherwise, they might not be able to be killed. While Duanmu Huai was leading the Dark Night Guards to hunt down the demons, the Star Alliance also received news about this planet from Jinjiling. As expected, just as Duanmu Huai thought, facing this planet that appeared out of nowhere, coupled with the relatively ancient civilization in it, the Star Alliance was also very troubled. But there was no way to just ignore it. And eventually the Star Alliance sent a delegation to this planet. As you can imagine, when the Star Alliance fleet appeared, it brought great panic to the people of this world. And some even thought it was the army of the Demon King. Others claimed it was a messenger from the goddess. Well, whatever they say. Next, the Star Alliance delegation held a closed-door consultation meeting with the kings of several countries including Paletia. Duanmu Huai didn't care what they talked about. Although Lumiel said that he could hack into the Star Alliance's communication line to see the situation, Duanmu Huai directly rejected it. He himself didn't like to get involved in political affairs. Besides, this was a matter between the Star Alliance and the people on this planet. Their Inquisition should continue to do the promising job of cleaning up the aliens. Of course, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Duanmu Huai took a look and thought it was basically acceptable. The Star Alliance would build a space elevator near the equator of this planet and block the planet for 100 years. During these 100 years, the Star Alliance would try its best to guide the civilization of this world to gradually step into and accept the universe. If they can't do it, the blockade period will be extended. Well, it may seem unreasonable at first, but if you think about it carefully, there is actually nothing unreasonable about it. With the current level of civilization on this planet, it is impossible to fly into the sky, let alone into the universe. The construction base of the space elevator will serve as a communication window between the Star Alliance and the civilization of this planet. At the same time, as a reward for providing this planet with a human magic system, the Star Alliance will gradually release some civilization technologies that will not destroy this world to them. Of course, Duanmu Huai also guessed that the other party was probably doing this for his sake. After all, since the Star Alliance had already obtained the human magic system, it meant that they knew about this planet and were very clear about the situation within the Star Alliance. Besides the Star Alliance, the only one who could do this was the Inquisition. Therefore, it is normal to give some face to the court. By the way, this news has caused quite a stir within the Star Alliance. After all, the Star Alliance civilization is a technological civilization, and things like magic belong to fantasy literature. At first glance, The fact that there really is a human civilization in a magical world has made many Star Alliance residents extremely excited, and some even expressed their desire to form a tour group to take a good look. On the other side of the planet, the situation has also changed. As mentioned before, there was once a unified kingdom on this planet, but it was destroyed in the battle with the demon army. Originally, everyone thought that the current situation was good, but with the appearance of the Star Alliance representative, the kings of various countries also realized that it was not feasible to continue to be a mess. So they also began to discuss the task of rebuilding the unified kingdom. After all, after meeting with the representatives of the Star Alliance, those in power were surprised to find that the outside world was so vast, and that it was not worth it for them to stay in a corner of the planet and fight over trivial matters. So now all countries have begun to discuss how to re-establish a unified country to deal with the negotiations from the Star Alliance. In general, the communication between the two sides is going smoothly so far. What happens next is none of Duanmu Huai's business. And now he had other things to do. Come! Come! And let me show you the destructive magic that I learned on that planet. Standing on the training ground, Duanmu Huai proudly hooked his finger at him, and the latter also looked very happy. Mr. Knight, I admit that you are better than me in combat, but I am still better at magic. Magic is not a hammer. You can't just smash it. Haha. Whether it is true or not, you will know after trying it. No problem. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, and also took out the magic book from his waist and opened it. Look here, Mr. Knight. I will tell you that the power of magic is not the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. This is the truth. Watch this. Fireball. Following An's call, a huge magic circle unfolded above An's head, followed by a blazing fireball that emerged. Come on, Mr. Knight. Let me see your strength. Looking at him jumping up and down, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Haha. Little girl, you look quite well behaved on weekdays, but you jump like this when you encounter magic. You are really like a scoundrel who is trying to tear down the house. If I don't punish you for 3 days, I'll teach you a lesson. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his hand and clenched it tightly towards him. Destruction magic. In just a moment, the huge fireball summoned by An shattered and disappeared without a trace, and the magic circle in her hand was completely broken. Huh? How is that possible? And stared blankly at the fireball that was destroyed just after being summoned above his head, and he was stunned and shocked. Wait, why is this happening? How is this possible? My magic was actually... Phew. It's so cold. Wait. At this moment, and suddenly felt cold all over, and when she lowered her head, her little face turned pale in an instant. Wow. What is going on? While screaming, and protected her body and squatted on the ground, staring at Duanmu Huai with a red face. However, under An's angry gaze, the latter showed a smug expression. How is it? This is my destruction magic. Not only can it destroy magic, it can even completely destroy the clothes on your body. Not even a piece of cloth will be left. How is it? Are you convinced? Ha ha ha. Mr. Knight, you're such a pervert. Chapter 919 Skill Advancement Mission? For Duanmu Huai, the human magic system he obtained on this planet this time was one of his greatest gains. After all, as long as Duanmu Huai's power was strong enough and his faith was firm enough, his magic could destroy everything. This kind of magic combined with the power of the god of destruction could almost sweep across half the sky. He even tried to destroy a small part of the warp. Duanmu Huai was almost about to say that he was not afraid of anything. I am not afraid of the evil god. I am a bit nervous, so I am not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. Of course, there is a problem. That is, as the target of destruction changes, the amount of divine power that Duanmu Huai has to consume also increases exponentially. For example, before, he only needed to consume less than 1/10 of his divine power to destroy a mountain on that planet. After that, Duanmu Huai returned to the battleship and tried to destroy asteroids, planets and stars respectively, and his divine power consumption increased accordingly. When he destroyed a galaxy, Duanmu Huai felt that his divine power was a little bit unable to keep up. Of course, strictly speaking, he doesn't actually need to completely destroy the entire galaxy, as long as he destroys the stars in it, accompanied by a stellar explosion. The entire galaxy will naturally be destroyed. It's like when you blow up a house. You can of course choose to use a high-yield nuclear bomb to directly blow up the entire building, or place a bomb on its load-bearing walls and supporting columns and detonate it. The result will be the same. The one that consumes the most is naturally the subspace. To destroy even a part of the subspace, Duanmu Huai would need to consume a considerable amount of divine power. To put it in an analogy, the divine power that Duanmu Huai consumed to wipe out an entire mountain range on that planet would probably only be enough to destroy about 100 square meters of subspace. So theoretically speaking, Duanmu Huai can destroy the subspace of the entire galaxy as long as his divine power is sufficient. Well, that's nonsense. If the thrust is enough, it can move the solar system out of the Milky Way. What's the use? Of course, it doesn't mean that it is completely useless. At least, after possessing the magic of destruction, Duanmu Huai can destroy the torn subspace gaps when starting the ether phase engine, which is enough to accelerate the outflow and collapse of subspace energy. In addition to this, destruction magic has many other uses. For example, if you are familiar with the structure of the human body, you can easily destroy the internal organs of a designated part, or even destroy the human spirit, turning it into a robot-like existence. Of course, you can also directly destroy the opponent's soul, leaving behind an empty SHL of a walking corpse. But for Duanmu Huai, it would be more useful to directly pull the soul to his own divine domain and burn it. Or if you don't like someone, you can destroy his hair directly, so that his thick hair will disappear instantly, leaving a big bald head. Or you can directly turn him into a eunuch. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Unfortunately, as of now, the power of the God of Destruction and the God of Joy is not enough to support Duanmu Huai's magic of destruction. If he wants to go further, the only thing Duanmu Huai can rely on is the will of the old gods. There is no way around it. The God of Destruction and the God of Joy are both local gods after all. Simply put, the range of their spread determines the upper limit of Duanmu Huai's divine power. Only the power of the will of the old gods has no upper limit. Because the old ones and the outer gods are not the kind of gods that need believers in faith. Their existence itself represents a part of the universe, so their power is almost endless. Unfortunately, the upgrade of the old god seems to be a bit off. At least now Duanmu Huai has determined the upgrade method of the God of Joy. But the will of the old god still seems to rely mainly on mental pollution. Something seems to be wrong? Forget it. Who cares? However, just when Duanmu Huai was happily immersed in the experiment of destruction magic, suddenly, this broken system jumped out again impatiently. Ding dong. Ding Nima. Hearing the message, Duanmu Huai put down his hand unhappily. It was like when he was leading a team to fight a boss. And the fight was intense. Suddenly the system sent him a message, saying, "Look, I haven't had enough fun yet." After cursing silently, Duanmu Huai opened the system information. Detected that the player has created a new skill. Start skill enhancement mission mode. Activate the destruction magic mission strengthen. Enhancement. Pass the mission assessment and gain the ability to enhance the advanced ability of destruction magic. Are there any advanced abilities? Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he saw this system prompt. To be honest, he had seen similar situations in the game. Some players would use their own routines. And after using these routines for a long time, sometimes the system would pop up a special skill task. As long as the player completed this task, the two skill trees could be merged into one. Duanmu Huai remembered that there was a mechanic who, by chance, learned the skills of a space marine. And then the two merged together. After that, in every battle, the mechanic could be seen standing on a mobile platform, holding up a battle axe and charging with his servitors. But mine seems a little different? Then let's see what this advanced task is like. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to accept the task. And then, he saw lines of system prompts appearing in front of him. Advanced skill status has been detected. Scanning players. Scan and randomly generate a new challenge world. Challenge world has been generated. Do you want to enter? Is this an advanced challenge randomly generated according to my conditions? I have to say, seeing this, Duanmu Huai was a little surprised. Because the challenge worlds in the game are fixed. After all, it's not the real world. So the spiritual world copies are all the same. But what does this random generation scan mean? Is it tailor-made for me? Hey! This is interesting. Let me see what kind of world this is. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai was secretly curious. He stretched out his hand to confirm, and then his eyes suddenly blurred. The next moment, Duanmu Huai found himself in. What the H.L. is this place? Looking at the ancient temple in front of him, Duanmu Huai touched his head in confusion, then lowered his head and looked at the monk's robe on his body. What the H.L. is this? Am I going to Shaolin Temple? Is this some kind of martial arts world? No, that's not right. What does my magic of destruction have to do with the martial arts world? Even if you let me learn the 18 dragon subduing palms, it won't be of any use. Right? No. Why are the royal guards next to them? Just when Duanmu Huai was confused, a voice was heard. My brother. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a man in a dragon robe with a smile on his face, holding a wine glass and looking at him. My brother, you are going to the west to obtain the true scriptures. The journey is long and the mountains are far, and the time is long. Drink this cup of wine, and you would rather love a pinch of soil in your hometown than be attached to the 10,000 taels of gold in another country. Seeking the scriptures? The old man? I want to go to seek the scriptures? What the H.L. is this? Although Duanmu Huai was confused, he still knew where he had come to. Oh my God! What does that mean? I obtained the true scripture and achieved the magic of destruction? There is such a development? What kind of a combination of Chinese and Western cultures? Anyway, I'm here now. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also took the wine glass, raised his head and drank it, finishing the contents of the glass in one gulp. Then he threw the wine glass to the ground with a sigh, and clasped his hands in front of the Tang King. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will definitely go to the west to seize the true scriptures and spread the power of our great Tang. I will let them know that those who offend our great Tang will be punished no matter how far away they are. I am leaving now. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, took the staff handed to him by the person next to him, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the pass with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. Everyone was stunned at the scene before them. Even Emperor Taizong was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. With your brother's demeanor, why should we worry about the prosperity of the Tang dynasty? After walking out of the pass, Duanmu Huai came to his senses and looked at his monk's robe. Speechless. This system is messing up. Right? I'm just a bald guy, not a monk. What do you mean by asking me to go to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures? What about the randomly generated challenge world? What do you mean by asking me to be a monk? Are you kidding? I don't like monks. Although Journey to the West is indeed a childhood memory, I don't plan to revisit it. If you have the ability, you can play the Legend of White Snake for me. Well, it seems that it won't work. Thinking carefully about the fact that the two of them sang all the time in the movie, Duanmu Huai considered it and decided to give up. Even my little girl disliked my out-of-tune singing, and I was afraid that someone would get killed if I sang against Bai Suzhen. Dream of the Red Chamber. Okay. Although Lin Dayu's nagging and whining are boring, but you should at least give me a golden lotus. No. You should at least give me a strange stories from a Chinese studio. You also say Liao Shai. I also say Liao Shai. If it doesn't work, just wash it with water, and directly put up a banner on Liangshan Marsh saying the heaven is dead, and the yellow heaven should be rained or something like that. Or you can let me play Dynasty Warriors in the Three Kingdoms. But you gave me a Journey to the West? Are you kidding me? Or are you discriminating against bald people? Forget it. Forget it. It's a rare opportunity to come here anyway. Duanmu Huai originally planned to call a few more people, but then he thought, forget it. If they saw him in this state, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. Besides, it's just Journey to the West. Isn't it just going to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures? It's just 81 difficulties. Who is afraid of whom? Just wait and see how I fight my way through the West Heaven. Kill Tathagata, and seize the true scriptures. I am the only one in the world. Anyway, we are just talking about obtaining the scriptures. It's none of your business as to how the scriptures are obtained. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also put his mind at ease. It was just right. He remembered that in Journey to the West, there were all kinds of monsters and demons everywhere. It was perfect to use them as targets for his magic of destruction. Even if Tathagata was not as evil as a god, he should at least be a big demon. Let me see how I deal with him. But now, Duanmu Huai carried the staff, scratched his head, and looked around. Let's go find the Five-Finger Mountain first, and see the legendary Sun Wukong check in. Chapter 920. The three monsters in Black Bear Cave suffered together. Duanmu Huai blew up the Five-Finger Mountain, For Duan Mu Huai, going to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures was a difficult task. After all, Tang San could ride a horse to get scriptures, but Duan Mu Huai, with his size, could only ride an elephant if he didn't walk. So Duan Mu Huai could only take bus number 11 to get forward. When he reached the edge of the mountain that day, he saw a hotel in front of him. So he walked in with a swagger. The hotel was empty, with no one in sight. Tang San and Duan Mu Huai were not wearing a monk's robe or a monk's hat, and looked like a runner. Duan Mu Huai walked into the hotel and started shouting, "Waiter, bring me 3 pounds of beef and a pot of wine." "Okay, sir. Please wait." Soon, hearing Duan Mu Huai's call, the waiter came over quickly and served the sliced beef and wine. Then Duan Mu Huai began to eat and drink. Although the taste is average, beef is tasty even when it is just roasted, and you can eat it without any seasoning. No wonder the heroes in martial arts novels eat meat and drink wine in big bowls. It really feels good. After 3 rounds of drinks, Duan Mu Huai ordered a few more pounds of beef. When the waiter came over, he asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, why is there no one coming to your shop? Is it a shady shop?" "Hey, guest, you don't know something." Hearing Duan Mu Huai's question, the waiter also complained with a sad face. "To be honest, there are a black bear demon, a tiger demon, and a buffalo demon in the nearby mountains. They are the kings of the mountains, robbing people for food. Recently, few hunters who went into the mountains have returned. As time goes by, no one dares to come here anymore, and I am planning to close down my business." "Oh, I got it." Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai patted his head and came to his senses. This was the world of Journey to the West where monsters were crawling all over the place. It was because he hadn't encountered anything strange along the way in the past 2 days. So he had forgotten that the monsters in this place could eat people. Well, isn't this just perfect? In ancient times, Wu Song drank wine and beat a tiger. Today, I, Duan Mu Huai, drink wine and beat a tiger spirit. This is much more difficult than beating a tiger. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai slammed the table again. "Waiter, bring me some more wine. I'm going to drink to my heart's content today. Then go up the mountain and kill that tiger and skin it." It's a pity that this store doesn't have more than 3 bowls of wine. In fact, strictly speaking, the alcohol content of ancient wines was not high. At least this wine felt like fruit wine to Duan Mu Huai. But think about it. If the inn only sells high-concentration ergodu, which hero would dare to drink it bowl by bowl? Isn't that alcohol poisoning? As for the fact that monks cannot drink alcohol or eat meat, what does that have to do with me? Alcohol and meat pass through the intestines, but remain in the Buddha's heart. If the Buddha is not happy when you drink a little alcohol and eat a little meat, then he is not a happy person. When I get to the Lingshan mountain, I will smash that bald donkey's head. Let's see if he still dares to show off. After eating and drinking, Duan Mu Huai threw down the silver and went up the mountain carrying his staff. There was no sunlight in the deep mountains and old forests. Soon, it was getting darker and darker in the forest. However, when Duan Mu Huai was walking along the mountain road, he suddenly saw several black shadows jumping out. Looking closely, he found that these guys were the mountain spirits and wild monsters. But each of them was half human, just like in the TD series Journey to the West, with hairy beasts standing upright like humans and with beast heads. The kind that Furikon is ecstatic about? Hey guys, we caught a big one. The wild monsters holding knives, forks, and sticks were also very excited when they saw Duan Mu Huai. And they surrounded Duan Mu Huai, tied him up and sent him to the king. How brave! Seeing these monsters so rampant, Duan Mu Huai's eyes widened. His hair stood on end with anger, and he stared at the monsters in front of him and roared. "The evil beast is seeking death." As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai swung his staff forward, and the monsters were instantly blown away and turned into pulp. Then Duan Mu Huai took a big step forward, stretched out his hand, grabbed a monster lying on the ground, pulled it up, and stared at it fiercely. "Where is your king? Take me to him." Under the ferocious threat of Duan Mu Huai, the monster didn't dare to say much. He nodded tremblingly, and then took Duan Mu Huai to the entrance of a cave halfway up the mountain. There is a name on the entrance of the cave. Ponzi Cave. No. Water Curtain Cave. No. This is Blackwind Cave. Alright. Call out your king. Duan Mu Huai kicked the unlucky monster into the cave. Not long after, 3 burly monsters came out. The one in the middle was covered in black hair and looked like a blind bear. The tiger monster and the buffalo monster were on the left and right. How did you 2 meat-eaters get together with this vegetarian monster? Shouldn't you eat it first? Just as Duanmu Huai was looking at the 3 monsters curiously, the 3 monsters also saw Duanmu Huai and were stunned. The big man was as thick as a black bear, with angry eyes and a ferocious face. He held a staff in his hand and wore a long robe. He looked so murderous that it was frightening. Even the Monster King was nervous when facing this giant. Who are you? Why did you come to my Black Wind Cave to cause trouble? Seeing that the other party was taller than him, the leading blind bear immediately became timid. But he had no choice but to grit his teeth and roar, staring at Duanmu Huai and roaring loudly. Are you the man-eating monster? In fact, there was no need for the other party to answer. As soon as these 3 monsters appeared, Duanmu Huai immediately smelled the strong stench of corpses on them. That was a unique smell that only man-eating monsters had. In that case, he would not be polite. Die. You alien bastard. Hearing Duanmu Huai's roar, the other side was also stunned. They didn't expect this man to be so tough. He didn't even say hello and just did it. Before they could react, they saw Duanmu Huai holding a tin staff and smashing it directly on the head of the black bear spirit. With one blow, the whole black bear spirit exploded directly, along with its little brothers and the cave beside it. And even the mountains were shaken. The rubble fell down one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Wind Cave was buried tightly. TSK. Nothing more than that. Duanmu Huai put away his staff and looked at the completely collapsed Black Wind Cave in front of him, curling his lips. However, he also knew that such wild monsters were basically no match for him. Even if Sun Wukong came, he would only need 1 stick to defeat them. However, those monsters would not be so easy to deal with in the future. Well, actually Duanmu Huai has always wanted to try fighting with those demon-level monsters, such as the Bull Demon King and the White Bone Demon. It's a pity that there is no fox spirit in Journey to the West. Otherwise it would be interesting to find a Dodgy to try. Isn't it? Never mind. That's all. After making sure that all the monsters were dead, Duanmu Huai carried his tin staff, hummed a song, turned around and continued walking forward, according to the directions given by the waiter. After crossing this mountain, Wuji Mountain is not far away. Although Duanmu Huai did not have a map and did not know which mountain nearby was called Wuji Mountain, it did not matter, as there was a voice navigation. Master! 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 Wow! It's been suppressed for 500 years. But it's still so full of energy. Listening to the cries echoing among the mountains and fields, which even scared the birds away, Duanmu Huai picked his ears and walked towards the place where the sound came from. Then he saw the monkey that was pressed under the 5-finger mountain with only its head exposed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As Duanmu Huai got closer, perhaps because it heard footsteps, the monkey became more and more excited. Master, please rescue me quickly. I will help you obtain the treasure in the west. However, before he could finish his words, Duanmu Huai appeared in front of the monkey. After seeing Duanmu Huai clearly in front of him, the monkey could not say the following words. For a moment, the two sides looked at each other in silence. After a while, the monkey looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. Are you a monk? A monk going to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures? Why? Don't you think so? No. Where can there be a monk like you? Because I don't have it. I was asked to go to the west to obtain the scriptures. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands and stared at the monkey in front of him. What does that have to do with you? Master, you don't know that I am the Monkey King who caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago. Because I offended the Heavenly Palace, I was imprisoned here by the Tathagata Buddha. Oh, so you want me to help you out? And then you go seek revenge on Tathagata? Is this what a monk should say? Faced with Duanmu Huai's words, the monkey was speechless for a moment. Anyway, it was Guanyin Bodhisattva who asked me to take you as my master. So master, please rescue me quickly, and we will go to the west to obtain the scriptures together. Yeah, that's fine. Duanmu Huai didn't care and nodded. Well, master, you go up the mountain. There is a golden sticker with the Tathagata's words on it on the top of the mountain. Just peel off the sticker and I will come out. No, there's no need to make it so complicated. However, in response to the monkey's words, Duanmu Huai waved his hand, Then he narrowed his eyes, and looked at the five-finger mountain in front of him. Since this mountain was created by Tathagata's divine power, then, let's see who is stronger. Me or Tathagata. I'll blow this mountain apart for you. Ah? Master? What are you talking about? Master? Wait. What do you want to do? However, at this moment Duanmu Huai completely turned a deaf ear to the monkey shouting. He stepped back a few steps, stared at the mountain in front of him, then raised his right hand, opened it towards the mountain, and then clenched it tightly. Break it for me, Duanmu Huai roared. And the five fingers mountain suddenly collapsed and exploded. Thunder roared and the ground shook. The tall mountain was blown into pieces, and countless pieces of rubble flew around like cannonballs. After a while, the five fingers mountain disappeared completely in the rising smoke. Very good. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Although this mountain was indeed blessed by Tathagata's divine power, it seemed that it was still no match for him. Now he is more confident in his ability to attack Ling Shan. Okay. Next, let's see what happened to the monkey. Chapter 921. Sun Wukong's transformation caused the greedy monk Duanmu Huai to smash the Guanyin temple. Master. When Duanmu Huai walked to the rock, he saw the monkey, covered in dust and dirt, crawling towards him. Yo, you're still alive? Master, what did you do just now? You can even blow up the Buddha's palm that turns into a mountain. This is the first time I have seen such a skill. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also terrified. After all, the mountain just exploded on him. If this monkey was not made of iron and steel, he would have turned into a meat paste by now. Hee hee. In response to Sun Wukong's words, Duanmu Huai just chuckled. So, you are my apprentice? That's right. From now on, I, old son, am your disciple. Meet the master. This monkey actually had some manners. When he heard what Duanmu Huai said, he quickly saluted and bowed. Well, what methods do you have? In reply to master, I, old son. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Sun Wukong began to talk excitedly, while Duanmu Huai just listened with an unchanged expression. Of course, Duanmu Huai definitely knew what abilities Sun Wukong had, but at least he had to go through the process. Well, as expected, when Sun Wukong talked about the 72 transformations, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed. You said you can transform into 72 different forms? That's right. Master. Okay. Go ahead. What will it change into? Hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Sun Wukong was confused, while Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Look, the journey to the west is long. You can't let your master walk there on his own two legs. Isn't it your duty, as a disciple, to transform into a giant insect and carry your master? Hurry up. If a big insect doesn't work, then an elephant will do. If you're capable, you can also turn into a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a Triceratops or something. I'm not picky. This, master, you said this. It must be said that facing Duanmu Huai's strange request, Sun Wukong was completely upset. He looked up and down at Duanmu Huai, who was taller and stronger than himself, and as strong as a monster, and could see that he couldn't ride a horse in this state. But he, the great sage equaling heaven, turned into a camel to go to the west to obtain scriptures? Doesn't he have any face? If it were someone else, he would have just hit him with a stick if he dared to talk to the Monkey King like that. But looking at Duanmu Huai's fists as big as purple gold bowls, and thinking about how he had just blown up the five-finger mountain with one hand. Master, wait a moment. I will come up with a solution. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong somersaulted and flew straight into the sky. Duanmu Huai didn't care. He wasn't afraid that Sun Wukong would run away. After all, he wasn't the coward in the original novel. If Sun Wukong hadn't protected him, he would have been eaten long ago. For someone like him, he didn't know whether the monster would eat him or he would eat the monster. After a while, Sun Wukong came back again on the auspicious cloud. But unlike before, he was led by a tall horse, pure white in color. The horse looked taller than Duanmu Huai, with well-developed muscles, and was obviously a good horse. Phew. Master, I finally found you. Looking at Duanmu Huai at this moment, Sun Wukong was speechless. You know, he was originally the Bai Ma Wen of the heaven, in charge of raising horses. Of course, Sun Wukong himself didn't want to mention this matter, just regarded it as a black history. As a result, if he had no choice, he would become a camel mount, which Sun Wukong would never do. So the monkey thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to go to the heavenly palace to pull a celestial horse over. After all, he was the great sage equal to heaven, and he couldn't be turned into a mount. This is a Pegasus from heaven. It can easily travel 1,000 miles a day. It is huge and strong, and it is perfect for you, master, to ride. At this moment, the monkey didn't care about the taboo of Baimoan and hurriedly introduced him to Duanmu Huai. After all, Baimoan was an official, but the mount was not even an official. Okay, that's it. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't mean to cause trouble for the monkey. Seeing that the horse in front of him really looked like that, he nodded and agreed. After all, Tang Seng always rode a white horse when he went out. So of course, he had to ride a white horse to look like that. So Duanmu Huai took out the cassock from his bag and put it on, then rode on the Pegasus and posed. What do you think of my appearance, master? Where did you beat up a monk? Took out his luggage and got this outfit? Get lost. With the Pegasus, Duanmu Huai naturally didn't need to walk anymore. So he rode on the horse, and with Sun Wukong leading the horse, they continued to walk leisurely towards the west. Along the way, Sun Wukong was also confused, looking at Duanmu Huai. He didn't look like a monk who was devoted to worshipping Buddha at all. So he asked why he wanted to go to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. So he took the opportunity to ask him on the way. Master, you don't look like a Buddhist monk. So why do you want to take this detour to the western land to seek scriptures? It's about taking, not asking. Duanmu Huai glanced at Sun Wukong. That Guanyin appeared before the people, saying that his Mahayana Buddhism can save the dead from suffering and prolong the body. It can resolve all grudges and eliminate unexpected disasters. I want to see if this Buddhism is really useful. If it is, I will grab it. If it is false, don't blame me for turning against him in public and killing him in the Western paradise. Let's see if this thief dares to talk nonsense and confuse the people. Master, you, hearing Duanmu Huai's murderous words, even Sun Wukong was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Is this really the person appointed by Guanyin to obtain Buddhist scriptures? Could it be that Guanyin couldn't subdue him? So she asked me, Sun Wukong, to take the blame? When I think back to when I, Sun Wukong, caused havoc in heaven, I was probably not so lawless. As they talked, the two walked forward. Sun Wukong looked up and saw pavilions and buildings in the woods. So he quickly changed the subject. Master, you see there is a house in front of you. It's either a palace or a temple. How about we go and take a look? Then the two of them walked forward all the way and finally came to the foot of the mountain. Sure enough, they saw temples piled up one after another on the mountain. It looked like a beautiful scenery. One could tell at a glance. You can tell at a glance that this is not a good place. Duanmu Huai took a glance and sneered. Master, why do you say that? Isn't this simple? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his hand and pointed to the mountain gate courtyard in front of him. This temple is far away in the mountains, and it doesn't receive any incense or pilgrims. But it is so luxurious and splendid. It's obvious that a lot of money was spent. The Buddha asks believers to give up their worldly possessions every day, but they use them quite diligently. In the end, the reason why they ask believers to give up their worldly possessions is to build houses and Buddha statues for them. At this point, Duanmu Huai showed a cold smile. Of course he knew this was Guanyin Temple. In fact, in the novel, the elders here were jealous of Tang Sanzing's cassock and tried to burn him to death to occupy the cassock. Of course, there are such temples. But the problem is that when Sun Wukong went to find Guanyin later, Guanyin personally admitted that this temple was her Luyun branch. And that became a big problem. You see, when the monks in this temple saw Tang Sanzing's cassock, their first reaction was to kill people and steal treasures. And there were swords and guns in the temple. No one would believe that it was the first time they did this. And you are a direct subordinate unit of Guanyin. With such behavior, does Guanyin really not know? Or is she pretending not to know? And at that time, Guanyin actually blamed Sun Wukong for taking out the cassock to show off in front of others and causing trouble, instead of criticizing her own believers? Oh, so if I don't show off you won't rob me? So I'm still wrong, right? Think about it again. In the novel, when Guanyin went to Chang'an, she deliberately changed into the appearance of a bald monk in order to warn others not to judge people by their appearance. As a result, your own Luyun lower house is built so luxuriously? Well, this reminded Duanmu Huai of what he had read in the newspaper. A high-ranking official, who lived in a company dormitory, and wore clothes with 18 patches had several seaside villas abroad. Hee. It's a pity that there is no such unit in the West Heaven. Otherwise I think you, Guanyin, would probably be taken away on the spot during the water and land assembly one day. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes turned slightly cold, and he waved at Sun Wukong. Come on. How about we play a fun game? Game? Master. What game? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Then came to Duanmu Huai. And then the master and disciple whispered to each other for a while. And then Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Is it really possible? Master? Let's give it a try. What? Do you want to do it? Of course. Master. Please leave it to me. Old Sun. After a while, the two packed up and came to the gate of the temple. At this time, Sun Wukong had transformed into the fat and cowardly monk and journeyed to the west. According to Duanmu Huai, while Duanmu Huai wore a bamboo hat and pretended to be a servant, leading the horse behind. When the two men arrived at the door, they saw that the door of the temple was wide open. And then several monks walked out. The leading monk also hurriedly saluted. May I ask where you two are from? In response to the monk's question, Tang Xing, who was dressed as Sun Wukong, hurriedly put his hands together and saluted. I am old. No. I came from the Tang dynasty in the east to worship Buddha and seek scriptures at Lane Temple. It is getting dark when I get here, so I want to stay here for one night. Oh, please come in. Please come in. Hearing the answer, the monk inside smiled and hurriedly invited him in. However, when he saw Duanmu Huai wearing a bamboo hat behind him, he was immediately frightened. Who is this? Oh, he is my apprentice. And he has been with me all the way. With him by my side, I am not afraid of bandits or robbers. That's true. Looking at Duanmu Huai holding a stick, the monk nodded without thinking too much. After all, the monk was going to the west for a long distance, and there must be many dangers on the road. It was indeed much safer to have such a disciple by his side. So, under the guidance of the monks, the two came to the back and met the abbot. The abbot looked just like the one in the TV series, with pointed ears and monkey cheeks, and dressed luxuriously. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. Then a tea boy brought tea on a jade tea tray, and even the tea in the cup was of the best quality. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong looked at each other silently, and each saw a trace of disdain in the other. Although it is said that entertaining guests well is also a courtesy. But you are a temple, not an official or a rich man. Monks don't want to live in poverty all day long, but make these broken things for whom to see? As expected, the abbot soon changed the subject and began to inquire about the wealth of Duanmu Huai and his group. Sun Wukong had already taken out the cassock at Duanmu Huai's suggestion. When the old abbot saw Duanmu Huai's cassock, his eyes naturally lit up, and he was overjoyed. He asked to see the cassock for one night, and return it to everyone the next day. Sun Wukong naturally nodded in agreement at Duanmu Huai's suggestion. After finishing the vegetarian meal, the two went into the room to rest. And as soon as Sun Wukong entered the room, he immediately changed back to his original form. Huh? Master, did you see it? Of course. The thief's eyes almost popped out of his head at that time. How could I not see it? Hearing what Sun Wukong said, Duanmu Huai sneered. You have good ears. Listen to what these people are planning. Hee. Don't worry. I've heard it all. These monks are planning to drug us, then hack us to pieces and bury us in the backyard, and then take our robes and BMWs. They'll be so happy. Snort. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. In the novel, this group of monks set fire to the temple because Sun Wukong appeared in his original form at that time. This monkey did not look like a human, so everyone was afraid of him. But he looked like a human after all. So this group of monks were really cruel and ruthless. Duanmu Huai would never believe that this was the first time they did such a thing. I thought they were going to chop us up and make human meat buns. But it seems that they were almost there. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he stood up and clenched his fists. Then let us teach them a lesson. Chapter 922. But in the middle of the night, several monks sneaked into the wing room, and the leading monk stretched out his finger to break the paper window and looked inside. He saw Duanmu Huai and the fat monk transformed by Sun Wukong lying on the bed sleeping soundly. So he waved his hand hurriedly. took the incense from the hand of others, and blew it through the broken paper window. Will this work? That strong man is not easy to deal with. Don't worry, the leading monk whispered to himself. Complacent. Once this incense comes out, the big pig weighing hundreds of pounds will not make a sound. Hurry up and take the knife and get ready. Several monks muttered while waiting outside the door for a while. And then, the leading monk quietly opened the door and walked in with a few people holding a hatchet. Soon 2 people came to Duan Mu Huai, raised the knife and axe in their hands, aimed at Duan Mu Huai's neck and chest, and then chopped it down suddenly. Dang! The hatchet and axe hit Duan Mu Huai, but it made a sound like metal and stone. Then, Duan Mu Huai, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes wide, stared at the 2 people, and roared, "Good death, thief!" Seeing this scene, the monks were even more frightened. Before they could come to their senses, Duan Mu Huai jumped up from the couch, stretched out his hands to grab the heads of the 2 monks, and then smashed them suddenly. The bald heads of the 2 monks turned into a mixture of broken egg sh. They died before they even had time to scream. Then Duan Mu Huai raised his arms, and threw the corpse in his hands with force, hitting the 3rd monk directly, smashing him to pieces on the spot. The last monk turned around and wanted to escape when he saw that the door, that was originally wide open, had closed without wind. He turned around and saw that Sun Wukong had also revealed his true form, sitting on the couch and staring at him with a grin. "Please spare my life. Sir! Please spare my life. Sir!" The monk was also a smart man. He knelt down on the ground the next moment and kowtowed to the 2 men desperately. "I have an 80-year-old mother and a 6-year-old child. Where did you get your son? Monk? I became a monk after I had a child. Stop talking nonsense." Duan Mu Huai grabbed the monk's head and lifted him up. "I didn't expect this temple to be a black shop. What do you monks want to do? Tell me the truth. Please spare my life. Sir, please spare my life. This is the abbot's idea. He has taken a fancy to your precious cassock and wants to take it for himself. So he sent a few of us here. Come! Robbery and murder? That's right. This is not our idea. Sir, this is the abbot's idea." "Oh!" Hearing the monk's answer, Duan Mu Huai narrowed his eyes. "Then I want to ask you. I see you are very skilled at this. This is not the first time. This? No. Tell me, or I will smash your head into pieces. This is really not our idea." Man! Feeling Duan Mu Huai's iron palm getting stronger and stronger, and even being able to hear the creaking sound of his skull, the monk was frightened and his face turned pale. This is all the abbot's idea. Whenever there are guests from other places, he will use the name of showing off treasures to find out the other party's true and false. If the other party has any rare treasures, then Fang Zheng will send us to kill people and rob them. After all, there are few people here. Most of the people who come here are merchants from far away, and there is no need to worry about someone checking. Oh, then this temple. Of course, the abbot used the money of those people to repair it, saying that the temple is brilliant and others will not be suspicious when they see it. Ha! This old monk is really good at dealing with things. After hearing the monk's answer, Duan Mu Huai sneered in his heart, and had to say that what he said was right. If you have a shabby temple, people living here will suspect that the abbot is a mountain spirit or a bandit, and they will be on high alert instinctively. But your temple is so magnificent. It makes people feel at ease at first glance. So most people will not suspect that there is something fishy here. Right? They will let down their guard. And then it is easy to be fooled. Of course, for Duan Mu Huai, this is just a small trick. Look at those famous temples in Lingshan. They are really robbing money. One incense stick is not enough to sell 2 kidneys. And it is still a legal business. If the Buddha is spiritual, he should have chopped these bastards long ago. Oh! The Buddha is busy repairing his golden body. I am afraid he doesn't have the time. Forget it. Everyone in the world is the same. Duan Mu Huai came back to his senses and stared at the monk fiercely. Where is the abbot? The abbot. The abbot is waiting for news in the main hall. Just as the monk said, the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced abbot was in the main hall at this moment, looking at the shining cassock at his hand. And he couldn't let it go. He would reach out to touch it at any time, and then look at the door. He lowered his head to touch it again, and then looked at the door. He looked like a drug addict who was afraid of being raided by the police. But it didn't matter. The police came. Bang! just when the abbot was obsessed with the cassock and couldn't let it go. Duanmu Huai kicked open the door of the main hall and strode in, looking at the murderous Duanmu Huai in front of him. The old abbot was also scared and hurriedly retreated, and did not forget to hold the cassock in his arms. What do you mean? Bah! You old thief! Duanmu Huai stared at the old abbot fiercely, and threw the monk in his hand, who was like a dead dog, to the ground. I knew you were not a good guy. You dared to kill people and rob? You are your grandfather. Damn it! Spare my life. Spare my life. Looking at Duanmu Huai approaching him, the old abbot also rushed to the ground and kept shouting. I was just forced. This was originally a small temple. Later, it was spotted by these bandits, and asked me to help them kill people and rob. They shaved my head, and became a monk here, forcing me to cooperate with them. If I didn't obey, they would chop off my limbs and feed me to the tiger. I was also forced to do it. You old bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? The monk who was thrown to the ground by Duanmu Huai and pretended to be dead heard this, and didn't pretend to die anymore. He jumped up in a hurry. We are all decent monks. You obviously dragged us onto this pirate ship. You forced us to kill people, and let us be your helpers. But now you want to frame us? At this time, the old abbot also fell to the ground and cried out loudly. It's unfair. It's a great injustice. I'm an old man. I can't carry anything. How can I threaten you? Don't listen to his nonsense. My dear man. The monk was also shouting in anger. Don't look at this thief bald old man. He is actually 250 or 60 years old. He is colluding with the black bear monster nearby. We ordinary people are no match for that monster. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. And Sun Wukong also came over. Master, what do you think we should do? What should we do? Faced with Sun Wukong's question, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. None of them are good guys. Break their legs, and send them to the authorities at dawn. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the old abbot and the monk both had a fierce light in their eyes, and then suddenly jumped up. Brothers, come together. Accompanied by their roars, the windows and doors of the hall opened straight, and then the monks holding weapons rushed in, and rushed towards Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong. Leave it to you. Faced with these mortals, Duanmu Huai didn't even have the interest to fight. Just break their legs. Understood? At this moment, Sun Wukong also took out his Rui Jing Du Bang and beat the monks in front of him, making them cry for their parents. After a while, they rolled on the ground holding their legs and could no longer stand up. And Duanmu Huai just strode to the old monk, took the cassock, and then glared at the old abbot coldly. Humph! Monks kill people and rob goods, and they are quite good at it. I want to see what else you can do when you go to the government. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the old abbot also turned pale and collapsed to the ground instantly. Huh? However, at this moment, a gust of black wind suddenly rose from the ground, instantly blowing the surrounding lights into a dim state. And then a hairy black man fell from the sky and blocked the old monk and Duanmu Huai. Black Bear King. Seeing the black man in front of him, the monk shouted as if he had seen a savior. Help! Black Bear King. Haha. Old friend Jin Chi. You are really lucky. If I hadn't come to you on a whim to see the situation, I wouldn't have known that such a big thing had happened here. The black man laughed. And when he heard the black man's words, the old abbot's heart was immediately active, and he stood up again. Black Bear King. These two people are carrying a precious cassock, which is a top-grade treasure. Oh! There is this thing? Hearing this, the black man's eyes turned and looked at the cassock in Duanmu Huai's hand in front of him. And his eyes were shining. There is such a treasure. Wait for me. Get lost. However, before the black man could finish his words, he saw Duanmu Huai suddenly slap the black man on the head, and immediately stuck the black man to the wall. Even his head was blown up. Then he saw the black man's body twitched, and then collapsed to the ground, turning into a headless black bear. Already dead? Black bear. There are bear paws to taste. Duanmu Huai glanced at the black bear, then retracted his gaze, and looked at the old abbot in front of him again. The latter never thought that the black bear monster who called himself a brother would be chopped up by Duanmu Huai as soon as he met him. At this moment, he was also sitting on the ground in a daze. When he saw Duanmu Huai coming forward, he also screamed and turned around and wanted to run. As a result, just as the old man stood up, he saw Duanmu Huai stepped on his two dead wood-like old legs and broke them in half. The old abbot rolled on the ground in pain, while Duanmu Huai put away his cassock and looked at his miserable appearance coldly without any expression. Master? What should we do now? Tie them all up and send them to the nearby county government to report to the police. Okay. Chapter 923, Eating the Black Bear's Tongue and Tasting Deliciousness. Here, Sun Wukong tied up the monks. Seeing that even the old black bear demon was slapped to death by Duanmu Huai, the monks were too scared to breathe and huddled together, groaning and crying for their parents. Sun Wukong didn't care about that. After tying them up, he blew them directly to the nearby county government office with a magic wind and attached a letter, explaining the reason in detail. When the county government opened the door early in the morning, he was shocked to see dozens of burly monks tied up and groaning outside the door. After reading the letter, he did not dare to neglect it and hurried to report it. The county magistrate was also very surprised when he learned about it. After all, over the years, people often came to report that someone was missing, and the county government had sent people to search for him. But there was no trace. He thought that there was a monster in the mountain that captured and ate him, but he never thought that he would become the soul of the evil monks. So the county magistrate also hurriedly sent people to search Guanyin Zen Temple. Under the guidance of the monks, they dug out more than 100 bodies from the cemetery in the backyard. There was not even a coffin. They were buried in the ground. When they were dug out, they were unrecognizable. The leader of the team was also very angry and annoyed when he saw this scene. He hurriedly reported to the county magistrate, who was also very angry when he heard it. He ordered people to behead all the evil monks and take back all the property of Guanyin Zen Temple. At the same time, this demon's nest was burned to ashes. Of course, this is all later story, so let's not talk about it for now. Just when the Guanyin Temple was burned to ashes, Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong had already gone away, and were now gathering around a pot of bear meat, waiting to taste it. You know what? This bear paw is really delicious. Not bad. Not bad. It's really worth eating. Duanmu Huai took out a piece of bear paw, put it in his mouth, and chewed it hard. Not bad. Not bad. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it. And now I see that this bear paw really tastes special and is quite fragrant. Master. Seeing Duanmu Huai eating heartily, Sun Wukong was speechless. The bear paw they were eating did not come from anywhere else, but from the black bear spirit. Although it was a monster, it was still an animal after all. And after killing it, it could be eaten like an animal. Of course, the black bear spirit was not easy to cook. So Duanmu Huai asked Sun Wukong to stew it with his 3 flavors true fire. You are a monk after all. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Besides, you drink a lot, don't you? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes and glared at Sun Wukong, who chuckled and picked up a pot of wine to drink. That old monk doesn't know how to appreciate wine. He hides this fine wine in the cellar. I, old son, feel sad when I see it. Hee. Duanmu Huai didn't say much, and also ate and drank heartily. In fact, long before the Yamen runners came, the master and apprentice had already plundered all the good things in Guanyin Temple. After all, they needed money to travel, and Duanmu Huai would not do such a shameful thing as begging for food. So he got some gold and silver on him, and then got some precious tea. Sun Wukong also plundered the old bald donkey's collection of fine wine in the cellar of the temple, and then the two ran away. While tasting the bear paw, Duanmu Huai began to think. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be many similar monsters on the journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Are most of them animals transformed into spirits? Now it seems that the meat of these monsters tastes quite good. I don't know if it's because of the practice, but at least to Duanmu Huai, the black bear meat tastes better than the signature dishes of the gourmet restaurants he had eaten before. Well, I'm walking all the way anyway. Why not eat along the way? While others are traveling through Journey to the West, why don't you make Journey to the West on the tip of your bite? This seems good too? Well, just like the black bear spirit. Isn't that a good saying? High-end ingredients are often cooked in the simplest way. Look at the black bear spirit's paw, which is plump and delicious. It only needs the simplest mountain spring water to cook, supplemented by the samadhi true fire and seasonings. It has a delicious taste, rich fragrance, and firm meat. When you take a bite, the juice splashes. It can be called a treasure on earth. Well, this doesn't seem to be that easy. After all, you have to kill a black bear first. Well, it seems that this journey to the west on the tip of the tongue can no longer be produced. There are not so many black bears in the world that can become spirits. Duanmu Huai might even eat them to extinction. Why? Duanmu Huai was lost in thought as he looked at the bones in his hand, and could not help but sigh. Hearing Duanmu Huai sigh, the monkey came over curiously. Master, why are you sighing for no reason? Oh, now that I think about it, it's a bit of a pity. If I had known that the bear paw was delicious, I shouldn't have killed the black bear demon and spared its life. When I want to eat it, I can chop off its claws and let it grow again. Then we can have bear paws for every meal. Right? Listening to Duanmu Huai's deep emotion, Sun Wukong's face turned pale. He stared at Duanmu Huai and muttered after a long while. Master, as a monk you should be compassionate. I, son, have never been so cruel. Yeah. If you eat too much, it won't taste the same. It's just like a hamburger. It tastes good once every few days, but it's just SOSO if you eat it every day. As he said this, Duanmu Huai threw away the bear paw and clapped his hands. Okay, pack up and let's get on with our journey. Yes, master. By the way, the two had already passed Gao Laozhuang. Sun Wukong wanted to stay overnight at Gao Laozhuang, but Duanmu Huai rejected the proposal. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Zhu Beiji was really a bad teammate who could do more harm than good. If Sun Wukong was the most capable of the three disciples, and Sha Wujing was a nobody, then Zhu Beiji was there to make things more difficult for Tang Sung. Many times, there was originally nothing wrong, but it turned into a big deal because of it. There was originally just a small matter, but it turned into a big deal because of it. To be honest, Tang Sung might be able to tolerate him, but if it were Duanmu Huai, he would probably just braise the pig's head, pig's elbow, and pig's ears, and pig's tongue, and eat them directly with wine the next day. So if you are not afraid of your godlike opponents, then you will have pig-like teammates, let alone pig teammates in the literal sense. Forget it. Unlike Tang Sung, Duanmu Huai is not afraid of sleeping in the open air, and he doesn't like to get close to people. He climbs mountains and crosses ridges all the way, and he is leisurely and comfortable. If he were to start another live broadcast, it would be Reborn. I Live Survive in the Wilderness and Journey to the West. Well, I guess not many people will watch it, but it is said that the two entered the mountain that day. As soon as they got up the mountain, they were stared at by a monster. Looking at Duanmu Huai's tall figure and the horse under his crotch, the monster drooled. He thought to himself that this bald guy looked muscular and could eat a lot. One adult was enough to feed the brothers in the whole cave. It was not bad. Thinking of this, the monster stood up, roared, jumped out from the bushes, and blocked the way of the two. I am the vanguard of the Yellow Wind King's army. Today, I am patrolling the mountain under the king's strict orders. I want to capture a few ordinary people as a case wine. If you all obey me, I will make sure you die well. As he spoke, the monster transformed into a large and ferocious tiger, raising his head and roaring, causing the birds in the forest to scatter. Tiger Vanguard was very proud and looked forward, but he saw that the two men were just staring at him, motionless, and even the horse was leisurely eating grass in the same place, looking unconcerned. What's happening? Seeing this scene, Tiger Vanguard was stunned. If an ordinary person saw himself like this, he would probably be half scared away. However, these two people did not say a word, did not shout or scream. Could they be crazy fools? Just when Tiger Vanguard was puzzled, he saw the bald man on the horse burst into laughter. I never thought that after searching everywhere for something, I would find it without any effort. Today I have a tiger to eat. I am so lucky that I am about to die. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai jumped up and sat on Tiger Pioneer, causing Tiger Pioneer to wail. Before Tiger Pioneer could come to his senses, Duanmu Huai grabbed the tiger's fur and pressed its head to the ground, then raised his fist as big as a hammer and beat Tiger Pioneer's head. The Tiger Vanguard had never suffered such humiliation before. He wanted to resist, but he felt the weight of the man on his body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He had to dig the ground with his claws. However, Duanmu Huai did not care about the fragile resistance of the tiger. He just punched down with one punch after another, causing blood to spurt out of the big beast's eyes, mouth, nose and ears. If it were an ordinary tiger, it would have been beaten to death by Duanmu Huai by now. But this Tiger Vanguard was after all a spiritual master who had practiced Taoism and had some skills. So he begged for mercy in a hurry. Please spare my life. My good man. I am blind to the truth. Please consider that it is not easy for me to cultivate and spare my life. I will repay you for your kindness. I don't want your service either. Seeing the tiger vanguard begging for mercy, Duan Muhuai reached out, grabbed its head, and lifted it up. You just mentioned the Yellow Wind King. Where is he? Take me to see him. Yes, yes, please follow me. Hearing Duan Muhuai's request, the tiger vanguard also nodded hurriedly. But he was thinking in his heart, I don't know where this bald guy came from. How dare he come to trouble the king? This bald guy looks strong and healthy. And it's true that he can fight. But the King Samadhi divine wind can blow the sky and the earth dark. Blow away the worries of ghosts and gods. Split rocks and collapse cliffs. And blow away human lives. No matter how good you are at fighting, you are doomed. When the time comes, I will eat your flesh and drink your blood to vent my hatred. The tiger vanguard thought to himself, and led Duan Muhuai and his party into the Yellow Wind Ridge, and came to a cave entrance. Before the tiger vanguard opened his mouth to shout, Duan Muhuai punched down, smashing its head directly, and then grabbed the dead tiger and came to the door, winking at Sun Wukong. The monkey had been walking all the way, and was now extremely impatient. When he saw Duan Muhuai's expression change, he immediately rushed to the entrance of the cave, and started pointing and cursing. In a short while, an old demon holding a three-pronged steel fork walked out of the cave, surrounded by little demons. When he saw the tiger corpse in Duan Muhuai's hand, he became even more angry. You bald guy. I have no grudge against you. But you killed my vanguard. This is outrageous. Humph. You old demon. Hearing what King Huangfeng said, Duan Muhuai's face darkened. We just entered the mountain, and this tiger came out to capture us and make a crime for you. Since you are a man-eating monster, you can't be allowed to stay. Wukong, let me take care of this old monster. You go and kill those little monsters. Don't leave any of them alive. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai clenched the staff in his hand and rushed towards the Yellow Wind King in front of him. Sun Wukong also took out his Rui Jinggu Bang and fought with the little demons. Well done! Seeing Duan Muhuai rushing over, the Yellow Wind King also shouted loudly and rushed forward with a three-pronged steel fork in his hand. The two sides fought, and Duan Muhuai swung his tin staff and smashed it head-on at the Yellow Wind King. The Yellow Wind King raised the steel fork to stop him, and the two sides collided heavily. Then the Yellow Wind King screamed and flew backwards, and the steel fork in his hand was directly smashed into pieces. What kind of monster is this? So powerful. Looking at his cracked hands, King Huangfeng was horrified. Then he looked at Duan Muhuai with a gloomy face, rushing towards him without hesitation. King Huangfeng quickly jumped up, opened his mouth 3 times facing the ground, took a breath, and then blew it hard at Duan Muhuai. Call! As the divine wind of the Yellow Wind King blew out, the sky suddenly darkened, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The whole world was in constant turmoil, making it impossible to move forward. Humph! A mere trifle. Under normal circumstances, Duan Muhuai would probably have no way to deal with this kind of tactics. But now it is different from the past. He holds the staff in one hand and opens the other hand forward, swinging it violently. Destroy! In the blink of an eye, the violent wind dissipated, and the world reappeared. The wind and waves that had almost swallowed up the sky and the earth disappeared. At the moment when Duan Muhuai roared, the Yellow Wind King felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed directly into his wide-open mouth, smashing his teeth and throat into pieces. Then he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then he collapsed to the ground. When Duan Muhuai arrived, he saw that the Yellow Wind King had revealed his true form and was dying. After a long fuss, it turned out to be a yellow-haired sable rat in disguise. It opened its eyes, stared at Duan Muhuai, opened its mouth, and then died. When the little demons over there saw their king being killed, they were all terrified. How could Sun Wukong miss this opportunity? He used a handful of his hair to create dozens of clones, and they killed all the little demons together before coming over. Master, are you okay? What can I do? Duan Muhuai curled his lips, then looked at the body of the yellow-haired mink in front of him. Then Duan Muhuai pondered for a moment, then looked at Sun Wukong and asked, Goku, do you think this thing is edible? Faced with Duan Muhuai's question, Sun Wukong scratched his head helplessly. I, old son, think that master could ask a hunter, It should be possible. Yes. Duanmu Huai nodded silently. This yellow-haired mink is too thin. We can't keep it like this. It seems we have no choice but to roast it. Chapter 924. Wang Yuanwei posted a notice to drive away evil spirits. Duanmu Huai beat the fox spirit with a stick. Duanmu Huai had conquered many demons and monsters along the way. But unlike in the story, no god showed up except him. You know, the black bear demon was captured by Guanyin to be a security guard. And the yellow-haired mink was taken by Lingji Bodhisattva to see the Buddha. But now both of them are in Duanmu Huai's stomach. And they have not shown up. Could it be that this means that Duanmu Huai should take them to see the Buddha? Then, I have to eat more. Although it was comfortable to live in the mountains, it was boring after a long time. So Duanmu Huai went down the mountain with Sun Wukong and entered the city. Just like before, Sun Wukong turned into a fat and useless monk. And Duanmu Huai stood by the side wearing a bamboo hat and leading a horse, looking harmless. After successfully entering the venue, he saw a notice posted not far from the wall. And there were people watching around. The monkey was impatient and curious. So he came to the wall with Duanmu Huai to read the notice. The content of the notice was quite simple, saying that Mr. Wang's son was bewitched by evil spirits and was often ill. So he posted the notice to ask for help. There would be a large reward, etc. Hey, master, isn't this about catching monsters? Seeing this, the monkey also became excited and whispered to Duanmu Huai, aren't you the best at catching demons and exorcising monsters? The other party has also offered a large sum of money. Why don't we take down the list, capture the demon, have a big meal, and get the money? Isn't that wonderful? That's quite interesting. Duanmu Huai nodded as he looked at the notice in front of him. Although he had encountered many monsters while walking in the wilderness, they were all cannibals, just like bandits and robbers. Not very interesting. The monsters in this city seemed difficult to deal with, so they were probably a bit interesting. Ask around. Okay, master. Hearing Duanmu Huai's approval, Sun Wukong chuckled, jumped off his horse, came to the list, and was about to take it down, but saw that the people around him were trying to dissuade him. Oh, little donor, you should think twice. This demon is not so easy to subdue. Oh! When Sun Wukong heard the old man speak, his eyes widened. It's just a demon that deceives people. What's the problem? Little donor, you don't know that Wang Yuanwei's child has been in a coma for more than half a year. During this period, his family has invited many Taoist priests and monks. And wandering monks have also come here to seek help. But without exception, all of them died. This money is hot, so be careful not to burn your hands. Oh! In other words, all the people who captured the monsters died? Hearing this, the monkey also became curious. After all, he was the monkey king who caused havoc in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. He had seen all kinds of monsters and demons. In the monkey's opinion, such bewitching monsters probably had no power. After all, you see, most of those capable people have gone to occupy the mountains and become kings. Who would stay in such a place? It's like rich people will definitely buy single-family villas. Who would be bored and live in an apartment building? Hey, most of them are just incompetent. Old son, I am not afraid of this. Seeing that the old man was trying to dissuade him, the monkey got angry, thinking that what kind of evil demon dared to act in front of the monkey king. He immediately stretched out his hand, took down the list, and then rode his horse with Duanmu Huai towards Wang Yuanwei's house. After knocking on the door, an old man walked out. He was stunned when he saw Sun Wukong and Duanmu Huai in front of him. Then he looked at the notices in their hands, and was even more surprised. You two are... I came from the Tang dynasty in the east. On my way to the west to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. I passed by here and learned that your mansion was harassed by demons. So I came here specially to kill the demons and do a good deed. Oops. Hearing Sun Wukong clearly say that he was a monk from the Tang dynasty in the east, the old man was also shocked, and hurriedly invited the two to enter the house, and sent someone to call the master. A moment later, when Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong came to the hall, they saw a man in gorgeous clothes, holding a noble hand, with a sad face. Seeing the two people coming in, he also hurriedly stood up and bowed. My name is Wang Ju. Nice to meet you two eminent monks. No need to be polite. Sir. Duanmu Huai stood behind Sun Wukong, looking at the man in front of him. He was fat and had big ears. He looked like he ate well. The interesting thing was that he was quite enthusiastic just now. But it was a bit formal. Seeing his frown, he was probably suffering from this. After the two sides met, they sat down respectively. Then Mr. Wang offered them some good tea, and then looked at the two of them. Since the two eminent monks have revealed the list, I believe they have already understood something about this matter. I've heard a little bit about it. The monkey took a sip of tea, glanced at the silent Duanmu Huai, and spoke. I heard that the master had invited many people to exorcise the demons. But they all failed? Why? When he heard the monkey talking, the king sighed. It's a long story. As he spoke, Mr. Wang explained the whole story to the two of them. It turned out that Mr. Wang had a son named Kasong. He was very intelligent and had passed 2 examinations at a young age. He was also a well-known scholar in the area. In addition, he was handsome and elegant. So someone had proposed to him to marry him early on. However, the boy said that a real man should make a career and not consider love for the time being. He just wanted to study and practice calligraphy in preparation for the examination. Half a year ago, in order to have a good start, Mr. Wang's son got up early and went to a nearby temple to burn incense and worship Buddha for good luck. Well, burning incense and worshipping Buddha before the college entrance examination is a traditional custom. Originally, this was nothing. But Wang Yuanwei found that his son had become a different person since he came back that day. He couldn't concentrate on reading, didn't eat well, and kept repeating the name Mayor all day long. At first, Wang Yuanwei thought that his son had a lover, and he was happy. After all, it was normal for young people to admire love. So he asked his son about the situation and learned that after his son finished burning incense that day, he met a woman in white in the temple. She was 28 years old, looked like a fairy, and spoke elegantly. After the two talked for a while, the child fell in love with her at first sight. After asking around, he learned that this was a girl from a small town by the lake. So he wanted to marry her. Since his son has this wish, the father will certainly not be dissatisfied. After all, in the eyes of ancient people, this lifelong event is more important than anything else. Unlike modern times, if you dare to fall in love before the college entrance examination, I will break your legs. So Mr. Wang also sent people to inquire about the situation. If she was a girl from a good family, he would give a betrothal gift and marry her. The person who came back reported that there was no town near the lake, and no one nearby had heard of the woman named Mayor. Wang Yuanwei was also surprised by this, and asked his son again. But unexpectedly, his son, who was always well-behaved and obedient, was out of character and accused his father of talking nonsense just to break up the couple. This made Wang Yuanwei very angry, and he even doubted the identity of the woman. So he directly confined his son to his house, not allowing him to go out and study hard to prepare for the imperial examination. It seems that this tradition has been passed down from ancient times to the present day by parents. As a result, there was a maid to see the son's room on the night at night. He thought that the son was a candle of the night, so he deliberately took the supper essence. Seeing this, Wang Yuanwei was also very angry. He stepped forward and slapped his son twice to wake him up, and asked what was going on. As a result, his son said proudly, "Your father didn't let me go out, and the girl came to me in the middle of the night to express her feelings, and even promised to marry her. Now your son must marry Mayor." Hearing this, Mr. Wang became even more furious, and he thought that the woman must not be a good person. Which girl from a good family would climb over the wall in the middle of the night? So he locked his son in the room. He was the only one who had the key, and he also set 2 servants to guard the door and not allow anyone to enter or leave. A few days passed like this, and the man wanted to go and see what was going on. But when he walked to the door and saw what was going on, he almost died of anger. I saw the 255 major and 3 rough families, who were leaning on the wall and sleeping, and the sound of the door kept loud. So the king also hurriedly took the key to unlock the key. He planned to catch this woman, who was not guarding the woman, and see what kind of person is. As a result, just as Mr. Wang opened the door, he felt a gust of wind blowing towards him, causing him to step back several steps. He looked inside, and saw that his son was still slumped on the bed as before. He became even more furious, and rushed forward to pick him up. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wang's face turned pale, and he stared at Mr. Wang and laughed. "Dad, Mayor is a fairy who has descended to earth. It's useless to lock her up. And you can't keep an eye on her. After saying this, he vomited blood and then fainted. This made Mr. Wang very busy. After everything was settled, he called the two servants. However, he found that the two servants had no memory of falling asleep at all. According to what they said, they had been standing at the door guarding the gate and did not notice anything. Combined with the previous situation, Wang Yuanwei also found that the person named Mayor was probably not a human being, but a demon or a ghost. So he hurriedly invited a famous wizard from a nearby temple to come and exorcise the demon. The wizard came here, took a look around, and said that it was a fox's mischief. First, it sucked the young master's essence, and then devoured his soul, which could be used for cultivation. So he gave him a magic weapon and ordered someone to put it outside the door. But the weapon actually broke. Later, the magician came and was shocked to see the scene. He claimed that this fox demon was very powerful, and he didn't know how much yang energy it had sucked to survive. He planned to leave immediately, but Wang Yuanwei was not willing to let him go. He set up a banquet and took some money. He persuaded the magician to fight hard. Well, in the end, I lost my life. Actually, there is nothing much to say about the content. That day, the mage said that he would guard Prince Wang and fight the fox demon head-on, and no one was allowed to enter. As a result, Wang Yuanwei and others waited outside all night, but did not see the mage in the morning. When they went to the house, they found that the mage had already turned into a skinny mummy, deader than dead. Although the officials spent a lot of money to settle the matter, at least he knew the cause of the incident. He also posted several notices, and even specially invited those famous wizards. In the end, those people either came and left, or died here. Have you ever thought about moving? Hey, Master, you don't know? We have thought about moving away from here. But every time we prepare well, we get lost as soon as we leave the city. And we can't get out. It seems that the fox demon wants to kill my son. Don't worry, sir. After listening to it, Sun Wukong and Duanmu Huai exchanged glances, and then began to speak. Those people only found the way to the demon because they lack magical power. To us, this little demon is not worth mentioning. After tonight, I will make sure you see the corpse of the fox demon tomorrow morning. Although Sun Wukong's words were righteous, Wang Yuanwei had obviously heard too much, so he just smiled bitterly and thanked him. He prepared a sumptuous vegetarian meal for the two of them. And of course, he did not forget to promise that if they could eliminate the fox demon and save the young master, there would be a generous reward. For Duanmu Huai, it was not that he couldn't eat vegetarian food. After all, he had been eating monsters all the way, and had already gotten a little irritated. It wouldn't be bad to eat some vegetarian food to relieve the heat. When night came, the two of them came to the other courtyard. There was a gloomy wind here, and it looked like a good place to film strange stories from a Chinese studio. The servant brought the two men to Prince Wang's room. And sure enough, they saw Prince Wang lying on the bed, looking like a drug addict with skin and bones. If he hadn't been breathing a little, one would have thought he was a dead mummy. Master, what should I do? After the servants left, Sun Wukong revealed his true form, approached Duanmu Huai, and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to wait here? And when the fox demon comes, I will smash it to death with a stick." "No, just leave it to me." Although Sun Wukong's suggestion was not bad, Duanmu Huai actually had an idea in mind. "I remembered a method to subdue the fox, and I just wanted to use it here. Why don't you go to the master and protect them to avoid any accidents?" "Okay." After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Sun Wukong also changed and turned away. Duanmu Huai sat cross-legged, put his hands together, and began to recite the sutra. Well, if we are going to do it, we should do it in a proper way. Of course, Duanmu Huai doesn't know how to recite Buddhist scriptures, but at least it's okay to imitate the monks in TV dramas and mutter to themselves. As for what he studied, you are nay 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 nay. Nay 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 nay. Nay 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 nay. Sunshine rainbow little white horse. Tick 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 tick, tick tick tick. Anyway, this is what I say. Whether you, the Buddha, listen or not is your own business. Just as Duanmu Huai was muttering to himself, he suddenly felt a gust of fragrant wind blowing over. And then a woman's voice came to his ears. "Master, what sutra are you chanting here at this late hour?" As the woman spoke, Duanmu Huai saw white jade fingers emerging from behind him, gently scratching his shoulder. Under the candlelight, He saw a figure swaying, and he didn't know when it appeared behind him. Of course I'm reciting the Heart Sutra. Hoo. This master is really joking. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the woman chuckled. I have heard many scriptures before, but I have never heard such an interesting one. How about you and I discuss the scriptures all night long? Okay, let's talk. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai grabbed the woman's hand and turned around with a grin. As expected, a beautiful woman in a white robe was standing behind him. She looked weak and helpless, and her white skin looked like white moonlight. When the woman saw Duanmu Huai, she turned pale, screamed, and tried to run away. Where are you going, little lady? However, before the woman could jump up, Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed her, like a mountain king in a TV series snatching a woman, and pinned the fox demon to the ground. Then he raised his golden hoop, and the fox demon's face turned pale. Great Immortal, please spare my life. I won't let you off. Duanmu Huai naturally did not relax when he saw the monster in front of him. He picked up the golden hoop and started to beat the water curtain cave wildly, making the fox spirit wail and beg for mercy. However, Duanmu Huai turned a deaf ear to him and did not follow the military tactics. He fought fiercely and was unstoppable. The fox girl was struggling to escape, but she could not leave. Finally, she screamed and then fell silent. When Duanmu Huai stood up again, he saw the woman lying on the ground with her eyes rolled back. Soon she turned into a dead fox. TSK. I didn't expect this method to actually work. Looking at the dead fox on the ground, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but shook his head. Looking at it this way, should I hang up a signboard like the fortune teller and make a living by exorcising foxes? Chapter 925. The reputation of the fox-killing monk rises. Gao Jiazwang invites him to the wedding banquet. Here, the fox demon was destroyed, and he raised his pants, and then came to the main hall to knock on the door. He heard the knock on the door, and he was shivering. I was afraid that the fox demon came to find something and trembled. The unconscious son opened his eyes at this moment, staring at the king, shouting, Dad. Wang Yuanwei was overjoyed to see his son awake, and the young man gradually regained consciousness after a few days of recuperation. According to the young man himself, he had just finished burning incense in the temple, and was leaving the temple when he met the woman at the foot of the mountain. The woman smiled at him, and then the young man felt confused and dazed. After that, it was as if he had been in a dream with the woman, and he had no idea what was happening outside. Just like a dream. According to what the young master said, he seemed to have been staying in Mei's room with that woman, but he didn't know anything about the outside world and didn't ask anything. He was like a puppet, at the mercy of that woman, and he had completely forgotten about the affairs at home. He was only concerned with the woman in front of him, talking about this and that, and he was so happy. During this time, the young master gradually felt weak and wanted to go home, but there was nowhere to go. As soon as the woman reached out and touched him, he lost his spirit, as if he had drunk alcohol and was drowsy and could not tell east from west. At this moment, he suddenly heard thunder roaring in his ears, and the next moment, the pavilions and towers in front of him, the fragrance of the beauty were gone. When he opened his eyes again, it was like waking up from a dream, and he saw his father in tears, and the young master himself didn't know why. Anyway, his son woke up and the fox demon that haunted him died. So Wang Yuanwei was naturally overjoyed. As for the corpse of the fox demon, Duanmu Huai had no interest in eating fox meat, so he peeled off the fur and made a fox fur coat, and then burned the remains of the fox demon. Then Wang Yuanwei invited Duanmu Huai and son Yukong to stay at his home for a few days, and provided them with good food and drink every day. And of course, the silver was also given in full. Of course, eating and drinking were one thing, but they still had to hurry on their way. So after a few days of eating and drinking, Duanmu Huai and son Yukong said goodbye. Before leaving, Mr. Wang also presented some silver and enclosed a letter. There is a Gao Jiazwang ahead. The holy monk will pass by there on his way to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. I have been friends with the people of Gao Jiazwang for generations. With this letter, they will surely entertain the holy monk. Duanmu Huai was happy to have some free time, so he took the silver and the letter and went out of the city to the west. After this incident, rumors quickly spread that a holy monk from the Tang dynasty in the east was going to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures and exorcising demons along the way. As the saying goes, Rumors spread faster than birds. When Duan Muhuai and his party arrived at Gao Jiazwang, the rumor had naturally spread throughout the place. Duan Muhuai handed over the letter, and a moment later a manager walked out of the door. When he saw Duan Muhuai and Sun Wukong, he bowed hurriedly. May I ask if you two are the holy monks who came from the Tang dynasty in the east and went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures? Exactly. Seeing the other person's expression, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows, then nodded silently. Upon hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, the steward also showed joy, bowed his head quickly, and enthusiastically invited the two people in. In that case, please come in. Under the hospitality of the steward, Duan Muhuai and Sun Wukong also walked into the gate. The gatehouse of Gao Jiazwang was magnificent, with painted buildings and carved beams. It was obvious that it was a wealthy family. There were big red lanterns hanging high, and the atmosphere was festive. Sun Wukong was also curious and asked, Manager, it's not the New Year or any other festival, but they are still decorating with lanterns and colorful lights. Is there any happy event? Exactly. When the manager heard Sun Wukong's question, he smiled happily. To be honest, today is my young lady's wedding, and you two are just in time to come. And, oh, no, nothing more. In short, it is a great honor to meet the holy monk today. Halfway through his words, the steward seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly stopped talking. Duan Muhuai and Sun Wukong were not stupid either. They looked at each other and obviously guessed that there might be something unspeakable. But, what does this have to do with them? It's rare to catch up with the wedding banquet. Why not have a good meal? In short, eating is the most important thing. As for other things, it's not too late to talk about them later. Is there anything more important than eating for free? Led by the steward, the two of them came to the hall and sat down at a table. The guests beside them also hurriedly greeted them. And Duan Muhuai was also bored and chatted with these guests. Only then did they know that the Gao family was a famous wealthy family in this place, doing cloth business. And most of the guests at this table were customers who had business dealings with the Gao family. Therefore, these people also received the wedding invitation and came to express their congratulations. Most of the people at the scene were businessmen. Duan Muhuai and Sun Wukong were not the pedantic type, so they drank until the cups were dry and quickly became familiar with these people. Hey, Saint Monk, you don't know that it's not easy for the Gao family to have the foundation it has today. The old man next to him was obviously a talkative person as well. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, he started to talk a lot. Mr. Gao had always been in poor health, and later he caught a cold and passed away. At that time, everyone thought that Gao, a woman from a poor family, could not support such a large family business. Unexpectedly, this man was quite capable. When Mr. Gao was alive, the Gao family's business was in decline. But after it was taken over by Gao, it prospered, and the cloth business became even more prosperous. Having said that, the old man picked up another glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, and smacked his lips. It's not easy for Gao. She raised 3 daughters by herself. I heard that she had arranged a marriage with the son of Wang Yuanwai and Dongcheng. But unexpectedly, the son married a fox spirit. Sigh. This woman is really unlucky. Fortunately, she found such a live-in son-in-law. Otherwise, I don't know what I would do. Oh, I got it. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Muhuai nodded, and he understood why the steward had a complicated expression towards him and others before. Wang Yuanwai also said before that he had a close relationship with the Gao family. And later, he also said that he originally found a marriage in order to make the young master give up. Now that I think about it, Wang Yuanwai was looking for the daughter of the Gao family to marry his son. But later, a fox demon started to cause trouble, and the son was hopeless. So the Gao family decisively broke off the marriage and found a new son-in-law. Originally, if this young man had died, then everything would probably be fine. As a result, Duan Muhuai killed the fox, and the young man came back to life. And the bride who was originally promised was now getting married. On second thought, Wang Yuanwai probably didn't know about this yet. No wonder the manager didn't know what to say when he saw me. After all, this was ancient times, when information was not well developed. And it was not like modern times where you can just make a phone call and solve the problem. Of course, this has nothing to do with Duan Muhuai. He just had a meal and left after the meal. How to solve the problems of these two families is their own business. What does it have to do with me? He is just an emotionless eating machine. But, holding the wine glass, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the hall in front of him. But his mind was full of completely different thoughts. Speaking of this antique style, it really has the flavor of ancient weddings. And there are many similar stories. But if you remove this layer of ethnic style, what about just extracting keywords? Mansion, eldest daughter, widow, sisters, marry. Well, remember that there are similar contents in many games. The protagonist received a letter saying that he was going on a blind date, and then went to a foreign-style mansion far away in the mountains, where young and beautiful sisters waiting to get married lived, as well as a maid, a widow. And then, there was a murder case or something. Well, is this the Takao family? Or the O sisters of Count Kuretani's family? The tales of the house of O Nu? Or the house of the mother O? Oh! Isn't it interesting to think about it this way? There was nothing special after the wedding. After the wedding, the bride and groom invited the guests to drink. Duanmu Huai also took the opportunity to look at the two of them. The groom was a simple and honest man. And the bride? Lift up your veil. Let me see your face. I didn't see much of it. After the wedding, the bride and groom went back to their room to rest. Duanmu Huai and son Yukong were also arranged to rest in the guest room. After a night, there was nothing special about it. At noon the next day, Duanmu Huai and others had a vegetarian meal and planned to say goodbye and leave. The holy monk has had a hard journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. So you must be careful. The widow was only about 40 years old. But she still had some charm and looked quite pretty. Perhaps because she was now a mother-in-law. She was also very happy. Not only did she prepare dry food and snacks for Duanmu Huai and others, she also asked the accountant to give her some money to buy tea and wine on the way. Duanmu Huai naturally accepted the joke with a smile. How could he take back the money that was delivered to his mouth? Then we'll take our leave. Rest in peace, holy monk. Just as Duanmu Huai and son Yukong were leading their horses out of the Gao Jiazwang compound and preparing to say goodbye, they suddenly saw the manager running towards them with a pale face. Madam, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. The steward rushed over and fell to the ground in front of Gao, his face pale and trembling all over. Seeing the steward like this, the lady frowned slightly and scolded him softly. What happened? Why is it so outrageous? Madam. The steward raised his head, opened his mouth and uttered something shocking. And when the lady heard it, she fainted immediately. As for what the steward was talking about, to know what happens next, please wait for the next episode. Chapter 926. Gao Jiazwang suffered a series of robberies and died in Haishangdaling. Back in the story, Duanmu Huai and son Yukong were about to say goodbye and leave when they suddenly heard the steward wailing. When they listened carefully, they saw the steward falling to the ground, crying loudly, Madam, the groom is dead, and the eldest daughter is nowhere to be found. Hearing this, Gao's face turned pale, and she fainted. Everyone rushed forward and pinched her acupuncture, which finally brought Gao back to her senses. But the lady calmed down and asked, What happened? Tell me in detail. Yes, ma'am. The steward also stood up at this moment, his face pale, and spoke tremblingly. Just now, I wanted to wake up master, since it was already afternoon and there was still a lot to do. But no matter how much I knocked on the door, no one answered. So I asked the maid to open the door and check. After the maid entered the room, she screamed and lost her voice. I felt something was wrong, so I hurried in to check. And then I saw Master. Master, what happened to him? Tell me quickly. Seeing the steward's hesitant look, Gao hurriedly urged him. After hearing what Gao said, the steward gritted his teeth and spoke. My uncle's entire chest and abdomen were cut open, and even his brain was smashed. He is no longer in human form. Ah! Hearing this, Gao screamed and then fainted. Fortunately, the people around had experience, and they hurriedly supported Gao and woke her up again. Gao looked at Duanmu Huai and son Yukong with tears in her eyes and bowed again. It is unfortunate for the Gao family to have suffered such a disaster. It must have been caused by a monster. I heard that the two elders are very good at subduing monsters and demons. Please save us. This, looking at Gao's pleading, Duanmu Huai and son Yukong looked at each other helplessly. After all, they had attended the banquet and received money. What else can I do? Just go and have a look. Okay, let's take a look and find out the truth. As he was talking, Duanmu Huai asked the steward to lead the way, and he and Sun Wukong followed behind to the bridal chamber. The bridal chamber looked festive, with big red wedding characters on the windows. At this moment, the door was wide open, and a strong smell of blood came from it. The steward came to the door, and said he would not go in no matter what. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked directly into the room. Then the groom was seen lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, his chest and abdomen ripped open, his internal organs spread all over the floor. Even his head was smashed, and his brain was a mess. Oh my goodness. This is really... Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was a little speechless. He was originally wondering if he had wandered over to the set of Justice Bao or Conan. But now, he saw that he had run into Hannibal. By the way, is there such a monster that eats people's hearts and lungs in Journey to the West? Duanmu Huai did remember that in novels, monsters often ate people. I remember that in the episode when Sun Wukong was driven away, there was a monster eating dead people while drinking. But after reading it too many times, the words between the lines only mentioned eating people. But there was no description of how it ate people. Monkey, what do you think? After all, this Monkey King has been to heaven and earth, and is very familiar with all kinds of gods and monsters. So he might have some ideas. But the monkey scratched his ears and cheeks, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Master? In my opinion, this may not be the work of a monster. Oh! Why? All monsters have demonic aura, even if they are in human form. I can tell it is a black cloud of demonic aura if I look up at the sky. But last night, it was very quiet. There were no monsters at all. And there was no demonic aura here either. So in my opinion, this doesn't seem to be the work of a monster. You can't say this was done by a human. Duanmu Huai pointed at the disemboweled corpse, with a huge hole in its stomach. Although it is not impossible. This is Journey to the West. You'd better not give me a Bao Qing Tian. We can't handle this thing. Master, don't worry. I will go and ask and we will know. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had great magical powers, and he disappeared in a flash. Duanmu Huai also knew that he had many ideas. So he stopped talking nonsense and just stood at the window waiting. At this moment, there were more and more servants outside, and they dared to lie in the crack of the door and dared not make a sound. After a while, the monkey flashed out again and returned to Duanmu Huai's side. Master, I got it! What's up? You have a kid? No. I just looked for the land nearby and inquired about the city god here. I learned something. They all said that Gao had a connection with the immortals. Immortal fate? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's heart moved, and he immediately remembered what was said at the banquet yesterday. At that time, the merchant said that Gao's male died early, and the Gao family's business was in jeopardy. Everyone thought it was going to be bad, but Gao took action and stabilized it, and even made the family business bigger and bigger. At that time, everyone thought that this was a good trick of the Gao family. But now thinking about it, could it be that she was having an affair with a deity? If you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. In the legend of the White Snake, Bai Suzhen, a snake demon, was able to make Su Xian's clinic prosperous. If it were a genuine immortal, wouldn't it be easy to bring such a claw shop back to life? But this immortal would also hunt and kill people? Duanmu Huai scratched his head. To be honest, he was not very familiar with the Xianxia system. He had only watched some weird TV series like Journey to the West, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, or Legend of Jiegong and Justice Bao. Of course, there were many Xianxia in online literature, such as Hongwang and this and that. But it was impossible for him to find a Shushan sect in Journey to the West and create a Zhuxian sword formation. It's not a setting. Although there are gods who eat people in Journey to the West, they are all gods transformed from monsters. The real gods still have some sense. That doesn't seem right. Thinking of the two arhats guarding the gate of the Western Paradise, who were demanding bribes, Duanmu Huai snorted. It would be funny if he brought up a lot of dark history when he went to heaven this time. In short, just ask Gao and you'll know. Duanmu Huai was also resolute and made a decision. He walked out of the bridal chamber and came to the wing room. At this moment, Gao was lying on the couch, looking like she didn't have much time left. When she saw Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong, she also hurriedly forced herself to sit up. May I ask the two elders, have you found anything? It's not like I found out. Duan Muhui took a step forward and stared at Gao. I heard that. Madame Gao seems to have some kind of immortal connection. Could I ask for your advice? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Gao's face changed slightly. Then she immediately dismissed the people around her and waited for everyone to leave the room before she collapsed on the couch. Hey, that's what I'm afraid of. Gao was also shedding tears and spoke in a low voice. To be honest, it's not that I have a destiny with immortals, but that my Gao family has a destiny with immortals. Oh, what do you mean? Please look at this. Both of you. At this moment, Gao also stood up, walked to the Buddhist shrine and opened it, only to see that the deity enshrined inside was neither the three pure ones nor Tathagata, neither Guanyin nor the city god, but a portrait of a scholar in white. The scholar in the portrait was wearing a white robe, holding a scroll in his hands, and looking up at the sky. It looked like a beautiful painting. This is, my Gao family has been engaged in the business of selling cloth for generations. Thanks to everyone's support. We are also quite famous. When my great-grandfather was alive, he was out delivering goods one day. Unexpectedly, a flood broke out in the mountains. The entire caravan was trapped and was about to die. That night, my great-grandfather met a white-robed scholar in his dream. He said that he was a messenger from the sky who turned into a star. He had a predestined relationship with my great-grandfather, so he came down to earth to save him. He and the great-grandfather also made 3 agreements, saying that he could fulfill the 3 wishes of the Gao family, but he wanted a reward. At that time, the great-grandfather begged him to save his life. Having said that, Gao sighed. According to my great-grandfather, when he woke up again, he had this painting in his arms. The flood and heavy rain outside stopped at some point, so my great-grandfather happily led the caravan to deliver the goods. Because of the weather at the time, cloth from all over the country was out of stock, so my great-grandfather made a lot of money. However, when my great-grandfather returned home, he was told that my great-grandmother had suddenly fallen ill and passed away on the day he left the mountain. My great-grandfather was also very sad at the time and cried a lot. In the dim light, I saw the white-robed scholar reappear, saying that the reward had been received and asked my great-grandfather to take care of himself. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Muhui snorted softly. This routine was very familiar to him. My great-grandfather suspected that this was an evil god, but he couldn't defeat him. He wanted to burn or throw away the portrait, but no matter what he did, the portrait would reappear. So my great-grandfather could only lock the portrait in a warehouse, and only passed it on to his descendants before he died. He said that the man in white robes would indeed fulfill your wishes, but he would take your closest person as a reward. So your husband. Duan Muhui seemed to understand something, and Gao also nodded. That's right. Just as the holy monk thought. By my generation, the Gao family's business had begun to decline. Although my husband was a son-in-law, he also worked hard. But unfortunately, there was no good result. At that time, my family received a large order, but was framed by a villain and could not complete it. My husband was so angry that he fainted. I thought that the Gao family's century-old foundation must not be destroyed in my hands. So you asked for the portrait? Yes. Gao lowered her head and nodded. I took the portrait out of the warehouse, lit incense, prayed, and fell into a deep sleep. In my dream, I saw the scholar in white, who said that he would do what I wanted. When I woke up, the empty warehouse was already filled with fine cloth. Thanks to the scholar in white, my Gao family was able to complete the transaction in time. I say, you are too weird. At this moment, Sun Wukong was scratching his ears and cheeks, and asked curiously, anyone can do this kind of thing. Why do you have to go there in person? Find someone who is unmarried and see how he reacts. I have tried it before. I asked the Gao family, the stewards, and the servants to kneel down and kowtow, but to no avail. Only the head of the Gao family has the ability to do this. I see. Hearing this, Duan Muhui nodded. Wow, this is really a plot development of a museum. But that's not right. Then according to your statement, what about the groom being killed last night? This, in response to Duan Muhui's question, Gao remained silent, with a hint of panic on her face. Seeing this, Duan Muhui was stunned. Then he looked at the widow in front of him meaningfully. Although she was a little old, she was still graceful. And it was not as the saying goes, 30 is like a tiger and 40 is like a wolf. Excuse me, who is the groom? He was originally a servant who took care of the flowers and plants in my house. Keywords: gardener, widow, wealthy family. Wow. The license plate number popped up immediately. Duanmu Huai had almost guessed what was going on. Chapter 927. After that, Duanmu Huai took the scroll and the monkey and left. Come on, monkey. I leave it to you. Find this guy out. Duanmu Huai casually threw the scroll to Sun Wukong, who took it curiously, looked at Duanmu Huai and asked, Master, seeing you look like this, have you guessed the reason? That's about right. It's obvious that Gao was responsible for the groom's death. It's probably because Gao made the third wish that the groom died tragically. Hey, this is interesting. The monkey was also curious. According to what the woman said, the first great-grandfather who made a wish lost his wife, and Gao's wish killed her husband. Now she is a widow. Even if she made another wish, why would her son-in-law die? Oh, you monkey. You know nothing. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. You're just going to get the 7 fairies and then steal the peaches. You fool. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Hey, master, this is wrong. Hearing this, the monkey could no longer sit still. If I hadn't been quick-witted and hadn't captured the 7 fairies, if they had seen me and started to scream, I wouldn't have been able to steal the peaches. Would I? I call you a fool, and you refuse to admit it. Isn't this pure foolishness? Duanmu Huai also rolled his eyes. It seemed that this monkey still hadn't realized where he was wrong. Haven't you noticed that the people who died the first 2 times were close relatives? Master said this. My old grandson is not stupid. But the new Lang official and Gao are not husband and wife. If so, why should it be a bride's wish? What if they are not husband and wife in name only, but husband and wife in reality? Hearing this, the monkey scratched his ears and cheeks, was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. Is this possible? Why not? Look at Gao. She has taken good care of herself. She is only in her 40s, still has a graceful figure, and we have seen the groom. Although he is honest, he is in good health. It is not impossible for them to be together. Besides, didn't Gao say before that because the son of Wang Yuanwei was bewitched by a fox, she wanted to change her daughter's family? You said that there are so many servants in Gao Jiazwing. If you don't know their background, wouldn't you be afraid that your daughter would fall into the tiger's mouth? So, master, what you mean is, the monkey was not really stupid. His eyes lit up and he reacted. Then Gao promised her lover to her daughter as the groom? What's weird about this? My daughter has a grandfather. Or she is familiar with it. I am afraid that I know it at the bottom of the roots. And I am relieved. Maybe I can still be in the same bed in the future. Hee. Master, don't worry. Old son, will take action. There will be no problem. The monkey had eaten enough melons. And now he came back to his senses and started to do his business. He blew at the painting. And then the whole painting suddenly caught fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small fireball, floating towards the outside of Gao Jiazwing. Sun Wukong also flashed, stepped on the auspicious cloud, and chased the fireball. Alright. Duanmu Huai stretched, and then clenched his fists. I'll go take a look too. In Journey to the West, Tang Seng plays a less glorious role most of the time. As a master, he cannot discipline his apprentice. And as a monk, he cannot exert influence on some things. Frankly speaking, from Duanmu Huai's point of view, Tang Seng is just a character similar to an NPC. And Sun Wukong is actually the real protagonist. Tang Seng is like a character in a game dungeon that needs a plot conflict. For example, alas, I am a great adventurer and explorer, and I will explore this tomb with you. Oh, look what this is. Let me touch it. Or, I am an archaeologist, and I dug up a mysterious ancient tomb. Hey, you see there is a seal on it. The ancients were superstitious, and we have to believe in science. Then I tore this off. Well, it's pretty much the kind of character that makes things difficult for the protagonist. If Journey to the West were made into a free sandbox Soul-like game, it would be interesting to count how many people would immediately control Sun Wukong to kill Tang Monk to reduce the difficulty. Boom! Just as Duanmu Huai walked out of Gao village, he heard lightning and thunder on the nearby hills. Apparently a fight had begun. But, to be honest, the fighting ability of this Sun Wukong is a bit confusing. Duanmu Huai touched his chin and stared at the half-mountainside in front of him. The strength seemed to be as mysterious as he was blowing. The evidence is that no matter what monster Sun Wukong encounters, he can fight with the opponent for dozens of rounds. And it seems that they are evenly matched. If the monster behind him cannot be defeated, he can also escape by using a trick. To be honest, from this point of view, Sun Wukong's strength does not seem to be that strong. After all, according to this logic, when encountering those monsters, Sun Wukong does not need to play with the opponent. He only needs to use a fixed body technique and smash it to death with a stick. Back in heaven, you could even subdue the 7 fairies. But now in the mortal world, you can't even subdue a monster? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that the monster is more powerful than the 7 fairies? What if one day a monster breaks into the heaven? Use the 7 fairies, the Queen Mother, and Chang'e to reproduce the X-Beast. Don't tell me. This seems quite interesting. As for why it's heaven and not the West, the reason is very simple. There are at least many girls in heaven. But there are only bald monks and androgynous bodhisattvas in the West. Unless you are planning to go for a heavy taste. Who would publish this book? Well, it's hard to say. Maybe monsters like this? Call. As Duanmu Huai was walking forward and wandering in his mind, he saw a gust of wind whistling past, rustling the leaves around him. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a black shadow passing through the sky, followed by a ray of golden light. And then the voice of Sun Wukong came from inside. Bah! Where are you running to? Monster? Take this stick from me. But when the golden cudgel was swung, accompanied by a dull sound, Duanmu Huai saw the black shadow falling from the sky and hitting the ground not far in front of him with a thud. Then a scholar in white clothes was seen crawling up in a panic. This monkey is really unreasonable. I have no grudge against you. So why did you mess up my cave and keep chasing me? How have I offended you? How dare you say that? At this moment, Sun Wukong also somersaulted and landed in front of the scholar in white. You call yourself an immortal, and you killed several people in the Gao family. You are such a cruel monster. You cannot be spared. What the hell is this monkey talking about? Hearing this, the scholar in white also complained continuously. I am the reincarnation of a star in the sky, and I am cultivating here. The Gao family and I have a connection, so I helped him a few times. But how can you have the best of both worlds? If you want to change your fate, you have to pay a price. He is willing to do this himself. So why would he blame me? How dare you say that? What about the groom? You dug out his heart and cracked his head. Isn't that the work of a demon? That's just Gao's fault for being so clever. At this point, the scholar in white stamped his feet in anger. I have already said that I will only give the Gao family 3 chances. The old woman also knows this, and is worried that I will abandon the Gao family after 3 chances. So she made a 3rd wish, asking me to protect the Gao family for thousands of years. How can I do this? If I don't respond, I will become a demon and will not be able to ascend to heaven. If I respond, how long will I have to protect his family? I have already transformed into an immortal and can wait for the way of heaven. But I was harmed by this move and lost the secret of heaven. What should I do? Good fellow. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up. This Gao was really good at finding bugs. This reminded him that the 3rd wish Aladdin made from the magic lamp was to allow him to realize countless more wishes. Is there really someone who does this? So, you killed the groom and captured her daughter? That's right. The scholar in white nodded without hesitation. That woman just wants me to ensure that her Gao family continues to have incense. If that's the case, she will do it on the 1st day of the month, and I will do it on the 15th day. From now on, whenever someone from the Gao family marries a daughter-in-law, I will kill the groom and take away the bride to help me practice, since her Gao family is unkind. Don't blame me for being unjust. It has to be said that after hearing this, Sun Wukong was also dumbfounded. He scratched his head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Master, what should I do? Amitabha. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, chanted Buddhist mantras, and had his eyes wide open with anger. If we take the conventional route, I should advise you to forgive others when you can. Gao sure will be punished by heaven for her own evil deeds. Why do you have to embarrass her family? Okay. But in fact, I am too lazy to say this nonsense. It's no use saying these things. The karmic obstacles have already been formed. Hey! What did you say? After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, the scholar in white wanted to refute it at first. But unexpectedly Duanmu Huai changed the subject and almost sprained his old waist. However, Duanmu Huai ignored the scholar in white and turned to look at the monkey. Monkey, how is the bride now? He is already half crazy and half stupid, and has lost his human form. I'm afraid even gods can't save him. That's all there is to it. When Duanmu Huai heard this, his face darkened, his hands clenched into fists, and a murderous aura rose to the sky. In this case, you will die. Wait. What's wrong with you, monk? Seeing Duanmu Huai's murderous aura, the scholar in white was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. It is said that monks should always be kind and considerate, sweeping the floor to avoid killing ants, and using lanterns to protect moths. How can you be so ruthless? Don't you know that Buddha is compassionate? It is Buddha's business to forgive you, and my mission is to let you see Buddha. So go with peace of mind. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and you indiscriminately killed innocent people, which is unforgivable. Now I will let your soul fly away and start over. You don't have to worry about any bad karma anymore. Stealing other people's luck and cultivation is unforgivable, and you are courting death. Hearing this, the white-clothed scholar's face changed drastically, and then he dodged and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai had already clenched his right fist and punched forward. The white-clothed scholar flew into the air, and then suddenly exploded, and blood mist scattered. In the blink of an eye, the white-clothed scholar turned into a paste. His soul flew away, and there was no trace of him in this world. Seeing this, the monkey also sighed. Master, this guy has already lost all his soul. I'm afraid he won't be able to go to heaven. Humph. If he hadn't used this family's luck to practice, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Hey! Master, can you tell? This is nonsense. If the Gao family is really weak, even the gods can't save them. Let alone if it happens again and again. Duanmu Huai snorted. He had read a lot of fairy tales, and had long noticed something was wrong. Indeed, as Gao said, every time the Gao family encountered trouble, they relied on this white-clothed scholar to save the family. It sounded like the truth. But in fact, if the Gao family was really unlucky, then no matter how this white-clothed scholar tried to change the situation, he would not be able to make any waves. However, in fact, it was the Gao family that had good luck all the way. But every time the scholar took action, someone would die. Duanmu Huai just didn't understand it very well. But he was not stupid. Seeing that the scholar had a vague luck connected with the Gao family, he also had some ideas in his heart. Obviously, perhaps the Gao family was originally blessed with great fortune, and even if the scholar didn't take action, they could still escape danger. The scholar took the opportunity to transform, talk nonsense to confuse the Gao family, and then took the opportunity to seize the soul of the person with the Gao family's luck, and used it to absorb the Gao family's luck to practice. Now it seems, my random nonsense turned out to be correct. After that, Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong took the crazy and stupid bride back to Gao Jiazwang. They entered the room, and didn't know what Duanmu Huai said to Gao. When they came out, they saw that the crazy and stupid bride had regained consciousness, and bowed to Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong. On the contrary, Gao stood beside the bride, looking stupid and dazed. But this had nothing to do with Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong. So they said goodbye and moved on. Master, I never thought that Gao would have such an intention. Leading the horse in front, Sun Wukong could not help but sigh. In fact, in that room, Duanmu Huai did not say anything. But Gao said that she wanted to exchange souls with her daughter, using her own soul to exchange for her daughter's lost soul. In this way, her daughter would regain consciousness, and Gao would become like Alzheimer's disease. After all, Gao is old, and the Gao family has to continue. As for what happens, that is not our business. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out the wine gourd and threw it at Sun Wukong. Here, ice one. Master, this is not how I... Old son, use my tricks. Just use it if I tell you to. What if you don't like the drink? Cool. Then use it. Yes, master. With a helpless answer, Sun Wukong took out the wine gourd with both hands, and with a whiff, the icy air filled the gourd, and in the blink of an eye, the whole gourd became cool, delicious, and extremely sweet. Duanmu Huai also took a sip, and hummed a song. You carry the load, and I'll lead the horse. Master, The one carrying the load and leading the horse is me. Old son. You're the only one who talks too much nonsense. Wouldn't it be fine if you just used the clone technique? Chapter 928, Duan Mu Huai. A guest at the tea house on the Wilderness Road encounters the White Bone Demon. After Gyeojiazwang. This place is Xinyahizu. Along the way, Duan Mu Huai and Sun Wukong also traveled around the mountains and rivers, killed demons and eliminated monsters, and had a great time. Of course, for Duan Mu Huai, the Tathagata is just talking nonsense and disturbing people's peace. Master, why do you say that? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's complaints, Sun Wukong also asked curiously. He had been following Duan Mu Huai all the way, and had long known that this man was not a devout follower of Buddha at all. No, let alone piety. This man is not at all like a monk. He loves drinking and eating meat, and he has no compassionate heart. Whenever he arrives at a demon territory, he will not stop until he kills all the demons there. In the words of Duan Mu Huai, it is the Buddha's business to forgive them, and my duty is to send them to see the Buddha. Well, as far as Sun Wukong was concerned, those monsters would have their souls torn to pieces under the might of Duan Mu Huai, and they couldn't even enter the gate of H.L., let alone meet the Buddha. But Sun Wukong himself is not an honest man. When these two get together, they seem to have a kindred spirit. Sometimes Sun Wukong even feels that his master is more cruel than himself. Back then, what he was most proud of was making trouble in the heavenly palace. If this master takes over, he might even tear down the heavenly palace. Do you know that when I first went to seek the scriptures, Tathagata had said this in front of everyone, I have 4 major continents, and the sentient beings are good and evil, and different in each place. The people of Dongsheng Shinzhou respect heaven and earth, and have a clear mind and calm temperament. The people of Beiju Luzhou, although they like to have children, they only do it to make a living, and their nature is clumsy and their emotions are loose, and they don't do much harm. The people of Xinyahizu are not greedy or murderous. They cultivate their qi and spirit, and although they are not the supreme truth, everyone lives a long life. But the people of Nantangbazhao are greedy, lustful, and take pleasure in misfortune, and they kill and quarrel a lot. It is what is called a fierce place of gossip, and a sea of right and wrong. Humph. If you ask me, it's all bullshit. Having said that, Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly, and looked down on him. What Tathagata said was very simple. In short, in Xinyahizu where he lived, people did not steal or rob, did not pick up things on the road, and did not lock their doors at night. But in the Tang dynasty, there was an evil dictatorship that was greedy, lustful, and happy to kill and fight. So I have 3 volumes of the Free Underworld Master's scripture. You have to come and take them, and then go back and make your Tang dynasty a free beacon like mine. The result of it? Since we stepped into this West Nyohuzhou, every day, the monsters have continued. I haven't encountered so many fairy in the Tang dynasty. At this point, Duan Mu Huai was also furious and cursed. This is what you said about not being greedy or killing, nourishing the spirit. Everyone has a long life, and being the free lord of the underworld. Right? If everyone has a gun and can shoot freely, then he will be the master of the underworld. Right? With the monsters in your Shinyo-Huzhou catching and eating people every other day, you still want me to learn your stupid sutras? I will either kill you on Lingshan Mountain, tear down your stupid temple, chop off your Buddha head, or I will write my name upside down. Before Duan Mu Huai came out of seclusion and arrived at Shinyo-Huzhou, he only encountered 2 or 3 small monster cats. But after entering Shinyo-Huzhou, the monsters were flying in the sky and crawling on the ground everywhere, and Duan Mu Huai was a little tired of killing them. When I arrived at Shitian, I kicked the bald donkey's lotus seat. I dragged it and asked it to learn about it. Learn? In other words, distance creates beauty. The reason why Emperor Taizong of Tang was fooled by Guanyin was that the Tang dynasty was too far away from Xinyahizu. There was no live broadcast or TikTok in that era. After listening to Guanyin's bragging, Emperor Taizong was fooled and began to doubt his life. So he sent Tang Sung to fetch Buddhist scriptures from the West. After all, what they say is true. So there is nothing wrong with learning from advanced foreign experience. What if the other party is talking nonsense? It's just the loss of 1 or 2 people. What's the big loss? Master said it is not unreasonable. After hearing what Duan Mu Huai said, Sun Wukong also agreed with him. It was also a ruthless person who made trouble in the heavenly palace before. But when Sun Wukong was in the mortal world, he didn't do too many evil things. He just went to the underworld to change the list. Went to the Dragon Palace to steal a stick. And then went to the Heavenly Palace to show off. It was not like the monsters in Shinyo-Hosho, who were really fierce and shouted for war and killing at any time. It was common for them to eat people. Even he, the great sage equal to heaven, had never seen monsters in other places so rampant. So Sun Wukong also began to wonder. You said that the Buddha is compassionate. Why doesn't he save so many monsters in his own land, but has to go to the Heavenly Palace to cause trouble for me? Look at your place. There is a little ghost every 3 steps, and a big monster every 5 steps. How can you, the Buddha, pretend that you don't see it? Is it as the master said? Everyone is a blind person playing StarCraft. I, Sun Wukong, only stole a peach, held a banquet, and fought against 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. I didn't kill anyone or burn anything. Could it be that the old bald donkey really has some ideas? As they were talking, a tea shop appeared in front of them. The 2 men were thirsty and tired after walking all the way. So they dismounted and went to the tea shop to order some tea and take a rest. While Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong were drinking tea, they saw several merchants sitting nearby, looking over here frequently. After a while, one of them stood up, walked to Duanmu Huai, and bowed deeply. May I ask if you two are the holy monks who went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures and exorcise demons along the way? Oh! How did you know? What are you talking about? Holy monk? When I heard Duanmu Huai asking, the merchant smiled immediately and said, the 2 names of the 2 have already spread throughout the entire Shio-Hosho. It is rumored that the 2 jealousy and revenge, all the way down the demon to remove the demon. No matter how powerful the ghosts and fairy, they were won by the 2. And the 2 of you were like mountains, angry diamonds, and another hairy face. And it was difficult to admit it. So what's the matter? Duanmu Huai did not reply, but just asked. You see, this is the benefit of building a reputation. You are nothing like Tang Sung, that idiot, who only has a good appearance, but is stupid and doesn't even have any skills. You are still a monk. Don't you know that monks rely on fame to cheat people of money and sex? It's like this. We are planning to go to Baoxian Kingdom. I heard that the road is not peaceful recently, and there are often demons and monsters coming and going. If the 2 holy monks don't mind, can we go together? That's all right. Duanmu Huai didn't care too much about it. He had encountered similar things several times after entering Shinyo-Hosho. They were either farmers going out or merchants moving goods. What's more important is that he could actually encounter monsters by following them. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai and others have become more and more famous along the way. When those people arrive safely, they will naturally spread the news. And words are faster than telephone calls. So Duanmu Huai has not even arrived in the West Heaven. But you can see that his name has spread throughout the entire Shinyo-Hosho. The old merchant was overjoyed to get Duanmu Huai's consent. He thanked him again, and then turned and left. After they finished their tea, they took a short break, and then set off again. The old merchant also introduced his group to Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong. In addition to the old merchant, there was also a young master of the merchant, and a group of young merchants. According to the old merchant, these guys were out for the first time, and were going to Baoxian Kingdom to get the goods and then come back. They were all in high spirits. Well, it is understandable. Young people come out to play. In this era, there are no computers, televisions, dance halls, and KTVs. Going out for a walk is a good pastime. Hearing that the old merchant had invited 2 monks to travel together, the young men were obviously unhappy. But after seeing Duanmu Huai, they all fell silent, without any of the nonsense of the ruffians, who didn't recognize Mount Tai in the storybooks. With a 2.5 height and a fist as big as a purple gold bowl, no one would fail to recognize him, unless that person is blind. This is why Duanmu Huai never minded such things. After all, when he stood there, any normal person would know that this big man was not easy to mess with. He was not one of those protagonists who played dumb and did not take it seriously when being looked down upon, and then suddenly attacked and killed Duanmu Huai in times of crisis. He did not have such a mind. He did not bear grudges, and would avenge his grudges on the same day. But just when they were planning to go on the road, they saw the young master came out. He followed a woman beside him. Although he couldn't say that she knew Luyan, he was quite beautiful. Master, you are? Hello, adult. When she saw the old merchant, the woman also bowed. The little girl is named Chui, who was originally a Benyang person. My parents were greedy for money, and sold me to a rich man as a little wife. But the big wife was jealous and kept insulting to me. I couldn't stand it. Then I was able to go to the relatives, who wanted to go to the country of Bodiang. The old merchant frowned when he heard the woman's words, while the young master stared at him. What do you think, old man? This woman is really pitiful. It just so happens that she is going the same way as us. Why don't we travel together so that we can take care of her? Ahu. The old merchant remained silent, while Sun Wukong took out his golden cudgel, and was about to hit the woman. But Duanmu Huai was quick to grab hold of him. Master, why are you stopping me? That's a monster. Of course I know she's a monster. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and stared at the woman. Even without his piercing eyes, he could still smell the strong smell of blood on the woman. This thing. Could it be the white bone demon? This girl is not easy to deal with. Don't rush to attack her. Wait for me to find a way to deal with her. Duanmu Huai would certainly not let this guy go. But he also knew that if it was the white bone demon, this guy was good at disguise. And if he really wanted to deal with her, he would have to find an excuse. Otherwise, looking at these idiot little ghosts, I'm afraid they would have been bewitched by the white bone demon a long time ago. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai had already made a decision in his heart. Once they are on their way, we will follow behind and see what the monster is planning to do. Chapter 929. Kuei-Mu Lang wants Tang Monk's flesh. Duanmu Huai fights the monsters with his fists. Let's not talk about Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong traveling west with the caravan. Let's say that in the western mountains, there is a Wanzi Mountain Boyua cave, in which lives a demon named Kuei-Mu Lang. Kuei-Mu Lang was originally one of the 28 stars in the sky. Kuei-Shing, who had now transformed into a demon and occupied the famous mountain, looking very happy. One day, Kuei-Mu Lang was taking a nap when he saw a black fox demon rushing in. My king, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. Something serious has happened. The Kuei-Mu wolf was having a dream. At this moment, it was also angry. Just now, we were patrolling the mountains and found a caravan passing by. Behind the caravan, there were 2 monks. The leader was 7 feet tall, fierce and ferocious, not like a human, riding on a tall horse. He looked like a fierce god reborn. If my guess is correct, he must be the monk who came from the Tang dynasty in the east to seek Buddhist scriptures in the west. Oh! Hearing this, Kuei-Mu Lang also sat up and started thinking. I have heard that the monk from the Tang dynasty in the east has boundless magical powers. He has killed countless monsters and demons along the way. If you eat his meat, not only can you live forever, you can even be reborn, become an immortal, and purify your Yang God and achieve the great Tao. As he spoke, Kuei-Mu Lang was secretly moved. But my king, I heard that Tang Sung is not easy to deal with. So many monsters have been killed by him. What are you afraid of? Kuei-Mu Lang made up his mind and stood up suddenly. Most of the monsters in Nanxing Buzzhao are incompetent. Not to mention Tang Monk. I'm afraid any random Taoist priest can kill them. But our Xinyo Hezhou is different. I want to see what kind of ability the monk from the Tang dynasty in the east has to dare to act wild in Xinyo Hezhou. Come on. Let me go and see what kind of ability Tang Monk has. If he doesn't have any, he can just wait to be turned into a sugar man. I saw Kuei-Mu Lang put on his armor, took his weapons, ordered his demon soldiers, and then left the cave in a rage, heading towards the mountain road. Meanwhile, the merchants were still unaware of the disaster, and were all free and easy, surrounding the woman named Chuer and showing their courtesy. Duanmu Huai had only one comment on this. They are all Chow thieves. His. Duanmu Huai seemed calm, but Sun Wukong was so anxious that he jumped up and down, holding his golden cudgel, and wishing he could hit the woman with it, and smash her into a pulp. Master, you see this monster has bewitched those people. If we don't take action, it will be disastrous. It's bad. So be it. Duanmu Huai yawned. It takes skill to exorcise demons. If they suffer a loss, they will beg you to save them. If they don't suffer a loss, they will definitely not take you seriously. If you go up to dissuade them, they will laugh at you. If you kill the demon, they will blame you for killing innocent people. What's there to complain about? Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked unimpressed. Once I, old son, kill the monster and reveal its true form, then there will be nothing to say. Anyway, I have nothing to do anyway. so I might as well watch what tricks this monster plays. Duanmu Huai yawned again, and then sighed silently. Hey, Goku. Do you know which game I hate the most? Old son. Don't understand what you are talking about. Master. What I hate most is the RPG with the mind-stepping part. To be honest, this kind of game is really annoying. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. He had played a lot of RPGs. But the RPG design that Duanmu Huai hated the most was the one where there were no monsters on the map, waiting for you to step on a landmine. To be honest, this method really made people angry. Especially when you were walking, and suddenly you were in a battle for no reason. Especially in some levels. You were about to meet the boss, packed up your things and prepared to fight. And then suddenly a small monster appeared with your foot. It was really annoying. So what does Master mean? What I mean is, I hate those things that jump out of nowhere and ask for a fight. Call. Before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew by, followed by bursts of laughter from all directions. The caravan members turned pale in shock, and the horses pulling the carts also knelt on the ground, trembling, and dared not move any further. When you see the demon wind flying, look at a monster around him. Hold a weapon. Surround the group. And see these monsters. The businessmen are also scared of two wars. Those young people were paralyzed and cried on their dads. And some were buried directly under the horses' buttocks. And they didn't know what they thought. Holy monk. On the contrary, the old man still lived and stood steadily. At this moment, he looked pale and turned his head to look behind him. When they saw Duanmu Huai, the leading demon waved the scimitar in his hand and shouted loudly, Are you the monk who came from the Tang dynasty in the east and went to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures? I heard that you have quite a lot of skills in exorcising demons along the way. Do you dare to compete with me? Hey, you monster. You may not have much ability, but you have a big mouth. Sun Wukong also came over at this moment, holding his golden cudgel. When he heard this, he also glared. No need for Master to help. Wait for me, old son, to take the field and see what you can do. Huh? Where did this monkey head come from? After taking a look at Sun Wukong, Qimulang also snorted. A skinny ghost with more tendons than bones. A monk with a thunder god's hairy face. Ugly as HL. But they are a good match for your master. One looks fierce, the other ugly. Good death. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai roared, jumped up, and rushed directly in front of Qimulang. You hairy-faced monster. You look like neither human nor ghost. Neither male nor female. Neither demon nor monster. You are just like a dog. How dare you speak nonsense in front of me? You are really courting death. As he was talking, Duanmu Huai threw a punch right at the nose. The flesh burst open, and blood flowed everywhere. It was like a sauce shop. Salty, sour and spicy flavors all rolled out. Qimulang couldn't open his eyes, and threw the scimitar in his hand aside. He just shouted, Good hit. Duanmu Huai cursed. You bastard. How dare you answer me? He raised his fist and punched the eye socket and brow. The brain burst and the skull exploded. It was like a colorful silk shop. Red, black and purple all burst out. When I looked again, I saw that the Kuemu wolf had been torn into pieces, lying on the ground, unable to move. Even its head was gone, leaving only a string of white neck bones exposed, shaking from time to time, which was extremely scary. The surrounding demons never thought that their king would be dead if they met him, so they were all stunned, not knowing how to react. However, they saw Duanmu Huai stand up, raise his bloody fist, and step on Kuemu Wolf's body, causing it to explode. His eyes were wide open. His face was ferocious, and he was murderous. At the same time, one of the 24 constellations in the sky, the Kuei star, exploded and turned into countless flames that fell from the sky. The entire sky turned red, and strong winds were howling all around, filled with wailing ghosts and wronged souls. Where Duanmu Huai was looking, the little demons felt their legs go weak, as if their tendons and bones had been pulled out, leaving only sour and soft flesh that could not move. All they could hear was the fierce god's deep voice. Buddha has mercy on me, and will give you a quick death. Wukong, come with me to kill these monsters, and make them suffer from eternal damnation. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists again, and rushed directly into the group of small monsters. He roared and punched forward with both fists. Wherever he went, the monsters exploded and turned into flying blood and flesh. Those who reacted and wanted to escape, but their legs were weak, and they couldn't even move. They could only watch in fear as the fists that were bigger than their heads hit them, and smashed their souls into pieces. The little monster who followed the Guemu wolf to shake the flag and cheered, "Where did this matter?" was instantly killed by Duanmu Huai. Only a process of Duanmu Huai, who was found by Duanmu Huai, was also regarded as Duanmu Huai. Most of these monsters on the road also had a lot of good things. Now that the owners of these caves are dead, the treasure is gone. So Duanmu Huai laughed. The little monster left by poor Narong Mansion has seen this posture. And before there are many right places, they were killed by the two. Goku, go search the treasures here, and see if there's anything good. Okay, master. At this moment, Duanmu Huai killed the monster and asked Wukong to search for the property, while he sat on the yellow-robed monster's chair to rest. While thinking about this, Duanmu Huai suddenly saw a woman hiding outside, peeking inside quietly. So he reached out his hand and immediately brought the woman in. "Please spare my life. Sir! Please spare my life. Sir!" The woman was caught by Duanmu Huai and fell to her knees in fear, begging for mercy, while Duanmu Huai stared at her curiously. "You are a living person. Why are you in this demon cave?" "Neither do I." Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the woman also spoke hurriedly. "My home is more than 300 miles west of here. There is a city there called Baoxiang Kingdom. I am the third princess of that king, and my nickname is Bai Waxiu. 13 years ago, on the night of August 15th, I was in the middle of the moon when I was blown away by a gust of wind by this demon. I have been his wife for 13 years. Oh, yes, I remember that happened." Duanmu Huai patted his head at this moment. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that Guemu Lang was from the heavenly palace. He chose to go down to the mortal world in order to have an affair with a maid from the heavenly palace, because he was afraid of being discovered. He let the woman reincarnate into the palace, and he himself went down to the mortal world and became a monster. It would have been fine if it was just like that. But the maid lost her memory after reincarnation. Well, this is hilarious. It's just like a Korean drama plot. After going through untold hardships, the two were about to be together. But the woman lost her memory in a car accident, and was devastated. Unfortunately, Quimulang was not a domineering president and insisted on taking it. But with his looks, I guess no one would watch him play a domineering CO. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman. "That monster and its minions have been killed by my master and disciple. We just happen to be planning to go to Baoxiang country. If you are not afraid, come with us." "Thank you very much. Sir." "Thank you very much. Sir. I am a woman of broken body, and I dare not think too much. But I will repay your kindness even if I have to work like a cow or a horse in my next life." "Never mind. Let's go. I should have known that you wouldn't give yourself to me." Chapter 930. Baoxiang Kingdom welcomes the third princess. Master and disciple encounter a ghost temple on the road. Duanmu Huai rescued the third princess and killed the monster, looted the treasures, and took the wine and food, which made Sun Wukong shake his head. "Master, they say that monks are free from all four elements. But how come you are not free at all?" "Why am I not free? I'm not going to talk nonsense." "Okay." Hearing what Sun Wukong said, Duanmu Huai also widened his eyes. "Look, the treasure in this cave is gone. The people are gone. The wine is gone. And my wife has run away. Isn't this the end of all the four elements? I am sending this cave a blessing. You know nothing. There is also such a thing as the four elements being empty. This is the first time I, old son, have heard of it." After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Sun Wukong was speechless. But he didn't say much. So the group left the dilapidated cave with a lot of harvest and returned to the caravan. When they came back, they saw that the caravan was still there. Trembling with fear, they were even more surprised to see Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong coming back with another person. However, the old merchant was sensible and did not dare to ask more questions. Instead, Duanmu Huai found that the woman named Chuyer had disappeared, and asked about it. But everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It turned out that Quimulang was leading the little demons to show off their power here. The merchants were so scared that they didn't care about the woman at all. When they turned around, they found that the woman had disappeared. TSK. That monster must have seen how powerful Master and I are. So she turned around and ran away. She was smart. Otherwise, I would have beaten her head off. Just stop messing around. If you really want to fight, don't bother with those fake moves. Just go up and beat him to death. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Aren't you tired of going back and forth? Hearing Sun Wukong's complaints, Duanmu Huai also complained that he was the Monkey King who caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago. And according to the setting, he was a lawless and ruthless character. But in fact, on the way to the west, it seemed that every monster could fight with Sun Wukong. And they would fight for dozens of rounds at any time. Looking at it this way, how do I put it? It feels really bad. This is just like in martial arts novels. When Yu Songhai challenges Zhang Xiaofeng. If Zhang Xiaofeng doesn't kill him with one blow, he is considered weak. Not to mention Sun Wukong. To be honest, if he really encounters that monster, with his ability, he can easily kill it with one blow. Just like the White Bone Demon. When Sun Wukong saw that she was about to eat Tang Monk, he also picked up his stick and killed her quickly and efficiently. Unfortunately, there were only those few times. Later on, we would see Sun Wukong fighting with one monster for hundreds of rounds, and with another monster for dozens of rounds. Although the monster would always just run away in the end. This also shows that Sun Wukong's strength was not absolutely strong. This is like the soldier in front of Lu Bu. If you can run away, it's a skill. Right? Duanmu Huai once told Sun Wukong that if you want to fight, just fight. Don't bother with those fancy moves. Just hit it with a stick, and then make the stick several dozen meters thick. Nothing can withstand this blow. But this monkey is a monkey. He agreed on the surface, but forgot everything when he started fighting. Well, maybe they just want to play. After passing the mountain, the group arrived at Baoxiang Kingdom. The third princess stepped forward to reveal her identity to the guard at the gate. The guard was also shocked and hurried to report. The king of Baoxiang Kingdom also hurriedly summoned people to the palace. And the father and daughter hugged each other and cried in the palace. According to the king, after the third princess went missing 13 years ago, he had sent people to look for her. But there was no news. Unexpectedly, she was captured by a monster. And the third princess also confessed that she missed her parents every day after being captured by the monster. Of course, she did not forget to tell the king that Duanmu Huai had killed the monster and his group. The king didn't believe it at first. But when he saw Duanmu Huai, he was shocked. Well, this shows that many times, people still judge by appearance. I have long heard that the holy monk from the Tang dynasty in the east has been exorcising demons and monsters along the way. He is so powerful. Today, I saw that it is true that hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. The holy monk has eliminated a great evil for my Baoxiang kingdom and rescued the princess. He is really very brave. If you don't abandon me, you don't have to go to the west to worship Buddha. Just let your hair grow long and wait for me to become your brother. Sit on the dragon bed together and share wealth and honor. How about it? Your Majesty appreciates your kindness. Duanmu Huai also knew that the king was just talking. Besides, this Baoxiang kingdom, to put it bluntly, it's just a city. A small piece of land. Nothing big at all. Such wealth. Haha. It's better not to have it. I have decided to go to the west to obtain the true scriptures. And I must not stop here. Of course, if I can have some good wine and good meat, that would be enough. I thought the holy monk was a vegetarian. If you eat too much vegetarian food, you still need to eat some meat. Wine and meat pass through your intestines. But the Buddha remains in your heart. If there is no Buddha in your heart, what is the point of eating vegetarian food and chanting sutras every day? If you encounter demons and ghosts that harm people, you will be helpless. That does make some sense. Facing Duanmu Huai's answer, the emperor of Baoxiang Kingdom was also confused. If someone else said that, he would definitely rebuke the other party for spreading rumors and misleading the people. But the person standing in front of him was a ruthless man who killed all the monsters in the cave with his fists. No matter whether what he said was right or not, he definitely didn't want to provoke his fists. It happened that the third princess had returned home. So naturally a banquet was held to celebrate. Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong also joined in the feast. Then King Baoxiang stamped the pass, gave them 100 taels of gold, and sent the two out of the city to continue their journey west. Call. After walking out of the city gate, Sun Wukong also burped. Master, I feel more comfortable following you than in heaven. In heaven, Banquets are only held for the Jade Emperor's birthday or the Queen Mother's birthday. But I have never been invited to attend. It's nothing like here, where I have banquets and drink fine wine every other day. It's really comfortable. But what? Haven't you had enough? Duanmu Huai asked while shaving his teeth with a branch. That's not the case. It's just that we've been traveling all this way, enjoying the sights and rivers, eating delicious food and eating delicious fish. It doesn't look like a journey to seek Buddhist scriptures at all. How can this be possible? Although Sun Wukong is naughty, he still knows what he should know. It seems that it is not certain who will protect whom when Guanyin asks him to protect Tang Monk to obtain the scriptures. But no matter what, Duanmu Huai still has to go to the west to obtain the scriptures. You have been eating and drinking all the way. And you have been eating a lot of fish and meat. Even in the wilderness, you often catch a few monsters to eat. Other monsters eat people. And you eat monsters. Seeking the truth is only the result, not the process. Duanmu Huai took out the wine gourd and shook it at Sun Wukong, who took it skillfully, chilled it, and handed it back. You have to know, monkey, we just need to go to Lingshan Mountain and get the scriptures. As for how to get the scriptures, whether Tathagata gives it to us or not, that is not important. If he refuses to give it, then we will kill him at Lingshan Mountain, burn his temple, rob his treasures, take his scriptures, chop off his disciples, and make him lose everything. Don't you say every day that these are just external things? If you have the guts, don't let him cry when I rob him. This, Sun Wukong scratched his head and gasped. To be honest, he didn't know the origin of his master. At the foot of the Five-Finger Mountain, he only learned from the Bodhisattva that a monk would come from the Tang dynasty in the east to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures and worship Buddha, and asked him to protect him. Of course, along the way, Sun Wukong also discovered that this was not a question of whether he would protect him or not, but a question of whether he would protect himself or not. I don't know where this master came from. Looking at Duanmu Huai who was swaying on the Pegasus, Sun Wukong was also thinking in his heart. He also knew Duanmu Huai's ability. Once he got angry, the sky and the earth would change color, and all gods and ghosts would flee. He was not much worse than the Jade Emperor and Tathagata. He also subdued demons and eliminated evil all the way, sweeping away the scourge of the world. Although he was sometimes violent, he never hurt innocent people. According to the monkey, this man must be an extraordinary god. However, what made Sun Wukong curious was that he was well informed and popular in the heaven and earth. But he had never heard of the existence of this man, let alone that he was going to the west to obtain the scriptures at this moment, with a murderous look on his face, ready to kill his way to Lingshan. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong scratched his head. Could it be that I followed the wrong person? Isn't this the monk Tang who went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures? Forget it. Who cares? After thinking about it, Sun Wukong put this matter behind him. Anyway, Guanyin only said that she would protect Tang Sung to go to the west to obtain the scriptures. Just like what the master said. As long as the scriptures are obtained, it's fine. Why do you care how I get it? After all, when you pressed me under the Five-Finger Mountain, you didn't tell me clearly whether I should get it by walking, kneeling, or running. Right? This monkey is naturally naughty. Not to mention being suppressed by Tathagata under the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. It is impossible to say that he has no resentment in his heart. If he were the cowardly monk in the storybook, I am afraid Sun Wukong would have to swallow his anger. But now seeing Duanmu Huai, the monkey only feels that his waist is no longer sore. His legs are no longer painful. And his hands and feet are strong. He wants to make a big fuss in the west heaven with the golden hoop. Hee. You bodhisattvas and Buddhas have colluded to play tricks on me. Do you really think I have no temper? Back then, Son, didn't destroy your Buddhist temple in the west heaven. And now I have made up for it. The two walk all the way west. If they are ordinary Tang monks, they will be afraid to go for several years. At this moment, Sun Wukong raised his head, and saw that a temple was in the eyes between the mountainside. Master, there is a temple not far away. In my opinion, it might be a monster's lair. Should we go and take a look? Of course, I have nothing to do anyway. So there's nothing wrong with going and taking a look. Duanmu Huai was not afraid. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, he accelerated his steps and walked towards the temples on the half-mountainside. Like, the people who look at the heart are trembling. As the saying goes, withered vines, old trees, crows, small bridges, flowing water, and people's homes. Nothing more than that. This place would be a great location for a ghost movie. Duanmu Huai nodded repeatedly as he looked at the abandoned temple in front of him. When he saw the plaque on it, he smiled even more. Hey, I didn't expect this to be a film set. This is really interesting. What exactly was the plaque that Duanmu Huai was looking at? To find out what happened next, please stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 931. Flower Monk stays overnight at Lanrua Temple. Ghost Granny is old, but her heart is not old. When Duanmu Huai arrived at the gate of the temple and looked carefully, he saw 3 big characters see Rulan on the plaque on the door. Then he turned around and realized that it was Lanrua Temple. In other words, hey, female ghost. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but get excited, rubbing his hands. Who hasn't seen a Chinese ghost story? Don't you know that there are many young and beautiful female ghosts in this temple, seducing men and then absorbing their young energy? Of course, if it were a mortal, he would definitely run away. But Duanmu Huai is a skilled and courageous man. Not only does he not plan to run, he also plans to compete with those female ghosts to see who is more powerful. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't tell Sun Wukong these things. The monkey didn't even care about the 7 fairies, let alone the ghost girl. So after eating and resting under the covers, Duanmu Huai spoke to Sun Wukong. Monkey, go out for a walk today, and don't come back before dawn. I understand. Master, so are you planning to exorcise the demons? Sun Wukong just thought that Duanmu Huai was planning to subdue the demon and didn't take it too seriously. Well, strictly speaking, that was correct. But ghosts and monsters are different. Master, are you okay? That's no nonsense. Duanmu Huai glanced at Sun Wukong. Master is not stupid. If the ghost dares to come, Master will give it a great joyful curse. When the time comes, it will be like the lotus seat with pine leaves falling, and the peony imperial carriage being torn apart. After Master uses it once, I will make sure that the ghost will go to the Western Paradise. Since Master said so, I, old son, feel relieved. Sun Wukong had no idea what Duanmu Huai was saying, but seeing his smug look, he knew that things would be fine. Since he had nothing to do, he left the courtyard and flew out to find an old acquaintance to drink and chat. Hey. Seeing that Sun Wukong had gone far away, Duanmu Huai closed the door, rubbed his hands, sat on the chair, and then began to wait happily. I don't know which technician will come this time. If it's the famous Xiaoqian, that would be the best. If not, it doesn't matter. I heard that this ghost lady has many beautiful female ghosts under her command. It wouldn't be a loss for either one. Right? So Duanmu Huai was daydreaming here. It was getting dark over there, and he could hear gusts of cold wind outside. Duanmu Huai was also concentrating, and he heard a woman's voice in the wind outside. Sisters, the monkey has already run away, and only the vicious monk is left. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the Tang monk who went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. It is said that eating the Tang monk's meat can prolong life, and make one live in harmony with heaven and earth. If you absorb his yang energy, you can even ascend to heaven and attain enlightenment. It just so happens that Grandma is not here. So let's try it out. If we can really succeed, then we won't be afraid of that old woman anymore. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was also very happy. Everyone else was ordering alone. But he didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to have a melee? Come on. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Let's be happy together. However, just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, he heard another woman outside speaking. But Tang Sung looks very ferocious. As the saying goes, ghosts are afraid of evil people. We are ghosts. And Tang Sung is an evil person. How can we eat him? Sister, you don't understand. Tang Monk looks ferocious. So no woman dares to get close to him. In my opinion, that's why he became a monk. As long as you and I go up to him and seduce him, the monk will be so angry that he will let us sisters do whatever we want. Damn it! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately felt his fist hard. What do you mean I am so scary that I become a monk because I don't have women to want me? I have plenty of women. Okay? You little female ghosts are talking nonsense to me. I don't think I am like the character in the book, who beats you little female ghosts until your eyes roll back, foam at the mouth, and beg for mercy. Just when Duanmu Huai made the decision and waited for the female ghost to come, He heard an old voice coming from outside. No wonder I didn't see you guys. You actually came here. Hearing this sound, the female ghosts also screamed softly. And then, they heard a few loud slaps. You thieves. You have a good plan. Do you want to steal my Tang monk's flesh? I dare not. What do you mean by dare not? I heard it all clearly. Humph. You girls have such a great opportunity in front of you. But you still want to see whether it's beautiful or ugly. You deserve to be an unjustly killed ghost for the rest of your life. With such an opportunity to cultivate and become an immortal. Don't let it go even if it's a fierce monk. A pig. Or a tiger. Get out of the way. Grandma? What do you girls know? Let me show you what Grandma can do. Holy shit. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was so scared that he almost jumped up. I want a technician. Not a madam. Don't come over here. However, unfortunately, the ghost lady obviously didn't hear Duanmu Huai's inner mourning. After a while, she saw the door of the room suddenly opened. And then the woman who dressed up and chanting came in. Hello. Monk. I couldn't sleep all night. I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep. I didn't expect that there was a monk like you here. There is no one else here. Why don't we have a little time under the moonlight? What do you think? Oh my god. Duanmu Huai's expression remained unchanged. But he was about to curse in his heart. Although the woman was indeed beautiful, she was transformed by the ghost grandma. It was just like the succubus. The succubus turned into a beautiful woman. But if you look closely, the succubus's true form is a monster 8 feet tall with wings, horns and a tail. And its face is not humanoid. No matter how much this ghost grandma can change, she can only change for the better. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, he saw that old and ugly face making eyes at him. Roll. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's chi sank into his dantian, and he roared, causing all the birds to fly away and the house to tremble. The ghost grandmother's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't support the transformation technique. So she turned around and closed the door and left. Call. Seeing the old lady leave, Duanmu Huai was relieved. If he wanted to kill this evil old lady, it would only take a blink of an eye. But no. It was not easy to come to Lanruit Temple. Wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't order a technician? This evil old lady was the same. Generally, the boss would send out soldiers first, and then attack himself. Why don't you follow the rules and plan to feed the tiger with your own body? I don't want anything else. I just hope that this evil old lady finds out that she is not easy to deal with, and quickly sends all the girls under her command to me so that I can have a good time. Just as he was thinking, Duanmu Huai heard another sound coming from outside. Grandma. Are you okay? Grandma? Oh my god. That monk was so powerful. He was only so far away. But I almost lost my soul after hearing his cry. Grandma. Are you okay? Huh? What's the matter? Listening to the gnashing of teeth, it was obvious that she was very upset about losing face in front of her subordinates. After all, she had just said it with such confidence. But she didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. In fact, the ghost grandmother was also terrified. Duanmu Huai's roar was so loud that even an old monster like her couldn't bear it. If it were a young monster, she would have been scared to death long ago. From this point of view, the rumor that this monk from the Tang dynasty in the east subdued demons and monsters along the way is not an exaggeration. If this is true, then it is really a bit difficult to deal with. This monk from the Tang dynasty is really quite skilled. He is not interested in women. He is not easy to deal with. Could it be that Grandma hasn't changed for a long time and her hands are unfamiliar? Do you want us to help? At this moment, another unwilling female ghost came over and said. It was obvious that they had not given up on sharing Tang monk. Huh? The little girl's movie. Just by being careful. I can't help me. However, the ghost grandma was stubborn and refused to give in. To be honest, she was a little nervous. But if she thought about it carefully, the monk Tang was right in front of her. If she succeeded, she would be able to become an immortal. The temptation was too great. She had to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Otherwise, if the monk Tang was eaten by a monster in the future, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Grandma Ghost thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. If my grandmother can't do it, you guys are even less likely to do it. In my opinion, that monk. Humph. In this case, I have no choice but to use my trump card. Is this okay? Grandma? Seeing that Grandma refused to give in, the ghost girls were disappointed. They had originally thought that if Grandma ate meat, they could take this opportunity to drink some soup. But now it seemed that Grandma wanted both. So although they were very unhappy, they had no choice but to agree. Of course, you have to know that I have dealt with countless monks before. As long as I use this trick, they will all surrender obediently. As she spoke, the ghost grandma whispered a few words to the female ghosts. After hearing what the ghost grandma said, the female ghosts were also surprised and confused, and looked at each other. It was obvious that the amount of information in the ghost grandma's words just now was so great that even these female ghosts were a little overwhelmed. The monks are so strange. Why else would he be a monk? Look at your grandma's ability. As she spoke, the ghost grandma rolled up her sleeves, looked again at the room where Duan Muhui was, and sneered. Let's see how Tang Sun will defend this time. What is this saying? Duan Muhui was also curious when he heard the faint conversation between the ghost girl and the ghost grandmother outside. But he still sat there obediently, looking like he was meditating. After a while, the door opened again, and then a little monk with red lips, white teeth, and skin as white as snow, wearing a monk's robe, walked in and looked at Duan Muhui with a frown. Master, I am new here, and I am scared to be alone at night. If you don't mind, you can be with me. Go to H.L. At this moment, Duan Muhui couldn't help it anymore. Chapter 932. The Ghost King of the Black Chicken Country seeks help. Duan Muhui talks about Western Buddhism. First, Sun Wukong left the ghost temple that night and went to the Dragon King to chat and drink. He spent the whole night there, and remembered Duan Muhui's words, and came back on the clouds at dawn. Then Sun Wukong saw that the temple was completely destroyed, and the entire temple was razed to the ground. Only Duan Muhui was sitting on a stone with a melancholy face, looking up at the sky, and the celestial horse was silently eating grass behind him. Master, I am back. At this moment, Sun Wukong also turned around and landed in front of Duan Muhui. Master, what kind of powerful demon did you encounter? Why is the fight so intense? Looking at the completely collapsed temple in front of him, Sun Wukong was also surprised. After all the monsters and demons he had encountered on his journey to the west were basically killed by Duan Muhui in one move. How powerful was he to be able to fight his master like this? Why? Duan Muhui sighed silently and looked at Sun Wukong. Where did you go? I went to the Dragon King of the East China Sea and talked with him about the past. Oh, there are some good wine and food here. If master doesn't mind, forget seafood. I'm not interested. Duan Muhui waved his hand silently. Okay, let's go. After saying that, he mounted his horse and walked silently down the mountain. Sun Wukong looked at Duan Muhui's back in confusion for a moment, then scratched his head and followed silently. It seemed that his master was not in a good mood. Could it be that some demon had ruined his mood? Just as Sun Wukong thought, Duan Muhui was extremely depressed at the moment. He had finally come to this legendary paradise and wanted to get a technician package for free. But he didn't expect that the technician didn't come. But the madam came. She humiliated him again and again, and even turned into a little monk. Duan Muhui raised his fist and hit the ghost grandma, and the ghost grandma was beaten to death. Seeing this, the other female ghosts also dispersed and fled. Duan Muhui was left alone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He simply smashed the shabby temple and demolished the broken statue, which seemed to be a way of venting his anger. As a result, even Monkey King went out for a night of drinking and partying. But he got nothing. Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. You know, female ghosts, vixens, and the like are all men's romance. In this way, the master and the disciple walked for another day, and then they found a cave to rest. Duan Muhui ate and drank a lot, and after he was full and relaxed, he fell into a deep sleep. However, not long after he lay down, he heard heavy rain outside the cave and a voice calling elder and elder. Duan Muhui looked up and saw a wet man standing in the rain with tears in his eyes. What I want is a female ghost, not a male ghost. Duan Muhui almost threw the tin staff at hand over. You are kidding me. God. I just want to see a female ghost and have some sex with her. It's fine if you don't give me one. But what do you mean by sending me a male ghost? If you can't explain it clearly, I will smash a big hole in your heaven. Do you believe it? Elder. Calm down. Elder. Calm down. I have been wronged. Seeing Duanmu Huai's furious look, the man was so scared that he fell to his knees, knelt down, and begged for mercy. What grudge or vengeance? Duanmu Huai was now glaring at him angrily and asked. And the man then stood up and spoke. To be honest, I was originally the king of the Black Chicken Kingdom. To be honest, there was a drought here for 5 years. No grass grew, and the people starved to death. It was very sad. The granaries in our country were empty, and all the money and food were gone. The civil and military officials stopped receiving their salaries, and I had no meat to eat. I shared the joys and sorrows with all the people, bathed and fasted, burned incense and prayed day and night. For 3 years, the rivers and wells dried up. Just when we were in danger, a Taoist priest from Zhong Nanshan came. He called the wind and rain, turned stones into gold, and saved me from the drought. When Duanmu Huai heard this, he was moved but remained calm. Then what? I saw how righteous he was. So I swore an oath of friendship with him and called him my brother. 2 years ago, during a spring outing, I walked with the Taoist priest to the octagonal glazed well in the imperial garden. I saw a golden glow inside, and the Taoist priest coaxed me to come forward to watch, and then pushed me into the well. Then he transformed himself into my appearance, and sealed the well mouth with a stone slab. It's a pity that I have been dead for 3 years, and the evil Taoist priest has now changed into my appearance and occupied my kingdom, my concubines in the harem, and all the civil and military officials. All belong to him. It's really unfair. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. After hearing what the dead emperor said, he remembered that the country ahead was the Black Chicken country. Duanmu Huai had heard this story before. The king who drowned was actually the Mount of Manjusri Bodhisattva. According to Manjusri Bodhisattva, the reason why the king fell into this situation was that the king was kind and generous to monks. So Tathagata sent Manjusri Bodhisattva to ferry him back to the west, and he became a golden arhat. Then Manjusri Bodhisattva turned into an ordinary monk and asked him to make some food offerings. Then he asked the emperor some difficult questions. The emperor was furious and ordered people to tie him up and soak him in the imperial river for 3 days and 3 nights. Later, Manjushri Bodhisattva was rescued and reported to Tathagata, who then ordered the monster to push him into the well to avenge the 3-day flood. The so-called every peck and every sip is destined to be bullshit. If you think this makes sense, then you have been brainwashed by these bald donkeys. Think about it carefully. The king is kind and generous. That is his own business. He did not ask you, the Bodhisattva or Buddha, to find him. It was you who wanted to recruit him into the organization. Besides, Manjusri said that the king was furious because he was challenged by my few words. According to the nature of these bald donkeys, they would only ask questions that would raise blood pressure, such as if your mother or your wife fell into the water. Who would you save? Let alone the emperor. Anyone who sees such a bad mouth would be beaten. As we all know, what these bald donkeys like to do most is to hide their true identity, then transform into mortals, and then go to cause trouble. After causing trouble, they still think they are not wrong and that others are too uncultured. That's right. It's just like when Guanyin went to Chang'an to find the monk who was going to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Monk Tang was preaching the scriptures well, but you were shouting from below that the scriptures were wrong. Isn't she here to mess things up? That's because Tang Sung has a good temper. If it were Duanmu Huai, he would have beaten her to a half paralysis on the spot. You're asking for a beating just because you're talking nonsense. You bald ass. You are such a lowly person, and you don't allow others to beat you? So to put it bluntly, this group of bald donkeys wanted to pull the king into their camp, and they felt noble. So they deliberately provoked the other side. And then, they were beaten up by the other side. Then, they couldn't save their face anymore. So they came to take revenge on the king of Black Chicken. Look, isn't this cheap? Some people also say that it's great that the lion spirit turned into a king and governed the country so that it was prosperous. Did you forget the premise? First of all, why was the lion demon able to befriend the king and have the opportunity to replace him? Because the lion demon pretended to be a Taoist priest and could call the wind and rain. Why do we have to call the shots? Because there was drought in the country for 3 years, and countless people died. Then the question is, who caused the drought in the past 3 years? Who allowed the lion demon to take this opportunity to get close to the king of Wuji? To put it bluntly, isn't the culprit of all this that damn Tathagata? In order to save his brother's reputation, Tathagata caused a severe drought in the kingdom of Black Chicken for many years, causing starvation and countless deaths and injuries. He then sent a lion spirit to transform into a Taoist priest to call the wind and rain, win the king's trust and replace him, just to save his brother's reputation? Who the H.L. still said that Buddha has mercy on me. This guy is just a petty-minded bastard. Not to mention that this is all your own fault. The king is just a charity-loving person, not a charitable one. And he didn't ask you, the Buddha, to welcome him. You guys are so self-righteous that you have to go to his territory to get beaten. And after being beaten, you don't repent, but instead blame the emperor for everything. It's as if the 3 years of drought and the emperor's killing were all his own fault. Every peck and every drink is destined. If you weren't looking for death, why would you cause so much trouble? So you see, what this monk says is all bullshit, and you can't believe a single word he says. Even if the king was wrong. Shouldn't you, as a monk, be compassionate? You keep saying you are compassionate, and that you should turn back when the sea of suffering is endless. But when it comes to you, you won't take any loss. Right? People just tease you for 3 days, but you make them suffer for 3 years. And who knows how many innocent people have starved to death. You still have the nerve to say that monks are compassionate? Isn't that nonsense? I think you are just short of killing your whole family. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As a judge, his duty is to protect mankind. So demons and evil gods like Tathagata who dare to harm mankind will naturally have only one way to go, death. Now that he is so stupid that he has been beaten right under his nose, he will first kill the lion to make braised lion head, and then chop off the evil Manjusri Bodhisattva who can't distinguish right from wrong. Let's see if Tathagata dares to come to his door and die. If it dares to come and seek death, just blow its dog head off, and let the western paradise be littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Don't worry, King. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai had already made up his mind and bowed to the king. Evil demons and monsters must be killed by everyone. I will avenge the king and return your kingdom to you. When the king heard Duanmu Huai's answer, he was overjoyed. He thanked him repeatedly, and then disappeared without a trace. Then Duanmu Huai woke up, opened his eyes, and called Sun Wukong. Monkey, I need your help with something. Oh, what is it, master? Just now I dreamed that the ghost of a king came to me in my dream and said. After all, Duanmu Huai told Sun Wukong what the king had said and his own guesses. It must be said that Sun Wukong was shocked when he heard this. Master, can Tathagata really do such a cruel thing? How refreshing. He looks kind and gentle. Doesn't he look like a good person? Duanmu Huai sneered and snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, wait and see. In short, I want you to go to the octagonal glazed well in the Imperial Garden first and find a way to take out the king's body. And then find a way to revive him. Then we will go into the city together, confront the fake king, and expose his mask in person. Then we will see if Manjusri Bodhisattva dares to come to protect him. Master, how can you say that? Hearing Duanmu Huai say this, Sun Wukong was speechless. The king has been dead for 3 years. I'm afraid his body has turned into bones. No matter how powerful I am, I can't bring a person back to life. I don't care. You are a great sage with great powers. You can definitely accomplish this. Do you want to know the truth? This, faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Sun Wukong thought for a moment helplessly and nodded. Okay, let me think of a solution first. Chapter 933 Duanmu Huai's braised lion's head Bodhisattva's blood splashes in the spring house. The Monkey King was indeed a resourceful monkey. Only 1 day later, Duanmu Huai saw it appear in front of him with the lively emperor. Master, I have fulfilled my mission and finally succeeded. When he saw Duanmu Huai, Sun Wukong hurried forward and complained. It was very difficult for me to find it. I first went to the octagonal glazed well. There happened to be a well-dragon king underneath, who found the emperor's body. After I carried him out, I went to the heavenly palace to find Taishan Lao Jun and asked him for a 9-turn soul-restoring pill. This finally saved the emperor. I see you're not busy. Duanmu Huai chuckled and looked at the emperor, only to see that the emperor also hurried forward and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Elder, you are truly powerful. I just paid you a visit last night, but I didn't expect you to come back to life today. You are welcome. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. We exterminate demons and defend the way in order to save the common people. That demon dared to disrupt the world and meddle in human affairs. I will destroy its soul and set things right. Then master, now that the emperor has been saved, what should we do? At this moment, Sun Wukong also stepped forward and asked. After hearing Sun Wukong's question, Duan Muhui thought about it. In the original novel and the TV series, it was Sun Wukong who led the prince to explain the situation. And then, they worked together to capture the lion demon. But why bother? Let's go straight into the city. Duan Muhui waved his right hand. Go straight to his palace and expose the true face of this demon in public. Ah! Hearing this, not only Sun Wukong was shocked, but even the king was quite surprised. Elder, this royal city is heavily guarded. Besides, they are all my subjects. If we kill them in, you don't have to worry about this. Your Majesty. Duan Muhui waved his hand. I have my own ideas. Since Duan Muhui said so, the other two could not say anything. So they packed their luggage and went down the mountain to the gate of Wuji Kingdom. The king was still dressed as he was before his death, wearing a yellow robe and holding a jade ruler. When they arrived at the gate, the guards were also dumbfounded and hurriedly blocked them and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you pretend to be my king? You are so audacious. You deserve to die. You." The king was also feeling aggrieved at the moment, and was so angry that he could not speak when he saw his own guards blocking him. However, at this moment, Duan Muhui took a step forward, glanced at him, and snorted coldly, "Kneel." Duan Muhui's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder that spread across the land. The two guards felt their knees weaken and fell to the ground, not daring to stand up. Duan Muhui did not even look at the two men, but turned around and gestured to the king. "Your Majesty, please." "Oh." The king was also trembling with fear. He nodded and walked into the city. Only then did he realize that everyone in the city, regardless of gender, age, or animals, was lying on the ground, not daring to move. They were all pale, sweating profusely, and trembling all over. They felt that their whole bodies were almost devoid of life, as if they would die in the blink of an eye. "This, Your Majesty, is the king, so you should be treated as a subject when you return to the court. Please." Duan Muhui waved his hand again, and the king was stunned, nodded, and then strode forward. At this moment, the king was also very calm. Although he had seen the ability of the demon, the power of the elder from the Tang dynasty in the east was far superior, which made the king feel more at ease. The three of them walked forward under the kneeling of the people of Wuji, and walked straight into the imperial court and arrived in front of the palace. They saw the civil and military officials standing on both sides, kneeling on the ground. On the dragon chair, a Taoist priest was lying on the table with his hands. His face was pale, and sweat was pouring down. His appearance was quite funny. When he saw Duan Muhui, Sun Wukong, and the king, the Taoist priest's face changed drastically. "You, what are you doing? You're such a demon." When the king saw the Taoist priest, he was also very angry. He walked straight up to him, pointed at his nose, and started scolding him. "You have made great contributions in calling for rain, and I have become your brother. I have never lacked you for wealth and glory. I never thought that you, a demon and thief, would be so bold as to replace me with a king and push me into the well to take my place on the throne. Fortunately, the holy monk elder from the Tang dynasty in the east has great power. Otherwise, wouldn't I have become a ghost who died unjustly?" Hearing the king's angry rebuke, the officials were dumbfounded and shocked. The Taoist priest above gritted his teeth and dared not speak. He did not expect that the monk from the Tang dynasty in the east was so powerful. To be honest, the demon was waiting for Tang monk to come to the court, and he wanted to find a way to drive him away. But he did not expect that before he could give an order. He felt a terrifying pressure coming from the sky, like a huge mountain and a rock, which directly pressed the demon down and broke its transformation skills, causing the demon to show its true form. Snort. Seeing this, Duan Muhui snorted coldly, and then withdrew his divine power. The demon only felt his body lighten, and he did not dare to neglect it at this moment. He quickly transformed himself into a green-haired lion, roared, and turned around to try to fly away. "Don't leave, monster!" However, Duan Muhui had been watching him for a long time, and he also made a gesture. Then Sun Wukong roared, stepped forward, and smashed the green-haired lion head-on with a stick. The green-haired lion didn't dare to take it head-on, and quickly rolled to the ground again. At this time, Duanmu Huai suddenly rushed towards it, and then slid under the green-haired lion, stretched out his hands, one hand holding the front paw, and the other holding the hind leg. Just like this, the green-haired lion was lifted up like a dead pig, and then pressed down hard. The green-haired lion fell heavily on Duanmu Huai's back. With a crack, the lion's body broke into two parts from the back and died instantly. Only then did the civil and military officials dare to stand up and look at the scene in front of them in doubt. The emperor returned to the throne and told the officials the truth. When they heard that the Taoist priest was a monster and even framed the king, everyone was surprised. After returning to the throne, the king thanked Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong repeatedly, and even wanted to give the throne to them. Duanmu Huai naturally refused, but said that he was from the Tang dynasty after all, and if he really wanted to, he could pay tribute to the Tang dynasty and show the power of the emperor. The king naturally agreed without hesitation. As for the gold, silver, jewelry, silks and satins, Duanmu Huai didn't care about them at all. Instead, he only wanted one reward, which was to find the best restaurant in Wuji and roast the lion for him, making a lion banquet so that he could taste the flavor of the lion. It has to be said that the king was also confused when he heard Duanmu Huai's request. But since the holy monk had such a request, the king naturally did it. He found the best chamanla in the country, and sent the royal chef and the chef to serve together. He prepared a lion banquet for Duanmu Huai on the top floor. Well, I have to say that the royal chef's cooking skills are quite good. Look, monkey. Duanmu Huai took out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat. It was shiny and delicious, and it looked very appetizing. They say there's no fish in fish-flavored shredded pork, and no wife in wife cakes. But now this braised lion's head is really a braised lion's head. It's now worthy of its name. I don't know whether there is a wife in the wife cake, but I know that someone is here to bring bad luck. Sun Wukong was eating a peach and then staring at the door. Then he saw a bodhisattva descending from the sky and landing at the door. With a solemn expression and hands clasped together, he walked towards Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong, and then sang a salute to them. Amitabha. Oh, isn't this Manjushri Bodhisattva? What's the matter with you coming here? Seeing Manjushri Bodhisattva like this, Sun Wukong also returned a greeting indifferently. Manjushri Bodhisattva's expression remained unchanged until he saw the lion feast in front of Duanmu Huai. Then his mouth twitched. To be honest, this lion is not an ordinary monster. It was sent by the Buddha. Oh! Hearing this, Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. Duanmu Huai ate and drank heartily, pretending not to see the person in front of him. This monster pushed the king into the well and took his place. His crime is extremely heinous. How can he be considered as being sent by the Buddha? Great sage, you don't know? As he spoke, Manjushri Bodhisattva told Sun Wukong what had happened. However, Sun Wukong was unaware that while listening, he kept looking towards Duanmu Huai. After all, he had heard the truth from Duanmu Huai a long time ago, and now hearing Manjushri tell it again, he just found it funny. So, although the lion was wrong, his crime does not deserve death. Not a crime punishable by death? Only then did Duanmu Huai put down the lion leg he had gnawed clean and looked towards Manjushri Bodhisattva. Then I would like to ask. The Wuji country has been suffering from drought for 3 years, with starving people everywhere and countless deaths and injuries. What kind of crime is this? Amitabha. Manjushri Bodhisattva hurriedly clasped his hands together and lowered his head again. The drought. Monks don't tell lies. If you insult my intelligence with one more word, I will blow your head off. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and glanced at Manjushri Bodhisattva. You were only soaked in the river for 3 days. But the people of Wuji country suffered 3 years of disaster. You keep talking about compassion, but you are not doing anything human. Don't you really think that you can do whatever you want under the protection of Tathagata? Saint monk. What are you talking about? Hearing this, Manjushri Bodhisattva laughed. That is, however, before Manjushri Bodhisattva could finish his words, Duanmu Huai flashed and punched Manjushri Bodhisattva in the nose, smashing it into pieces and causing blood to ooze out. Then Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed Manjushri Bodhisattva by the collar, staring at him coldly. Listen carefully. I know better than anyone what kind of people you bastards in the West are. So I'll tell you once that I'm a superstitious person. If something unfortunate happens to the kingdom of Black Chicken again, or if the king commits suicide or is struck by lightning, I will settle accounts with all of you. I won't be polite then. Let me tell you, my master, if he waits for me obediently in the west, he can live a few more days, if he has other plans. Having said that, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent came out of his mouth. When the Dharma is extinguished, it will be like a lamp going out. Remember this. Go away. After saying that, Duanmu Huai threw Manjusri Bodhisattva out with a flick of his hand. Sun Wukong sat beside him, watching the scene in amazement. Master, are you really going to do this? Of course. When I go to the west, the Shurangama Sutra and the Prajnaparamita Sutra will be destroyed first, and the 12 sutras will be destroyed after they are found. After that, the Buddhist path will be hard to find. I want to see if this Tathagata dares to come and cause trouble for me. Chapter 934. Duanmu Huai passed by the Golden Palace of Chechi Kingdom and offered a plan. Duanmu Huai left Wuji Kingdom and headed for Chechi Kingdom, which is also an interesting country. According to the novel, Chechi Kingdom respected Taoism and killed monks because of praying for rain. According to the book, there was no rain in Chechi Kingdom, so the king asked monks and Taoists to pray for rain. The monks chanted for a long time, but it was useless. The Taoists performed a ritual and it rained. The king was delighted and listed the Taoists as immortals and forced all the monks to do hard labor. Of course, if Duanmu Huai said, this is not wrong. Regardless of whether they are monks or Taoists, they all eat from the royal salary. Who can tolerate you taking money without doing anything? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, King Chechi did nothing wrong. Since the monk was useless, he naturally did not respect the Buddha. But speaking of this, the Chechi Kingdom killed so many monks. And you, the Buddha, didn't react at all and pretended to be blind. The king of Wuji Kingdom flirted with you for 3 days, and you got furious and made trouble and killed the king. This shows that believers are really worthless in the eyes of the Buddha. So Duanmu Huai thought it was fun and told this to Sun Wukong, who was also stunned when he heard it. Master, what should we do? If the Chechi Kingdom respects Taoism and destroys monks, won't we be in trouble? Should we just bypass it? The territory of Chechi country is vast. There is no way to go around. Just like Wuji country, we can just enter the hall, stamp the pass and leave. Duanmu Huai waved his hands. To be honest, he wanted to ride on Sun Wukong's somersault cloud. Unfortunately, according to Sun Wukong, this magic skill could not carry mortals. Ordinary people would feel as heavy as clay statues when standing on it. But for Duanmu Huai, it would be like a skyscraper, which would pierce through you if you sat on it. Fortunately, this Pegasus is caught up with Harley, so it's not slow at all. As for the 3 great immortals, to be honest, Duanmu Huai didn't really want to care about them. Although Duanmu Huai hated Buddhism, he didn't like Taoism very much either. After all, as a judge of the court of trial, Duanmu Huai's position was on the side of humans, and Taoism and Buddhism were not very concerned about mortals. It's just that Taoism is relatively not as disgusting as Buddhism. If you have to say whether Duanmu Huai likes it or not, he can't say that he likes it very much. In other words, Taoism at least emphasizes an equal exchange, while Buddhism is just a scam of empty talk and pyramid selling. You see, the king died, and Sun Wukong went to find Taishan Laojun, and a 9-turn resurrection pill solved the problem. This is to change Buddhism. That is, the king is destined to have this robbery, and you will be good at the next life. This is bullshit. Although in the novel, Sun Wukong said that the 3 big immortals were killed because they spy on the national movement of the Chigua, waiting for the country to get to seize the car. Well, aren't it mazy? Of course. The premise is that these 3 aliens do not provoke him. If they cooperate throughout the process, Duanmu Huai might let them go if he is in a good mood. If they do cooperate. Hey. It happened that this is the tiger, and the deer and the sheep. It happened to have a full seed of manhen, and Duanmu Huai hadn't eaten it. So you see, this mythical world is good. You can eat any protected animal. And it is the kind of spirit, which is a protected animal among protected animals. If you put this thing in the present, you will have to watch over it 24 hours a day, not to mention eating it. It is nothing like Duanmu Huai, who eats one today and one tomorrow, and eats happily without fear of being caught. But unfortunately, you can't get a panda all the way to Shilin. Otherwise, don't say. Duanmu Huai really wants to taste, after all. This thing in the rule of law cannot eat. The South China tiger is extinct. During the speaking, the 2 also arrived in the country, and gave a gift with the Huangmin official. His Majesty, there are 2 monks outside, saying that they went from Dong to Datong to Shitian to learn from the scriptures. Oh! Hearing this ambassador to speak, the king didn't care much. This monk has nowhere else to go to die. But he comes here to die? Why don't the patrol officers arrest him? His Majesty. At this moment, the Grand Tutor also spoke hurriedly. The Great Tang in the east is the southern continent of Jambudvipa, also known as the Great Chinese Country. It is thousands of miles away from here, and there are many monsters along the way. I have heard that there was a monk from the Great Tang who went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. He defeated monsters and demons along the way, and his reputation rose rapidly. I hope your Majesty will look at the distant monk from China, and summon him to verify his certificate and let him go, so as not to lose the good karma. After hearing what the Grand Tutor said, the king was also silent for a moment. Indeed, if it were an ordinary monk, he could be arrested. But the other party had the Tang dynasty behind him. Although it was heard that the Tang dynasty in the east and the Chechi kingdom were thousands of miles away, there was no need to provoke the great Chinese nation for such a trivial matter. Right? Thinking of this, the king turned and looked at the 3 Taoist priests sitting next to him. 3 imperial masters. What do you think? This, when he heard the king's question. The tiger and deer, the big fairy, also looked at each other. He looked at each other. Robbery. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. Until now, Duanmu Huai has been killing people. The little monsters in Xinyo Huzhou are so scared that their legs are shaking just by hearing his name, for fear that they will be caught and eaten by him. The 3 fairies had naturally heard of Duanmu Huai's reputation, and at this moment, their mood was quite complicated. How about we just let them go? We are doing fine here. Why should we wade into this mess? Brother Tiger's words is bad. I heard that the Tang monk meat can be old and not old. What if I didn't miss it? That monk ate so many monsters along the way. The 3 demons were sweating profusely when they talked about this. They had only heard of demons eating humans, but never heard of humans eating demons. The youngly immortal was trembling even more. I heard that there is a hot pot in the Tang dynasty of the east. They cut the mutton to cook it. I haven't lived enough, so I don't want to get into the pot yet. Brother, both the tiger power immortal and the sheep power immortal were a little timid. But the deer power immortal rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. Yes. What's up? Brother is thinking about it. As long as we eat Tang Sing's meat, we don't have to kill the Tang monk. This king is faint. We might as well say a few words to let him send someone to take the monk and chopped it. This, can you do it? Hearing this, youngly Daxian was also slightly moved. Why not? Chechi State has many soldiers. I don't believe that he is just a monk. He may be good at killing demons and monsters, but what can he do against the army? As he spoke, Luli Daxian nodded vigorously, convincing himself. When the other 2 heard it, it seemed that this did make sense. So the 3 of them exchanged glances. Okay. Deal. Then the great immortal Luli turned around and bowed to the king. Congratulations to king. Congratulations. Oh. Why does the national teacher say this? Where do you come from? Hearing the congratulations from the immortal Luli, the king was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha. The king is unknown. The Tang monk is not immortal. In fact, this Tang monk is turned into the dragon pulse of the East Turkish Tang dynasty. This goes to Shikian is not to worship the Buddha, but to absorb the luck of the Western earth. If the king can take it down, and then the poverty-stricken town can be used as a sacrifice method, so that the Datong dragon pulse will be available. It's flourishing. Oh, there is such a good thing? The king of Chechi was originally a fool, but when he heard what Immortal Luli said, his face immediately lit up with joy. Then I immediately announced their upper hall and took it down to the national teacher. Your Majesty is a little safe. Hearing this, the 3 immortals were also shocked and hurried to stop him. Are you kidding? I don't know if that monk will hit people. He is good at killing monsters. If he finds out his true form and kills and eats them on the spot, it would not be worth it even if he is beaten to death by the emperor. That monk does have some skills. If we summon him to the palace, he might get angry and startle the emperor. That would be bad. Just order someone to capture him and execute him, and we can do the rest. The national teacher is right. The king nodded, and then made an order. Come! Order the Royal Lin army to go out, grab the 2 monks, and make it the FA rectification on the spot. Immediately, a general in golden armor stepped out and left after receiving the order. Upon seeing this scene, the three immortals looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. The advantage is on my side. This time it's a sure thing. At the same time, in that station, Duan Muhuai and Sun Wukong drank tea and chatted, waiting to see the king. Master? What is this? Oh huh? This is interesting. As Duan Muhuai spoke, he stood up, glared at the leading general, clenched his fists, and stretched his muscles. Crackling sounds came from all over his body, which made the soldiers' faces change slightly. What does this mean? What do you want? Facing Duan Muhuai's murderous gaze, the leading general felt that his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even hold the knife. Duan Muhuai was originally tall, and with his muscular body and murderous aura, he gave people the feeling that a terrifying beast was looking at him with its bloody mouth wide open. But Wang Ming is someone. Come! Capture these two monks and execute them on the spot. Following the general's order, the soldiers immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards Duan Muhuai. Okay. Playing. Right? Seeing the other party's hands, Duan Muhuai also shined in front of him. I ate braised lion's head before, and I was worried that I had no place to digest it. Look at how powerful your father is. Here I come. Chapter 935. Duan Muhuai destroys the emperor with one hand, and the golden palace starts the hot pot. Regarding this car, Chigwa dared to move himself. Duan Muhuai first stunned, and immediately reacted to the three big ghosts of the tiger and deer sheep. I have to say that this trick is really wonderful to kill people by knives. Didn't you say that you can eat? Maybe you can make up for the brain if you eat these three fairy. Thinking of this, Duan Muhuai shook his head and retracted his thoughts. Just try it and you'll know. In fact, generally speaking, the ideas of these three immortals are correct. People who can exorcise demons are indeed powerful, but they dare not say that they can compete with the royal family. Basically, in this situation, they either surrender or run away. After all, these people are lone travelers, and they don't have any backing forces to protect them. It's not worth it to confront the royal family. So when they encounter such a thing, most of them just run away. After all, the emperor is far away, and as long as I run far away, you can't find me. But the problem is that Duan Muhuai's identity is not ordinary. He was holding the pass of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, which represented the Tang dynasty. In today's terms, Duan Muhuai was the diplomatic envoy of the Tang dynasty. When two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. The Chechi kingdom has no grudges against the Tang dynasty, but they want to kill the diplomatic envoys. Do you want to die? This is the Tang dynasty of Li Shimin, not the Tang dynasty during the Angshi rebellion. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is very strange in the novel. Although Tang Xing's imperial brother is also an identity, he is indeed a diplomatic ambassador in the Tang dynasty. Of course, what you said in front of the monsters is useless. Is the governance of Zhenguan give it? Well, but if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. After all, the Han dynasty was strong, and the Tang dynasty was prosperous. If it happened in the Han dynasty, it would probably really kill you. In the Tang dynasty, alas, it's a pity that if I had just killed Yang Yuhuan and beheaded An Lushan during the Insha rebellion, nothing would have happened. Well, having said that, the ideas of the tiger, deer and sheep immortals are correct. But they are, after all, the thoughts of people who practice Taoism. But diplomacy is another matter. Snort! Duan Muhuai rushed out and knocked away all the soldiers in front of him. Then he stomped his feet suddenly, and the ground within a 10-mile radius with Duan Muhuai as the center suddenly cracked. Those soldiers and civilians flew up one after another, and then fell heavily to the ground, crying for their parents. This King Chechi is so bold. I am an envoy from the Tang dynasty, but he dared to send people to kill me in the street. He is so audacious. You just watch him perform the ceremony, and I will go and settle the score with him. Duan Muhuai ordered Sun Wukong, then turned directly and rushed forward. I saw that he hit the palace wall like the overspeed 70-ton mud header, breaking the Gongnan city wall all the way, and rushed straight into the palace. No, that's not good. While in the Golden Palace, King Chechi was still waiting for good news when he saw a messenger running in with sweat all over his forehead. That monk. What's wrong? What happened to the monk? Can't he run away? Hearing this, King Chechi also stood up and asked hurriedly. However, before the messenger could reply, screams were heard outside, and then several royal guards were knocked directly into the Golden Throne Hall and smashed against the wall. Then everyone saw the tall and ferocious monk striding into the Golden Throne Hall, his eyes wide open, staring angrily at the king in front of him. You, is you daring to kill the Deton envoy? You are so brave. Duan Muhui roared and walked straight towards King Chechi, who turned pale and collapsed on the dragon throne. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Great Immortal. Save me. Great Immortal. Save me. Alas! At this moment, the three great immortals, tiger, deer and sheep, were also trembling. They had anticipated many situations, but they had never thought that this monk would actually kill people directly in the main hall. Wasn't he afraid of death? Not to mention that this monk was full of murderous aura, which made them feel suffocated. You are a monk, but you have such a murderous aura. What kind of monk are you? This small foreign country is so rude that it dared to rob and kill the Tang envoys. It deserves death. Talking, I saw Duan Muhui suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the car of King Chi, and then twisted hard. So he twisted the king's head directly. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the three goblins were dumbfounded and speechless. For a moment, the whole hall was dead silent. And then the next moment, it suddenly began to boil like a frying pan. His Majesty is killed, grasped the murderer. At this moment, the royal guards also went crazy, rushing into the hall with weapons in hand. Crowded together, they were all furious, holding long spears, gritting their teeth. They stared at the murderer in front of them, but they showed no fear. No matter what, the other party killed their king. Such a madman must not be let go. However, facing such a large army, Duan Muhui was not afraid at all. He turned around, held up King Chechi's head, and glared at the soldiers in front of him. You small country. You tried to kill the Tang envoy. You deserve to die. Your Majesty is guilty. I am here to kill you. When the Tang army arrives, do not dare to move, or your country will be destroyed. Anyone who offends our great Tang will be punished no matter how far away they are. Seeing this, the three big fairy of the tiger and deer sheep were stupid. Brother, you were not drunk today, right? You were in someone else's hall, killed someone else's king, and even held his head, threatening to destroy his country? Did you drink too much? Or did we drink too much? Then, a magical scene happened. The soldiers who had surrounded Duan Muhui began to retreat involuntarily, and the Grand Master looked directly at the three immortals. National Master. Looking at this scene, the three Daxian was dumbfounded. You guys, there are thousands of you here, and you are afraid of one? When they say they want to destroy the country, do you really believe it? Regardless of whether they believe it. It seems that these soldiers are really afraid to go up. If they look at the national division, if they are holding the car, they will be on. That is the thing to turn over. Indeed, it was a big deal that the other party killed the king. But compared to destroying the country, it was not a big deal. After all, if the king died, you could find another one. But if Chechi was destroyed, that would be a completely different matter. The three immortals looked at each other, their faces firm, and nodded. 1, 2, 3, run! Just kidding. They will not be stupid enough to be as good as this horrible guy. When will you not walk at this time? Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Then the three of them suddenly flashed and turned into 3 rays of light, and they tried to rush out of the hall and run away. So dead. However, how could Duan Muhui let them get away? He just glared at the three immortals and roared. When the roar filled their ears, the three immortals felt as if a heavy hammer had hit their hearts, causing them to explode. Then they vomited blood, fell to the ground, and after struggling for a while, they turned into their original forms. Ah! Seeing that their own national teacher was killed by the other party's roar. The other soldiers were terrified. When they saw those immortals turned into animals, they screamed and retreated. At this moment, Duan Muhui was carrying King Chechi's head, walking down the hall, and staring at them coldly. Your king listened to the evildoer's slander and attempted to kill the Tang envoy. He deserves death. Now the mastermind is dead. The criminal has been killed. How to deal with it is up to you. After hearing Duan Muhui's words, All the civil and military officials in the court breathed a sigh of relief. And the Grand Tutor also hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down. Thank you for granting the holy monk. I will not be upset with the Tang dynasty Han Yin. Well, that's good. Duan Muhui nodded. First of all, give me a walk. Why? When Sun Wukong led Tianma to the Golden Hall, it was speechless to watch the scene in front of him. Master, what are you doing? It is no wonder that Sun Wukong was speechless. I saw that in the Golden Hall. Before the dragon seat, there was a large basin that was enough for an adult to go in to take a bath. There was a soup in the plate. Oh, what, you are here just right. Duan Muhui also picked up a piece of mutton with chopsticks, put it into the pot, and dipped it in the seasoning. Then put it into his mouth with satisfaction. Don't say. I haven't thought that this sheep Daxian is actually an antelope. The sheep is delicious but too fat. The goat is not oily and slender. Instead, the antelope is good. The taste is smooth, fat and thin. Can it be called the cattle in the tomato? Come on. No, my old grandson. But also a little lettuce. Sun Wukong also sat down next to Duan Muhui and took some lettuce and put it in. Master, what's going on? Why are you sitting on the throne? Are you bored with your pilgrimage and planning to become an emperor? This is not. But the original Kar king attacked the Tang dynasty envoy and was killed by me. At this moment, those ministers are discussing who is inherited by the throne. I was idle, and I asked the kitchen to cut these 3 fairy. Don't say it. The taste is not bad. As he spoke, Duan Muhui waved his hand. Qing decoction and spicy. Which one do you lower? My old grandson. Still Qing Shu. Chapter 936. Tontian River is wide and wide. And the carp soup is delicious and fresh. Duan Muhui and Sun Wukong ate hot pot in the Jinwan Palace for 3 days. And the Chechi kingdom finally responded. Since the king had no children, his cousin became the king. Not only did he stamp Duan Muhui with a pass, he also wrote a letter to express Chechi kingdom's submission to the Tang dynasty. As for how the Tang dynasty would respond, that was Li Shimon's business. Duan Muhui didn't care. He took the pass and set off again. This time, Chechi state didn't dare to make trouble again. It sent troops to escort them all the way until they sent the 2 outside the pass. Only then did they feel relieved. But I dare not let these 2 uncles come back. After leaving Chechi kingdom, Duan Muhui was not very happy. Seeing Duan Muhui like this, Sun Wukong was also curious. Master, they set us out in a nice way. Why are you not happy? Ah, I get a headache just thinking about the next country I'm going to. Having said that, Duan Muhui sighed silently. The reason is very simple. After Chechi kingdom, it is the kingdom of women. Duan Muhui was not afraid that he would be stopped like Tang Seng. After all, the queen of the kingdom of women was a beauty lover, and she would probably not look down on someone like him. But the thought of going to a country full of women gave Duan Muhui a headache. 1 woman was equivalent to 500 ducks. According to this calculation, the kingdom of women was simply a source of noise pollution. Duan Muhui still remembered that when he was watching TV series before, Monk Tang and his entourage entered the kingdom of women and were surrounded by a group of women on the street, talking and laughing. The noises were so loud that it made him feel dizzy. If this really happened now, he would probably be very annoyed. But fortunately, as long as the queen of the kingdom of women does not cause trouble for me, I can just stamp the pass quickly. When Duan Muhui and Sun Wukong were walking on the road, they saw an old man resting against a tree in front of them. Duan Muhui and Sun Wukong took a quick look and saw that he was not a monster, so they ignored him. When they heard the sound of horse hooves, the old man opened his eyes and looked at the 2 of them. When he saw Duan Muhui, he was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly got up and came to Duan Muhui. May I ask you too, are you the holy monks who came from the Tang dynasty in the east, heading to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, and exorcising demons and monsters along the way? Yes, it's my family. Hearing the old man's question, Duan Muhui nodded proudly. He was certainly not afraid that others would not recognize him. In fact, Duan Muhui had been bored before, so he asked someone to make him a monk's robe. Of course, it was not the kind of clothes for the loser in novels and TV dramas, but a white long gown with Namo great compassionate and merciful Gatling Bodhisattva who saves the suffering and the distressed embroidered on the left sleeve. And 6 pure depleted uranium bombs illuminate all living beings and save the world on the right sleeve. And I am the only one in heaven and on earth on the back. and 4 big noisy superior on the front, riding on the 3-meter-high Harley Pegasus. She is like a runaway angel, and the strongest breath of the era is blowing in your face. If you still can't recognize this, you be blind. Holy monk. When the old man heard this, he hurriedly threw himself in front of Duanmu Huai's horse. Please save our family. Don't be so polite. Old man. Duanmu Huai made a gesture, and Sun Wukong skillfully helped the old man up. They had seen many similar situations along the way, so they were familiar with the process. May I ask what happened at my father-in-law's house? Well, to be honest, the old man sighed and shook his head, while Duanmu Huai took out a wine gourd from his pocket, shared a snack with Sun Wukong, and went straight into listening to the opera. My home is Qinjiazwang, located by the Tongtian River. There is a temple of the King of Inspiration on the river bank. The King of Inspiration brings rain every year, blessing Qinjiazwang with good weather and good harvest every year. Isn't this a good thing? Hearing this, Sun Wukong asked curiously. He originally thought that they were harmed by a monster when he saw them like this, but he didn't expect that this monster was a good one? You don't know, Elder. Although the King of Inspiration protects us every year, there is a price to pay. He wants us to send young boys and girls to him every year. Otherwise, he will make our village live in peace. This year, we had given up when we arrived at Shijia, but we heard that a holy monk from the Tang dynasty in the east had been exorcising demons and monsters, and had just arrived at Chaichi Kingdom. So we sent people to guard the intersection, hoping to get the help of the holy monk and save my 2 poor children. Oh! Man-eating. Duanmu Huai laughed, and Sun Wukong made a face when he heard Duanmu Huai's tone, and followed Duanmu Huai to save him. Sun Wukong also knew that if it was some mischievous monsters, Duanmu Huai would ignore them. But if you eat people and harm people, Duanmu Huai will definitely kill your whole family. Let's not talk about anything else at this moment, since the King of Inspiration eats people, and eats young boys and girls at that. He will definitely die. Sure enough, Duanmu Huai nodded decisively without even thinking about it. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'll get rid of that evil spirit and bring you back to safety. Hearing Duanmu Huai's agreement, the old man was also grateful and hurriedly welcomed the 2 to Qinjiazwang, where Duanmu Huai also saw the 2 boys and girls who were to be offered as sacrifices this year. A boy of 7 years old named Qin Guanbao, and a girl of 8 years old named Yiqingjin. The Qin family was also a wealthy family, and they said that if the holy monk could eliminate the demons, they would definitely reward him handsomely. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't care about this at all. He just thought about it, and came up with an idea. So he directly summoned Wukong over. Monkey, let's do this. You turn into these 2, and go to the temple of the King of Inspiration. I will wait outside until the King of Inspiration comes, and kill him with 1 punch. Master, I am only 1 person. How can you make me become 2? What are you doing with your clone technique? Come on. Yes. This monkey was easy to deal with. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he transformed himself into a clone in the appearance of the 2 children. When the time came, he hurriedly took out a lacquer plate, put the 2 children on it, and then brought pigs, sheep and other sacrificial animals to the Lingon temple. He placed the boy and girl transformed by Sun Wukong at the top. Then the villagers burned paper horses, shouted, and left. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was standing in the shadow of the temple, and he couldn't help but sneer. Hearing Duanmu Huai's laughter, Sun Wukong was stunned. Why is master laughing? Ha. I laugh at Zhou Yu's lack of strategy and Shuga's lack of wisdom. Forget it. Let's stop talking nonsense. Look at this ghost place in Xinyohuzhou. The monsters here eat people with a sense of ritual. They also have to offer 2 people as sacrifices every year. And they have to be boys and girls. It's really particular, isn't it? Ha. Along the way we have come, this Tathagata neither cares about the monks who are tormented by monsters, nor the monsters who eat boys and girls. He only cares about his own bodhisattva who has been soaked in water for 3 days. He even wants to turn my eastern land Tang into such a desolate place. He is really a traitor. Master, what you said makes sense. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Sun Wukong nodded. He had never seen so many cannibals before. Monsters in other places would eat people, but most of them would just play tricks. Trick people into their caves, and then eat them. How could it be like Xinyohuzhou, where the monsters were so picky about food? Only boys and girls can eat it. The fairies from other places would be so jealous if they knew about this. This is also called the Western Paradise? Who is happy? Call. As they were talking, they heard a demonic wind coming, and the two of them kept silent. After a while, they saw the temple door open, and then a demon wearing golden armor and a golden helmet, with shining eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, appeared at the temple door. The demon did not enter the door, but just stood there and asked, "Which family is being worshipped this year?" Sun Wukong also answered hurriedly, "As you asked, the village head is Chen Chung, Chun Qing's family." After hearing Sun Wukong's answer, the monster seemed to become suspicious and just stood there, while Duanmu Huai also glared at Sun Wukong fiercely. "You are said to be smart, but you are also a fool. Normal children would be either scared to death or fainted when seeing a monster. You answered so fluently, which was really unnecessary. Forget it. I'll do it myself." Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai took a step forward, then suddenly rushed out and punched the monster. The monster was looking at the boy and girl carefully, but unexpectedly a strong man suddenly jumped out from behind the pillar next to it, which scared it. Duanmu Huai punched out and hit the monster, but his hand slipped and was deflected. How brave! The monster was shocked and tried to turn around and run away. But Duanmu Huai would not give it the chance and quickly grabbed the monster's golden armor. And the next moment, he was taken directly into the river by the monster. Plop! With a sound of water, Duanmu Huai was dragged directly into the river. The monster was seen turning left and right, desperately trying to break free. Duanmu Huai also held on to its armor tightly. Duanmu Huai knew that the armor on the monster was not just armor, but usually its fur. If it were a human, they would just take off their clothes and run away. If the monster took off its skin, it would be dead. But it would be dead. But you can't let you play anymore. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also clenched his right fist and punched down. The river water suddenly exploded, and a big hole was blown out in an instant. The surrounding river water dispersed, and for a moment there was nothing around. Without the protection of the river water, the monster no longer had the ability to struggle. Duanmu Huai grabbed it and hit it hard on the head, and it fainted directly. Then Duanmu Huai jumped to the ground, jumped out of the river before it merged again, and landed steadily on the ground. At this time, Duanmu Huai looked at it, only to find that it was a big carp in his own hands. "Master, are you okay?" At this moment, Sun Wukong also rushed over, and was also stunned when he saw the big carp in Duanmu Huai's hand. This is the monster. That is, you see that the fishing guy is never the Air Force. Hey. Having said that, Duanmu Huai sighed. "What's wrong? Master? You don't know? Such a large fish essence has a curse. You master, and I can't recognize the way now. You have to carry this carp from here to Datong to go." Others asked. I said, "How do you know that I was caught this big fish in Tongshan?" Master, you just caught a fish and are going back to the Tang dynasty? Just talking. Okay. Duanmu Huai shook his head silently. Back to Qinjiazhuang tonight. Eat fish soup. Chapter 937. Qinjiazhuang holds a fish feast, and Sun Wukong loses the Dinghai needle. This carp is fine, and the body is not small. It is almost the same as that of the adult dolphin. Duanmu Huai also carried it back directly. When Duanmu Huai returned to Old Chin's house, the group had already hung up lights and decorated the house, and were beating drums and gongs. The holy monk is so powerful. This monster has been causing trouble for many years, but I didn't expect that it would be captured by the holy monk just like this. God is really merciful. I don't know if God has eyes, but I'm determined to eat this fish. Come on, father-in-law. Set up the pot in the yard. I'm going to eat this fish. Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, Chen Laozhong was also stunned. Holy monk. You, a monk, also eat meat? If you don't eat meat, where will you get the energy to fight the demons? Come and help. Oh. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the Chen family dared not say much. Fortunately, Qinjiazhuang was right by the Tongtian River, and the family had been fishing for generations, and they were also good at cooking fish. A group of people rushed over, scaled and boned the fish, and made fish sashimi and fish pickles. They used the fish meat to make sauce, roasted the meat over a fire, and made fish soup with the tender parts. They boiled, cooked, fried, roasted, deep-fried, stewed, and steamed the carp, and cut it into pieces. They used the fish meat for cooking, the fish bones for stewing, and the fish head for splitting, half of which was chopped into pepper, and the other half was made into tofu. This carp spirit has been alive for a long time, and its taste is even more delicious. When it is cooked, the delicious and fragrant soup flows out in an endless stream, lingering over the entire Chenjiazwang, which makes people's appetites grow. Ah, it feels so good. Duanmu Huai put down the fish soup in his hand, smacked his lips with satisfaction, and then looked at Sun Wukong beside him. Monkey, have you finished writing? Master, I have written it. The carp meat is fine and tender, and it can be called the best. Well, then, let me add one more sentence. Eating it can add 100 years to your life. Oh, why? After hearing Duanmu Huai's instructions, Sun Wukong was also curious. In fact, along the way, every time Duanmu Huai finished eating a monster, he would express his thoughts and then ask Sun Wukong to record them in a book, saying that he wanted to make a food travelogue of the western regions. For example, when eating the antelope before, Duanmu Huai commented that the meat was tender, fresh and soft, not smelly, and had a delicate taste. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this, but Duanmu Huai added that it could cure abdominal pain and madness, which was very strange. How did the master know this? Oh, this world is all about fame and fortune. Monsters can gain experience by eating humans, and humans can also eat monsters to prolong their lives. Right? This is how people are motivated to eat monsters. Think about it. If people knew that eating fish spirits could increase their lifespan by 100 years, who wouldn't want to try to become a fish spirit to eat? In this way, wouldn't the world be peaceful? Is that so? Of course. But monster meat is not easy to cook. Monster meat naturally has problems. But Duanmu Huai is not afraid. After all, every time he cooks monster meat, he asks Sun Wukong to fetch water from the Milky Way, and then cooks it with the Samadhi true fire, so any poisonous gas or demonic energy will be eliminated. Besides, these monsters are hard to find, and they're not tasty even if you find them. Humph! These monsters are lucky. Otherwise, I'd make them extinct as soon as I get the next effect. What effect? Snort. Duanmu was full and snorted. Aphrodisiac. Well, after eating the whole fish banquet, Duanmu Huai also patted a round belly and turned to rest. It was just that after Sun Wukong crossed the river, he saw that there was a house on the first floor of the mountain, and it seemed that Su was a rich man's residence. Sun Wukong was planning to dive away, but he suddenly stopped and thought, this place is so fierce. When Master sees it, he will definitely go up the mountain and kill the monsters. Although Master has great power, I have to do the hard work for him. So it's time for me to show my face occasionally. It is no wonder that this monkey has this thought. Although it was the point of obeying the Guanyin Bodhisattva. About 10 monks were in the world. After 100,000 soldiers, the Jade Emperor made him unhappy as a horse. At this moment, he was a little bit dissatisfied. Although the master is very powerful, I, son, am the Monkey King. It's time for the master to see what I can do. Thinking of this, the monkey head also stepped on the auspicious cloud and flew directly towards the house. When they reached the top of the hill, the house had long disappeared. Instead, they saw a group of little demons brandishing swords and guns. Sun Wukong did not hesitate and went straight forward and shouted, "Little demon, go in quickly and tell your cave master that I am the great sage equaling heaven. Sun Wukong, the holy monk of the Tang dynasty. I have come here today to exorcise demons and monsters. Tell him to come out and die quickly." The little demon heard Sun Wukong shouting, and he was also scared to return to the hole. After a while, he saw a demon step out of the hole and stared at Sun Wukong loudly. "You are the Sun Wukong? I heard that Dongtu Datong monk descended the demon all the way to remove the demon. Don't want to be here? What about your master? I want to see if he really has the ability to lower the demon to eat the demon." Hey! Hearing this, Sun Wukong was also very angry. It's not master's turn to deal with a demon like you. I, old son, will take care of you. After saying that, he swung his stick and fought with the demon. Sun Wukong held a long stick, and the demon held a long spear. The two sides fought for 30 rounds without a clear winner. The demon was secretly frightened and couldn't help but shout, "Good monkey! Good monkey! It's really the ability to make a noisy palace. You fairy! It's amazing!" Sun Wukong was getting more and more angry as he fought. After all, he knew that if Duan Muhui came, he would not give him 30 rounds of fighting. He would be killed with one punch. As a disciple, he was a little embarrassed that he could not win after 30 rounds. At this moment, the demon suddenly swung his spear and summoned the surrounding demons to help. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also furious. He swung the long stick in his hand, and it turned into thousands of iron rods and fell towards the demons. Seeing this, the little demons were so scared that they ran away, while the demon sneered, raised his hand suddenly, took out a circle, and shouted "Ja." The golden hoop was put away in a flash, and was caught by the circle. When Sun Wukong saw that his weapons were taken away, he did not dare to fight, and hurriedly fled on the cloud. The demon looked at Sun Wukong's back, but laughed and returned to his mansion. Really damn monster. After escaping, Sun Wukong was also furious. He had thought that he could defeat the demon with just one move, but he never thought that even his weapon was taken away by the other party. If he went back and was seen and questioned by the master, wouldn't it be embarrassing? So the monkey's eyes turned and said, "Oh, right. During the previous battle, that guy said that I was the Monkey King who made trouble in the Heavenly Palace. It must be an evil star from the Heavenly Palace who wanted to come down to the mortal world. I can't trouble the master with this matter. I will solve it myself." Thinking of this, Sun Wukong also somersaulted and ran straight towards the South Heaven Gate. As he was talking, Duan Muhui, who had eaten and drunk a lot and slept very well, woke up early and found that the monkey was gone. He didn't know where it had gone. However, Duan Muhui was not like Tang Xing, who was anxious when he saw the monkey was gone. He also knew that the monkey could travel a long way and probably went out to play somewhere. When he had enough fun, he would come back and look for people. So he packed up and rode his horse to cross the river. Holy monk! At this time, people from Qinjiazhuang also rushed over, and when they saw Duan Muhui trying to cross the river, they hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "This river is wide and deep. Why don't we pool our money to build a boat so you can cross the river later? Besides, your apprentice. Most likely he went to find a place to drink again. Tontian River. Not worth mentioning. Just look at me." Duan Muhui waved his hand while riding on his horse. Then he clenched his fist, looked forward, and swung it hard. "Destroy!" Duan Muhui roared, and the Tontian River was split into two halves. The river water surged forward, but it evaporated in an instant and disappeared into the air. The water downstream also dried up, and the riverbed was exposed in a short while. Seeing this, the people of Qinjiazhuang were even more surprised and knelt on the ground to pray loudly. Duan Muhui just waved his hand, then rode his white dragon horse and crossed the Tontian River leisurely. After Duan Muhui rode to the other side, the river water that had been rushing away disappeared and flowed down the river again. The people of Qinjiazhuang also made a statue of Duan Muhui and worshipped him, calling him the immortal of dividing the river. They have been offering incense to him for generations. This is a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Duan Muhui crossed the Tontian River and moved forward again. This time, he didn't walk for long before he saw Sun Wukong falling from the sky with his head down. He came to Duan Muhui and knelt down. "Master, I am late. Please forgive me." "It's okay. Is this going to the Dragon King's house to eat flowers?" "Why?" Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Sun Wukong sighed, then glared at the sky angrily, retracted his gaze, and then bowed to Duan Muhui again. "My disciple is incompetent. Please, master. Please capture the monster." "Oh! What happened?" I have to say that Duan Muhui was a little surprised to see Sun Wukong being humiliated. You know, there are not many people in Journey to the West who can make Sun Wukong be humiliated. Actually it is. Although Sun Wukong was embarrassed, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and said that when he was exploring the Kingdom of Daughters, he saw a demon's nest and planned to subdue the demon. Unexpectedly, the demon had a magic weapon that took away Sun Wukong's golden hoop. Sun Wukong suspected that it was a star from the sky. So he went to the Heavenly Palace and asked Neza, the third prince, to help him. Unexpectedly, Neza had 3 heads and 6 arms. But the demon still put away his weapon. Of course Sun Wukong was not willing to let it go. So he went to the Heavenly Palace again and looked for Fire Lord with the intention of setting fire. However, he let that circle capture all of Fire Lord's fire dragons, fire horses, fire crows, fire rats, fire guns, fire knives, fire bows and fire rockets. Sun Wukong was so angry that he wanted to die. He found the water virtue master and asked him to release water to flood the monster cave. However, the mountain was steep and the water did not flood the cave, but it almost drowned people. The monkey was also very angry. He transformed again and went into the cave. He found an opportunity to take his golden hoop and release the fire weapons of the fire virtue master, burning the cave into a smoky mess. He then patted his butt and returned. The monster was very angry because his cave was burned. Sun Wukong took out his weapons and challenged him again. He also brought along Water Virtue Master, Fire Virtue Master, Thunder Goddess, Pagoda Bearing Heavenly King, and Prince Neza to fight him. But the monster took out the ring again and took away the magic weapons of these immortals along with the golden hoop. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sun Wukong was extremely anxious. And so were the other gods. They were invited by Sun Wukong to subdue the demon. But he failed to subdue the demon and lost his livelihood. One by one, they came to Sun Wukong to ask for it. The great sage was also annoyed by the noise of these gods. He happened to see Duanmu Huai coming over. And regardless of the embarrassment, he quickly shook off the group of gods and went to ask his master for help. After all, it is not shameful for a disciple to ask his master for help. Oh, there is also this kind. Oh, it seems to have existed. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Duanmu Huai nodded and remembered. He remembered that there was indeed such a monster, and it was quite difficult to deal with. If he remembered correctly, that thing should be my green ox that became a spirit. That is to say, there's beef to eat. Braised beef brisket, beef meatballs, braised beef, beef stew with potatoes, beef bone soup, beef noodles. No, I can't think about it anymore. I'm drooling when I think about it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also reached out and wiped his mouth. Go. I will seek justice for you. Chapter 938. The old blue ox bows his head and meets the iron fist. The kingdom of daughters arrives first and encounters a shocking change. Following Sun Wukong, Duanmu Huai was also thinking about how to eat this beef. It is well known that beef is the most delicious food. This old blue cow followed Laozi to become an immortal. So of course it tastes better. The neck of the cow can be used to make meatballs. The shoulder of the cow can be used to stew meat. The top of the cow can be used to grill. The brisket can be used to make soup. The eye of the cow can be used to grill steak. The rump of the cow can be used to make curry. And the shank can be used to stew meat. Master? Just as Duanmu Huai was fantasizing about his immortal days with wine in one hand and braised meat in the other, the voice of Sun Wukong rang in his ears. Duanmu Huai came back to his senses and looked at his apprentice. We're already here. Oh! Hurry up. Let you call the monster out. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sun Wukong hurriedly responded, then jumped to the entrance of the cave and shouted angrily. You bastard. Come out and fight your grandpa Sunday. My master is here too, waiting to practice his skills on you. The monster in the cave was also stunned when he heard Sun Wukong shouting and cursing. And then he burst into laughter. I thought that monkey had gone to find someone, but he actually found a mortal monk. What a joke. Even the heavenly king of the pagoda and Prince Neza are not my opponents. So what can a mere mortal monk do to me? It just so happens that I heard that eating Tang monk's meat can prolong life, restore youth, and turn white hair black. I will capture this monk, wash him clean and give him to eat. Having said that, the monster also became angry. He took the gun and led the little monster out of the cave again. You are such a lawless monkey. You think you can subdue me by finding a mortal monk? Do you think I am a mountain spirit or a wild monster, huh? As he was talking, the monster also saw Duanmu Huai and was immediately startled. If it were now, he would have uttered the Chinese curse Wu Chao. Is this a Buddhist monk? Or a monk from the mortal world? Are you kidding me? Whose devil is this? His murderous aura is so strong that even I can't stop him. You are the one who took my apprentice's stick? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at the monster in front of him. Feeling Duanmu Huai's gaze full of murderous intent, the monster trembled all over and felt the hairs all over his body standing up, as if the person in front of him was not a human, but a ferocious beast, which was about to open its bloody mouth to swallow him in one bite and tear him apart to eat. At this moment, the monster also hurriedly took out the circle and instinctively threw it towards Duanmu Huai. The circle was originally called the Diamond Cutter, also known as the Diamond Set, which was made of Kuan steel, and was transformed by Laozi's elixir. It has a spiritual energy, can change, is invulnerable to water and fire, and can set all kinds of things. When Laozi turned into a barbarian and left, he relied on this treasure. At this moment, the monster was also anxious, perhaps instinctively feeling that his life was in danger, and used the treasure. Take it for me. However, just as the monster threw out the circle, Duanmu Huai gathered his energy into his dantian, clenched his right fist, took a step forward, and punched the circle in the air. Break! With Duanmu Huai's roar, the magic weapon steel ring in the monster's hand instantly burst and shattered, and exploded directly. Seeing this scene, the monster was also stunned. Who would have thought that this treasure would be broken by a punch from this mortal monk? Haha. Without that circle, let's see what else you can do. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who was watching the fight on the side, also laughed loudly, and the monster also knew that something was wrong and quickly knelt down on the ground. Holy monk, please spare my life. I am. However, before the monster could finish his words, he heard the sound of fists. When he looked up, he saw a fist as big as a casserole coming down and hitting his face, smashing the monster's head directly into the ground, creating a big hole. The monster's body twitched several times, and then it became silent and turned into a big blue bull and collapsed to the ground. Humph! Nothing more than that. Duanmu Huai also stood up at this time. Of course, he knew the identity of the big blue bull. But what did he know? Duanmu Huai had already asked Sun Wukong. This monster transformed into a cave here to lure travelers and eat them, even if it was against the precept of killing. Don't say you are Laozi's blue bull. Even if you are the Jade Emperor's blue bull, you will only die if you dare to eat people. Master is so powerful. He is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Sun Wukong also hurried over to express his gratitude, while Duanmu Huai just waved his hand. Okay, go do what you need to do. Okay, Master. At this moment, Sun Wukong was no longer in a sullen state. He went into the cave and started killing all the little monsters. He also found the weapons and magic treasures that had been collected by himself and the gods in heaven. He created dozens of clones and brought out those treasures. When I saw the baby, I watched the lively fairy beside him. He also took back his treasures. Duanmu Huai also took the opportunity to look at these gods. I have to say that compared to Lingshan's groups, the fairy of Tiangong is more humane. I never thought that this monster had such a powerful treasure. And I never thought that you, Master, could actually smash it with your bare hands. Although I have heard about it from the monkey a long time ago. Seeing is believing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. So far so good. Duanmu Huai would naturally not ignore the other party when he was flattered by him. In fact, I don't practice Taoism or Buddhism. I went to the West this time just in the name of the Son of Heaven to explore the West and see if it is really the rosy world as the Bodhisattva said. I didn't expect that since I entered the Western Nyoa continent. I have seen monsters wreaking havoc and people suffering. It is really unimaginable. Hee hee. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king laughed and did not dare to reply. At this time, the third prince next to him took a closer look at the green ox and was stunned. Father, this seems to be the cow of Taishang Lao Jun. Ah? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and hurriedly surrounded him. It really looks like. Indeed. If it is Lo Jun's cow, then it is normal that we cannot find it. But the cow is already dead. Its soul has been scattered. What can we do? At this moment, all the gods were also worried and looked at Duanmu Huai helplessly, while the latter just shrugged his shoulders. No matter what. I plan to kill the cow and eat it later, and then stew some beef to take with me. I will drink wine and eat meat along the way. Isn't that fun? This. Hearing what Duanmu Huai said, the gods' faces changed slightly. They didn't care whether monks ate meat or not. But this blue ox was from heaven after all. And it was slaughtered and eaten by someone like this. Everyone. However, before they said anything, I saw Duanmu Huai hug the gods. I have never been a Taoist or a Buddhist, but I am responsible for the people. Any monster or demon that dares to harm mortals will be killed immediately, no matter where it comes from or what its identity is. It is the same. The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. and even a demon from heaven cannot escape death. If Lao Jun wants to find trouble with me, I will resist it with all my strength without hesitation. Since this blue bull eats people, it has no choice but to die. There is no turning back. I hope everyone will be aware of this. Facing Duanmu Huai's words, a group of gods were speechless. If ordinary mortals dared to speak like this in front of them, they would have been sprayed to death. However, Duanmu Huai had just staged a fierce fight in front of them, where one punch determined the outcome. What was even more terrifying was that even the magic weapon used by the green bull monster was broken by Duanmu Huai. Are you kidding? If he can destroy the green bull monster's magic weapon, then it would only take a matter of minutes for their magic weapons to be shattered. Right. In addition, Duanmu Huai was filled with murderous aura from the eyes of the gods. The bright red murderous aura continuously erupted from Duanmu Huai, almost covering the entire sky. It is better not to provoke such a demon-level existence if possible. If not, why don't you all stay here and taste the flavor of this blue bull? Oh no! It's getting late. Upon hearing Duanmu Huai's invitation, Toda-bearing Heavenly King trembled all over and hurriedly bowed to Sun Wukong. Great sage, you see, the demon has been eliminated and our magic weapon is back. It is time to return to heaven to report to the Jade Emperor. I will take my leave now. After saying this, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King did not hesitate and flew away with the gods. Just as Duanmu Huai said, if Lao Jun wanted to make trouble for him, it was Lao Jun's own business. And it's better not to wade into this muddy water. It's really a bad taste. Looking at the fleeing gods, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and looked at Sun Wukong. What are you looking at? Just follow the process. Oh, yes, master. So in the next few days, the two of them spent their time in the cave of the green bull monster, collecting gold and silver treasures while having a big feast. Don't tell me that the taste of this beef is different. It tastes extremely delicious and rich, and it is braised with beef shanks and ox hooves. They plan to eat and drink along the way, which is very comfortable. As for Lao Jun, there has been no news. I don't know whether he admitted defeat or what. Anyway, Duanmu Huai is not afraid. If I have the guts, I will come and try him to see how hard his fist is. So Duanmu Huai rode on the Pegasus, with spicy beef jerky in his left hand and iced fruit wine in his right hand, eating and drinking, and continued to move towards the west leisurely. But on this day, they were about to reach the kingdom of women. Duanmu Huai was annoyed, so he let Sun Wukong go first to explore the way. A while later, Sun Wukong came back with a strange expression on his face. What's wrong? Monkey? What happened? Master, this Xiliang women's kingdom is really weird. Oh! I followed your instructions and went to investigate. But unexpectedly, when I arrived at the Western Liang women's kingdom, I saw that everyone in the city was lying on the ground. I initially thought that all these people were dead. But when I went up to take a look, I found that all the women were in a deep sleep, including the queen of the Western Liang women's kingdom. No matter how hard I blew or called, she would not wake up. It was really interesting. Oh, there is such a thing? I have to say, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Let's go and have a look first. Under the leadership of Sun Wukong, Duanmu Huai also rode into the Xiliang women's kingdom. As expected, the streets of the Xiliang women's kingdom were full of women who were sleeping soundly. Even the women in the shops and taverns on both sides were either lying on the table or on the ground, sleeping soundly. Duanmu Huai also tried to take a look, and he was indeed unconscious. This reminds Duanmu Huai of a game, where all the women in the game fall asleep, and then the protagonist goes on an adventure to that country. And then, everyone understands. But in the end it seemed like a conspiracy of the devil or something. If it were put in Journey to the West, could it be the work of a demon? Duanmu Huai knew that there was a scorpion spirit that was quite powerful and stung Sun Wukong so much that his head hurt. But it didn't mention that she had this ability? Besides, what's the point of putting everyone in the city to sleep? Anyway, let's go to the palace first. Chapter 939. The Queen of Xiliang loses her beloved Duanmu Huai and goes straight to Xieji Cave. Duanmu Huai led Sun Wukong forward and saw sleeping women everywhere. Whether it was shopkeepers or guards and ministers, they were all lying on the ground in deep sleep. Even the birds and animals were silent. The whole place was like a dead zone. They walked all the way to the palace and saw that the queen was also in a deep sleep. Sun Wukong said helplessly, Master, what should we do? Why don't we take the seal, stamp it, and go west on our own? Since they love to sleep so much, let them sleep. That's nonsense. Let me give it a try. Duanmu White glanced at Sun Wukong and then looked away. On this journey to the west, the biggest gain for Duanmu Huai was that his magic of destruction had reached a higher level, and he was more and more adept at manipulating it. After all, Duanmu Huai had been exorcising demons and monsters all along the way, using magic of destruction to kill goblins, break magic tools, destroy magic arrays, and destroy caves. He was very familiar with it, although it was unknown whether this was a curse or some kind of sorcery. For Duanmu Huai, as long as he destroyed it, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also clenched his Zen stick and slammed it hard on the ground. Rise! The staff fell, and a dark light burst out, spreading like ripples in all directions, sweeping across the entire Shiliang Women's Kingdom in an instant. Then, the high-ranking officials, ministers, guards, and attendants who were lying on the ground yawned as if they had just woken up from a dream. And when they saw Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong standing in the hall, they were all shocked. Monster! Humph! What kind of monster? Seeing that the minister's guards were retreating, Sun Wukong snorted and shouted angrily. We came from the Tang dynasty in the east, heading to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. We passed by here and saw that your rulers, ministers, and people had been cursed by some evil spirit and were all in a deep sleep. My master was kind enough to remove the curse for you. Why don't you thank him? After hearing what Sun Wukong said, everyone present was in a state of confusion. Someone hurried out to investigate and reported back half a day later that everyone in the city had just woken up from a dream and was sleeping soundly for some reason. Only then did the queen and the ministers realize that what Sun Wukong said was true, and they hurried to thank Duanmu Huai. No need to thank me. I just did it casually. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. As my disciple said, we are traveling from the eastern Tang dynasty to the western heaven to obtain Buddhist scriptures. We are passing through here. Please, Your Majesty, stamp your approval so that we can pass through. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai handed over the customs clearance document and asked someone to deliver it to the queen. The queen took it and looked at it, but did not stamp it immediately. Instead, she seemed to be lost in thought. Why does this scene look so familiar? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. In the original novel, it is understandable that the queen, who loves beauty, could not walk when she saw Tang Sanzing's pretty boy. But why does she have to pass the beauty test when she comes to me? Humph! If this queen is brave, don't blame me for not using my 48-hand stick technique to stab her until she cries and begs for mercy. The queen closed the document, looked at the two of them and asked, I heard that there is a great monk from the Tang dynasty in the east who went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, exorcising demons and monsters along the way. Are you too? That's what we're waiting for. That's good. The queen was overjoyed when she heard Duanmu Huai's answer. In fact, I am currently suffering from a monster. This evil monster has great magical powers. This incident was most likely caused by it. I hope the holy monk can help me get rid of the monster. No problem. Just be clear. Yes. The queen nodded. I have a concubine named Jin Shengong. During the Duanyang festival a few years ago, I and my concubines were unwrapping rice dumplings and inserting mudwort in the imperial garden. Suddenly, a gust of wind came and a demon appeared in the air, calling himself Sai Tai Wei. He said that he lived in the Xieji cave in Qilin Mountain and that there was a missing lady in the cave. He learned that among all the women in my Shiliang Women's Kingdom, Jin Shengong was the most beautiful. So he asked me to send Jin Shengong out. Otherwise, if the army came, everyone in my Shiliang Women's Kingdom would become his captives. I had no choice but to send Jin Shengong out, and was captured by the demon. Oh, this is really a butter plot. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed, and he almost walked towards the direction of O Beast. But unfortunately, he didn't leave yet. Then what? After that, there was no news from the Golden Palace. Instead, the monster often sent people to ask for the palace maids, once every few months. I don't know why. So, Your Majesty believes that this sleeping incident was also caused by that monster? That's right. I still remember. It was at noon. I was listening to music. Suddenly I felt sleepy and fell into a dream. In the dream, Evil spirits howled and demons raged. I was frightened. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and swept away the demons. I opened my eyes and woke up. I saw 2 holy monks appearing in the hall. That's why I was so surprised. I hope you can forgive me for my impoliteness. You're welcome. Duanmu Huai touched his chin and thought about it. This didn't seem to be the plot of the Kingdom of Women. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem surprising that such a thing would happen in the Kingdom of Women. After all, the Kingdom of Women was made up of women. And they got pregnant by drinking the water of the mother and child river. In addition, it was normal for the king to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But that monster said, if you have the ability, just go and get the beast. What's the point of giving up a forest for a tree? Could it be true love? As they were talking, a sudden gust of wind blew, covering the sun. Seeing this, the queen was trembling with fear, and huddled together with her ministers to shout, the monster is coming! Come on! Whatever you want to say. Duanmu Huai picked his ears and looked at the group of people unhappily. The sound was almost as loud as noise. If they kept screaming all day long, let alone monsters, Duanmu Huai would not be able to stand it either. Monkey, I leave it to you. Kill it. Understood. Master. The monkey had been eager to try for a long time. And when he heard Duanmu Huai's nod, he immediately jumped up, stepped on the auspicious clouds, and went up to the sky. Then he saw a demon riding on the cloud and immediately shouted, where did you come from? Demon? Where are you going to be rampant? The monster shouted sternly. My party is none other than the vanguard of the subordinates of King Sai Tai Sui of Qilin Mountain Xieji Cave. The king heard that someone had solved the magic of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. So he sent me to find out what happened. Who are you? It's really you. Kid. After hearing the demon's words, Sun Wukong felt relieved. I am the great sage equaling heaven. Sun Wukong. I was on my way to protect Monk Tang from the east, and was passing through this country. I saw you, an evil demon, bullying my master. I was just about to rule the country and get rid of the evil. But you came to my door unexpectedly, and I hit you with a stick. For a while, the two of them fought. Ping pong. The little demon was no match for Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong was also in high spirits. Just as he was about to continue fighting, he suddenly remembered his master's warning that if you want to fight, don't talk nonsense. And don't waste time if you can kill it with one stick. So he got ruthless and hit the little demon's weapon and legs with one stick. Then picked it up and dropped it into the palace again. Master, the monster has been captured. After hearing what Sun Wukong said, the crowd gathered around and looked at the monster in front of them in amazement. While Duanmu Huai took half a step forward and stared at him. Your master captured the queen of the Golden Palace? Yes, that's right. The king said that the cave needs a wife. I heard that there are women everywhere in the West Liang Women's country. And they are all beautiful women. So he wants to choose the most beautiful one to take back. After you took her away, why did you come to ask for the maid again and again? The holy monk doesn't know. Hearing this, the little demon also had a sad face. After the queen was taken back by the king, a fairy gave her a colorful fairy robe and a golden palace. After she put them on, the king couldn't touch her, as if the queen had thorns on her body and it hurt when touched. The king was furious. So he killed and ate the palace maids who were originally captured to serve her, and asked us to find a few more. This happened repeatedly. So we can only come to ask for the palace maids as well. Oh! Then why did the king make the entire Xiliang Women's Kingdom sleep? The Golden Saint Palace refused to obey the king, and the king got angry. So he cast a spell on the people of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, making them fall asleep, and asked the queen of the Golden Saint Palace to watch over them. When she saw that the people of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom lost their appetite and gradually became thin and died in their dreams, she would change her mind and take the initiative to take off the colorful fairy clothes. Unexpectedly, the fairy spell was broken, and the king was furious. He sent us to check the situation and even sent a letter of war. As he spoke, the monster took out a letter of challenge from his bosom and handed it over. The king said that if the Western Liang Kingdom of Women is obedient and hands over the person who broke the curse, it will be fine. If not, then the sand and rocks will fly everywhere, and the king, his subjects, and the people will not be able to survive. After the city is occupied, the king will be crowned emperor, and we will be his vassals. Beat him to death. Duanmu Huai took the letter of challenge and waved his hand. Then Sun Wukong swung his stick and beat the little demon to pieces. At this moment, the queen and a group of ministers also gathered around, all of them terrified. Holy monk! What should we do? Since it is a man-eating monster, then just kill it. It won't cause any harm. Duan Mu Huai opened the letter of challenge, took a look at it, and threw it aside. Monkey, come with me to that cave and take care of that old monster. We'll see what kind of creature he is, whether he flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water. Then we'll see if we can eat him or not. If it was the scorpion spirit in the original novel, Duan Mu Huai would definitely not eat it. He is not Bear Grylls, and he can't eat insects. Now that I have changed to another one, I will see if I can eat it and whether it tastes good, and then figure out how to eat it. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai felt his saliva was about to flow again. So he hurriedly grabbed a handful of spicy beef strips and took a nibble before suppressing it. Sure enough, the blue beef of Taishang Lao Jun is different from others. But it's a pity that there is only one. I hope that next time Taishang Lao Jun will raise 30 or 50 cows so that I can eat as much as I want. It's too stingy for a mere god to raise only one cow. Isn't it? The two of them also galloped as fast as they could. The Pegasus was not slow either. And it didn't take them long to arrive outside the Xieji cave on Qiling Mountain. They saw about 500 monsters, big and small, guarding the door, lined up densely, and stood in dense rows. They were also frightened when they saw Sun Wukong. Master, with so many monsters, it might be troublesome. How about I? Old son, go and challenge them and call them out. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Duan Mu Huai clenched his fist, raised his right arm, stretched out the Namo Great Compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva, and clenched it hard. They are just a few hundred little monsters. When I go to subdue them, you can take the opportunity to go to the cave, find the Golden Saint Palace Goddess, and bring them out. Chapter 940. Golden-Haired Hound defeats Qiling Mountain. Duan Mu Huai blames Jade Guanyin. Over there, Sun Wukong's incarnation left. While here, Duan Mu Huai strode towards the Xieji cave. Soon, a little demon saw Duan Mu Huai, and was immediately frightened and screamed, and fell down. There's a monster coming! There's a monster coming! What are you shouting about? Aren't we just monsters? Someone below heard it and responded. Then looked up curiously. Was also frightened and staggered. Fell to the ground. Stood up. Turned around and ran. Shouting as he ran. The monster is coming! The monster is coming! Damn it! Listening to these monsters shouting and yelling, Duan Mu Huai's face was full of black lines. You are the monsters. Okay. Why are you shouting and yelling like that? How can you be so disrespectful? What happened? At this moment, King Sai Taisui in the cave was also startled when he heard the commotion outside. Then he saw a messenger demon stumbling in. My king. My king. There is a monster outside. Aren't you all monsters? Sai Taisui was speechless. What happened? He couldn't even say a word when he was scared? No. No. That person, that monster, that monster. The messenger talked for a long time, but couldn't name the 5 or 6 people. That demon has a fierce look, is full of murderous intent, is 8 feet tall, and looks as scary as if he wants to eat us. My king. It must be some demon that is here to cause trouble for us. Oh, there's such a thing? Hearing this, Sai Taiwei could no longer sit still, seeing his little demons trembling. They didn't seem to be pretending. Could it be that some devil really came here to cause trouble for him? He thought so. But in front of his younger brother, Sai Taiwei couldn't lose face. So he also took the magic weapon, went out of the cave, and looked outside. Then Sai Taiwei saw a bald man 8 feet tall, with angry eyes and a ferocious face, striding over. A murderous aura rose from him, dyeing the sky and mountains red. The wind whistled and blew on him, and his robe fluttered. On the right side, there was a Namo Great Compassionate and Merciful Gatling Bodhisattva, rescuing suffering and disasters. And on the right side, there was a 6 Roots of Purity, depleted uranium bombs, illuminating all living beings and saving the world. Although I don't understand what it means. I can feel a murderous aura coming towards me. Even the king, after staring at the bald man, felt his legs weaken in an instant. But luckily he stood still and did not kneel down. However, he still gritted his teeth, walked forward, and shouted, Who are you, and why do you dare to trespass into my Xieji cave? Are you the Sai Taisui who robbed the Golden Saint Palace goddess and captured the palace maids to eat? Looking at the monster in front of him that didn't look like a human, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. It is this king. What do you want? That's a little bit of the truth. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists. I came from the Tang dynasty in the east, heading to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. I was exorcising demons along the way, and happened to encounter this incident. As a demon, you actually dare to eat and capture people. You deserve to be put to death. I will kill you and use you as a sacrifice to my family. How dare you? Although Duanmu Huai's aura was indeed frightening, Sai Taisui was not easily scared. When he heard the other party introduce himself, his eyes widened like copper bells, and he opened his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth. I want to see what you, a bald donkey, can do. Come on. Guys. Following Sai Taisui's order, 500 little demons shouted and rushed towards Duanmu Huai with weapons in hand. On normal days, Duanmu Huai would have killed them with a single slap. But considering that he was trying to attract attention and help Sun Wukong save people, he clenched his fists, roared, and rushed towards the little demons. Logically speaking, these monsters can be considered as spirits, and have a little bit of Taoism. Tiger claws can cut hard rocks. Eagle wings can fan strong winds. And fox mouths can spit out fire that melts iron. Ordinary armies cannot stop them. But Duanmu Huai strode forward, clenched his fists, and was full of vigor. He hit monsters when he saw them, and killed monsters when he met them. He was so happy to kill them. But the tiger general stepped forward and tried to grab Duanmu Huai head-on, but was instead blasted to pieces by the other party's punch. The fox demon next to him saw that things were not going well, and turned to flee. But Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed its tail and pulled it back. Then grabbed its neck with one hand and its hind legs with the other, and tore it in two with great force. With its heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys scattered all over the ground, which was terrifying to watch. Those little monsters had never seen such a terrible scene. Seeing their brothers being killed, the rest did not dare to move forward. Duanmu Huai did not care about that. He said, if the mountain does not come to me, I will go to it. Seeing that the monsters did not dare to come up to die, he threw away the remains in his hand and rushed towards the monsters in front. My lord, help me. At this moment, the monsters looked at Duanmu Huai, who was covered in blood, and rushed towards them with a ferocious face like a demon. They were so scared that they hurried to ask Sai Taisui for help. Seeing that the bald man was so good at fighting, Sai Taisui was also nervous. He quickly took out his treasure and shook it fiercely at Duanmu Huai. The treasure was 3 bells. But when the first one was shaken, fireworks would appear. When the second one was shaken, a strong wind would appear. And when the third one was shaken, sand and rocks would fly all over the sky, accompanied by a raging fire and rushing towards them. My goodness, the magic weapons of goblins are quite powerful these days. Duanmu Huai was also stunned when he saw the smoke and fire in front of him, which looked like he had entered the alchemy furnace of Taishan Laojun. But this did not bother him. Duanmu Huai stared at the wind and sand with his eyes wide open, then stretched out his right hand and swung it vigorously. Destroy! In an instant, the wind stopped blowing, the fire stopped burning, the sand stopped flying, and the surroundings were a peaceful paradise with blue sky and white clouds. Seeing this scene, Sai Taisui was also shocked, thinking, my bell is a thing made by the Taoist master, made by refining gold in the 8 trigrams furnace. It has never gone wrong. Why didn't it ring this time? Could it be that this evil man has a magic weapon to restrain him? Thinking of this, the monster didn't dare to fight anymore and hurried back to the cave. Duanmu Huai would never let him go. Seeing that the monster was about to run away, he no longer concealed his anger and roared. Here! As soon as this roar was heard, it was echoed in all directions, and the surrounding demons exploded one after another. Sai Taisui only felt a ringing in his ears, and then he saw blood spurting out from all his orifices. He even opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground. Die! Monster! At this moment, Duanmu Huai also rushed forward, grabbed the monster's head, and was about to punch it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Wait a minute. When Duanmu Huai heard the voice, he raised his eyebrows and looked up. He saw a guanyin in white riding an auspicious cloud. landing in front of Duanmu Huai and bowing to him. What does the Bodhisattva mean by this? Duanmu Huai grabbed the monster, but did not let go. Instead, he stared at Guanyin and asked, "To be honest, I came here to capture the monster. It was originally a golden-haired beast that I rode on, because the shepherd boy dozed off and failed to guard it. The beast bit through the iron chain and came to the mortal world. It was to help the Queen of Shiliang get rid of the disaster." Eliminate disasters? What disasters are you eliminating? You don't know? When the queen had not yet ascended the throne, she went on a hunting tour. At that time, the two sons of the Western Buddha Mother Mahavira Bodhisattva, a male and a female peacock, were shot by her. The male peacock was injured, and the female peacock also died with the arrow. After the Buddha Mother repented, she ordered her to be a phoenix for 3 years. At that time, I was riding on this golden-haired lion and listened. Unexpectedly, the evil beast paid attention and tricked the queen to come. Oh, that's really interesting. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai sneered. This Buddha Mother has such a bad temper. If it was her own child, she should have taken good care of it. Since she let it go, she should have expected that it would be shot. If this peacock was not her child, the queen would not have suffered this disaster. Right? Buddhism also believes that all living beings are equal. If they were really equal, why would you, the Buddha Mother, bother with others? Forget it. This peacock matter has nothing to do with me. I don't care. But this golden-haired beast cannot let you go. Duanmu Huai said this while lifting up the golden-haired beast's head. Not only did this thing capture the princess, but it also robbed a few palace maids to eat every few months. If it had only captured people, it would be fine. But killing people is not okay. I'm going to kill this thing. After I kill it, I'll offer it to my 5 internal organs. Bodhisattva, please go back. Speaking of which, this thing is your mount. Logically, if you keep company with vermilion, you will be red. If you keep company with ink, you will be black. However, this thing eats, drinks, plays, kills people, sets fires, and does all kinds of evil. I'm being very polite by not investigating you, Bodhisattva, for the crime of not disciplining you properly. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai punched down, and before the Bodhisattva could stop him, Sai Tai Sui had already died and turned into his original form. Ah, Amitabha. Seeing her mount being killed, Guanyin Bodhisattva was speechless. With your temper, how can you find the true scriptures even if you go to the West? True scripture? May I ask the Bodhisattva, what is the true scripture? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and stared at Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the past, the Tathagata said that the people of Shinyo-Huzhou were not greedy or murderous, and they cultivated their spirits. Although they were not supreme, everyone had a long life. He also said that there were 3 true scriptures that could persuade people to do good. Then what? I have walked all the way to Shinyo-Huzhou, but I have not seen anyone who was not greedy or murderous. However, I have seen many monsters who killed and set fires. The Bodhisattva also said that the 3 treasures of Mahayana Buddhism can help the dead ascend to heaven, save the distress from suffering, cultivate the body of infinite life, and achieve no coming and no going. But what? Duanmu Huai's face became serious and his eyes showed murderous intent. The monk from Cheichi was killed and hacked, but no one cared. The Mahayana Buddhism didn't seem to save people from suffering. The king of Wuji was kind and generous, but you made things difficult for him. He was disturbed by the Bodhisattva for 3 days. Isn't Buddhism about being kind to others? Why did you take action for such a small matter? Anyway, I have never seen the use of the Tathagata's Buddhism along the way. It's ridiculous that the Tathagata actually said that the people of Nanxing Buzhou in our Great Tang are greedy, lustful, and happy to kill and fight? Bodhisattva, tell me the truth. What exactly does the Tathagata want to do? The king of Tang listened to your lies and sent me here to get the scriptures. Bodhisattva, are you not afraid that the king of Tang will punish you for deceiving the king? Every bite and every drink is destined. This is the law of cause and effect. Then there's no way. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. If that's the case, then this golden-haired beast is destined to die in my hands today. Since everything is a cycle of cause and effect, the Bodhisattva should not try to stop it. This would disrupt cause and effect and disturb destiny. Why? Looking at the corpse of the golden-haired beast lying at Duanmu Huai's feet, Guanyin Bodhisattva could only sigh helplessly. In that case, you can take care of yourself. After saying this, Guanyin flew away on a cloud, leaving Duanmu Huai standing there. He narrowed his eyes, stared at the back of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and revealed a sinister smile. Since the Buddhist family pays attention to the cause and effect cycle and the retribution is unhappy, the Sa family kills the Shitian and destroy Lingshan. It is also doomed. Chapter 941. Duanmu Huai blocked the flame mountain, and the violent monk flattened the road with one punch. Duanmu Huai sneered and said nothing as he watched Guanyin leave silently. He had not asked Guanyin what is the true scripture just to challenge her, but to really ask what the true scripture is. In fact, this true scripture is very strange when it is first spoken out. This is what is recorded in Journey to the West, at the Ulambana festival. All the Bodhisattvas came. And then the Tathagata Buddha was happy. So he said the same thing he said about the 4 continents. And added a sentence at the end, I have the 3 treasures, which can persuade people to do good. Then guess how the Bodhisattvas reacted. The Bodhisattvas heard this, put their palms together, and took refuge, and asked the Buddha, which 3 treasures of the true scriptures does the Tathagata have? What this means is that after hearing this, the Bodhisattva's first reaction was, what is this Tripitaka? Why haven't we heard of it before? What are you talking about? Isn't this strange? They have all become Bodhisattvas, but they don't know what true scriptures you are talking about. So where did the true scriptures come from? To put it bluntly, this is what Tathagata wrote. This is like a group of people attending a banquet, and one person is drunk and is claiming that he has published a book, and that reading this book can help people escape from suffering and reach paradise. If you say you wrote the Hira Sutra, I would believe it. If the Inquisition were here, they would have shot you in the face with a bolt gun just for saying this. I don't know where this evil God-believer came from. So to put it bluntly, the entire Journey to the West is more like Tathagata advertising the book he wrote for himself. And Tang Sung is the human advertisement. You see, when he arrived at a place, he would say, I came from the Tang dynasty in the East, and I am going to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Then people would be curious about what kind of scriptures he was obtaining. When they saw it, they found out that it was the real scriptures written by Tathagata. The advertisement has been put out. Of course, it would be fine if it were just that. But to be honest, Guanyin is not a very well-behaved person. As we all know, the Western Paradise was not originally under the jurisdiction of Tathagata. It was originally under the jurisdiction of Dipankara Buddha. Naturally, the scriptures that the monks recited were passed down from Dipankara. In order to flatter Tathagata, Guanyin did everything she could. At the Water and Land Assembly, she turned Guanyin into a monk and shouted, Your Hinayana teachings cannot help the dead ascend to heaven, and can only make the worldly and the light shine. I have the 3 treasures of Mahayana Buddhism, which can help the dead ascend to heaven, help the poor escape suffering, cultivate the body of infinite life, and achieve the state of no coming and no going. To put it bluntly, what this means is that the Sutra of the ancient Buddha Dipankara is not as good as the Sutra of Tathagata. What's the point of praising one and demoting the other? Tathagata, you are the one who enlightened and made him a Buddha. Yet you treat your master like this. You mess around with him now that he is retired. It is true that people forget you when you are gone. Of course, Rendang was not easy to deal with. In Journey to the West, Tang Monk and his entourage were given the Wordless Sutra because they did not pay respect to Anu and Kasayapa. Rendang hurriedly asked his men to take away the Wordless Sutra and asked them to come back to get the Wordless Sutra. It can be seen that compared with Tathagata, Rendang still had some dignity. Then Tathagata is very shameless. After the group found the Wordless Sutra, Sung Yukong went to Lingshan and cursed him. But Tathagata still said something confidently, I already know that the 2 of them asked you for human affairs. But the sutra should not be passed on lightly, nor should it be taken empty-handed. Some time ago, the monks went down the mountain and recited this sutra to the elder Zhao in the house of Shrivasthi to ensure the safety of the living and the transcendence of the dead. They only asked him for 3 dough and 3 liters of rice and gold. I said they sold it too cheaply, leaving their descendants with no money to use. Now you come to take it empty-handed. So I passed on the plain version. The plain version is the Wordless Sutra, which is good, because the people in your eastern land are ignorant and confused. I can only pass it on in this way. Listen, is this human language? A monk went to chant sutras for others to pray for blessings, and got 3 dough and 3 liters of gold in return. Yet Tathagata actually thought it was a cheap sale. He also said to Tangsen, you want to get something for nothing? I will give you the Wordless Sutra. Anyway, You people in the Eastern Tang dynasty are all ignorant and stupid servants. So you are not worthy of this. It's only Tang Seng and his men who can't beat Tathagata. If it were Duanmu Huai, he would have slapped the idiot in the face. You greedy bald donkey. Are you kidding your father? I think you don't want this Lingshan temple anymore. When I have lived in the human world for 50 years, and it was all like a dream, I will burn down this sacred mountain of yours. Let you bunch of bald donkeys know what the enemy of Buddha is. Okay. Having said that, Duanmu Huai lowered his head and looked at the strange-looking corpse at his feet. This golden-haired leopard. How to eat it? Forget it. If you are in doubt, just bake it first, then boil it, then steam it, and then fry it. There is always one that suits you. Sun Wukong also rescued the Queen of Golden Palace and brought her back to the Kingdom of Women in Shiliang, where he met the Queen and expressed his true feelings. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this, and just wanted to stamp the past as soon as possible and leave this place of trouble. I don't know how to thank the holy monk for saving my wife and the people. Looking at Duanmu Huai, the Queen of Shiliang also thanked him and bowed. Well, I guess she couldn't say the lines like I will give you my body. Although Duanmu Huai didn't want it either. After all, what he wanted was more practical. This is the great power of the Emperor of the Tang dynasty, and his grace is bestowed on all lands. Your Majesty need not take it to heart. Duanmu Huai raised his fist and bowed to Dongfang Shushu, then looked at the king, who immediately understood. I have heard of the divine power of the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. It is indeed extraordinary. I will write a letter right now, expressing my willingness to cultivate together with the Tang dynasty. That's good. Duanmu Huai nodded. That was right. He was too lazy to get the Shirui Sutra. Duanmu Huai came to the west this time with the purpose of bringing all the western countries under the control of the Tang dynasty. By then, the Tang dynasty would set up a western regions protectorate or something and manage Lingshan together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As for that Tathagata. Oh! When I take over this place, there will be no place for you bald asses to show off. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and said goodbye, leading his horse and continuing his journey west. As for Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty, there has been constant news during this period. Today, the Wuji kingdom sent people to express their submission. Tomorrow, representatives from the Chechi kingdom will come to make repairs. For Li Shimin, this is naturally a great joy. And he smiled at his subjects. I originally thought that my brother might not have any news for many days. But he made this move. Now it seems that there is no need for any customs clearance documents. We just need to wait for the envoy to arrive. As soon as these words came out, all the civil and military officials in the court laughed out loud. After all, for the Tang dynasty, what Duanmu Huai did was also a great achievement. These countries were all located in the western regions, which were remote. When Duanmu Huai went there, the countries along the way either surrendered or made friends with him. Especially Chechi Kingdom was a big country in the western regions. Now that it had completely surrendered, it was no less than destroying the country for the Tang dynasty. From this, it can be seen that your brother can defeat thousands of troops alone. I really want to know what tricks your brother can come up with. Looking at the letter in his hand, Li Shimin was also very happy. And just when Li Shimin was waiting for Duanmu Huai to bring him some good news, Duanmu Huai was, honestly, now that there is an ice cream assassin, I accept it. Duanmu Huai drank the wine in the gourd in one breath and looked at the yellow sand of the desert in front of him. The first feeling was, it's really hot. Damn. Duanmu Huai had been to the Flaming Mountain before and knew that this place was indeed hot. But he didn't expect it to be so hot. This weather is really crazy. Monkey, give me some more wind. Okay. Master. Sun Wukong also raised his hands, one hand holding wind and the other holding snow. Duanmu Huai also shuddered and suddenly came alive, as if he was turning on the air conditioner in the desert. Where the hell is this Flaming Mountain? Haven't we reached it yet? I asked the land. And it's right in front of us. But how do we get across? Not much. Watch me. Because he didn't meet Red Boy. Duanmu Huai thought about whether he should let Sun Wukong go find Princess Iron Fan. But then he changed his mind and decided to forget it. With the monkey's temper, he would cause trouble for no reason. It's just the Flaming Mountain. He could just use his destructive magic to blow it up and put an end to it. Wouldn't it? But then again, this lonely smoke in the desert does have a unique flavor. And it makes Duanmu Huai want to sing. Under the setting sun in the desert, Who is that person playing the flute? Time has stripped away her red clothes, leaving her with scars. In the desolate castle, who is playing the pipa, waiting for me to come and go in a hurry, to meet in this life. While singing, Duanmu Huai shook his head. Fireworks are flying all over the sky. Who are you charming for? It's just that you are drunk and the flowers are also drunk. Quicksand is flying all over the sky. Who is haggard for you? It's just that fate comes and goes like water. Master. Duanmu Huai was singing and feeling good about himself. But Sun Wukong next to him couldn't help but say something. What kind of sutra are you chanting? It gives me a headache just listening to it. It's a headache. Right? Upon hearing what Sun Wukong said, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. Then Wukong. Do you know what clang 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 means? Master. What's that? Ding 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 ding. That's it. Facing Sun Wukong, Duanmu Huai took a long breath. Only you can accompany me to the west. Only you can subdue demons and monsters. Only you can protect me and prevent crabs and clams from eating me. You have the greatest ability. Only you. Aho. Master. Please stop chanting. I have a headache. Hey. If I can't cure my little girl, then why can't I cure you? As they talked, the two of them arrived in front of the flaming mountain. They saw that the flaming mountain was 800 miles long, and there was no grass growing around it. The heat was like a carbon stone veneer. They looked at Sun Wukong and grinned. Master, how can I get through this? I am not afraid. In the past, the Taishan Lao Jun did not do anything to me in the alchemy furnace. But Master, you are immortal. So I am afraid you cannot get close to fire. It's no big deal. Watch me. Duanmu Huai glared at Sun Wukong, then sat on his horse, clenched his right fist, stared at the flaming mountain 800 miles ahead, and then shouted loudly, Break! Duanmu Huai punched out, and the 800-mile flaming mountain suddenly rose up, turned over and flew into the air, and then suddenly exploded. The 800-mile flame dissipated in a moment without a trace of sparks. Hot air gushed out all around, and turned into a chill in the blink of an eye. The heat from the flames completely dissipated, and the 800-mile flaming mountain turned into a big pit. In the blink of an eye, spring water gushed out from below, brought by the wind, and the body felt cool and the feet were moistened. My goodness! Master, your magical power can move mountains and seas. It's simply amazing. Looking at this scene, even Sun Wukong was surprised, and Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. It's just SOSO. The third best in the world. Fortunately, it's spring water instead of oil. Otherwise it would be interesting. Okay. Let's go! Chapter 942, Duanmu Huai's Nuclear Explosion. Two bodhisattvas at Lion Camel Ridge were beaten with iron fists. Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong passed the Huayan Mountain and continued forward until they came to a mountain range and walked inward. Suddenly, they saw an old man holding a dragon-headed cane, walking down the hillside behind the tree. And when he saw the two of them, he immediately shouted, Elders heading west, please stay on your horses for now, and hold the reins tightly. There is a group of demons on this mountain that have eaten all the people in the world. You cannot go forward. Oh! Hearing what the old man said, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Monkey, go and invite the old man over. Okay, Master. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sun Wukong also laughed and walked up to the old man. The old man was frightened when he saw Sun Wukong and tried to run away, but was grabbed by Sun Wukong and could not move. Hey, old man, what are you talking about? Why don't you say it more clearly? Oh my, where did this thunder god come from? Please let me go! When the old man saw Sun Wukong, he trembled all over and closed his eyes. At this moment, Duanmu Huai came on horseback and glanced at the old man indifferently. I don't know which immortal is playing tricks here. How about showing your true self and explaining it to us? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the old man gave a bitter smile, then turned around and transformed into Tai Bai Jinxing, and saluted to Duanmu Huai. As expected of a holy monk, you are right. To be honest, this mountain is called the 800-li Lion Camel Ridge. There is a lion camel cave in the middle. There are 3 demons in the cave. They have great magical powers. There are 5,000 demons under their command on the south ridge, 5,000 on the north ridge, 10,000 at the east crossing, and 10,000 at the west crossing. There are 4,000 to 5,000 sentinels, and 10,000 gatekeepers. There are countless people making fires and collecting firewood. A total of 47,800 people, all of whom have names and tags. And they are here to eat people. Humph. Li Chongqing. Stop fooling people. Seeing Tai Bai jinxing, Sun Wukong also became excited and grabbed him. If there are 40,000 to 50,000 man-eating monsters in Lion Camel Ridge, how many people would they eat? Where can we find so many people around here for them to eat? The great sage doesn't know. Tai Bai jinxing was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There is a lion country nearby. 500 years ago, the demon ate the king and the officials in charge of cultural relics in this city. He also ate all the men and women in the city. Therefore, he took over his kingdom. Now there are all demons in the country. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at Tai Bai jinxing. How dare you ignore such a vicious person? I want to intervene, but I don't have the ability. Those three monsters are all very powerful. The Jade Emperor once sent 100,000 heavenly soldiers to subdue them. But the king transformed into a Dharma body, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed them all in one go. The heavenly soldiers were so scared that they dared not fight and closed the south heaven gate. Are all your heavenly soldiers made of paper? Duanmu Huai was speechless. When Sun Wukong made trouble in heaven, he confronted 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. Here, a monster in Lion Camel Ridge ate another 100,000 with a big mouth. You heavenly soldiers are no good. That's not right. When that monkey made trouble in heaven, didn't you ask Tathagata to suppress it? Why can't you do the same with the monsters here? Hee. This is a long story. Saint Monk doesn't know that among the three monsters, one is a green-haired lion, and the other is an old elephant with yellow teeth. They are the mounts of Manjusri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas. And the Garuda is even more unusual. It was born from the same mother as the Buddha Mother Peacock King Bodhisattva. So, to put it bluntly, you don't want to provoke those people who chant sutras. Duanmu Huai immediately understood what Tai Bai jinxing meant. It was fine to be a Bodhisattva mount, as Duanmu Huai had killed one in Wuji country before. The origin of the Dapeng golden-winged eagle was indeed unusual. Of course, this also had to do with their mother, the phoenix. Everyone knew how powerful the phoenix was. Later, the phoenix gave birth to the peacock and the Dapeng. When the peacock was born, it was the most ferocious and could eat people. It could eat a person in one bite after walking 40 or 50 miles. Then the peacock swallowed the Tathagata into its stomach in one gulp. After being swallowed by the peacock, Tathagata wanted to get out through the side door, but thought it was too dirty. So he cut open the peacock's back and got out to Lingshan. Originally, Tathagata wanted to kill the peacock, but was dissuaded by other Buddhas. Considering that he did come out of the peacock's belly, he recognized the peacock as the Buddha mother. The Dapeng who is blocking the way now is born from the same birth as the peacock. In terms of seniority, she can be considered as Tathagata's aunt. The three monsters are all backed by people from Lingshan. And plus the heavenly palace lost 100,000 heavenly soldiers. It's no wonder they don't dare to cause trouble anymore. In short, please be careful, holy monk and great saint. I'm leaving now. After delivering the message, Tai Bai jinxing patted his butt and ran away. Duanmu Huai just stared at the direction where Tai Bai jinxing ran away. And after a moment, he sneered. Oh! Why is master laughing? I am laughing at this Lingshan Sutra, which seems to be useless. Manjusri and Samantabhadra are both bodhisattvas. As their mounts, they want to eat people as soon as they come to the world. So what kind of sutra did they recite? A sutra for eating people? If it is such a sutra, won't it bring disaster for thousands of years if we take it back? Having said that, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Sun Wukong. Monkey, the master wants you to do something. Oh! What is it? Master? You are good at transformation. I want you to transform yourself and go to Lion Camel Ridge to find out how the fairies are distributed here and where the Lion Camel Kingdom is. It would be best if you can find a place that overlooks the entire Lion Camel Ridge and the Lion Camel Kingdom, and then come back to report to me. That's no problem. But master, are you really planning to fight those 40,000 little demons? Go ahead. I have my own way. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sun Wukong also transformed himself and went up to the sky. After another half a day, he returned. Master, this Lion Camel Ridge is truly extraordinary. There are mountains of skulls and forests of bones here. Human hair has become felt. And human flesh has rotted into dust. Human tendons are entangled in trees. It is truly a sea of blood and corpses. And it stinks. I don't know how many people these monsters have eaten. Oh! What about Lion Camel City? It's even more of a monster land. 1,000-foot-long pythons are surrounding the city. And 10,000-foot-long snakes are blocking the road. The 4 gates are guarded by wolf spirits. And the monsters are everywhere. No one can compare. Okay. I get it. What about the place you choose? This Lion Camel Ridge is a steep mountain. But it's not hard to find the peak. As long as you reach the top of the mountain where Master is standing, you can have a panoramic view. Okay. Let's go. It's nice to see the scenery. Seeing Duanmu Huai's indifferent answer, Sun Wukong was puzzled. Normally, his master would get angry just by hearing the goblins eat a few people. But today, he seemed to be indifferent after eating so many people. Although he was confused, Sun Wukong still followed Duanmu Huai to climb the mountain. The mountain here is steep, and the rocks stand up like spears. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to climb up. However, Duanmu Huai did not care about this little thing. He said nothing and just climbed up. It took a day and a night for the master and his apprentice to climb to the top. Looking around, there are towering mountains all around, and the city in the distance is shrouded in black clouds and smoke. If you just want to see the scenery, it is a good place. The scenery here is quite nice. Duanmu Huai put his hands behind his back, looked at it for a moment, and nodded with satisfaction. Sun Wukong looked at him curiously. Master, why do we spend so much time climbing this mountain? Look at the scenery. This scenery is really nice. But what should I do? Haha. It will look better later. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai hummed a song. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. Sun Wukong stood aside, listening to Duanmu Huai humming the off-tune song. But he didn't know what sutra he was reciting, so he simply kept silent. Then he saw Duanmu Huai slowly raise his right hand, clasped it in the air, and pointed it forward. Holy monk! Please don't do anything! At this moment, a shout came from the sky. Sun Wukong looked up and saw Manjusri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas coming on clouds, looking anxious. We are here at the command of the Buddha to help you conquer the demon. However, before they could finish their words, they saw Duanmu Huai just glanced at them and spoke. I don't want to set the world on fire. Honey, I just want to start a great big flame down in your heart. Then, Duanmu Huai clenched his right fist tightly. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. I saw a shining light suddenly blooming from the earth, and it immediately enveloped everything around. Even Sun Wukong, with his fiery eyes, couldn't help but turn his head and close his eyes. The eyes that were not afraid of even the flames of Taishang Lao Jun dared not look directly at the dazzling white light, but saw that a huge mushroom cloud rose slowly where the white light passed. The earth shook, and the wind raged. The entire Lion Camel Kingdom and the Lion Camel Ridge were crushed and destroyed by this infinite power. The scorching flames and high temperatures swept across everything, and the 800-li Lion Camel Ridge collapsed directly and razed to the ground. Countless wailing screams were heard, and when they looked again, they saw that under the rising mushroom cloud, all the cities and mountains were empty, and not even a blade of grass was left. Seeing this scene, even Sun Wukong couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Manjusri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas also fell to the ground, sighing, It's a sin! It's a sin! I came here to subdue demons and monsters according to the order of Tathagata, but I couldn't destroy them. Those 3 monsters are full of sins. They should be brought back to Lingshan to practice. Duanmu Huai turned around and looked at the 2 bodhisattvas. These 3 monsters have eaten countless people here. How can they be forgiven by practicing? Tathagata is really making a deal. If these monsters escape and eat people again in the future, who will be responsible? If that's the case, how can you go to Lingshan and obtain the true scriptures if you kill so many lives? This will not work. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and stared at the 2 of them. You 2 allowed your mouths to go down to the lower world to commit murder and eat people. You deserve to die. Today, I will avenge the innocent souls who died unjustly. I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and make your souls fly away and never be reborn. After that, I will go to Lingshan again to find Tathagata to punish you for your incurable crime and let you die a good death. With a roar, Duanmu Huai jumped out, raised his fist, and attacked the Bodhisattvas Manjusri and Samantabhadra. Chapter 943. 2 Bodhisattvas died in the nuclear bomb crater Duanmu Hui passed by and destroyed France. But Duanmu Hui jumped up and rushed over. The Bodhisattva and Wukong were stunned. They didn't expect that Duanmu Hui, who had said so well before, would actually kill the Bodhisattva right away. Boy, this master is really angry. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also scared and dodged. Even though he was extremely bold, he had never thought of killing a Bodhisattva. Moreover, Manjusri and Samantabhadra were honored as the 3 holy ones of Huayan together with Tathagata. How could they be so easy to deal with? Sure enough. But when he met Duanmu Hui, the 2 Bodhisattvas sank, and the Buddha was preached, and there were countless changes in the moment. However, although the wooden locust looked like a physical fetus, he did not fear the Bodhisattva's hand. He saw that his body was swept away in front of Duanmu Hui. And then Duanmu Hui jumped forward and punched there with a punch on the head of Manjushri Bodhisattva. Another hand grasped the head of the Pushian Bodhisattva and hit him with his strength. At the same time, Duanmu Hui was shaking his head and singing a song. Duanmu Hui stretched out his hands, which turned into sharp claws. He pierced through the Bodhisattva's myriad transformations, grabbed their heads, and smashed them hard. A knock. A slap. The 2 Bodhisattvas were knocked unconscious. And they didn't know the sky was dark. The earth was dark. And they couldn't tell east from west. The 2 Bodhisattvas were also frightened at this moment. As Bodhisattvas, their divine power must be infinite. However, no matter what kind of magic, as long as they get close to Duanmu Hui, they will disappear into thin air and are not worth mentioning. Instead, Duanmu Hui grabbed one with one hand, beat and smashed them, and hummed the strange mantra. What kind of evil and devilish sound is this? The Bodhisattva naturally didn't understand what Duanmu Hui was humming. At this moment, they couldn't even protect themselves. They just wanted to come out to protect their mounts. They never expected that Tang Sung was actually a madman. Just for the people who were killed in the mortal world, he dared to attack the 2 Bodhisattvas. What made Manjusri and Samantabhadra even more unexpected was that their magic changes had no effect on Tang Sung. They just disappeared as soon as they were used. The great silence of Buddhism made the 2 people even more terrified. At the same time, in their ears, the strange chanting was still ringing. The words did not fall, but saw Duanmu Hui punch out, hitting the chest of Manjushri Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva fell to the ground. Duanmu Hui stepped forward and grabbed the head of the Wenshu Bodhisattva and smashed it against the ground. Extend to the ground and turn into a frontline world. Manjushri Bodhisattva was beaten so hard that his mouth was full of blood, spitting blood and begging for mercy. However, Duanmu Hui didn't care. He stepped on the back of Manjushri Bodhisattva, stretched out his hands, grabbed Manjushri Bodhisattva's head, and put his fingers directly into Manjushri's eyes and nostrils, inserting them forcefully. Then Duanmu Hui pulled hard and pulled Manjushri's head right off his head. For a while, Wan On Xiaoguang sprayed out of the neck of Wenshu. But I saw that Duanmu's right foot suddenly struggled and stepped down, and the black flames burst instantly, and the blink of the eyes turned the posture of Manjushri into ashes. Ah! Seeing that Manjushri was killed, Samantabhadra was also horrified. He had never thought that Tang Monk was so brave, and he had never thought that he was so strong. He turned around and wanted to run. However, Duanmu Hui would never give Samantabhadra this opportunity. He just threw Manjushri's head back and hit Samantabhadra's face like a bowling ball, knocking him to the ground, still shaking his head and humming. Looking at Duanmu Hui stepped on himself, holding up the dead head of Chinese Bodhisattva. Pushian Bodhisattva also hurriedly reached out to ask for mercy. Little God, I know I was wrong, and I will change. This evil creature came to the mortal world to eat people because I didn't discipline him strictly. Please show mercy and give me a chance. After all, as the Buddha said, there is no end to the sea of suffering, and turning back is the shore. However, in the face of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's plea for mercy, Duanmu Hui just shook his head, looking very excited. Then, Duanmu Hui raised the head of Manjushri Bodhisattva high up and dropped it down with force. Bang! 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 After several blows, Samantabhadra struggled for a few times at first, but then fell silent, and the body was only seen shaking, trembling, and jumping. When Duanmu Hui stood up, Samantabhadra's head was already a bloody mess, unrecognizable, and merged with the head of Manjushri Bodhisattva, indistinguishable from each other. Then Duanmu Huai raised his foot and stepped down. Boom! The two bodhisattvas turned into a bloody mess and then disappeared in the black flames, losing their lives. Nailed it. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the lion-camel ridge in front of him, which had been completely blown into a huge pit. There was no trace of the lion-camel kingdom there anymore, and everything disappeared in the violent explosion. All right. Done. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands and turned to look at Sun Wukong, who couldn't help but shrink his neck. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Master. After that, the group went down the hillside and continued to move forward. But they saw that the front was in a mess and dead silence. Not to mention people. Even the monsters were nowhere to be seen. Sun Wukong still remembered that when he had transformed himself to explore, this place was full of monsters. But now, even the Lion Camel City had completely disappeared, leaving only a wilderness. Master, you are really going to find Shitian's obscure? Sun Wukong scratched his head and couldn't help but ask. Of course. Demons eat people, so we can't just ignore them. The Heavenly Palace sent 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Even if they can't defeat them, at least they are taking care of them. On the contrary, it was this Western Tathagata who caused the trouble because of the demons in his family. As a result, this Tathagata not only pretended to be deaf and dumb, but also tried to stop me from exorcising demons. He simply can't distinguish between good and evil. If I don't go to the Western Heaven and question the Tathagata, won't the lives of the people of this country be wasted? My old grandson is heard. Sun Wukong also interjected at this time. It is said that during the Conferred Gods War, the Jia sect was destroyed, and many demons were gathered by the West and submitted to the Bodhisattva's enlightenment. Oh! It seems that the sutras that the Bodhisattva has chanted over the years are really useless. It's better to kill them and put an end to it once and for all. Having said that, Duanmu Huai pinched his fist. In order to prevent further trouble, we should definitely destroy Lingshan. As long as we kill them all, we won't have to worry about the Bodhisattva's mounts coming out to eat people again. This? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sun Wukong was speechless for a moment. It seemed that what he said made some sense. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that it made no sense. Was it reasonable or not? He couldn't really tell. In a blink of an eye, a day passed, and the two continued their journey westward. Sun Wukong originally thought that after this incident, there must be some movement in the west. Unexpectedly, it was calm and peaceful, without a single sound. In contrast, it turned out that something went wrong in the front, because this time, they were going to cross the front. They were going to destroy France. The king made a great vow 2 years ago to kill 10,000 monks. In the past 2 years, he had killed 9,998 monks one after another. And he was just waiting for 2 more to make up 10,000 to complete the mission. Of course Duanmu Huai wouldn't care about this. Want to kill him? Isn't the example of King Chechi enough? Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He just rode his horse and whipped it, and walked to the city gate. When they saw the bald man coming, everyone around was shocked. Even the guard was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly stepped forward with weapons raised to stop him. How dare you come here to destroy the kingdom of France? You are so brave. Your Majesty is in need of 2 monks right now. But I didn't expect you to come to my door. Hurry up and get tied up. As he spoke, the guard stepped forward and tried to subdue the 2 men. However, facing the swords and guns, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He just snorted coldly and took out the pass. I came from the Tang dynasty in the east, and was ordered by the emperor to go to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. This is the pass. I want to see who dares to intercept and kill the Tang dynasty envoys without authorization. This, seeing Duanmu Huai's eyes wide open, the murderous aura suddenly burst out, and the soldiers retreated in fear. The leading sergeant was also stunned, and hurriedly took the document to read it, and suddenly got a headache. If it was an ordinary monk, he would be chopped off or killed. But the monk in front of him was an envoy from the Tang dynasty. This was a diplomatic issue. As a small sergeant, he naturally couldn't make a decision. So he hurriedly reported to his superiors, who also had a headache after hearing it. And finally, it's up to you, the king, to decide. Soon, a messenger came before the king of destruction, bowed and asked for permission. Your Majesty, 2 monks came to the city gate today, intending to pass through. Oh, a monk? Hearing this, the king's eyes lit up. I once made a great wish to kill 10,000 monks. Now I am just too short. They are coming to me. Isn't this a gift from heaven? Your Majesty, these 2 monks are unusual. How? They claim to be from the Tang dynasty in the east, and are sent by the Tang emperor to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Here is a pass. Oh! Hearing this, the king's expression suddenly changed slightly. Show me. Yes. The messenger quickly delivered the pass, and the king opened it and pondered over it. At this moment, an old minister next to him was suddenly startled. That monk. Is it one sharp-mouthed thunder god? Or one fierce and abnormal? That's right. Grand Master. His Majesty. Hearing that, the old minister also hurriedly saluted. Let's go. What do you say? To Master? The king was somewhat reluctant as he fiddled with the past documents in his hand. After all, he only lacked 2 more. After all, they had been delivered to his doorstep, even if they were envoys from the Tang dynasty. The emperor was far away, so what could he do? To be honest, I have heard that the king of Chechi tried to kill 2 monks from the Tang dynasty because he believed the slander of the evil Taoist priests. As a result, those 2 monks were very good at exorcising demons and monsters. They were also Tang dynasty envoys. When they heard about this, they rushed into the palace and killed the king of Chechi. They even held up his head and angrily scolded the imperial guards, saying that they should not move or the country would be destroyed. The evil Taoist priests were also killed and eaten by the holy monks in court. Later, the Chechi kingdom chose a new king and agreed to submit to the Tang dynasty. The matter ended there. Oh! Hearing this, the king shuddered all over and looked up at the Grand Tutor. Is this true? It is absolutely true. Your Majesty, please think twice. Who? Hearing what the Grand Master said, the king gritted his teeth. To be honest, he only needed 2 monks to fulfill his wish. And these 2 monks just happened to come to him. It felt like it was destined by heaven. But if, as the Grand Master said, the monks could kill demons and be invulnerable to swords and guns. After thinking for a long time, the king silently took the seal and stamped it. Give this pass to the 2 men. Prepare a vegetarian meal for them, and send them through the customs. Chapter 944. Outside Tianju. Sun Wukong prays for rain to come with a clever trick to bring down nectar. With the king's order, the soldier naturally did not dare to block the way. He prepared a vegetarian table for Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong and served them after they finished eating. Then he respectfully returned the pass, and then sent someone to take them through the customs. Sun Wukong was amazed by what he saw. Master, I didn't expect the king here to be so reasonable. I thought there would be a big battle. We've fought in Chechi country, so there's no need to fight here. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm while riding on the horse. It's said that 1 strike is better than 100. Our reputation for subduing demons and monsters has spread throughout the entire Xinyo Huzhou. If the king has heard about King Chechi's story, he will definitely not dare to cause trouble for us. At this point, Duanmu Huai sneered. Tathagata originally organized this journey to the west in order to let Tang Sung be a live advertisement for himself. But Duanmu Huai certainly refused to follow his wishes. Basically, whether it was to subdue demons and monsters, or to help those countries get rid of troubles, he attributed the credit to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He always talked about the power of the Tang dynasty, and the blessing of the emperor. So I came here to subdue demons and monsters. Therefore, if you want to thank someone, thank the emperor of the Tang dynasty, not the Tathagata who does nothing. It is precisely because of this that all the countries along the way were either grateful or surrendered. And all went to the Tang dynasty. As for worshipping Buddha, that's another matter. In fact, Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. For example, if the king of this country vowed to kill 10,000 monks, Duanmu Huai didn't care, no matter what the reason. As long as you kill these monks for no reason, it has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. Besides, Sun Wukong also saw that the sky above this country was filled with joy and auspicious light, and there was no sign of demons. If that's the case, just kill the monk. It has nothing to do with him. It wasn't a monster that killed him. After leaving the kingdom of destroying the kingdom, they walked for another day, getting closer to Lingshan. Of course, there was still some distance to Lingshan. On this day, Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong went down the road and came to Tianju Outer County. After entering the 3-story gate, They saw that the civil affairs were desolate, and the streets were deserted. When they arrived at the entrance of the city, they saw many people in green clothes lined up on both sides. The one with a crown at the head was stunned when he saw the two of them, and then hurried to meet them. "May I ask if you two are the holy monks who came from the Tang dynasty in the east, and went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures?" "Yes." "What's the matter?" Looking at the official in front of him, Duan Muhui nodded lightly and asked, and the latter fell to his knees. "Master is so powerful. Please, pray for rain." "Ah, what?" Hearing this, Duan Muhui nodded, and then he realized that he had misheard. "Pray for rain?" "That's right. Our outer county has suffered from severe drought for many years. There is no water in the wells, and no springs. The rich can barely survive, but the poor can barely make ends meet. A bushel of chestnuts costs 100 gold coins, and a bundle of firewood costs 5 taels. A 10-year-old girl can be exchanged for 3 liters of rice, and a 5-year-old boy can be taken away with someone else. Therefore, we have issued a notice, hoping that the saints in all directions will pray for rain to save the people. I am willing to thank you with 1,000 gold coins. And this is absolutely not empty words." This, I have to say that Duan Muhui was really a little confused. He knew how to subdue demons and monsters, so he could just raise his fist and smash them and be done with it. But this rain-praying profession is not suitable. You want me to work on water conservancy projects? That doesn't make sense. Fortunately, even though Duan Muhui doesn't know how to do it, there are still people who understand. "Monkey, can you do this?" "It's not difficult. I'll go and see what's going on." Sun Wukong was very excited to see that it was finally his chance to appear. He quickly somersaulted up into the sky. But when the people around him saw that Sun Wukong was gone, they were even more terrified. They fell to their knees, clasped their hands together, and begged for mercy. The Monkey King also went to the Heavenly Palace to ask for rain. When he arrived outside the South Heavenly Gate, he saw the Heavenly King who protected the country coming forward to greet him. "Great sage, what are you doing here?" "There is one thing. I, son, and my master traveled to the border of India and arrived at a foreign county called Fengxian County. There has been no rain for 3 years, and the people are suffering. I, son, want to pray for rain and salvation. So I came to see the Jade Emperor to ask for permission." "Oh, that's it." Hearing this, the king nodded. "It shouldn't rain there." "Oh, why is that?" "I heard that the governor of that county was so violent that he offended heaven and earth. God saw his sin and set up a mountain of rice, a mountain of flour, and a huge lock of gold. It would not rain until these 3 things were stopped." "Hey, you guys have this problem too?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong was stunned and immediately felt that the situation was getting tricky. The monkey also remembered that in the kingdom of Wuji, because the king of Wuji soaked the Bodhisattva for 3 days, the country suffered from drought for 3 years. At that time, the master was very dissatisfied with this. But he didn't expect to encounter such a thing here again. He could go to Lingshan to watch the fun. But if he offended the master and came to the Heavenly Palace to kill him, that would not be as simple as making trouble in the Heavenly Palace. So Sun Wukong continued to step forward, paid his respects to the Jade Emperor, and talked about this matter. And the latter nodded. "That's right. On December 25th 3 years ago, I went out to observe the heavens and wandered around the 3 realms. When I arrived at another place, I saw that the superior was not doing his job. He pushed the vegetarian offerings to the heavens and fed them to the dogs. He also spoke obscene words and committed an offensive crime. I immediately set 3 things in the Pixiong Hall. If he fails to do the 3 things, I will issue an order to him. If not, he should stop interfering." After hearing this, Sun Wukong went to the Pixiong Hall and saw a rice mountain 10 feet high and a flour mountain 20 feet high. Under the rice mountain, there was a chicken the size of a fist, pecking at the flour slowly. Under the flour mountain there was a golden-haired pug lying there, licking with 1 tongue long and 1 short. There was also an iron frame hanging next to it, with a golden lock on it and an oil lamp burning underneath. According to the Jade Emperor, that guy offended the heaven. So the Jade Emperor set these 3 things. It will rain only when the chickens have pecked all the rice, the dogs have licked all the noodles, and the flames of the lamps have burned through the locks. After seeing this, Sun Wukong was also shocked and thought hard. He finally went to the palace to meet the Jade Emperor again. The county lord may be guilty of an unforgivable crime, But the people of the county are innocent. Please ask the Jade Emperor to withdraw his order so that I can go back and report to Master. If it rains now, Master will regard it as my prayer for rain and will not blame me. If it does not rain, Master will ask about it, and the heavenly palace will be in trouble. You monkey. You are talking nonsense. The Jade Emperor didn't care much when he heard what Sun Wukong said. How can I take back the decision I made? It's his business to get the scriptures. What does it have to do with me? Your Majesty, you don't know? Sun Wukong now raised his head and told the Jade Emperor about the affairs of the Black Chicken Kingdom. After hearing this, the latter's expression suddenly became gloomy. Are you serious? How dare I, son, lie to the Jade Emperor? Following Master all the way west, I have discovered that Master's heart is tied to the common people. If anyone bullies the people of the mortal world, he will never let them off easily. Previously, at Lion Camel Ridge, because Manjusri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas neglected to discipline them, their mount sneaked down to the mortal world, not only turning Lion Camel Ridge into AHL on Earth, but also eating up all the people of Lion Camel. Master was furious. Not only killed the evil monsters, but also killed Manjusri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas, who tried to come to dissuade them. He also said that he would go to Lingshan to find Tathagata Buddha to seek justice for the people of Lion Camel country. At this point, Sun Wukong paused, secretly looked at the Jade Emperor, and then looked at Lao Jun next to him. The latter's face changed several times, and finally closed his eyes, pretending to know nothing. Obviously, he was not going to comment on Duanmu Huai's braised beef. There has been no rain in Fengxian County for 3 years. The people are starving, and have to sell their children for food. Master is furious. If he knew that this was done by you, the Jade Emperor, then, what then? If Master really comes to heaven to kill me, I, old son, won't be able to do anything about it. Snort. The Jade Emperor angrily slammed the table, his expression changing from moody to gloomy. If anyone else had said this, the Jade Emperor would have ignored it. But the problem is, Manjusri and Samantabhadra were really killed. The Jade Emperor also knew that Lingshan was in chaos at the moment, and he was originally enjoying the show. But in the end, if the enemy really attacked the Heavenly Palace, it would be bad for him to be the one watching the show and then be the one being watched. But he is the Jade Emperor, and his words are law. How could he take back his order just because of a threat from Sun Wukong? Then where would he put his face? But if they don't accept it, Tang Sung is indeed a ruthless character. If he really comes to the door as Sun Wukong said, something bad will happen to the Heavenly Palace before Lingshan. Whether we can win or not is another matter. But it's also embarrassing. I already know about this. The Jade Emperor coughed and said, this matter was caused by the county marquis. If you can make him return to good, it is not impossible to benefit for you in that case, I, old son, know about it. Sun Wukong was also a man of great intelligence. Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, he knew the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly took his leave. Then he descended to the lower world again, came before the county lord, and spoke. As the saying goes, if a man has good intentions, heaven will follow his will. If the county lord is wholeheartedly devoted to goodness and worships heaven and earth, this disaster can be avoided. The county marquis was a pious man, but he had overturned the fasting offerings because he was angry with his wife. When he heard what Sun Wukong said, he hurriedly started to build a temple, led everyone to burn incense and worship, and thank the heavens and the earth. Soon, there were thunder and lightning, wind and clouds, and then nectar fell everywhere, and the earth grew more and more. With this rain, the county lord and the people worshipped God even more devoutly. Let's put it aside for now. Sun Wukong also went to the heavenly palace, thanked Lei Gong and Dian Mu, and then returned again. Since it was raining, Duanmu Huai did not plan to stay. Although the county lord and others tried hard to keep him, Duanmu Huai just had a vegetarian meal and said goodbye to Sun Wukong and left. At this moment, Sun Wukong was relieved. Fortunately, this matter was easy to fool. If the master really asked about it, it would still be a trouble. If he offended the heavenly palace at that time, there would be a big battle. Fortunately, the Jade Emperor was also smart. Otherwise it would be hard to say what the result would be. Fortunately, now everything has been revealed. It's actually a good thing. After that, the two of them passed through the outer counties, And after another day, they finally arrived in Tianzhu. They saw a huge crowd of people, and it was quite lively. Duanmu Huai caught someone and asked him. And then he learned that the princess of Tianzhu, who was in her 20s, was setting up a colorful pavilion at the crossroads, throwing embroidered balls, and looking for a prince consort. Haha. This is interesting. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai chuckled. He remembered this part. If Duanmu Huai remembered correctly, this princess was a fairy, and she was the Jade Rabbit Fairy beside the famous Chang'e. You know what? I've been eating all this time, but it seems like I haven't even had the spicy rabbit head yet. I don't know what the Jade Rabbit in the Moon Palace feels like. Forget it. Just go and see for yourself. Chapter 945. Jade Rabbit Fairy throws a ball in a bustling city. Duanmu Huai transforms into a big bad wolf. When Duanmu Huai and the others arrived at the downtown area, it was already crowded with people. On the colorful pavilion, the princess transformed from the Jade Rabbit Fairy was also waiting to throw the ball. The Jade Rabbit Fairy had her own plans. After all, it was rumored that Tang Monk was a good man who had practiced for 10 lifetimes. If she could take his Yuan Yang Qi and become a Tai immortal, wouldn't it be wonderful? At this moment, she was also holding a ball, waiting there and looking around. He. Looking at the Jade Rabbit fine upstairs, Duanmu Huai also sneered. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai lowered his head and spoke to Wukong. Wukong, you stay here and watch. If the hydrangea falls, find a way to smash it on your master. Master? What do you mean? When Sun Wukong heard Duanmu Huai's words, he was also stunned. Does master intend to get married here? Being a ghost, this princess is a jade rabbit to become essential, and wants to find something. After I enter the palace, you go to the gate of the city or in the cloth temple to see if there is a woman who claims to be a princess. That is the real princess. Then you go to the heaven to find Chang'e and let her come down to take the rabbit. Of course, if you are half a step slower, then I will make the rabbit into a spicy rabbit head. Old son. No. The monkey was a good person, and he was laughing after hearing this. The two discussed for a while, and then Duanmu Huai walked to the bottom of the colorful building. When the Jade Rabbit Fairy saw Duanmu Huai coming, she lit incense and prayed to heaven and earth. Then she took the colorful ball and looked down. When she saw Duanmu Huai, she was about to hit it, but she was startled and stopped immediately, thinking to herself, this monk is so ferocious and doesn't look like a good person. He is as tall as a lion or a tiger. If this ball hits him, won't he be killed? Or just let it go? Holding the hydrangea, the Jade Rabbit Fairy was also uneasy. Sometimes she was afraid of Duanmu Huai's appearance and hesitated to move forward. Sometimes she thought of the possibility of becoming a Tai immortal, which was quite tempting. However, no matter how tempting it was, if she met such a vicious monk and was harmed by him, she didn't know how it would end. The Jade Rabbit Fairy was timid to begin with, and now she was even more confused. While she was hesitating, she saw Duanmu Huai raised his head, his eyes wide open, staring at her with murderous intent. The Jade Rabbit Fairy let out a low cry and involuntarily loosened her hand. The embroidered ball fell from the Jade Rabbit Fairy's hand, hitting the eaves of the colorful building and bouncing up. But the great sage secretly interfered, and the next moment the colorful ball hit Duanmu Huai squarely and fell into his hands. At this moment, everyone upstairs was shouting, "We've hit a monk! We've hit a monk!" At this time, the merchants on the street were also clamoring and rushing to grab the hydrangeas. But when they saw Duanmu Huai holding the hydrangeas and glaring at them, they retreated in panic, and some even fell to the ground, trembling with fear and unable to get up. At this moment, the guards had already stepped forward, seeing the 8 feet tall evil creature in front of them. They were speechless. After a moment, they said okay with a bow. "My lord, please come to the court to congratulate me." "Well, lead the way." As soon as Duanmu Huai waved his hand, he followed the guards. By this time, the king had already received the news. When he went out, he saw a ferocious-looking man striding towards his princess. The man looked so powerful that he was like a ferocious beast. The king was almost frightened to the ground and shouted loudly, "Where did you come from? Evil man? How dare you disturb me in front of this palace? Your Majesty, I am from the Eastern Tang dynasty, and I am going to the Western Heaven to seek Buddhist scriptures." Duanmu Huai stared at the king in front of him with a hideous smile on his face. "I was passing through your country, But unexpectedly I was hit by the princess's hydrangea. I never thought that I would travel thousands of miles to get here. It's true that fate brings us together. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Duan Muhui raised his head and laughed, shaking the civil officials in the Golden Palace, and making the military officials weaken the knees. The king was even more frightened, and pulled the Jade Rabbit Fairy away. My daughter, why did you have to be hit by such an evil star? What should we do now? How about we cancel the engagement, and send him to heaven? This, after hearing what the king said, the Jade Rabbit Fairy was also very hesitant. After all, wine is popular and money is attractive. I came down from Guanhan Palace just for Tang Monkey Yuanyang to become an immortal. If I return empty-handed, I will be punished by the heavenly court. In this case, I might as well take a chance. Thinking of this, the Jade Rabbit Fairy gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Father, as the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. I have made a vow before, and after tying this knot, I will report it to the gods of heaven and earth, and I will marry you in heaven. Today, the holy monk who came from the Tang dynasty is our fate in the previous life. So how dare I change it? I would like to invite him to be my consort. Thinking of this, the Jade Rabbit Fairy's eyes turned red. She thought that she was also very charming, but now she had to obey this vicious monk and pretend to be obedient. She felt wronged. However, the arrow had to be shot, and now that it had come to this point, she had no choice. Okay. Duan Muhui was also laughing at this moment. It would be great to have such a beautiful woman as my wife. In this case, we won't choose an auspicious time, but tonight we will enter the bridal chamber. You are such an unreasonable monk. The king already felt sorry for his daughter, and when he heard Duan Muhui say this, he directly rebuked him. My daughter is willing to marry you as her husband, which is a great blessing. You must choose an auspicious day. How can you do it rashly? Your Majesty, you are wrong. I am going to the city today, and today is the day when the princess throws the ball to recruit a prince consort, which means that this day is a good day for us. As he spoke, Duan Muhui walked up to the princess and stared at her with a sinister grin. Now that the man and the woman are in love, why should we go through the formalities? We can just enter the bridal chamber tonight. Isn't that wonderful? You, father. At this moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy also hurried forward and grabbed the king. What the holy monk said is polite. As the saying goes, it is better to choose a day than to wait for it. My daughter is looking for a prince consort today, and this holy monk will enter the city. But it is our fate. Even so, it is not a good idea to choose today to enter the bridal chamber. At this point, the Jade Rabbit Fairy was also bleeding in her heart. This evil man was so terrifying. How could she dare to stay with him for long? She was originally a rabbit spirit, and she was extremely timid. If she really let her spend those days with this evil monk, she would be scared to death. It would be better to cut the Gordian knot quickly, absorb the essence of this holy monk, and then become an immortal, and never meet this evil monk again. That is absolutely not possible. However, the king obviously did not intend to listen to such nonsense. We have chosen an auspicious date. The wedding will be held in 3 days. That's it. Yes. Thank you, father. Seeing that the king had made up his mind, the Jade Rabbit Fairy did not dare to be too presumptuous and had to nod in agreement. Duan Muhui sneered at the side but said nothing. After that, the king sent someone to take Duan Muhui to the guest room to rest, and the Jade Rabbit Fairy also returned to the princess' room. But she was restless. I knew that this vicious monk had been subduing demons and monsters all the way, and he was very domineering. Could it be that he had seen through my changes? But in any case, if he saw through it, why didn't he expel me, but instead acted like a horny ghost and wanted to marry me? Or were the rumors outside all false, and this monk didn't really have such great abilities? The Jade Rabbit Fairy was drowsy and confused. She kept thinking about this and that, and before she knew it, it was already midnight. At this moment, the door suddenly made a bang sound, waking the Jade Rabbit Fairy up. She hurriedly looked towards the door, only to see Duan Muhui walking in with a grim smile on his face. It's been a long night, and I couldn't sleep. I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep. But it turns out you, princess, can't sleep either. Holy monk. What is your purpose in coming to my room so late at night? Seeing Duan Muhui walk into the room, The Jade Rabbit Fairy stood up in fear and backed away. Duanmu Huai stared at her and slowly approached. What holy monk? We are about to get married. Why don't you just call me husband? He. My lady. You are so beautiful. I can't help but want to be in paradise with you and chant the joy mantra together. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai opened his hands and lifted his long gown, revealing the golden hoop that could subdue demons, kill fox spirits, and exterminate female ghosts. When the Jade Rabbit Fairy saw the stick, her expression changed drastically. No. Do not want. At this moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy also screamed and shouted, and quickly turned around and rushed out of the room. Someone come quickly. The prince consort is going crazy. Someone come quickly. However, no matter how the Jade Rabbit Fairy called, the entire palace seemed empty. Even the guards and servants, who were supposed to be standing guard outside, were nowhere to be seen. How is this going? Just as the Jade Rabbit spirit was stunned, he heard Duanmu Huai's footsteps coming from behind again. Boom, boom, boom. Alas! At this moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy also turned pale and ran forward. Behind her, Duanmu Huai's laughter was heard. Run, little girl. Run. Ha ha ha. The laughter was like thunder in the sky and the sorrow in H.L. lingering in the ears of the Jade Rabbit Fairy. The Jade Rabbit Fairy covered her ears and continued to run forward. Help! Help! Father! Mother! However, no matter how the Jade Rabbit Fairy called out, there was no response from anyone around. The huge palace was dead silent, without a trace of human life. At this moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy had already rushed to the entrance of the palace, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. But the next moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy was stunned by the scenery outside. What's this? What I saw outside the gate was not the city of India, but a pale wilderness with potholes everywhere, which looked extremely desolate and strange. Boom, boom, boom! At the same time, the footsteps sounded again. Hearing the footsteps, the Jade Rabbit Fairy's hair stood on end and panicked. She hurried to the next room, closed the door, bolted it, hid in the corner, and trembled. But when she heard the footsteps outside gradually approaching, the Jade Rabbit Fairy's heart was in her throat, and she only heard the voice of Duanmu Huai coming from outside. My beautiful princess, a night of love is worth 1,000 gold. Why don't we just have some fun here? The palace door is wide open. Could she have gone outside? Humph. I want to see where this beautiful princess can go. As he was speaking, the footsteps gradually faded away, and only then did the Jade Rabbit Fairy breathe a sigh of relief, thinking secretly, this vicious man is so scary. He is so big. Is he trying to kill me? I should not have listened to the slander and tempted to come to the lower world to get involved in this muddy water. It is better to go back and accept the punishment. It is better than being stabbed to death by that stick. Thinking of this, the Jade Rabbit Fairy made up her mind. She was about to get up, but she heard a bang, and the wall in front of her was suddenly smashed open. Then Duanmu Huai's head came in from the wall and stared at her. Ha ha ha. Here's Johnny. Ah. The Jade Rabbit spirit was so frightened that its hands and feet suddenly became weak. It collapsed to the ground, curled up into a ball, and dared not move but to shout, Fairy! Save me! Fairy! Save me! Just when the Jade Rabbit Fairy was terrified, she suddenly heard a voice. Evil beast! Why don't you bow your head and confess your sin? Hearing this voice, the Jade Rabbit opened his eyes, only to see a canopy all around him. In front of him, Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong were standing there smiling, with a woman standing beside them. It was none other than Chang'e from Guanghan Palace. Seeing this, the Jade Rabbit hurried forward and bowed. Master, please spare me. Master, please spare me. You evil beast. You disappeared in the palace, and you came here to cause trouble. If the holy monk hadn't sent the Monkey King to tell me, I would still be ignorant of it. Chang'e was speechless as she looked at the shivering Jade Rabbit Fairy. She turned around and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Thank you, Saint Monk, for showing mercy. It's a good thing this monster didn't kill anyone. Otherwise, I would have killed it and made spicy rabbit heads. Duanmu Huai glanced at the shivering Jade Rabbit Fairy and laughed. By the way, the real princess had been found by Sun Wukong and was now crying to the king, so he would not join in the fun. But, Fairy, please stay. Seeing that the Fairy Chang'e was about to leave, Duanmu Huai also spoke hurriedly. What else does the holy monk want? I heard that there are many rabbits pounding medicine in the fairy Guanghan Palace. I wonder if there are any disobedient ones who can give me a few to make a spicy rabbit head to satisfy my craving? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Fairy Chang'e was silent for a moment, looked at the jade rabbit, and then looked away. I will never forget the grace of the holy monk for his guidance. Here is a bottle of fine wine from Guanghan Palace as a gift. I hope the holy monk will accept it. Alright. It seems that there is no spicy rabbit head to eat anymore. Chapter 946 Ling Yandu bids goodbye to Sun Dasheng. Duanmu Huai kills and goes to Lane Temple. On this side, the fairy Chang'e took the jade rabbit back to Guanghan Palace. And on the other side, the king who had found his daughter was also very grateful to Duanmu Huai and Sun Wukong. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't care about this, as long as he stamped the pass and let them pass. Although the king kept trying to stop him, Duanmu Huai still continued to move forward. On this day, the two of them were walking along the road. They saw a tall building in front of them, with several floors of towering buildings, which were really soaring into the sky. The auspicious light was colorful, and the auspicious atmosphere was thousands of layers. It was Lingjiu Peak, the holy land of Buddha. Under their feet was a river of running water, with rolling waves and rapid flow, about 8 or 9 miles wide, and no human traces around. Not far away, there was only a wooden bridge with the 3 words Lingyandu written on it. Duanmu Huai stopped here, then got off the horse and turned to look at Sun Wukong. Great sage. Master. You. When Sun Wukong heard Duanmu Huai suddenly call him like that, he was also stunned. We have reached the Tathagata realm in the west. If we continue forward, we cannot turn back. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he handed the reins of the Pegasus to Sun Wukong. I don't know what Guanyin said to you, but since you have come this far, you have accomplished your mission. It would be unwise to go any further. Thank you for accompanying me with Tianma. Otherwise, it would be really boring. Thanks to you. Master, you really want to kill your way to heaven? Sun Wukong held the reins hesitantly and asked. Of course, some people respect the sky, some respect the earth, and some respect Buddha. But I only respect immortals. Perhaps in the eyes of Tathagata, mere mortals are not important and are not taken seriously. But for me, this is the biggest taboo. Tathagata indulged the golden pung and devoured humans. This is an unforgivable sin. In addition, I don't like Buddha, so I naturally have to find Tathagata to explain it clearly. But over in heaven, the heavenly court has sent at least 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Whether or not we fight is a question of strength. And whether or not we fight is a question of attitude. Moreover, I think you also know that this previous incarnation was also disrespectful to Buddha. It just so happens that we have the same idea. What Duanmu Huai said was true. Although Tang Sung seemed to be a Buddhist, his original reincarnation did not seem to be like that. According to the original journey to the west, Tang Monk is the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, a disciple of Tathagata. When the monsters mention Tang Monk, they always say a kind person who has been reincarnated and practiced for 10 lifetimes. There are probably 2 meanings to this sentence. One is that Jin Chanzi was reincarnated and practiced for 10 lifetimes before he became Tang Monk. Another meaning is that Jin Chanzi was reincarnated and practiced for 10 times before he achieved the right result and became a disciple of Tathagata. After all, there was a saying in ancient folk that the golden cicada shed its SHL as a symbol of longevity, reincarnation, and rebirth. So if Jin Chan practiced for 10 times and achieved the right result, then this makes sense. It is normal for those demons to think that eating Tang Seng's flesh can make them immortal. After all, the golden cicada originally had this meaning in ancient times. It is very likely that in the eyes of those demons, as long as they eat Tang Seng's flesh, they can shed their demon bodies like the golden cicada, transform into human form, and ascend to heaven. This is also the reason why demons are targeting Tang Seng. It is not because other monks are not delicious, but because other monks are not the reincarnation of the golden cicada. As for why Jin Chanzi and Buddha Tathagata don't get along, Tathagata explained it very clearly. Because you did not listen to the teachings and disrespected my great teachings, I demoted you to a true spirit and had you reincarnated in the East. It sounds like no problem at first, but it turns out to be a big problem if you think about it carefully. Jin Chan is a good man who has practiced Buddhism for 10 lifetimes. Even the demons recognize this. Would a good man doze off while listening to Buddhist teachings? He has practiced Buddhism for 10 lifetimes. So why would he be afraid of chanting sutras? In the original novel, when Tang Monk passed through Chechi Kingdom, he fought with 3 great immortals. Among them, the one where he demonstrated his divine power through the cloud ladder had to do with sitting in meditation. At that time, Tang Monk said, "When I was young, I met a Zen monk who preached about the fundamentals of life and death, and who was dedicated to concentrating one's nature and mind. I also spent 2 or 3 years in the state of life and death, sitting in meditation for 2 or 3 years without eating or drinking. Is this something that most people can do? But when you think that Tang Xing is the reincarnation of the golden cicada, it is easier to accept, since Jin Chan has this ability. If you say that he dozed off while listening to Buddhist teachings, then there is obviously something wrong. Not to mention, many of the Buddhist disciples who committed the sin of killing when they came down to earth were actually taken back by the Buddhists for discipline. You eat hundreds of people, but you just go back to jail. And you want to fire me just because I took a nap? Does this make sense?" Then thinking back further, the conflict between Jin Chanzi and Tathagata was obviously not simply a matter of not listening to teachings, but more of a difference in their ideologies. Although this difference in concepts is not explicitly stated in the original Journey to the West, it is still implied. Often, after Tang Xing and his companions had conquered demons, the other side would take out large sums of money as a thank you gift. At this time, Tang Xing's attitude was always very firm. A monk will not accept these yellow and white things. The most he would ask for food was some rice or flour, or a new piece of clothing. But he would definitely not accept money. And what about Tathagata? Everyone knows that he would think it was too cheap to sell 3 dough and 3 liters of gold for reciting the sutra once. If Tathagata were to go on this journey to obtain the sutra, no one knows how much he would charge. From this perspective, the differences between the two sides are actually very obvious. Tang Xing's attitude is to respect the Buddha's teachings that money is external to the body and should not be accepted. Tathagata thinks that if you don't charge money, doesn't it make my dharma look cheap and worthless? Only things that require a lot of money are good things. If we look at it from this perspective, it is normal for Jin Chanzi to disrespect Tathagata. As mentioned before Tathagata, Buddhism was governed by the ancient Buddha Dipankara. What everyone recited was the sutras of the ancient Buddha Dipankara, which was also the so-called Hinayana Buddhism recited by Tang Monk. To put it bluntly, it requires monks to stay away from gold, silver, and treasures, and to cultivate themselves. But now that Tathagata has come to power, the past is over. Dipankara's methods are no longer effective. Now I have the final say in Buddhism. Money is the most important thing in the world. Therefore, those who stayed in Lingshan were all in cahoots with Tathagata. Those who disliked him had already left. Jin Chan was cultivating the Buddha of the lamp. So naturally he could not stand the money-seeking behavior of Tathagata. Thinking about it this way, it was natural for him to take a nap when Tathagata was preaching. We are cultivating Buddha and ourselves. Why are you saying improve performance and raise prices every day? Are you selling Buddhist scriptures like pork? Who cares about you? Jin Chanzi couldn't stand Tathagata, and Tathagata naturally couldn't stand Jin Chanzi either. So he found this excuse and demoted him to the mortal world. At the same time, it was also a warning to others, so that they would know that if you make me unhappy for a while, I will make you unhappy for the rest of your life. Therefore, the only ones who stayed in Lingshan were Tathagata's group. And at the end of the journey, the conflict between the two sides was clearly written. As we all know, when Tang Xing went to seek scriptures for the first time, he did not bribe the Nan and Kasyapa, so they gave him the scripture without words. Later, he was discovered by Randing, and he went back again, and continued to ask Tathagata for the real scriptures. Tathagata gave him the order again, and when Anand and Kasyapa arrived at the scripture pavilion, they still asked Tang Xing for bribes, saying, "If you don't give me a bribe, I won't give you the scriptures." Why are they so bold? Because this is the conflict of ideas between Tathagata and Jin Chan. Jin Chan believes that Buddhism is something that benefits all people in the world. I have come here from afar and suffered hardships. Considering my sincerity, you should give it to me. Hey, Tathagata said that what you said is outdated. Now I have the final say here. You can only get the true scriptures if you have money. If you don't have money, no matter how sincere you are, I will not give you the scriptures. Let's see if you accept it or not. In the end, Jin Chan had no choice but to give in. After all, no one was in a strong position. Since Tathagata disgusted him, he had no choice but to accept it and handed over the purple gold bowl. Only then did he get the waste paper written by Tathagata. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai is not Jin Chan, and he will not let Tathagata disgust him. Duanmu Huai laughed, then reached out and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. As for you, there is no spell to bind you, nor any decree from Tathagata to obey. From now on, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. The sea is wide, and the fish leap freely. Whether you return to Huagua Mountain or go to heaven to work, continue to be the great sage equaling heaven. Master, go, go. Remember to return the horse. I am not that easy to die. Perhaps Tathagata is more difficult for you to deal with. But you also know my ability. Right? Well, don't make it seem like a life and death separation. Let's go and have fun. Yes, disciple will obey the master's order. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and finally led the horse, and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Oh! Remember to pass on my book of food from the western regions of the Tang dynasty. You can't eat for nothing after eating all the food along the way. Right? Yes. Then, Master, I will go and return the horse. Go, go. Watching Sun Wukong looking back every few steps and leaving with the Pegasus, Duanmu Huai stretched his body, then turned around, looked at the Lingshan mountain in front of him that was shining with light, stretched his neck, clenched his fists, and began to chant. 50 years on earth are like a dream and an illusion. Life is followed by death. So a brave man should have no regrets. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked forward. The first step was an earthquake. The ground was cracking, and the rushing river rushed into the cracks and disappeared. The birds flew away in fear. The second step, the sky collapses and the earth splits, and flames rise to the sky. You will see the green pines and cypresses turn into charcoal, and the white cranes and deer turn into corpses. In the third step, the 6 bodhisattvas, 4 vajras, 500 arhats, 3,000 gates, 11 great stars, and 18 garlands were all scared out of their wits. And they could only sigh that the Dharma ending age was approaching and all the Buddhas would pass away. At the same time, a loud sound came from the sky. Amitabha! Looking up, I saw a golden light in the dense clouds, and the Tathagata was sitting on a lotus platform with his hands clasped together. How long will you continue to be stubborn and stubborn? You said you were a bad disciple, but you really take yourself seriously? Facing the golden statue of Buddha, Duanmu Huai sneered. I traveled all the way west to seek scriptures and came here, and all I saw were starving people and wounded people everywhere. This western Nyohajo is even worse than my eastern Tang dynasty. You barbarians from foreign countries are spreading rumors and confusing the people. How dare you disturb the emperor's mind? Today, I will kill you first and report later on behalf of the emperor, and destroy you, the evil god and monster who is spreading rumors and confusing the people. This is bad. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Tathagata shook his head slightly. Your eastern land is Jambudvipa. It is high in the sky, thick in the land, and densely populated with people and animals. People there are greedy, murderous, lewd, deceitful, and deceitful. They do not follow Buddhism, do not seek good karma, do not respect the 3 lights, and do not value the 5 grains. They are disloyal, unfilial, unjust, and unkind. They deceive themselves, use large scales and small weights, and kill people and animals. They have committed countless evil deeds. Their sins are full of evil, and they have been afflicted with the calamity of H.L. So they are forever trapped in the netherworld. Although Confucius established the teachings of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom there, and emperors have succeeded one another, and the punishments are exile, hanging, and execution. But they are ignorant and indulgent. What's it to you? Duanmu Huai interrupted Tathagata coldly. Who do you think you are? You are a foreign demon, and you dare to speak wildly to our Tang dynasty and make unwarranted speculations. Even if our Tang dynasty has shortcomings, what does it have to do with you? Duanmu Huai stared at Tathagata coldly. Just like that? Just like that? Just like that? Is this all you have got? Tathagata? Don't think that Duanmu Huai doesn't know what Tathagata is thinking. What he said is nothing more than saying that you are born sinful. So you are inferior to others and need our leadership. What's the difference between this and those modern bastards who say that because you are not democratic you are ignorant, and everything you do is wrong? And now you must listen to our democratic teachings before we will recognize you as civilized people? Catholicism is just like this. It starts with the idea that humans are born with original sin. So you need to believe in God in order for God to forgive your sins. This has been the case with religion since ancient times. No, it's not just religion. Aren't the aliens, heretics and demons that are trying to destroy humanity the same? He starts by telling you humans how evil, selfish, and greedy you are, so we need to destroy humans in order to save the world and the universe. However, how we humans live is none of your business. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to kill, kill. Why make excuses? You say I'm cruel, so should I let you chop off my head? Wrong. What the tribunal wants to do is to show you how cruel I am. I guarantee that your accusations are not groundless. You will personally experience the ferocity, brutality, and evil of human beings, and then be exterminated amidst the wailing. Evil cult demon. You have spoken nonsense to the orthodoxy of the Tang dynasty. Your crime is unforgivable. I will kill all your clans, and not even your chickens or dogs will be spared. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai suddenly shook his body, and the Dharma image of heaven and earth suddenly rose up. And for a moment his height reached heaven and earth, majestic and covering the sky. It was dark like night, bright red like fire, and murderous like the wind. Today, I will destroy your sacred mountain, kill your monks, and burn your Buddhist scriptures to punish you for your evil words and misleading people. Let this Western paradise be destroyed and enter the Dharma ending age. Die now. Chapter 947 Lane Temple Avenue is completely destroyed. Duanmu Huai's incarnation on the sixth day. Amitabha. You are a perverted and stubborn disciple who has fallen into the devil's way. Even so, I can only suppress you and watch you do it. Facing Duanmu Huai, Tathagata stretched out his hand and swung it forward. In that palm, all things in the world were in chaos. Do you think I'm Sun Wukong? So easy to fool? Facing the Tathagata palm, Duanmu Huai clenched his right fist, punched out, and swung forward. The power of that punch was so great that the sky and the earth changed color, and the universe cracked. When the palm and the fist collided, the mountains collapsed, the sea dried up, and the rocks crumbled. But the realm of Tathagata's palm turned into the universe, and the devil was subdued, and the power of Duanmu Huai's fist was unstoppable. Wherever it went, the sky collapsed and the earth split, and the world withered. Only in the world above, I am the only one. Good death. Duanmu Huai threw a punch, and the Bodhisattva of Lingshan, the immortal beasts and wild birds, and the Jia Di Jialan were all annihilated. The Dharma body was directly turned into dry bones, and the 7 souls and 6 spirits were burned to ashes. Even Tathagata would be unable to block or avoid this punch. Because I think you can't block this punch. Boom! Duanmu Huai thrust his right fist forward and hit the palm of the Tathagata. Then the palm of the Tathagata exploded directly, and the whole arm exploded instantly. The fist was like an empty space, and it continued to move forward without stopping, and directly hit the Tathagata's face. The Tathagata's head suddenly collapsed and shattered, and then the Tathagata's Dharma image gradually dissipated in the sky. Call. Duanmu Huai retracted his fist and looked forward. At this moment, Lingshan had lost its previous beauty. Looking around, the entire Lingshan was dry and black, with bones everywhere, corpses everywhere, and blood flowing like a river. However, Duanmu Huai knew that this was not the end yet. Amitabha. As expected, another Buddhist chant sounded here. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw the ugly face of Tathagata appear again on the top of the sky. At this moment, Tathagata's Dharma image was so big that it was even bigger than the entire earth. He put his hands together, slightly opened his eyes, and stared at Duanmu Huai, who was as small as an ant on the ground. The Parinirmitavasavada heaven is blocking my Buddhist practice and destroying my Buddhahood. How difficult it is. The 99 and 81 difficulties of my Shinyo Huzo continent will all end here. After I pass away from the suffering, I will become a Buddha with perfect merits. Do you think you're the only one who can change? Duanmu Huai also shook his body at this moment, and his Dharma image appeared again, transforming into a power that could reach the sky and penetrate the earth. He was much taller than Tathagata, and even the earth was only the size of an apple before Duanmu Huai's Dharma image. However, the Buddha was not afraid of danger. He twisted the lotus in his hand and chanted the 6-character mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. The mantra emerged and turned into a palm lotus. and blasted towards Duanmu Huai again. Facing this mantra palm print, Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. Ola 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 ola. The punches blasted out, breaking the sky and the earth, and exploding the stars. In the universe, the stars exploded, and under the Milky Way, the stars exploded. The 6-word mantra palm print could not withstand the first contact and was smashed to pieces. Then Duanmu Huai stepped out again in the void, stretched out his hand, grabbed the Tathagata's head, and rammed him hard. The head hit the Tathagata's forehead hard, and the Tathagata was also stunned. In a flash, Duanmu Huai swung his fists and hit the temple, immediately beating the Tathagata's head and bleeding. The Tathagata's Dharma image was broken, but his 6-foot-tall golden body was not destroyed. It was pierced through by Duanmu Huai's punch in the chest. The 32 incarnations and billions of incarnations were reduced to ashes by this punch. The remaining half of the Tathagata's body exploded and cracked into dazzling light, and golden balls of light flew out of it, just like when Duanmu Huai destroyed the Greek gods and entered Duanmu Huai's body. At the same time, a system prompt finally popped up in front of Duanmu Huai. Destroy magic reinforcement mission complete. Task evaluation, A. Obtain a new priesthood. The 6th Heavenly Demon King. 6th Heaven Demon King, LV1. Weak divine power. In Sanskrit, Mara means disturbance, obstruction, and destruction. He disturbs the body and mind, obstructs good dharma, and destroys good things. So he is called Mara. He accomplishes evil dharma and has evil intentions. He is the 6th Heaven Demon King because he is the god of transformation and freedom. Gain special ability. Number of times the designated god's magic is immune +1. Believer reward. Divine magic resistance +50%. Good. Duanmu Huai jumped up from the bed excitedly and waved his fist excitedly. I never thought that by completing such a mission, I would gain such a powerful priesthood and ability. As for the 6th Heavenly Demon King, Duanmu Huai knew about it. This god was the master of the desire realm, and he liked to hinder Buddhists from practicing Buddhism. He was the enemy and destroyer of Buddhism. After all, the Buddhist practice emphasizes the severance of emotions and desires. The desire realm in Buddhism refers to the 5 material desires of sight, sound, smell, taste and touch. It just so happened that Duanmu Huai had a great time eating, drinking, and having fun on his way west. And he also sang all the time, although we won't discuss how well he sang for now. In addition, in the end, he had a great battle with Tathagata and destroyed Tathagata's golden body. The devil defeated the Buddha. Tathagata's practice failed, and Duanmu Huai was therefore regarded as the demon king of the 6th heaven. Of course, what made Duanmu Huai happiest was the special ability of immunity to designated god's magic. Duanmu Huai has 3 priesthoods at the moment. God of destruction versus rage of tyranny. God of pleasure versus evil of obsession. Old will versus filth of corruption. So only treachery is more difficult to deal with. After all, this grandson is really smart, and has a lot of magic in his hands. To be honest, Duanmu Huai himself doesn't like to use magic, so if he really fights against treachery, he might have to shake Yog-Sothoth to help. Well, considering that this guy is also full of bad intentions, he might even ask me to shake Yog-Sothoth over, and these two might work together to deal with this fool like me. But now, with this ability, Duanmu Huai is not afraid anymore. The 6th Heavenly Demon King, this priesthood, is obviously aimed at hindering and destroying other people's religions. And it just so happens that all of these chaos evil gods like to create some evil cults to mess around. The purpose of these evil followers is also to practice, and then achieve the right results, and become some kind of great demon believer, or something like that. Well, that's just right. This 6th Heaven Demon King likes to interfere with your practice. In other words, as long as I find a few evil cults to destroy, the experience of this priesthood will increase. Now let's talk about the immune to the magical spells of a designated god ability. Evil gods are also gods. And in the system, the spells they cast are naturally considered as magic, especially for magicians like Treacherous, who knows how many trump cards they have in their hands. With this, at least Duanmu Huai can resist the opponent's spells, and then rush over to hit the hammer. Right? After all, compared to magic battles, close combat with fists and fists is more suitable for him. Not to mention that it is the consistent tradition of the followers of Treacherous and Cunning to start cults and make big troubles. Well, It seems that the priesthood of the Sixth Heaven Demon King is really tailor-made for treacherous and cunning. You like to set up cults? So I will smash all of your organizations to pieces. Hey, I don't have any other intentions. I'm just having fun. I just want to prevent you from practicing. I just want you to fail on purpose. To piss you off to death. Hee hee. It's much more interesting when you think about it. Isn't it? Well, it's even more interesting when you think about it this way. Duan Muhui stretched and stood up. Although he had been in the mission for several years, it was just a dream, and did not affect the flow of time in the real world. Of course, it was a pity that the goblin feast he had in the dream. He could no longer remember it now. Oh, it's a bit regrettable. Another pity is that several female ghosts were not liberated. You said you are a female ghost. Why do you still care so much about looks? Yin value dog is not a good thing. Duan Muhui yawned, then walked out of the room, and happened to see Ajis coming over. Owner. Hey, Ojas. Are you reading a book? Ojas nodded, and then seemed to think of something. By the way, Master, just now Mia received a communication from Star Lien. It seemed to be looking for you. Find me? Just when Duan Muhui was stunned for a moment, his personal terminal suddenly rang. And then Mia's usual lazy voice appeared in Duan Muhui's ears. Good morning, Master. I just received a call from Commander Shepard of the Star Alliance. Do you need to access it? Shepard? Sister or brother? What do you want from me? Duan Muhui muttered something, and then opened the communication. Come and have a look. Good. Soon. The face of Sister Zupat appeared opposite, and she saw that she was staring at Duan Muhui seriously at this moment. Hello, Mr. Inquisitor. Lo. What's up? I want to ask. Is there a loss of warships in the trial court? The battleship is lost? Duan Muhui looked confused. I don't think so. If there is any. Wait a minute. Let me ask. As he spoke, Duan Muhui opened Ikote's communication. The latter lit up a few times, and then Ikote appeared on the screen. Ah! Uncle! Uncle! Seeing Duan Muhui, Ikote, who was still in pajamas, quickly shrank his head. I'm sorry. I'll change my clothes right away. No. That's nothing. I want to ask. Has any warship in our fleet been lost? The battleship is missing? Please wait. I'll check. Hearing this, Ikote quickly came to his senses, quickly opened his personal terminal, and then searched as quickly as possible. No. The ships are currently on the job. There are 30-6 ships under maintenance. Ah. But in the battle with the Harvester and the Cosmic Monster, our warship has a lot of losses. Well, okay. Thank you. I know. Duan Muhui nodded, and then switched back to the communication. It seems not. Why are you asking this? It's like this. Recently, the Star Alliance has carried out a reinforcement transformation on the 2nd Normandy. My stupid brother is in charge of commanding the 2nd Normandy to conduct inspections and verifications. During the journey, he once sent a message saying that he had collected a distress signal from an unknown warship. What does this have to do with our court? Because not long after that stupid brother lost contact. And this was the only photo he sent before he lost contact. As she spoke, Sister Shepard pasted a picture in front of Duan Muhui. It was a warship, with a huge hull, cannon arrays on both sides, and a golden domed Gothic church building on top. Then what? We went to the last place where they were, but we did not find this warship, nor found the Normandy course. Any questions? Is it too early for me to express my condolences now? Chapter 948. If you don't take the road to heaven, there is no door to H.L. Normandy State Route 2. After the great battle with the Reapers, the battleship underwent a series of modifications, and is currently on cruise again. To be honest, the commander, I don't understand why we want to run to the Assel's Galaxy to cruise. Adjutant Ashley Williams frowned and stared at the screen in front of her with dissatisfaction. The original Asari system. Shepard's brother corrected him, and then looked at the screen in front of him. Although the war with the Reapers was over, the aftermath of the war had not yet dissipated. Because of the indulgence of the Inquisition, the Reapers did wipe out most of the alien races. But some alien races survived. The mission of the Normandy State Route 2 is to find out if there are shelters or anything on other planets, or if anyone has sent out a distress signal, so as to investigate and then rescue these survivors. Commander, we have received an indiscriminate transmission. Oh! Let him out. At this moment, the driver suddenly reported, and his brother Zupad also hurriedly issued an order. Ah! Soon! A series of screams and almost inaudible mumblings, like prayers, came from the loudspeakers. The sound was so hoarse and so shrill that the soldiers who heard it on the bridge couldn't help but get goosebumps. This is... Shepard's brother was silent for a moment, then looked at his subordinates. Can you lock the source? Okay. The coordinates of the message transmission point have been locked. Very good. Let's take a look. Yes. Soon. With the order from Shepard's brother, the Normandy State Route 2 accelerated suddenly, and a moment later, they crossed most of the galaxy and came to a remote area of the galaxy. Soon after, everyone saw a huge battleship. Isn't that the Inquisition's warship? Seeing this scene, Shepard's brother couldn't help but shout out, and everyone nodded. After all, the warship of the Inquisition, which was full of religious artistic features, was truly unique in the world, apart from anything else. Just looking at the magnificent church on it, and the densely packed cannon muzzles on both sides, it was certain that this was definitely a warship of the Inquisition. According to the information of the trial court, this should be a monthly cruiser. Brother Shepard took out the information and compared them. Why is it here? No particularly obvious signs of damage were observed on the exterior. Connect the communication. Yes. Sir. This is the Starlink Normandy State Route 2. Please answer if you hear me. This is the Starlink Normandy State Route 2. Please answer if you hear me. Report, Commander. No response. This is how to do. Looking at the warship in front of him, Brother Zupad was in trouble for a while. Report the situation of this battleship, and let them notify the trial court. Yes. In the opinion of Brother Zippard, this is the most secure method. However, after a while, the communications officer brought him an order. Commander Shepard, contact from within the Federation. Internal contact? Hearing the communication officer's answer, Brother Shepard was stunned for a moment, then went to the conference room at the back and connected the quantum communication. Then, Brother Shepard saw a senior officer of the Star Alliance Navy appear in front of him. Sir. Well? Low. Commander Zupad. The latter nodded. I received a report from Normandy that you have discovered an Inquisition warship? Yes. Sir. The preliminary judgment is that it should be a Moon-class cruiser. It has sent out a distress signal before, but we just tried to contact it. But there was no response. We think this matter should be handled more appropriately by the Inquisition. Well, that's true. But? We hope that this ship will be picked up by Starlink. Sir? Hearing the words of the Star Alliance official, Brother Shepard was completely dumbfounded. The current situation of this warship is unclear, and it may not necessarily belong to the Inquisition. Right? In this case, we can first send an investigation team to investigate the specific situation of the ship. After confirming its specific identity, it will not be too late to contact the Inquisition. What do you think? Brother Shepard is not stupid. Although the other party's words sound high-sounding, he knows that, to put it bluntly, it is the technology of the Star Alliance Inquisition that wants to take advantage of the opportunity to do something. This is the command. Commander. Clear. If it was Sister Shepard, she might not care about these idiots' ideas. But Brother Shepard is an obedient man after all. Since this is an order from the Star Alliance Navy headquarters, he cannot disobey it. So soon, Brother Shepard gave the order. Star Alliance headquarters wants us to conduct a full investigation of this ship and find out what happened inside. Commander, you are kidding. When the soldiers heard the order from Shepard's brother, they were all confused. What the hell are you asking you to do? This battleship is 5 kilometers long. Just one look at it tells you that it will take more than 10 days or half a month to travel this ship. What the hell are you asking us to investigate? I know a little bit about this kind of warship. Anyway, we just need to go to the bridge and check what happened to the ship. When fighting against the Reapers, the Shepard siblings had briefly stayed on the Inquisition's warship for a while, so they were familiar with the general layout. This was why the Shepard brother chose to take on this mission. So soon, he took his adjutant Ashley and a team of Star Alliance soldiers, and left the Normandy State Route 2 on an airship and flew towards the warship in front of him. I feel like this battleship looks weird. Looking at the warship floating silently in the space under the sunlight, Ashley couldn't help but shudder. It's like a steel coffin. Be careful. Brother Shepard didn't say anything, but just looked at the warship in front of him carefully and pointed at the direction. That's the hangar over there. If everything is okay, we should be able to open the hangar door and go in from there. Yes, Commander. As the airship approached, the heavy hangar door slowly opened, and a group of people boarded the airship and entered the hangar. Just as they were about to find a place to land, suddenly, they saw the plasma turret in the hangar slowly move and quickly locked onto them. Report to the commander. We have been locked. Boom! Before Brother Shepard could give the order, there was a loud bang, and the next moment the airship lost power, spun around, and crashed heavily onto the deck. Woo! After a long while, Brother Shepard finally stood up and looked around. Is everyone okay? Is everything alright? Fine. Alive? I'm fine, Commander. Hearing the answers from others one after another, Brother Shepard finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then a group of people hurriedly got out of the wreckage of the airship and looked at the vehicle in front of them. Well, it was obviously completely scrapped. What can I do? Chief? I'm trying to contact Normandy. This is Shepard. State route to Normandy. If you hear me, please answer. However, no matter how much Shepard's brother called, there was no response. Communications are blocked. There must be something wrong with this ship. As Shepard's brother spoke, he looked up and around. The entire hangar was empty and looked extremely dark. But the lights on the ceiling of the hangar showed that the battleship seemed to still have energy supply. Let's go to the bridge. Perhaps we can use this battleship's communication system to contact Normandy. At this point, everyone had no other choice but to leave the deck and walk towards the gate. There was no one in the hangar, but bloodstains could be seen on the ground. It looked like a big battle had taken place here, but no bodies could be seen. Only the bloodstains and the walls, and the charred bullet marks on the floor told what had happened here. Everyone please be alert. I always have a bad feeling. At this moment, Shepard's brother also drew his gun and stared around vigilantly. He had been to the warship of the Inquisition more than once. In the eyes of Shepard's brother, the warship of the Inquisition was magnificent and majestic. But this warship gave people a very cold feeling, as if entering a cemetery. There was a dead silence everywhere. Dim corridors, hangar decks, and no sound at all, as if everything here was dead. However, they soon encountered another problem. Report to the commander. The gate is blocked and cannot be opened. Can't invade? No. According to the scan, it seems that the power supply has been cut off. What should we do then? We can try to activate the backup power supply, which should be somewhere in the hangar. Alright. Sighing silently, Brother Shepard stood up again. Then let's continue acting. Fortunately, with the help of the universal tool, everyone quickly found the backup power supply. It's been cut off. It will be fine as long as it's connected. A Star Alliance soldier quickly connected the wires and nodded to Shepard's brother. Okay. Everything is fine, Commander. Good. Hearing his subordinate response, Brother Zupad also stretched out his hand and pressed the switch. Suddenly, Brother Shepard saw a bloody human head stuck in the joystick next to him on the operating table, staring at him fiercely with wide eyes. Not only that, the operating table that originally looked clean and tidy was now bloody under the light, with even torn human skin on it. Blood kept dripping from the operating table to the ground, and there were incomplete corpses everywhere around. Wha? This frightened Shepard's brother, and he took a step back. At this moment, the voice of the adjutant Ashley sounded. What's wrong? Commander? No. I just saw. Brother Shepard turned his head and looked at the control panel in front of him, only to find that the control panel was still the same as before, without any abnormalities at all. Not to mention the human skin on it and the twisted flesh around it. Nothing. Let's move on. Gripping his weapon tightly, Shepard's brother swallowed. He now felt more and more that entering this battleship was not a wise choice. Chapter 949. The waste ship is not a place you can come to whenever you want. Boom boom boom. The thick cabin door opens, and under the dim light, you can see the darkness in front of it. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shudder. This was not simply because of the corpses, but because of the appearance of these corpses. They were not ordinary human corpses, but more like transformed humans. Although these humans still had human appearances, they were full of various tubes and machines all over their bodies. Some people's arms were even replaced with things like universal tools. Even their heads were opened and connected to data cables. But now, these people have fallen to the ground and turned into broken corpses. What's this? Ashley frowned, walked to a corpse, and looked at it carefully. The man's stomach had been blown open, and she could see that the pipes and machinery inside had almost replaced most of the internal organs and body. I remember the Inquisitor said this thing is called a servitor. Mechanical servant? That's right. According to Your Excellency the Inquisitor, the Inquisition believes that killing or imprisoning those criminals is a waste of resources. So they will directly transform them into this kind of half-human, half-machine existence, and use them as laborers. At this point, Brother Shepard looked at the tragically dead servitors in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. When they were fighting against the Reapers, he and his sister had worked together with Duan. At that time, if someone made a mistake, the judge would be furious and said that it would be more useful to turn the other party into a servitor. Well, now he has finally seen the real thing. But we haven't seen a similar existence in the trial court? Because this is technology from ancient times. The Inquisitor said that it is no longer used in the current Inquisition. So, Commander, what you mean is, I think this warship is not from the Inquisition. Brother Shepard tightened his grip on his weapon. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a warship from the Human Empire era. The Empire of Man. With the emergence of the Inquisition, this word is no longer unfamiliar to the Star Alliance. In fact, historians have begun to study the history of the Human Empire. But I never expected to encounter such a warship from the Human Empire here. It is conceivable that if this warship could be brought back to the Star Alliance, it would bring a great shock. Okay, let's keep moving forward. As they went deeper, Brother Shepard soon discovered that although the appearance of this warship was very similar to that of the Inquisition, its interior was completely different. He had boarded the warship of the Inquisition more than once. It was magnificent, majestic, and full of golden brilliance. The glittering and gorgeous decoration was reflected in almost every corner of the warship. It was more like a gorgeous church or a five-star hotel. Every corner exuded dazzling brilliance and noble temperament. But this battleship was completely different. Black steel and huge gears filled most of the ship, and they stopped turning silently, just like organs that had stopped functioning. Although it was spacious, there was not a trace of the majesty and luxury of the Inquisition warship. It was just silent, like a dead steel tomb. It's obvious that there was a big battle here. After examining the body, the adjutant spoke. But what puzzles us is why there are only the corpses of these robot servants. There should be something else here. Something that is fighting with them. Stop. However, before Ashley could finish her words, Brother Shepard suddenly signaled her to shut up. Then everyone heard a ding-dong sound coming from a pipe in the distance. Like someone running. Then, a big door next to it suddenly opened, and everyone saw dozens of people wrapped in cloaks rushing out. They made hoarse screams, holding strange weapons in their hands, and attacked Shepard's brother and his group head-on. Attack! At this moment, facing the enemy's attack, Brother Shepard gave orders without hesitation. And then the Star Alliance soldiers quickly took up their positions in the surrounding bunkers, took out their weapons, and launched an attack on the incoming enemy. In the blink of an eye, the tomb turned into a lively battlefield, with gunshots and shouts. The attackers were not afraid of death. They screamed and rushed towards the Star Alliance soldiers in front of them, almost instinctively pulling the trigger and shooting at the enemies in front of them. Not only that, the Star Alliance soldiers soon found that it was basically futile to try to stop these attackers by attacking their limbs. They didn't even feel pain. Only by blowing up their heads and hearts could they deal a fatal blow to these attackers. Fortunately, the Star Alliance warriors were well trained, while the opposite side was just a group of rabble. After the initial panic, they immediately steadied themselves and coordinated to eliminate these sudden attackers. Ah! As the last attacker fell down with a scream, the entire battleship seemed to fall into silence again. At this moment, the Star Alliance soldiers were still in fear and kept looking at each other. What the hell is wrong with these guys? They are just like a bunch of lunatics. These damn monsters. I agree with you that these guys are monsters. Shepard walked forward, stretched out his gun barrel, and lifted the cloaks of the attackers, only to see that underneath the cloaks were mutated, swollen, and rotten corpses. Although these corpses still had human features at first glance, they had mutated in many places. For example, some had 8 eyes on their heads, and some had crab-like claws under their armpits. As for those covered with scales and fur, there were countless of them. Even their hands and feet looked more like beasts than humans. Oh my god. What is this? An alien? I don't think so. Although aliens look strange, they at least have something in common. Look at these monsters. Each one looks completely different. Even the Batarians look much better than them. Looking at these monsters in front of them, the Star Alliance soldiers also discussed it. After all, they were from the Star Alliance, and they were no longer surprised by the existence of aliens in this world. Although most of the aliens' home planets were destroyed, and they were harvested in the previous War of the Reapers, some aliens still survived for various reasons. Therefore, the Star Alliance soldiers were more or less resistant to these strange creatures. Let's keep going. Looking at these strange monsters, Brother Shepard always felt uneasy. These things were not human, but they looked like humans. It was as if some mysterious, unknowable force had changed their bodies and turned them into this. Of course, this was impossible. It didn't seem right either. Be careful. Now we know that we are not the only ones in this battleship. On the way, everyone was more careful. After all, the battleship was so big that even if they just walked across its deck, they could see dark steel ruins all around. No one knew whether there was nothing in the ruins, or if there was something inside. At least several times, Shepard's brother felt that there seemed to be some movement in the ruins, as if someone was watching them. But when he turned his head and looked, there seemed to be nothing there. How long will we have to go? It's at least another 20 minutes away, if everything goes well. Unfortunately, nothing ever goes smoothly. Just as the group carefully crossed the steel square and came to the corridor on the other side, suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared and hit a Star Alliance soldier behind them. The latter screamed and fell to the ground without a sound. Hey, what's going on? Everyone turned around hastily. And then, they discovered that strange figures appeared above the ruins and towers around them. They all had smooth, elongated heads. Some had 2 arms. Some had 4 arms. And wore armor that was torn from other people and pieced together, and held weapons in their hands. They opened their mouths, and a long tongue emerged from their sharp teeth. Damn it. This is a trap. Get out of here. Although Brother Shepard didn't know what kind of monsters these guys were, he was sure that they had no good intentions. They were outnumbered, and it was obviously unwise to fight them in this empty square. So Brother Shepard hurriedly raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the ruins above. Boom! As the gunshots rang out, the shaky pillars and the platform hanging on them suddenly fell down and hit them in front of him. At the same time, Shepard's brother hurriedly led the Star Alliance soldiers to run faster and rushed into the passage in front of him. Chaotic footsteps and angry howls came from behind. Shepard didn't need to look back to imagine that hundreds of strange monsters were chasing him. All he could do now was to lead everyone and keep running forward. Soon, a fork in the road appeared. There were 2 forks in front of him. One was dark, and the other was shining bright red. Shepard's brother subconsciously wanted to run to the passage with red light. But at this moment, an inexplicable premonition made him stop. Commander, we have to get out of here quickly, Ashley shouted while shooting from behind, and ran towards the passage shining with bright red light, but was grabbed by Shepard's brother. No, we can't go that way. Go this way. After saying that, Brother Shepard turned on the searchlight and rushed into the dark and gloomy tunnel. Under the light, the group continued to stumble forward, and then encountered a fork in the road again. This time, the left side was flashing yellow light, and the right side was pitch black. Shepard's brother did not hesitate to dive into the dark tunnel again. However, even so, because they were not familiar with the dark environment, 2 soldiers fell to the ground and disappeared silently after a brief scream. Then, they arrived at an intersection again, with 2 forks in the road. The left one was flashing blue light, and the right one was glowing purple light. Facing this scene, Shepard's brother couldn't help but stop. Then, he hesitated and looked at the closed elevator door in front of him. We walk here and open the elevator door. Why? Commander? Why do we have to go this way? Isn't it easier to go on the road with light? I can't explain it, but I feel like it's going to be dangerous over there. Damn it. I don't want to stay here. However, although Brother Shepard tried to persuade them, several soldiers left the team and rushed into the passages on both sides. Brother Shepard could only grit his teeth, reach out, forcefully open the door of the elevator, then jump up and climb onto the cable. Let's go! although Brother Shepard couldn't explain it. He could feel that this should be the safest way. Damn. What the H.L. is this place? Space Hulk? After hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation, Sister Shepard frowned. What is that? Have you ever seen a science fiction movie? A battleship was on a sea trial, then lost contact. Many years later, people discovered the distress signal sent by the battleship and sent people to take a look. It turned out that the battleship had gone to H.L. and everyone inside had died. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai silently recommended the surface of the black hole to Sister Shepard. I've seen a lot of similar films, but they're just movies. Well, if you take that as reality, it's a Space Hulk. What? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Sister Shepard was speechless. I've said before that the interstellar travel technology used in the Imperial era was to cross the warp. And the warp is very dangerous. No one knows what will happen during the process of crossing the warp. Ships often have problems in the warp for various reasons. And then, they are doomed. Then they will be like ghost ships, constantly drifting back and forth between the warp and the real world. You should have informed me earlier instead of going up and dying. Well, I'm sorry. Generally speaking, going up a space wreck is indeed a death sentence. What will happen if the court is changed? Changed to the Inquisition? Get some distance. Lock onto the target. And kill it with one shot. You don't have to worry about anything else. Then now, I see. I'll go check it out. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, interrupting Sister Shepard's words. Space Hulk? I haven't been to this dungeon for a long time. Chapter 950, Heading to the Space Hulk. After closing the communication, Duanmu Huai came to the combat command room, called everyone over, and explained the next plan. Space Hulk? Could it be similar to the one we visited last time? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, and immediately remembered the experience when he and Gu Lea followed Duanmu Huai into a ghost ship. Almost. But worse than that. It's even worse than that. That's right. The warp is where the warp creatures and demons are. No one knows what the warship will look like after entering the warp. Most importantly, we are not sure what is inside the Space Hulk. This is the most troublesome thing. Duanmu Huai sighed. Space Hulks are full of demons and chaos. With chaos demons, aliens, and subspace creatures. It's really a mess. Logically speaking, if you encounter this thing, it's best to blow it up with one shot. Unfortunately, Space Hulks are full of opportunities and dangers. Even though there are demons and chaos and everything crawling all over the floor, you can still find some good things in the Space Hulk. Well, the premise is that it is really good stuff. When players have no money, they like to make money by farming Space Hulks. And Duanmu Huai has done that many times. Ojas, Medea and Mary come with me this time. And the others stay where they are. Duanmu Huai was very familiar with how to deal with Space Hulks. In a place like this that was polluted by the subspace, golden pupils were definitely needed. After all, only golden pupils could see through illusions. Ojas was a person who could kill everyone, and was responsible for opening AoE in the battleship. As for Medea, Duanmu Huai was simply attracted by her treasure. In a place like a Space Hulk that was full of curses, Medea's treasure that could break curses was the most useful. As for the others, it's better for them to stay on the battleship. But apart from this, Duanmu Huai also has other people to arrange. Ikat, I want you to prepare 2 raiding fleets. One fleet will be hidden around the Space Hulk and await orders. The other fleet will be ready to attack at any time. Lumiel. Halfway through his speech, Duanmu Huai turned to Liomir. I want you to hack into the Star Alliance network and search for the movements of the Normandy SR2. Once you find any distress signals from the Normandy SR2, intercept them directly. Do not let the Normandy SR2 signals be transmitted to the Star Alliance network. If you fail to intercept them, I will blow up that network completely, no matter what the cost. Are you worried about the electronic demon, Mr. Inquisitor? Lumiel was not stupid. When Duanmu Huai said that, she immediately remembered that when Duanmu Huai's fleet crossed time and space to reach the 500 worlds, the Word-Bearer's fleet had once input a strange virus into the satellite orbital defense system of the 500 worlds. At that time, Lumiel had set up a channel to collect these redundant data together, and as a result, a demon directly emerged from the screen. It must be said that Lumiel had been playing online for so many years. But this was the first time she encountered such a thing. It was so impressive that she would remember it for the rest of her life. That's right. The Normandy SR2 is likely to have been contaminated by electronic demons. After all, the Alliance has no way to fight against electronic demons. Who knows if they are infected with some virus? Eek it. Listen carefully. Once Lumiere locks on the location of the Normandy SR-2, immediately send a second fleet to blow it up to ashes. In the name of the Inquisition, we will purify all heretics. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Muhui waved his hand. Set off. Soon, a warship passed through the webway and came to the place where the Normandy State Route 2 had sent a signal before. But there was indeed nothing here. Neither the warship that Sister Shepherd mentioned nor the Normandy was anywhere to be seen. Duan Muhui was well prepared for this. After all, the space hulk itself was something that floated back and forth between the subspace and the real world. It was very likely that it was still in the subspace one moment and in the real world the next. Of course, in this case, it is not easy to lock this spaceship using ordinary methods. But fortunately, Duan Muhui was well prepared for this. Hitomi. Duan Muhui waved his hand and called the Star Talker and Lonnie next to him. Find that space hulk and locate it. As you command? Your honor. Hearing Duan Muhui's order, Tong nodded. Then she stood on the deck, opened her lifeless eyes, and looked forward. Then the girl slowly opened her mouth. I saw it. In the dark sea of souls, a giant whale was groaning in pain. It was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing from its wounds, spreading in the sea of souls. Countless blood, prayers, and groans couldn't save it. It was sinking, as if it was completely melting. Ah! A shrill scream was heard and Duan Muhui snapped his fingers. The next moment, Tong suddenly came to her senses and collapsed to the ground, with blood flowing from her lifeless eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Have you determined the location? Yes. We have already locked onto the coordinates of that space wreck. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Very good. Duan Muhui quickly gave the order, and after the warship accelerated again for a moment, the starry sky flashed in front of him. And then, a wrecked spaceship appeared in front of Duan Muhui. Right now, it was like an asteroid, slowly rotating around the planet. On its side, you could see debris that looked like a school of fish. The entire battleship was wrapped in this fine dust, and it looked like a ghost ship in the legend. The design style of the middle period of the human empire. Duan Muhui took a look at the warship and quickly gave an answer. After all, he was considered an old player. It should be a product of the apostasy war. Maybe there is something good in it. The war of religious apostasy mentioned by Duan Muhui was after the Horus heresy, when the emperor sat on the golden toilet and the whole empire fell into confusion. And at this time, the state religion appeared. Well, yes, the emperor was very determined to deny that others regarded him as a god during his lifetime. But his words were no longer counted after he sat on the golden toilet. So soon, the state religion replaced the original imperial truth and became the true scripture that the residents of the empire must know when traveling and killing people. This is not surprising. After all, you cannot, after witnessing the evil gods, demons, and a group of strange beings with your own eyes, still firmly believe that the imperial truth exists. The imperial truth cannot help you eliminate the demons, but the state religion can. Naturally, the state religion became the most supreme institution in the entire human empire, and its Pope Vander even declared that his will was the will of the emperor, and launched an extremely bloody and brutal rule. However, where there is oppression there is resistance, and Vandire's bloody rule was so brutal that the Astartes united and invaded Terra again after the Horus heresy, and executed the insane archbishop. Of course, compared to the Horus heresy, this apostasy war is not worth mentioning. But you have to know that throughout history, all tyrants have one characteristic: they like to collect all kinds of good things from all over the world. And Vandire is no exception. At present, the flag of this battleship is still the flag of the state religion. But after the War of Apostasy, the state religion is no longer allowed to have independent armed forces. So Duan Muhui can be sure that this battleship is a product of the War of Apostasy. And no one knows how it has fallen to this point. But none of this matters. Now that I have seen it, I have no say over it. How are we going to get up there? At this time, Mary was also looking at the warship in the distance uneasily and asked in a low voice, while Duan Muhui smiled and gave an order. Eek it. Destroy the battleship's engines and thrusters. Then load me with boarding torpedoes. When in doubt, join forces. This is a tradition. Chapter 951, exploring the mystery. After giving the order, Duanmu brought the three people to the fire deck and opened a door. Okay. Ladies first. You go in first. Mr. Duanmu. What are we going to sit on? Mary asked in confusion, as she looked at the submarine-like object in front of her. She and Duanmu had previously left the warship together, mostly in fighter planes or transport planes. This strange thing was the first time she had seen it. Good stuff. Very exciting. Duanmu chuckled and spoke, while Mary tilted her head in confusion, and then walked into the huge cylinder with Ogaze and Medea. The entire cylinder was empty except for a few chairs nearby. Duanmu instructed them to sit on them. Then, they heard a click and the safety lock at the back slid down, locking Mary and Medea up. As for Ogaze, she naturally climbed onto Duanmu's body, as if she was familiar with the place. Then, she saw a huge steel reinforcer falling from above, firmly stuck on Duanmu's shoulder armor. Duan. Mr. Duanmu? What is this? Mary was a little panicked at this moment, because this thing didn't look like an ordinary vehicle at all. Ha! This is called a boarding torpedo. Boarding torpedo? When Mary heard the word torpedo, she almost jumped up. But unfortunately, there was a safety lock, and she couldn't jump. Yes. In space, we have to penetrate into the enemy ship. The best way is to take jumping to help the torpedo. Align the enemy ship. And then launch. Then rush over to cut it. Then it's over. The jump gang is the romance of a man. I'm not a man. Let me go! Mary was almost crying at this moment. But Duanmu ignored her, and gave orders directly to Iko. Ikot. Scan the entire battleship. Lock onto the spot with the highest life response. And fire directly. For the Empire. For the Inquisition. Understood? Uncle! No! Amid Mary's screams, the boarding torpedo exploded instantly, whizzing towards the Space Hulk in front of it. It broke through the scattered area surrounding the Space Hulk and plunged into the belly of the Space Hulk. Then the rotating and roaring drill tore through the hard outer armor, just like facing a woman who was unconscious outside the bar and didn't know whether she was alive or dead, and plunged in, no matter what. It's so fun! The violent shock came, and Mary only felt that it was more exciting than the pirate ship in the amusement park. The last moment, she was still feeling the huge power that almost overwhelmed herself on the back of the chair. The next moment, she suddenly fixed Mary's body steadily. Otherwise, the poor girl was afraid that the poor girl would hit the front wall directly. The surroundings suddenly became dark, followed by the door of the torpedo's head in front of the front. And the bursts of turbines on both sides of the torpedo were stagnant, turning the fire of the ruthless artillery, and directly tore all the obstacles in front of the eyes into fragments. Hey! Surprise! Mother FXCK! Under the volley of explosive bombs, the figures that rushed forward were smashed into pieces. Duanmu didn't care what it was. Anyway, no one here was a good thing. Basically, the first element of exploring a space wreck is to raise your weapon, and then kill everything that moves that you see. And that's it. The stabilizer on Duanmu's shoulder was released, and the next moment, he held a war hammer and rushed out. Several people in a robe shouted, screaming, and raising the tattered weapon in his hand, and rushed over. Then, he was directly smashed into meat sauce by Duanmu. Mutant. Duanmu spat at the twisted and deformed corpses under his robe. Mutants are the most susceptible to chaos. So there are always mutants in space wrecks. They succumbed to chaos, betrayed humans, and became the lackeys of evil gods. Of course, to Duanmu, these are just slime-level soldiers. It seems to be a variant nest. They gathered here, sacrificed, and then worshipped the evil gods of the subspace. Duanmu glanced at the shabby and abstract shrine in front of him, and a hammer smashed it. Only then did Mary and Medea come out. Everything all right, Miss Mary? I'm fine. Thank you, Miss Medea. Mary covered her chest and took a breath. The blow just now almost broke her ribs. Fortunately, the armor she was wearing saved her life. It is conceivable that the things in this torpedo are not prepared for such a delicate and weak young lady. The bomb turrets had stopped firing at this moment, and the huge space was dead silent, with corpses everywhere. The corpses of mutants. But for Duanmu, this was no big deal. After all, this was standard in any space wreck. It's like when you go to a dragon's lair. All you meet on the outside are goblins or kobolds. If you want to find some strange races, such as dark elves, grey dwarves, or even monsters like mind suckers, You have to go deep into the lair. The appearance of these mutants here can't change anything. After all, whether in the Empire or Chaos, mutants are always at the bottom of the pyramid. The threats lurking deep within the Space Hulk are of greatest concern. Ojas, Mary and I will go in front, and Medea will follow behind us. Duamoy glanced around, and after confirming that there was no enemy, he issued an order, and then he looked at Mary. Mary, if you see anything unusual, please alert me immediately. Okay, Mr. Duanmu. But I think everything here looks quite unusual. Mary opened her right eye, and her sparkling golden pupils still shone brightly in this dim environment. Let me see if Bird Bai can find the traces of those fools. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he turned on the auspicious instrument, scanned the surroundings, and then locked onto a direction. Let's walk around here. We don't know their situation, but generally speaking, if they want to investigate something, they should go to the bridge. Well, Shepard should be familiar with this cruiser. I don't think he will get lost. Anyway, follow me. For a wreck, this warship was very complete. At least from the outside it didn't look like it had been destroyed. But in fact, this was a worse sign. If there were cracks on the exterior of this warship, it would at least mean that it was most likely destroyed in a war. However, the exterior of this space wreck was almost intact, which meant that its problem was inside. And this is generally not a good thing. It's possible that the whispers of the Chaos Demon passed through the Geller field, turning tens of thousands of people on the ship into mentally broken lunatics or mutants. It's also possible that there are followers of the demon among them, calling their masters while traveling through the warp. It could also be a rebellion of the Psychers, such as a Psyker sneezed and summoned a Chaos Demon. Well, this kind of thing is not uncommon at all. It could also be worse. Of course, each of these situations is actually pretty bad. Duanmu Huai held a war hammer and moved forward step by step. Ojas and Mary sat on Duanmu Huai's shoulders, and Medea sat on the jetpack behind him. Ojas was obviously used to it, but Mary was a little nervous. She held the gun in one hand and the protrusion on Duanmu Huai's shoulder armor with the other hand. Fortunately, the ship was in a low-gravity state, so Mary was not worried that she would be blown away by Duanmu Huai. After passing through the warehouse, the group came to a huge engineering room. Duanmu Huai stopped when he saw the bodies on the ground. He then reached out and grabbed one of the relatively well-preserved bodies and lifted it up. Under the illumination of the searchlight, he could clearly see the rotten skin of the body and the bullet holes on it. Seeing this, Mary turned her head away immediately, although she had seen too many disgusting things with Duanmu Huai. But, not used to it is not used to it. Duanmu Huai stretched out a finger, inserted it into a bullet hole on the corpse's chest, scratched it, and then pulled it out. It seems that the Star Alliance has indeed been here, and they were attacked here. Hey! Can you tell from this, Mr. Duanmu? Mary was surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's words. Of course, we can tell from the bullet holes. The guys who died here had bullet holes on their bodies that were neither burns from energy guns nor explosions from grenade launchers. So the only possibility left is Star Alliance. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Because the human empire has to deal with all kinds of strange things. Ordinary firearms are basically useless. The big-headed soldiers use flashlights and laser guns, and the more advanced ones use grenade guns. However, the weapons of the Star Alliance are completely different. The weapons of the Star Alliance mainly accelerate the damage through the mass effect field. In other words, the weapons of the Star Alliance are more focused on penetration in nature, while the weapons of the Empire are mainly based on power. Of course, it cannot be said that Xinglian is wrong. After all, the technology on the Shibao is all around the shield outside. If you want to kill, you must penetrate the shield. Faced with this monster that is not afraid of pain, the power of the Star Alliance's accelerated penetrating weapons is greatly reduced. If it were my sister, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and threw away the mutant corpse in his hand. He had worked with the Shepherd siblings before. The sister's fighting style was more violent, and she liked to use weapons such as shotguns and hand cannons that could kill with a single touch. The brother preferred to use relatively delicate weapons such as pistols and sniper rifles. To put it bluntly, one likes to see corpses everywhere, while the other likes to make the opponent lose their fighting power first, and then consider how to deal with them. When facing aliens and heretics, the former is more deterrent, especially in a place like this. Duanmu Huai felt that unless his brother had the aura of a protagonist, his chances of survival were slim. With the corpse as a signpost, Duanmu Huai moved forward much faster. Soon they passed through the passage and came to another engineering room. This was the place where Shepard's brother and others were attacked by the aliens and escaped. But this time, it seemed that there was still a dead silence here, except for the corpse on the ground. Duanmu Huai looked at these strange corpses in front of him with an uncertain expression. Under the searchlight, he could see the slightly oval heads and 4 arms of these mutants, as well as the weapons in their hands. Well, now it seems that we have almost guessed what happened in this battleship. Damn aliens. Lowly gene stealers. Duanmu Huai crushed the heretic and blasphemous head with 1 foot and said in a low voice, "The passage on the other side is blocked." "Master." Medea raised her staff and pointed at the exit opposite, which was buried tightly by the elevator and steel pipes that had fallen from above. "It's nothing. Leave it to me." Duanmu Huai clenched the warhammer in his right hand, then raised his left hand, aimed at the ruins, and clenched it hard. Boom! Instantly, the ruins exploded, revealing the passage inside. The huge sound of the explosion echoed in the space wreck in this silent place. Even the falling of a bullet would bring a harsh sound, not to mention the sound that seemed like an explosion. Sure enough, this magic is powerful. Duanmu Huai put down his hand and nodded with satisfaction. I might have to go back to that planet and find Fulilian or other magicians to study this human magic system. Okay, let's continue. Yeah. However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and it sounded like something was crawling quickly in the steel pipe and jumping on the wire mesh floor. What's that sound? Mr. Duanmu? Mary clenched her weapon and listened anxiously to the sounds coming from all directions. It seemed like the echo of everything Duanmu Huai had just done, but it echoed back in a completely different form. Nothing. It's just that the show has finally begun. Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly and stared around. Everyone, prepare to fight. Chapter 952: An Unexpected Encounter. For Duanmu Huai, this scene was too familiar. Along with the collision of metal pipes and the sound of footsteps, monsters with alien-like heads and 4 arms jumped down from all directions. They opened their big mouths full of sharp teeth and roared and cursed profanely. They were gene stealers, one of the most deserving aliens in the world to be eliminated. Genestealers are one of the notorious Tyranid units, and they are also the most troublesome and annoying stealth units for players, because these guys are really omnipresent. Moreover, they are extremely good at camouflage, and can even spend hundreds of years gradually blending into the crowd. The existence of genestealers is very strange. First of all, they appear as insects, which is also the original form of the race. Then these insects will go deep into human cities at night, capture human women, and give them the kiss of death. Well, the reason is very simple. Because the tongue of the genestealer is the ovipositor. This means getting pregnant just by kissing in real life. The first offspring a human female gives birth to after becoming pregnant is the first generation of gene stealers. Although most of this generation of gene stealers are still in the form of insects, they have gradually acquired a human-like appearance. Then let the first generation capture human women again, give them the kiss of death again, and give birth to the second generation, the third generation, and after the 4th generation, the offspring of the gene stealers are almost indistinguishable from humans. Only their pale skin, bald heads, and occasionally exposed sharp teeth can barely reveal their true identity. Then things will get really scary. The 4th generation of genestealers can easily infiltrate any human sector and then completely erupt into rebellion. In addition to a large number of genestealers that mimic humans, genestealers can also evolve into various lords and elite units. Even a well-trained Astartes team will inevitably be wiped out if they encounter them. After all, it is really difficult to tell whether the person asking you for help is an alien or a human. Of course, if anything, gene stealers are like rats crossing the street, and everyone will chase them down. Even the evil cult will not let them go. The reason is simple. Genestealers are part of the Tyranid swarm. Perhaps after a long period of reproduction, they have forgotten their original origins, but the swarm's mental network is still with them. This makes all genestealers do the first thing after awakening to find a way to contact the swarm and summon the Tyranid swarm to their world. In the hearts of genestealers, this is their final destination. Well, and then it was eaten by the descending swarm of insects. Because of this, the genestealer cult believes in the Tyranids, not the Chaos Gods. And the Chaos Gods cannot obtain the power they want from the Genestealers. The existence of the Tyranids is to eat everything, no matter what you do. For the Chaos Gods, only life can give them enough soul nutrients. If you eat them all, won't we starve to death? Therefore, the Tyranid swarm and the Chaos God are naturally incompatible. Of course, if it falls into the hands of players, since it is not certain whether there is 1 or a million gene stealers on this planet, the best way is to issue an extermination order directly. After all, you can't be sure whether a refugee who escapes is a gene stealer or not. What if they go to another planet and start spreading the kiss of death everywhere? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, if there are genestealers in this space wreck, then the reason for the destruction of this warship is very clear. It is obvious that the lower level of this warship may have been infiltrated and replaced by genestealers. A standard configuration of a Moon-class warship is about 100,000 crew members, most of whom are lower-level crew members. And ordinary captains and senior officers will not care about the slaves under the warship. So once the entire lower-level crew is replaced by genestealers, and then rebel, the warship will be overturned. Judging from the unlucky look of this battleship, it is possible that while it was traveling through the subspace, the genestealers rioted and attacked the commander and senior officers of the ship. And then everything was in tatters. The Tyranids are still very powerful in the real world, but they don't enter the warp. So these gene stealers were like this. After they finished fighting, they turned around and found that they could not contact their parents. And then, they could only drift pitifully in the warp with this wreck. After all, even the evil gods don't want genestealers. Duanmu Huai was certain of this because these gene stealers had already developed atavism characteristics, which meant that this group of hybrids had no place to find humans. So they could only breed with hybrids, and then create pure-blooded gene stealers. Forget it. No matter what. Just get rid of it. Duanmu Huai raised his warhammer, and the thunder entangled and exploded on the warhammer, and then smashed it down with force. At the moment when Duanmu Huai smashed the warhammer, lightning scattered and turned into countless light snakes that almost illuminated the entire factory. And those lightning bolts were like poisonous snakes, biting at the gene stealers that pounced from all directions. Anyone who was touched by the lightning bolts instantly turned into a pile of charcoal. Oja sat steadily on Duanmu Huai's shoulders with her arms open as always. The invisible silk threads formed an indestructible protective barrier. Any gene stealer who dared to rush over would be cut into pieces like him. Mary and Medea on the other side were just there to make up the numbers. After Duanmu Huai's roaring thunder bombardment, they had nothing to do, and could only fire a shot or send a few beams of light to show their presence. The gene stealer just kept rushing forward, being smashed, rushing forward again, being smashed, and again. The entire battleship became silent again. What's wrong? Mary held the gun in her hand and looked around in confusion. There were lightning and thunder, and monsters were appearing everywhere just now. How come they disappeared in the blink of an eye? When I saw that the idea was difficult to implement, I retreated and thought of other ways. Duanmu Huai sneered. Although the gene stealers were bugs, they were thinking bugs. Not only could they think, they could even set traps, lure the enemy deep into their territory, and then use their military superiority to defeat them one by one. Of course, all tricks are meaningless in the face of absolute power. But since there is a thief here, Duanmu Huai thought about it, and then contacted AI Cot. He could destroy the back half of this ship and leave the front half alone. Yes, uncle. Soon, intense gunfire was heard, and the entire spaceship began to tremble slightly. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no oil man from the Mechanicus here. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. Oil? A group of garbage collectors who want to pick up everything they see. In the game, the Inquisitors, represented by the players, and the oil men of the Mechanicus often clash. And many times it is because of similar things. As an Inquisitor, the player receives a piece of intelligence stating that a blasphemous space hulk has appeared within the territory, and asks how to resolve it. What happens next? For players, it will definitely be a direct blow to you. However, the oil man was unwilling to do so. According to what they said, there might be some sacred relics of the Omnicia on these space wrecks, and they had to go aboard to investigate. If you don't let me go, we won't play with you anymore. This makes the players very unhappy. And as a result, they have to enter the space hulk together, and then encounter a bunch of strange things. If they are lucky, they can come back. But if they are unlucky, they will be wiped out. That's why players hate the oil guy the most. I can solve all problems with one shot. But you insist on making it more difficult for me. After all, no one knows what is in the Space Hulk, gene stealers, mutants who believe in evil gods, unknown subspace creatures, and maybe even chaos demons. If there was an oil man here, he would definitely try his best to stop Duanmu Huai from destroying the precious treasures of the space wreck. Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't have an oil man under his command, so no one could say anything to him. Besides, according to Duanmu Huai, the real treasure should not be destroyed even by a macro cannon. If it can be blown into pieces, it will. How can it be considered a treasure? He said that this was the way to deal with a space wreck. Just blow it up, and then look for anything floating in the sky. If it survived, it must be good. Okay, let's keep moving forward. As most of the spaceship was blown up, the original microgravity gradually disappeared. I don't know if it was because Ikit's bombardment destroyed the reactor or hit the gravity generator. At this moment, the gravity in the warship is gradually decreasing. Duanmu Huai turned on the magnetic device and walked in the passage step by step. Then he saw a faint light in the passage next to him. Maybe they are hiding here? Just when Duanmu Huai was about to turn around, Mary suddenly spoke. Mr. Duanmu? What are you going to do? I'm going to check out the fork in the road here. Fork in the road? Mary stretched out her head and looked at the front. There is no fork in the road here, Mr. Duanmu. There is only one road ahead. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Then he looked again and sure enough, there was only a cold steel wall over there. And there was no sign of an intersection at all. Well, it seems I still have to rely on you to show the way. In the Space Hulk, illusions are everywhere. Every steel plate and every space here is soaked in the evil and curse of the subspace. To make an analogy, it is as if this battleship has fallen into nuclear wastewater. There is no clean place on its body, and it is emitting radiation everywhere. Fortunately, Mary was there. In the eyes of Duanmu Huai, Otis and others, the passage of the ship seemed to be changing all the time. There was a staircase in front of them 1 second, and it became a fork in the road the next. But under the gaze of Mary's golden eyes, these illusions seemed to have never existed. They kept moving forward, and then they came to the end of the corridor. There was only one open elevator door. And of course, there was no elevator inside. But Duanmu Huai didn't care about that. He stepped in, walked on the wall, and continued upwards. Then Duanmu Huai suddenly stopped. He looked at the Auspex, then gestured to Mary and Otis, nodded to Medea, and then silently changed direction and aimed at a nearby wall. The Auspex showed that there were life signals behind the wall. And there was more than one. Duanmu Huai clenched his fist, pointed it at the wall, and then swung it hard. Boom! The iron wall exploded and Duanmu Huai strode in. Then a few gunshots were heard. And then the bullets hit Duanmu Huai's armor and bounced off. Then, a familiar voice sounded. Hey! Stop! Stop! It's yourself! Duanmu Huai reached out and fanned the dust in front of him, only to see Shepard's brother holding a sniper rifle and standing behind several boxes. This seemed to be a warehouse. And behind several other boxes, there were several Star Alliance soldiers hiding. It seemed that they had already regarded this place as their temporary base. Judge, I really didn't expect to see you here. Your sister told me to come. It seems that you can save you cautiously. This is not just a matter of caution. We actually have a helper. Helper? Duanmu Huai frowned, while Shepard's brother nodded and waved to the side. Then, Duanmu Huai saw a woman wearing black armor, with a thin body, then hands and feet, and a face like a shoehorn and pointed ears walking out from the side. The moment he saw it, Duanmu Huai tightened his grip on the hammer. At the same time, after seeing the eagle and skull logo on Duanmu Huai's chest, the woman was also stunned. You lowly heretic bastard! Duanmu Huai roared, raised his warhammer, and smashed it towards the woman. But the latter was faster and hid behind Shepard's brother in an instant, and at the same time took out a dagger and put it against Shepard's brother's throat. For a moment, both sides stopped. Chapter 953 Visitors in the Dark. Duanmu Huai held the warhammer in his hand and stared at the alien woman in front of him, while the latter hid behind him with Shepard's brother as a shield, watching him vigilantly. The Star Alliance soldiers around him were also confused at this moment, instinctively raising their weapons, not knowing what to do. Judge, please calm down. Instead, It was Shepard's brother who raised his hand and spoke. I know the attitude of the Inquisition towards aliens. But no matter what, she saved our lives. If she hadn't saved us, I'm afraid we would have been killed by those strange monsters outside. Maybe she saved you because she didn't want her prey to die in the hands of others. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at Brother Shepard, but just stared at the alien woman. But no matter what, if it weren't for her help, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. So, can you spare her life for now? I'm more curious. Why would the Dark Eldar venture to the Space Hulk? Duanmu Huai completely turned a deaf ear to what Shepard's brother said. At this moment, he had completely entered professional mode. He just stared at the alien in front of him and asked in a cold voice. She escaped here. However, it was not the alien, but the brother Zupad who answered Duanmu Huai. She said she was tired of the evil life of her people. So she fled from her home. On the way, she was discovered by her own people, who hunted her down, and she wandered all the way here. How interesting. A Dark Eldar who has turned over a new leaf. Do you think you are Drizzt? What a joke. If that's true, then I wouldn't mind putting a collar around your neck and putting you in a cage for display. The alien exhibition will surely be very popular. Duanmu Huai raised his chin and looked at the alien in front of him with contempt, while the latter clenched his teeth. Whether you believe it or not, monkeys, this is indeed my experience. And I disdain to lie to you monkeys. But in my opinion, you lowly alien bastards are basically not telling the truth. Duanmu Huai took a step forward again, while the alien woman held a step back again, holding the younger brother Zupad. At this moment, Mary coughed gently. Mr. Duanmu, I think we can take a look first. After all, this pink monster. However, before Mary finished speaking, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly widened. And the next moment, he suddenly accelerated and rushed to Shepard's brother, knocking him out. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's warhammer whistled forward and hit the alien woman's body directly, smashing it directly into the wall. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. At this moment, Brother Zupad also hurriedly spoke. But then, the unexpected scene happened. The body of the alien woman that Duanmu Huai had smashed against the wall changed slightly, and then turned into a strange-shaped creature. It had almost no body, only a big head, a bloody mouth on its belly, 4 eyes and 4 arms waving desperately. And it was pink all over, with the same pink flames burning on its body. Boom! However, the next moment, the pink monster suddenly exploded, and the burning magic flames burst out, instantly covering the Star Alliance soldiers, who were unable to dodge nearby. As the scorching flames burned, the Star Alliance soldiers also screamed. But this was not the end. At the moment, the pink monster exploded. From the flames and smoke of its explosion, 2 monsters that looked almost identical, but were blue all over emerged. Fear the demons! You treacherous and cunning bastards! Duanmu Huai was not surprised at all to see the monster turn into 2. He just cursed angrily and turned the hammer again to sweep across. The 2 monsters were smashed into the corner before they could react, and then exploded directly, turning into a large pool of fire and disappearing without a trace. What on earth is this? Brother Shepard looked at the scene in surprise, and could hardly believe his eyes. A pink terror. A low-level demon. Its favorite thing to do is to transform into someone else and cause trouble. But it's a bit strange that it turned into a Dark Eldar. Duanmu Huai retracted his warhammer and glanced at the Star Alliance warriors next to him. At this moment, their bodies were already charred black, and they were deader than dead. After all, if you are hit by magic without any preparation, you will be half dead if not killed. Thanks to you, Mary. Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Mary on the shoulder. If Mary hadn't seen through the other party's true face, she might have foolishly thought it was a dark elf. But why did the pink fear demon transform itself into a dark elf? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at his brother Shepard again. How did you encounter it before? What did it say to you? Just like what I said to the Inquisitor before. At this moment, Shepard's brother was also confused. When we were hiding from the mutant monsters outside, she suddenly appeared, helped us fight off the monsters, and then took us to hide here. She said she came from a certain city, and because it was too cruel there, she didn't want to stay there. So she fled, but was discovered and hunted down. And because her fighter plane was hit, she had to make an emergency landing on this battleship. And then? You said you would take her to the Star Alliance? Yes. Hee. Duanmu Huai chuckled and didn't want to say anything more. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. After ensuring the safety of Shepard's brother, Duanmu Huai decisively chose to retreat. Although Shepard's brother expressed the hope to find the other missing soldiers, Duanmu Huai directly refused. Since there are pink fear monsters here, the others are probably either dead or become toys of the Chaos Demon. It is meaningless and worthless to stay here. So Duanmu Huai and his party quickly retreated to the edge of the battleship and asked Aiko to send a reconnaissance plane to take them back to the battleship, and then directly blew up the remaining part of the space wreck with a few shots. Well, even if the soldiers did not die, they would die. Is the Normandy State Route 2 missing as well? Sitting in the reconnaissance plane, Brother Shepard was shocked to hear the news. He originally thought that only he and a few others were missing, but he didn't expect that even his battleship was gone? Was it sunk by that battleship? That's the best possible outcome. But I guess the situation may not be that simple. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he quickly opened the communication and contacted Sister Shepard. After learning that her brother was safe and sound, Sister Shepard was relieved. I never thought this would happen. Thank you so much. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. It's too early to thank me. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. I suggest that you immediately investigate all colonies of the Star Alliance to see if any colonies have been attacked or lost contact. Be attacked? What is going on? I suspect that the Normandy State Route 2 was most likely hijacked by the Dark Eldar. If this is the case, then the Dark Eldar will definitely launch an attack on the human colony, Duanmu Huai said as he glanced at Mary. Although it was thanks to Mary that he saw through the Chaos Demon's plot, Duanmu Huai was still very confused as to why the pink horror didn't transform into a different one, but had to transform into a Dark Eldar. Generally speaking, if you transform into a dirty little girl and say that you are a survivor of this spaceship, wouldn't it be easier to fool a fool like Shepard's brother? After all, players have seen similar things too many times. Some pink monsters choose to become babies. Please, there is actually a baby alive in a space wreck floating in the warp. The probability is lower than that of me being the Emperor. Or unless the baby is the Emperor. Is that so? Okay. I'll go investigate right away. Although she didn't know where Duanmu Huai's warning came from. After a moment of hesitation, Sister Shepard quickly did it. Duanmu Huai then sighed and looked at Brother Shepard. To be honest, although I have long known the immaturity and stupidity of the Star Alliance, I was still shocked when I saw you chatting and laughing with the Dark Eldar. Because this is the Star Alliance's rule. Shepard's brother also defended himself in a low voice. We were taught during our training that when facing any unknown alien civilization, we need to remain peaceful as much as possible instead of opening fire directly unless the other party attacks first. Well, so next you have to get used to the rules of the Inquisition. When you encounter an alien, don't ask questions at the first moment. Just open fire. Then it won't be too late to learn more about them after we drag their bodies back. I still can't accept this kind of overly wild behavior. I think we should communicate in a more civilized way. If humans have the final say, then it's a good civilization. If humans don't have the final say, then it's a bad civilization. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Well, let me tell you a story. Story? A long time ago, there was a race called the Titanium. They were, well, how do you put it, very open-minded. Open? That's right. The Tau tribe welcomes everyone. Any race can apply to join them. They will open their arms, welcome members of other races to join them, and then castrate them. Why? After hearing the first half, Shepard's brother thought it was normal. But he was completely blown away by the second half. No reason. Just for the greater good. Well, that's not the point. You just need to know that this is a group of underdeveloped inferior alien races. And they have beautiful visions and hopes for the universe. Of course, if the Inquisition encounters this group of idiots, then I will personally launch an expedition to peel off the skin of these damn underdeveloped bald creatures and sacrifice them to the God Emperor. Skull sacrifice. Okay, I'm off topic again. Noticing the strange looks from others, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. As a player who advocates close combat and loves to swing hammers and fists to smash enemies to pieces, what he hates most is sissy alien bastards like Titanium, who never play close combat with you and only hides in the distance and shoots coldly. In short, all you need to know is that there is such a race. At that time, they were fighting against the Tyranids. Well, That is a swarm race that eats everything and can transform everything into living things. You just need to think of the Tyranids as the biological version of the Reapers. Anyway, the common feature of both of them is that their army leaves no grass growing everywhere. That's really scary. Recalling the Harvester, Brother Skipper couldn't help but shivered. Because the Tau couldn't defeat the Tyranids. They desperately looked for allies everywhere. And then they found your savior, the Dark Eldar. Having said that, Duanmu Huai stared at Shepard's brother with a half-smile on his face, making the latter feel uncomfortable. The Dark Eldar accepted their request. But the leader of the Dark Eldar also put forward a request, hoping that they could send 77 Tau people of different castes to the Dark Eldar for a cultural exchange. Then the Tau agreed and sent 77 Tau diplomatic ambassadors. I don't see what's wrong with that. Shepard's brother frowned. Keep listening. And when the second wave of Zerg arrives, the Tau discover that there are some strange, twisted, huge and clumsy monsters on the Dark Eldar side. And they keep groaning in pain during the battle. After the battle, the Tau learn the truth. Those monsters were transformed by the Dark Eldar from the ambassadors sent by the Tau before. Speaking of which, Duanmu Huai sneered. But this is indeed a cultural exchange. At least the Tau got to experience the culture of the Dark Eldar firsthand. Then the angry Tau attacked the Dark Eldar fleet. But when they opened fire, they found that the Dark Eldar fleet had already fled, leaving only a bunch of afterimages there to deceive them. When the Tau fleet returned to their planet, they found that the Dark Eldar had looted their entire planet. And all the Tau people and factory buildings were taken to the Dark Eldar city. Hearing this, not only Brother Shepard was stunned, but even Mary and Medea were quite surprised. After all, the Dark Eldar sounded too vicious. So aliens are never trustworthy. This is true for any alien. Duanmu Huai finally gave a summary. All aliens are potential threats and need to be purified, eliminated, and completely purged. When humans are strong, perhaps these aliens will choose to surrender. But once humans decline, these aliens will show their sharp fangs and try to enslave and conquer humans in turn. Not to mention that existences like the Dark Eldar are a threat to everything in the universe. They must be completely eliminated. For a moment, the cabin became a little awkward. But fortunately, a call from Shepard's sister broke the awkward silence. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. This is bad. Just as you said, our colony has been attacked by an unknown alien force. I knew it would be like this. Duanmu Huai waved his hand silently. Get ready to go. Chapter 954 The Unlucky Planet. What exactly is going on? Arriving at the bridge, Duanmu Huai continued to ask Sister Shepard, who also hurriedly answered. After hearing what you said just now, I used my ghost authority to report to the human embassy and asked them to conduct a thorough investigation of all star colonies. It turned out that one of the colonies had lost communication and did not respond. We have now dispatched a nearby naval fleet to investigate. Damn it! Why did you send a fleet when I asked you to investigate? Isn't this just alerting the enemy? Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately started cursing and then quickly gave orders. Ekit. Set off immediately. Lock the coordinates. By the way, what is the name of that colony? The Land of Bliss. Uh-huh. After hearing this, Duanmu Huai didn't react. But Shepard's brother was stunned. Why there again? What do you mean? At this moment, the warship has entered the webway and started jumping. Duanmu Huai also ended the communication and looked at Shepard's brother, who showed a very complicated expression. How should I put it? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? To be honest, that planet is really unlucky. According to Shepard's brother, Elysium is a planet within the Star Alliance. Its environment is very good and suitable for human habitation. The only drawback is that it is close to the border. In addition, the planet is a habitable planet with a pleasant climate for humans. So the colony is also called Elysium. As a result, I don't know if it's because the name was too exaggerated, but after the colony was built, there were always problems. First, the Batarians invaded the Star Alliance territory and attacked Elysium. Shepard's brother, who was still an ordinary officer at the time, fought to the death and led his subordinates to block the Batarian attacks. It was this achievement that allowed him to be promoted to his current position. Unexpectedly, this was not the end for Paradise, but the beginning. Not long after this, when humans finally rebuilt the colony of Elysium, it was attacked by the Geth again. Of course, the investigation later found that the mastermind behind it was the Reaper. This time, Elysium suffered better than before, because the main purpose of the Geth at that time was to rob the Prothean relics, and they left after achieving their goal, so the loss was not particularly serious. The Star Alliance Navy thought that the continuous incidents in the colony were not a big deal, so they sent people to install 4 anti-aircraft cannons in Paradise. As a result, the cannon was installed but not yet activated when the Reapers came again, harvesting nearly 2/3 of the residents and then dying. Only a very few people survived. I thought that now that the Batarians were dead and the Reapers were finished, there should be nothing to worry about. Oh my goodness. The result is a Dark Eldar invasion? Why is this colony so unlucky? There are several other colonies on the border. So why is Paradise always the unlucky one? Is the name really wrong? What can Duanmu say about this? There's nothing I can do. It's just bad feng shui. After passing through the webway, Duanmu's fleet arrived at the galaxy where Paradise was located in a moment. At the same time, they also received communication from the nearby garrison fleet. This is the 15th fleet of the Star Alliance. Excuse me. Is this the Inquisition? Yes. What is the current situation? It's a terrible situation. Although there was only sound and no image, one could tell from the sound that the commander on the other side was quite dejected. After receiving the order from the Navy Command, we arrived at Paradise as quickly as possible. However, the attackers who attacked Paradise had already fled. We are currently investigating the losses of the Paradise colony. That's normal. Duanmu didn't expect the Star Alliance Navy to catch the Dark Eldars. The Dark Eldars' tactics were pure guerrilla warfare. Their warships were light and agile, although they had no defense. Their main advantage was that the only way to defeat martial arts was to be fast. If the tough and thick-skinned Imperial warships were buffaloes, then the Dark Eldar warships were flies that could circle around you and were not afraid of being hit. In addition, the Dark Eldar can also use the webway to come and go without a trace. So it is impossible for the Alliance Navy to catch this fleet that focuses on fast and flexible maneuvers. Maybe as soon as they arrive in this galaxy, the Dark Eldar will get the news and prepare to escape. Anyway, let's go to the colony and see what's going on. Paradise. This colony with a beautiful name has suffered heavy losses time and time again, but none of them was worse than this one. When the group arrived at the center of the Elysium colony by transport plane, it was already a mess with corpses everywhere. The Star Alliance soldiers were busy collecting the corpses and calculating the losses. The fleet commander who came to greet them also had a grim look on his face. To be honest, I've been through many battles, but no battlefield has made me as angry as this one. Commander Edward clenched his teeth, his face livid. You can't even imagine how the residents here died. None of them were shot dead on the spot. Almost all of them went through long periods of suffering and then died tragically here. Those damn bastards. They are just playing with the residents here. They take pleasure in bullying them. The corpses being carried around also verified what Commander Edward said. Many of these corpses had been disemboweled, and the other party had cleverly avoided the organs, so that these people could not even get treatment and died in pain. Some people had dozens of small cuts on their bodies. They crawled forward bleeding and kept crawling until they died. Even Medea and Mary looked reluctant when they saw this scene, and Shepard's brother clenched his teeth. On the contrary, Duanmu looked calm. This is normal. The Dark Eldar don't like to kill people. They like to bring pain to people. The spirit of pain is their food. So if it's just ordinary killing, it doesn't mean anything to the Dark Eldar. I think those captured colonists are probably not dead. Most of them should be thrown into the gladiatorial arena in Comoros by the Dark Eldar, or become guinea pigs in their experiments. Of course, if the Dark Eldar has exquisite craftsmanship, he can even peel off the skin and let the person live. I don't know if the craftsmanship of the Dark Eldar has regressed after not seeing them for so many years. There are actually such evil alien races in this world. I used to think that the Batarians were disgusting enough, but now it seems that compared to these dark elves, the Batarians and the Woches are angels. In the eyes of the Inquisition, all alien races are evil remnants that need to be eliminated. There are no exceptions. Duanmu gave an indifferent answer, but I have to admit, the Dark Eldar are really hard to fight. How could it be? Even the Inquisition can't do anything about them? Upon hearing Duanmu's answer, Commander Edward immediately looked worried. Why? The reason is simple. The Dark Eldar have mastered a method of teleportation similar to that of the Inquisition. Moreover, their headquarters is not in the real world, but in another dimension. To be honest, it is very difficult to find. Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. What he said was indeed true. Even in the game, all players knew that the main city of the Dark Eldar was Comoros. And they all knew that the city of Comoros was hidden in the webway. But where in the webway it was, no one knew. Occasionally, most of the players who can go to Comoro also use the Dark Elves' grid meter portal. No player can find the Dark Spirit main city in the network roadway. How do you find it? This is the disgusting part about the Dark Eldar. If you want to fight them head-on, they will be destroyed in minutes with their fragile armor. But the problem is that they never fight you head-on. They are just like mosquitoes. They rely on their speed and agility to fly around you and take advantage of every opportunity to hit you, which can make you angry to death. In the past, the human empire had a hard time dealing with the Dark Elves. And the reason was this. The Dark Eldar could use the webway to teleport themselves and their warships. And they could appear and disappear everywhere. However, the Imperial warships had no webway to travel and could only travel through the warp. So the two sides could not collide at all. Therefore, even during the Human Empire period, the Astartes were basically fighting defensive and offensive battles with the Dark Elves. What's the point of fighting if you can't even find where the people are? If the Human Empire is like this, then the Star Alliance is naturally much worse. To put it bluntly, in front of the Dark Eldar, the Star Alliance is a pig to be slaughtered. They can slaughter you whenever they want, and you have no ability to resist at all. So for Duanmu Huai, it is, strengthen the defense of the colony as much as possible. Use numbers to fight against the Dark Eldar. And it would be best to send a few warships to form a patrol fleet for fixed patrols. And then, didn't you say earlier that this colony had anti-aircraft batteries installed? Where are the batteries? Duanmu Huai glanced around and asked Brother Shepard, while Commander Edward answered beside him. After the previous Reaper attack, the people here dismantled the anti-aircraft turrets, saying that if they hadn't built the anti-aircraft turrets, they wouldn't have attracted the Reaper's attention. What a bunch of idiots. I hope they can maintain such an optimistic attitude when they experience the customs and practices of the Dark Eldar in Comoros. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Compared with the UNSC, which had fought the Star Alliance for a lifetime, the Star Alliance was really an ignorant brat. If it were the UNSC, it would not make such a mistake. In the game, Duanmu Huai didn't have many dealings with the Dark Eldar, because the Dark Eldar's quest lines were all like those old ladies' foot bindings, which were long and stinky and annoying. Duanmu Huai preferred to take those simple and direct quests that required firepower. The occasional battles with the Dark Eldar were all defensive battles. As for offensive battles, they would just run away when they saw your army coming, and you couldn't catch up with them, which was really infuriating. The only way to destroy the Dark Eldar is to find the portal to Comoro, and then directly raid its lair. The Dark Eldar have only this one main city, and if you raid it, you will surely die. And if we can get rid of the Dark Eldar, maybe we can make another contribution to the progress of the Scourge. The problem is how to pay for it. That's a problem. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think. Chapter 955. Let me see. The Dark Eldar's attack on Elysium was just the beginning, but not the end. So far, 3 colonies have been attacked by the Dark Eldar, and there is nothing we can do about it. Li Longcheng looked at Duanmu Huai with a helpless expression, and Shepard's brother standing next to him also had an awkward expression. In the final analysis, the reason why the Star Alliance colony was attacked was that the Dark Eldar captured the Normandy State Route 2 under his command, and that battleship naturally had maps of all the planets in the Star Alliance. Coupled with the Dark Eldar's elusive way, the Star Alliance suffered great losses. Many residents of the colony were captured. We also strengthened the defense of the colony, but they were able to assassinate our generals without anyone noticing. At this point, Li Longcheng was so angry that he clenched his fist and smashed the table. The Dark Eldar's fighting style was just as mean as their style of doing things. To put it bluntly, they relied on the webway to do whatever they wanted. Not only could they allow warships to be teleported through the webway, they could also teleport themselves through the webway. What does this mean? It means that they can sneak in and kill the other commanders while they are sleeping, and then attack the colonies. When the garrison discovers the invasion and their commander is dead, there will naturally be chaos, and there will be no way to fight, even if you are armed to the teeth. What good is it if someone can blow your head off with one blow? The officer has been arrested and tried by us. He has admitted that the order was his own. Considering the disastrous consequences of his order, we sentenced him to life imprisonment. Li Longcheng was also helpless. In the final analysis, this matter was still someone in the Navy Department who wanted to take advantage of it. When he saw the space wreck, Brother Shepard was going to report it to the Inquisition. But the Star Alliance Navy Department wanted to intervene. Of course, if you succeed, then it will be easy. This is what will happen if you fail. So you see, food can never be so delicious if you eat it alone. Even if you say so, there's really nothing I can do. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. Dealing with the Dark Eldar is a century-old problem that even the human empire couldn't solve. After all, these bastards are just too despicable. Is there really no way out? Li Longcheng came here. Of course, not to listen to Duanmu Huai's nonsense. At the moment, the human colonies were attacked continuously. And the situation of those who died was even more shocking. It can be said that since the Star Alliance entered space, it was the first time that they had seen such a brutal and evil alien race. No wonder Li Longcheng was so anxious. It's not that there is no way at all. Theoretically, there is indeed one. Any solution? Hearing this, Li Longcheng's eyes lit up. The Dark Eldar have only one city, called Comoros. But the problem is that this city is not in any galaxy in the real world, but in another dimension. We cannot reach that place by physical means. Fortunately, these Eldar have set up portals on many planets for the convenience of movement. If we can find this portal, then we will have a way to go to Comoros. Is it all okay if we just find that portal? No. This is just the first step. What comes next is the most important. What's next? We need to capture a Dark Eldar and extract its code. Coding? That's right. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai flipped through the introduction to the webway in his system. In the past, the human empire had a hard time dealing with the Dark Elves because they had no idea how the webway worked and how to transport people from one side to the other. The emperor, who was the only one who knew how to do it, became a piece of old pickled meat on the golden toilet. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai got the webway manufacturing technology from the system and also understood how they worked. To put it simply, the webway requires coding to activate, determine the coordinate system, and then drag. Let's put it this way. When the Dark Eldar and their warships advance from the webway into the real world, they are actually connected to the network by a line. Just like in extreme sports such as cliff climbing, people will install a safety rope on themselves and then nail it to the ground to keep themselves safe. This is how the Dark Eldar arrived at the real world. After having fun here, they would activate the code and the rope would automatically pull them back to their original place. To the Dark Eldar, each code is unique, specific, and they believe that no one else can use it. Well, generally speaking, this is true. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai is an exception. As long as we find a portal and the code, I can find a way to activate and open the portal and expand it. Then we can directly charge into the main city of the Dark Eldar and completely eliminate these cancers of the universe. Of course, this is easier said than done. For example, where do you find a portal? And how to catch a dark spirit? As for the portal, I don't know. I can ask the Alliance to investigate. Maybe there is a portal on one of our planets. As for the Dark Eldar, speaking of this, Li Longcheng actually smiled. To be honest, this is not a problem. In fact, we did capture a Dark Eldar. Oh, there is such a good thing? I have to say, this was really a pleasant surprise for Duanmu Huai. You sure? Yes. During the previous attack by the Dark Eldar on our colony, one of our warriors fought desperately and finally captured a Dark Eldar. But it was seriously injured and is currently recuperating in the hospital. We must not let it wake up. This guy will run away when he wakes up. Duanmu Huai hurriedly gave the order and then stood up. Let's go check on the Dark Eldar now. I'll have Maria send you the information about the portal. If this is some shameless game, then the plot must be that when Duanmu Huai and others rushed to the hospital, the Dark Elf woke up, then found a way to repel the people in the hospital, and then quickly escaped. Duanmu Huai and others followed all the way, but finally missed him. MMP. Games love to do this kind of moth the most. Fortunately, reality is not a game and does not pursue fun. When Duanmu Huai arrived at the Citadel Hospital as quickly as possible, the Dark Elf was still lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Its injuries were already serious. But since it was a species we had never seen before, we were very careful in treating it. Considering the mental insanity of this species, we injected it with a large amount of tranquilizers. And also, go away. Duanmu Huai was in no mood to listen to the doctor's nonsense. So he pushed the doctor aside and walked into the ward. In the ward, a slender, long-limbed, pointed-eared, white-skinned, alien-looking woman was lying there, with her eyes closed and motionless, looking very pitiful. Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai is not a man who is gentle and considerate to women. He, little beauty, you've finally fallen into your grandfather's hands. Looking at the unconscious dark elf in front of him, Duanmu Huai let out a sinister laugh, then strode directly to the bedside, grabbed the dark elf, and lifted it up from the bed. He held its head tightly with one hand and stared at it. "Open your eyes and look at me, you bastard." Alas! Along with a boundless murderous aura bursting out, the dark elf who was originally unconscious also trembled suddenly. Then it opened its eyes, and the moment it looked at Duanmu Huai in front of it, the dark elf suddenly showed an expression of terrified. "Ah!" With a shrill scream, the dark elf suddenly began to struggle desperately, waving its hands in despair, trying to break free from Duanmu Huai. However, Duanmu Huai just looked at it coldly, with a faint red light flashing in his eyes. Then, the dark elf opened its mouth, and blood flowed out of its eyes, ears, nose and mouth, scattering on the floor like a waterfall. As the blood flowed more and more, the dark elf's struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, it suddenly straightened its body, shaking back and forth desperately like a fish on the shore for a moment. And then its hands and feet drooped limply without any reaction. This is too scary. Seeing this scene, the girls who stayed outside were all silent. And even Medea couldn't help but complain. Even if it's Medusa, she only turns people who see her into stone statues. Unlike the master, who scares people to death with just one look. But I can understand. Mary clasped her hands and nodded. When I suddenly opened my eyes and saw Mr. Duanmu's ferocious face, even I would be frightened. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Duanmu Huai threw away the corpse of the dark elf in his hand, walked to the door, and glared at them. "It's not what you think. Isn't it? Yes. I told you before that one of the Chaos Gods, the obsessive evil, was born from the Eldar. After the Eldar gave birth to this Chaos God, it roared and took away 8/10 of the souls of the Eldar. The remaining Eldar then split into the Eldar and the Dark Eldar. However, no matter which type of Eldar they are, they all act through the webway. And for the Eldar, they will never get close to the warp, because the obsessive evil is still waiting to recycle the souls of these unfilial descendants. So when I went in and showed my power, that guy thought I was sent by the obsessive evil to collect its souls. So he was scared like that." Duanmu Huai explained lightly that the Eldar spent most of their time in the real world, and they also had means to resist the invasion of the warp. But the Dark Eldar had no such means at all. They either lived in the real world or in the webway. Simply put, the Dark Eldar were like living in a sterile room, and could not stand the sight of bacteria at all, and could not stand the warp at all. And Duanmu Huai is one of the gods. As long as he wants, it will only take a few minutes to completely destroy the resistance and will of the Dark Elves. So, you understand? Understood. After explaining it to them earnestly, Duanmu Huai looked at them and asked. And then Ajis nodded. The master is very powerful, so he can scare the other person to death. It has nothing to do with the master's fierce appearance. Forget it. Now that we have the code, let's go! Chapter 956 Letter from the Abyss. After getting the code, the only thing left was to find a portal. Although Duanmu Huai could build one himself, it would be a waste of time. Secondly, the Dark Eldar used their unique technology, which was not compatible with portals made by human technology. Just like you cannot install Android software on a freak machine. So he could only ask the Star Alliance to look for it. Duanmu Huai was very sure that there must be a Dark Eldar portal in the Star Alliance territory, because the frequent appearances of the Dark Eldar proved this point. Although the Dark Eldar could use the webway to teleport, these timid cowards would never be too far away from their hometown, since they frequently appeared in the Star Alliance territory. It meant that there must be an Eldar portal somewhere inside the Star Alliance territory. As Duanmu Huai expected, within a few days, he got information about the Elves' teleportation portal. To Duanmu Huai's surprise, this information was not sent by Li Longcheng from the Star Alliance, but a message from Cerberus was delivered to Jinjiling Space Station, who then forwarded it to Duanmu Huai. The information came from the director of a research station on Cerberus, who said that they had excavated a device similar to the Eldar portal described by Duanmu Huai on a planet more than a decade ago, and had been investigating it. But unfortunately, they had gained little, since the relic was not a product of the Prothean era. The research station had simply regarded it as a relic of an ancient extinct civilization. And after no further gains, it was put aside. It was not until the director of research learned of this news that he suspected that the thing that others regarded as a simple ancient building might be an Eldar portal. So he sent a message to the Inquisition, hoping that the Inquisition could send someone to investigate. After reading the information on his personal terminal, Duanmu Huai began to think. Duanmu Huai was not very familiar with the organization Cerberus. He only knew that Cerberus was a terrorist organization in the Star Alliance, pursuing human supremacy. However, in fact, Duanmu Huai looked down on Cerberus, because their methods were ultimately just a set of terrorist attacks, such as explosions, poisoning, assassinations, etc., which were really not up to par. The fact is that after the emergence of the Inquisition, which can easily destroy the alien mother planet, this third-rate terrorist organization disappeared without a trace. Duanmu Huai can understand this very well. After all, Cerberus is a latecomer, and the Inquisition is professional in purifying aliens. What do you think, Big Brother? 9 times out of 10 it's true, and 9 times out of 10 it's a trap. In response to Jin Jiling's question, Duanmu Huai tapped his fingers. I guess those Dark Eldars will definitely cause trouble. Well, if there really is a portal there, then those people would have become toys of the Dark Eldars long ago. And they wouldn't have the mood to write to me. But aren't the Dark Eldar aliens? Can they also use human communication systems? The Dark Eldar can use hypnosis-like power to make mortals completely submissive and become their puppets. They often use this method to infiltrate humans. I guess the Dark Eldar must have manipulated some senior officers of the Alliance. So they were very surprised when they learned that we were looking for the Eldar portal. So they set a trap to see who was coming. Hey, it's the same old thing. It seems that they won't change in another 30,000 years. Having said this, Duanmu Huai stood up. In that case, let's play with them. The planet pointed to by this information is located on the west side of the Star Alliance territory. It is an icy planet with only ice and snow. Except for a research station built by Cerberus, it can be said that there is nothing here. Duanmu Huai and his group took a transport plane through the thin atmosphere, and all they saw was white snow and ice that almost froze the entire planet. The frozen hangar door slowly opened and then closed again after the transport plane entered. During the entire process, the research station did not send out a single message or instruction, as if they had known these people would come. Duanmu Huai got off the transport plane. Besides Ojus and Mary, only Lorena and Jiwei followed him. This time, the opponent was the Dark Eldar. To put it bluntly, they were similar to the Dark Elves in the world of Faerun. They were good at sneak attacks and assassinations, and could be said to be the enemy of mages. Therefore, this time, Duanmu Huai brought all the melee experts. The kind who could kill you with a punch to the chest. He did not bring the Night Sentinels with him to make a high-profile appearance, because these rats themselves were very afraid of death, and their fellow Eldar were still on a long journey of faith in the material world. While these cowardly Dark Eldar would only hide in the webway, like rats, which would only appear when they got something sweet, and would immediately retreat at the slightest sign of trouble. If you bring too many people with you, the Dark Eldar might choose to back off, and that would be bad. Welcome to Research Station 36. A stereotypical researcher, who looked like one of those from a movie, came up to Duanmu Huai tremblingly, and spoke with a flattering smile. Have you received my news? Oh, this is nonsense. Of course you received it. Duanmu Huai looked at the incoherent man in front of him. He could see that he was trembling slightly. Not because of himself, but because of the pain from inside his body. Under the white coat, his skin and flesh had long been cut open, hanging on the clothes outside like a piece of pork. The blood had almost flowed out, and the white dead flesh had even begun to rot. Well, it seems that the skills of these rats have not deteriorated. Where is that portal you mentioned? Here. Please follow me. The man twitched, then turned a step forward quickly. According to the reason, every time he walked, he felt the painful pain of his whole body. But he still didn't stop. There is only one reason, and that is fear. Under the leadership of the man, the group walked towards the depths of the research station, and they passed by several laboratories along the way. But they were all empty. And they did not even have the guards. Oh! Him. They all went to rest. Although Duimuai did not ask at all. The man said he said, because our research station currently has no output. Most people have gone home. Yes. Home. Only a few guards and I are left. But there will be no danger here. As you can see, this is an icy planet. There is not even any life outside. The man kept mumbling along the way. It was more like he was talking to himself than talking to Duanmu Huai and others. Jiao Wei and Lorena looked at him in confusion and wanted to ask something. But Duanmu Huai interrupted them with a gesture. The group just followed the man who was talking to himself, passed through the silent research station, and came to the deepest part. That's it. Here. The man opened the airlock door. And then Duanmu Huai saw a tall round arch standing inside. It was originally frozen. And it took us a long time to clean it. We were originally worried that it might have some impact on it. But the material of this door is very hard and unique. Even if it is chopped by a knife or a sword, or shot by a gun, it cannot cause any damage to it. Duanmu Huai just stood there, quietly listening to the man talk about how he excavated the relic, and how he investigated it. After an unknown amount of time, the man finally stopped. And that's all? Yes. It is. Having said this, the man suddenly knelt down on the ground. Yuan. Forgive me. Forgive me, ah. The next moment, the man took out a gun, put it in his mouth, and then pulled the trigger. Boom! Before other people had time to stop, the man's head was blown up, and his body fell to the ground. And the corner of his mouth was still with a smile that was full of liberation. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and looked forward. Get out of here, you lowly alien bastards. Then he whispered, Hey. A low laugh filled with evil sounded. And then, a group of slender aliens wearing black armor walked out from the dark shadows and the corners nearby. They held blades coated with venom and strange-shaped guns in their hands, and surrounded Duanmu Huai and his group. Subsequently, an alien appeared from behind the door, staring at Duanmu Huai. Tell me, who are you? Monkey. How did you know about the portal? Answer my questions, and I might consider making your death less painful. Of course. I'm just saying. Stupid idiot. Duanmu Huai sneered. You are so ignorant of this armor. This shining eagle and skull? It seems that you have been hiding in the webway for too long that you have forgotten the threat of fear and death. You? When I heard the word roadway in Duanmu Huai's mouth, those aliens suddenly changed slightly. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai let out a long roar towards the sky. Die! You lowly alien bastards. I will peel off your skin and turn your flesh into a messy mess. I will twist off your head and stuff it into your asshole and then take it out of your stomach. I will break your bones and pull out your muscles, making you feel pain that will never be erased. Speaking of which, Duanmu Huai stared at the alien hybrid in front of him, smirking. Perhaps you should pray to the evil creature. Maybe it will be kind enough to help you. At this moment, the sneering expressions on the aliens' faces all disappeared. They looked at Duanmu Huai coldly, their eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. Don't think you can die quickly, monkey. We will make you pay for your rudeness and stupidity. This is what I want to say. You alien bastards. Use your corpses and blood to atone for your sin of daring to attack humans. Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer, and the next moment, he pounced directly at the alien debris in front of him. Feel destruction. Chapter 957. Let the fire purify everything. The moment Duanmu Huai took a step forward, an incomparable aura of fear spread from his body. Feeling the explosion of this fear aura, the dark elf warriors suddenly found that their originally feather-like bodies began to become heavy, and their usually nimble hands and feet became sluggish. They knew what was going on as the incomparable fear erupted from their hearts. This was originally the happiness they got from tasting other lives. But now, the pain itself had turned into a sharp blade and pierced directly into the most vulnerable part of their spirits. Boom! Duanmu Huai had already rushed to the front of the alien. He swung the thunder hammer in his hand forward, and the fragile body of the alien was like being crushed by a steamroller, turning into a ball of rotten meat emitting black smoke on the ground. But this was obviously not enough for Duanmu Huai. At this moment, another dark elf spread his wings and flew into the sky like an angel, stabbing towards Duanmu Huai's head with a poisoned blade in his hand. Then Duanmu Huai turned around suddenly, and the warhammer whizzed out, smashing the opponent to death on the ceiling like hitting a fly. Duanmu Huai was empty-handed at this time. and this might be a good opportunity for the Dark Eldar. Soon, another Dark Eldar raised his gun and shot at Duan Muhuai, while his companion quietly moved over from the other side, raised his kukri, and stabbed Duan Muhuai's head. Clang! The blade that was strong enough to cut through metal and iron bounced off Duan Muhuai's helmet, and Duan Muhuai roared, stretched out his hands, and grabbed the slender legs of the Dark Elf. He held the left foot with his left hand, and the right foot with his right hand, and tore the alien that dared to attack him in half with just one tug. Then he roared, grabbed the torn body, and rushed towards another Dark Elf in the distance. The Dark Spirit was eager to suffer and like pain, but did not mean that they were willing to accept it unconditionally. Duan Muhuai raised the half-corpse in his right hand and smashed it hard at the Dark Eldar in front of him. The flesh and blood corpse smashed into the head of the Dark Eldar like thawed pork, knocking the Dark Eldar to the ground. Then Duan Muhuai threw away the corpse of his hand with a grim smile, grabbed the Dark Eldar, and forced it to open its mouth. Have you eaten? Come on. Have something to eat. Duan Muhuai held the mouth of the Dark Spirit in his right hand, dragged the other half of the corpse with his left hand, clenched it hard, and suddenly he held the body of the corpse's feet, and stuffed it into the mouth of the Dark Spirit, and then everything was burst out because of the internal organs. Cracking. Its throat was stretched as thick as an elephant leg. The whole body was like aseptic gloves made with the skin of the Dark Spirit. On that resilient and delicate skin, one can even see 5 moving fingers. Hey, this is fun. Duan Muhuai smiled as he watched the scene, and then dragged the corpse of the Dark Eldar towards his next target. The latter raised his weapon and fired at Duan Muhuai desperately. However, the strange, terrible, cursed bullets of the Dark Eldar did not even leave the slightest mark on Duan Muhuai's armor. Duan Muhuai rushed to it amidst the hail of bullets, and slapped it to the ground. Come here. You don't know how to sit or stand properly. Let me straighten your bones. Before the Dark Elf soldier could get up from the ground, Duan Muhuai inserted his 5 fingers directly into his back, and then squeezed hard, pulling out his bones. In Duan Muhuai's open right hand, everything from the spine to the ribs were easily taken out. Even the arm and leg bones were no exception. If the blood was washed away, it would be an alien skeleton at the level of a work of art. After losing its bones, the Dark Elf soldier's body collapsed to the ground limply without any movement. But Duan Muhuai certainly wouldn't let him go just like that. The time for surgery is here. He picked up the body of the Dark Elf on the ground, which had no skeleton to support it, and wrapped it tightly on his left hand. Then Duan Muhuai clenched his hands tightly, felt the tight skin of the Dark Elf, and rushed forward again with a big laugh. At the same time as Duan Muhuai took action, other Dark Elf soldiers also launched an attack. But they soon discovered that these monkeys were far more powerful than they had imagined. Oja still stood there motionless, but with a slight movement of her fingers, the silk threads wrapped around her would cut all the invaders into pieces. Jiawei, on the other hand, held 2 short swords and fought with the other party at a speed that was not inferior to the Dark Eldar. She chuckled and swung the 2 short swords in her hands so fast that no shadow could be seen. Only the Dark Eldar's fingers, palms, arms, and legs flew into the sky one by one. When they landed, the headless body also fell to the ground. Lorena's speed was not fast, and the Dark Eldar easily dodged her attacks several times in a row, which was obviously an unbearable humiliation for the priestess. Just as the Dark Eldar dodged the girl's attack again with a sneer, Lorena stretched out her hands and directly lifted up the heavy stone slab on the ground that was 3 meters wide. The Dark Eldar lost his balance and was knocked to the ground by the stone slab raised by Lorena before he could move. Mary did not join the battle on the front line. She just stood in the back and watched everything silently. But the Dark Eldar obviously would not let her go. And soon a Dark Eldar quietly came over from the blind spot of Mary's sight, picked up the weapon in his hand, aimed at the girl's head, and then pulled the trigger. At that moment, Mary suddenly took a step back. The pure white energy beam was almost passing with her before the Dark Spirit reacted. Its head was blue until this moment, and Mary put down the handgun in her hand. The battle was over quickly. The Dark Spirit and elves are about the same. They belong to the type of high sensitivity, high attack, and low defense. They can play a strong combat effectiveness on large battlefields. But unfortunately, this group of idiots chose this small and closed space station. So they have only one ending. Boom! Duan Muhuai stomped to death the last Dark Elf who tried to struggle and fight back. His face was ice cold. Send information to Xinglian. We have found the port we want. The Star Alliance reacted quickly. And it didn't take long for Li Longcheng to appear in front of Duanmu Huai. So, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, what you mean is that we should send soldiers through this portal and directly attack the enemy's main city. That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. The Dark Eldar have only one main city, Gamora. As long as we destroy this city, the Dark Eldar will be completely destroyed. But, no buts. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Li Longcheng's speech. Complete extermination and purification are the only goals of this operation. No prisoners. No surrender. Only death and destruction can completely destroy the oldest cancer in the galaxy. Frankly speaking, I personally do not recommend that the Star Alliance army join in. Comoros is also very dangerous to the Inquisition. With all due respect, for the soldiers of the Star Alliance, surviving a narrow escape is considered to be their strength. Excuse me for being blunt. Hearing this, a general beside Li Longcheng couldn't help but speak. Our Starfleet guys are the best. They are all veterans of the war against the Reapers. And, so what? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and stared at him. Will you point the flamethrower at a young alien trembling in the corner? Will you mercilessly execute the captives who kneel before you? Lay down their weapons and beg for mercy. This is not right. According to the convention, if you don't take action, you will be the ones to die. The moment you put down your weapons, the trembling cub will pounce on you and take your life. The alien that is kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy will jump up and twist your head off your neck and kick it like a ball. Complete purification. Do you understand what I mean? Completely. Thoroughly. No one will be left alive. All aliens will be slaughtered, killed, and completely destroyed. Their bodies will be shattered in the painful wails, and their souls will be devoured by the wrath of the Inquisition, leaving no trace. Facing Duanmu Huai's roar, the officer stood where he was, his face pale, not daring to say a word. So you see, Xinglian is just a little fart without weaning. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Longcheng. I know that you may have a political needs, but if you can't do it, don't go in and send it to death. Otherwise, the pension may be more money than you use to transfer public opinion. Of course, it is just friendship reminders. After all, how many people in Xinglian die have nothing to do with the trial court? After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Li Longcheng's face became serious and he was silent for a long time. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. I think we need to discuss this before making a decision. It's up to you. But don't spend too much time. We don't have that much time to waste. Duanmu Huai knew what Li Longcheng was worried about. After all, so many Star Alliance colonies had been attacked, and the Star Alliance had to take some action. News, like finding the terrorist bases and raiding them, would definitely greatly increase the support rate of the Star Alliance. The problem is, the Inquisition won't play along with you. They want to kill all the Dark Eldar. If this gets out, what will the Star Alliance think? Of course, what the Star Alliance thinks has nothing to do with the Inquisition. In the end, Li Longcheng decided to send a Marine Corps to follow the Tribunal's night guards. As for how they did, Duanmu Huai didn't care. The Dark Eldar are doomed anyway. Okay, it looks like everything is ready. Standing in front of the portal, Duanmu Huai glanced at the people behind him, as well as the fully armed night guards and Star Alliance Marines. Well, without further ado, I will activate the portal immediately. Once we enter, we will definitely encounter fierce resistance. So all of you must be mentally prepared. Remember, there is only one order: kill the enemy on sight. Anyone who moves over there is an enemy. Having said that, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pressed on the portal. Soon, he saw a flickering blue vortex gradually emerging in the empty air in the middle of the portal. Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and used his strength to lock the coordinates of the opposite side. Be good, little rabbit. Open the door. However, the Dark Eldar on the opposite side seemed to have noticed that something was wrong, and they desperately tried to block the gate, just like Little Red Riding Hood seeing the big bad wolf outside. Unfortunately, in the face of the power of the God of Destruction, the resistance is meaningless. Duanmu Huai kicked open the security door like a burglar, looked at the trembling Little Red Riding Hood in front of him, showed a ferocious smile, and then rushed over and completely ignored Little Red Riding Hood's resistance, tearing her clothes to pieces. In front of Duanmu Huai's powerful strength, Little Red Riding Hood could only let him do whatever he wanted in despair. She could only lie on the ground with tears in the corners of her eyes. At the same time, Duanmu Huai roared and hit the bull's eye. The shining portal was completely fixed at this moment, and Duanmu Huai also retracted his hands and clenched the war hand. Let the fire cleanse everything. Let's go! Chapter 958 Firepower is Justice. After passing through the portal, the scenery in front of me changed instantly. Looking around, there were sharp towers and strange and gorgeous buildings everywhere, and the air was filled with corruption, depravity and darkness. This was Comoros, the most notorious nightclub, KTV and bar in the universe. The depravity and death here would even make the evil gods admire it. It can even be said that this place itself is a demonic domain. But for Duanmu Huai, this is interesting. So it is hard? Because he is here to smash the field. There were quite a few Dark Eldars standing next to the portal. They were fully armed and obviously intended to go through the portal to have some fun. Perhaps because of this, when they saw Duanmu Huai walking out of the portal, these Dark Eldars did not react for a while. Perhaps they thought that this tall steel behemoth was another trophy brought back from outside by one of their fellow societies. Until Duanmu Huai grabbed the head of one of the Dark Elves and used its brains to clean the portal nearby. The Dark Eldar were furious when they saw this scene. They all picked up their weapons and tried to teach this country bumpkin from outside a lesson. Unfortunately, however, they no longer had this opportunity, because at this moment, hundreds of night sentinels had already rushed out of the portal, holding bold guns and began to sweep the streets. In just a moment, these poor little people on the street were swept away and turned into bloody wreckage. Until then, these perverted bastards, who always liked to take drugs, make trouble, and whip and beat seemed to finally react to one thing. The Comoros was attacked. Soon, urgent alarms sounded, and large numbers of slaves were shouted at and rushed to the battlefield. The Dark Eldar riding on high-speed motorboats also prepared for battle with their usual quick actions. But unfortunately, the enemies in front of them were not the same ones they had dealt with before, but a true god. Duanmu Huai raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Then he saw a huge tower in front of him being blown off in the middle in an instant. Then he raised his hand and accompanied Duanmu Huai's movements. The upper part of the tower slowly floated up. Then Duanmu Huai clenched his hand tightly, made a baseball gesture, and swung forward. The hundreds-meter-high tower instantly turned into a giant baseball bat, sweeping and crushing the entire block in front of it. No matter whether it was the exquisite pavilions or the gorgeous and dazzling high-rise buildings, they all collapsed, crushed, and swept into a large unobstructed ruins plain. The spirits are best at shooting from behind, but Duanmu Huai doesn't plan to play hide-and-seek with them in Comoros. He has a better way, which is to crush everything he sees along the way, completely destroy it, and not even leave a tree for them. At that time, he wants to see how capable these little mice, who could only hide here in there, are. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched his right fist again, and then swung it forward with all his strength. The explosive air wave rushed forward with a roar, and everything in its path was shattered and broken. Those originally extremely solid buildings, under Duanmu Huai's punch, did not even leave broken walls and ruins, leaving only fragments that were almost transformed into their most primitive forms scattered on the ground. From a distance, with this portal as the center, the surrounding streets have almost turned into a large desert. Good. This makes me feel much more comfortable. Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction and gave the order. Attack! Hundreds of night sentinels formed a defensive line, holding their bolters in both hands, and mercilessly unleashed violent storms all around. Under their attack, the Dark Eldars could only retreat step by step. Even when the Star Alliance troops joined in, the Dark Eldars were still unable to gain any advantage from them. This is actually quite normal. Duanmu Huai had said before that the characteristics of Star Alliance weapons are speed and armor penetration. Such weapons are just like anti-aircraft guns hitting mosquitoes when facing species with thick health such as mutants. However, they are just perfect for restraining these Dark Eldars, because Dark Eldars are glass cannons with high attack and low defense. They don't even wear heavy equipment on the battlefield. Almost all Dark Eldars wear light equipment, which is the kind that will lose half of their health if touched, and will kill them if touched. If they were using the flashlights or bolters of the Inquisition, these Dark Eldars could even show off their bullet-dodging skills from the Matrix. However, the speed of the Star Alliance's mass acceleration weapons was so fast that the Dark Eldars, who wanted to dodge bullets in front of the Star Alliance Marines were basically beaten into a hornet's nest. Well, if Neil hadn't stopped time at the beginning, I'm afraid he would have suffered the same fate. Duan Mu Huai's tactics were simple, steady and cautious, and then artillery fire. As long as the gunfire continued 24 hours a day, the group of Dark Elves would not be able to get close. As for him, he was responsible for bombing all the buildings he saw along the way into slag. After all, their purpose here was not to occupy and conquer, but to destroy. If it were the elves, Duan Mu Huai would probably have to worry about their attainments and psychic powers. But Duan Mu Huai of the Dark Eldar was not worried at all, because after these rats hid in the webway, they almost never used psychic powers again, because using psychic powers would summon demons, and the elves have always been a delicacy in the mouth of the obsessed evil. As mentioned before, when the crazy evil, one of the 4 evil gods, was born, he absorbed 8/10 of the souls of the Eldar with one roar. You should know that at that time, the power of the Eldar was greater than that of the human empire, and it was almost the actual ruler of the galaxy. As a result, after the birth of the crazy evil, only 2 or 3 Eldar were left, not to mention ruling the galaxy. They could only hide in the Eldar Ark to survive. This shows how much the Eldar feared the crazy evil. There is a reason why the Dark Eldar hid in the webway after that, because they are the race that created the evil of obsession. So the male-female, perverted demon is always thinking about the souls of his fellow countrymen, hoping to let them reunite with him. So in fact, the souls of the Eldar are in a state of being absorbed by the evil of obsession all the time. The Eldar naturally found a solution to this problem. For example, the Eldar used meditation and soul stones to preserve their souls, to prevent them from being taken away by the obsession. The Dark Eldar chose another way. When the obsession sucked their souls, they would eat the souls of other races to replenish their souls. This is why the Dark Eldar like to torture their prey painfully, because only souls that taste pain can fill the part that has been absorbed by the evil of obsession. Oh, by the way, the Dark Eldar call themselves the Orthodox Eldar, because Kimura's way was the standard way of life for the Eldar before the birth of the evil of obsession. That's right. In other words, the Eldar who once ruled the entire galaxy were a group of perverted people who liked to take drugs, cut skin and flesh on themselves or others, and enjoy all kinds of unlimited G-level heavy-tasting entertainment. Well, such a race is a perfect match for giving birth to a perverted god like the crazy devil. Duan Mu Huai would not have the slightest sympathy for their extermination. So in Comoros, Duan Mu Huai was not worried that these dark elves would use psychic powers unless they wanted to provoke those guys who had been looking forward to reuniting with their fellow villagers. But Duan Mu Huai was not afraid. The Inquisition was expanding its front line, and the Dark Eldar were extremely flustered by this tactic of clearing the countryside, and their attacks had no effect at all. Even if these Dark Elves had any conspiracy, they had no place to use it in this endless ruin of the destroyed land. Dozens of flying motorcycles rushed over at maximum speed. The Dark Eldar on them were holding launchers, obviously trying to launch a poison gas bombardment on the frontline positions of the Inquisition. However, before they came into range, the anti-aircraft artillery on Duan Mu Huai's side immediately opened fire, and in the blink of an eye, those airships were blown up one by one in the air. The slaves and mutants driven by the Dark Eldar also surged in, but they were all turned into horrible corpses under the attack of the grenade launchers. However, the Dark Eldar obviously did not intend to give up so quickly, because not long after, Duan Mu Huai saw a dark red warship in the sky that looked like an insect claw, flying towards this side. It was a Poison Blade class frigate. Duan Mu Huai had seen this kind of warship countless times in battles with the Dark Eldar. It had powerful firepower, fast speed, and flexible steering. Its only weakness was its thin skin. Duan Mu Huai had also witnessed it being destroyed countless times. Just like now, without any warning, the huge battleship suddenly exploded in the middle, followed by billowing thick smoke. The two halves of the ship were attracted by the gravity of Comoros and smashed straight forward, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Duan Mu Huai soon saw a thick black smoke emerging in the distance from Comoros City. There was nothing unusual. It was just that deep down in Duan Mu Huai's heart, this battleship could indeed be destroyed. In fact, he had destroyed this battleship countless times. So for Duan Mu Huai, the scene before him could be said to be natural, and there was nothing strange about it. Just like the city, it will eventually be completely destroyed, and no one can save it. Along with the corrupt, dirty, and lowly alien races in this city, They will completely disappear in this webway. Only then did Duanmu Huai put down his left hand and gave the order coldly. Keep going. Chapter 959 Countdown to Destruction. This dark city has never been so bright and dazzling. It is full of flames of fire. The luxurious and elegant high towers have already become a burning torch in the burning of the fireproofer. In the face of the flames of the Inquisition, the aliens have no choice but to die. As the chief judge of the court, Duanmu Huai naturally led the way and bore the brunt of the attack. Boom! He directly knocked open the door of a luxurious villa and strode in. At the same time, the dark green poisonous fog trap was instantly activated, covering everything in front of him. This painful poison, which was enough to dissolve the enemy's body and soul with just one breath, was meaningless to Duanmu Huai. He rushed into the thick fog, raised the war hammer in his hand high, and then dropped it hard. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crash. Two snake men whose upper bodies resembled humans, and whose lower bodies were snakes were smashed out directly from inside, and crashed into the dark elf warriors behind, who had not yet had time to shoot. Then Duanmu Huai walked out and stepped on them. Crisp sounds of broken bones and sharp screams rose and fell. And the next moment, there was no movement. But this is not the end yet. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the alien monster standing on the porch staring at him. Unlike other Eldar, this alien monster was covered in heavy armor. And in his hand was not a dagger or short sword commonly used by the Dark Eldar, but a giant sword. The two sides looked at each other. And then the alien warrior raised the blade and strode towards Duanmu Huai. Facing the warrior rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer again without hesitation and smashed it directly at the opponent's blade. The weapons of both sides crossed in the air. At the same time when the alien warrior's giant sword hit Duanmu Huai's head, Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer also hit the alien warrior's head. Boom! The alien warrior's blade shattered, and its head exploded like a balloon. Duanmu Huai took a step forward, and at the same time, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from behind him. It looked like a vague mist, with only its long silver-white hair standing out. It held a poison-long sword and stabbed straight into the gap of Duanmu Huai's armor, launching a fatal attack on the prey in front of it with lightning speed. However, this makes no sense. A surge of murderous aura burst out from Duanmu Huai's body, causing the dark shadow's movements to suddenly stop. Then Duanmu Huai turned around, grabbed the dark shadow's slender and thin body, pressed it hard against the wall, then raised his head and smashed it down with a roar. Boom! Duanmu Huai's head hit the wall hard, creating a huge dent in the entire metal wall, and the dark figure turned into a ball of flattened, crushed tomato sauce. Even the remaining silver-white hair was smeared with dark red tomato sauce, which looked as disgusting as a strand of hair found in an inferior expired product. Kill! Duanmu Huai smashed through the wall in front of him and continued to rush forward. At this moment, in the hall of this building, the fully armed dark elves were ready for battle. But Duanmu Huai just swung his hammer and crushed them into a paste. But at the same time, a monster as big as Duanmu Huai, like an artificial scorpion, suddenly fell from the sky, and its lower body was tightly wrapped around Duanmu Huai like a rope. Two claws composed of chainsaws and sword blades stretched out forcefully and chopped directly on Duanmu Huai's helmet and body, trying to completely dismember him. Get lost. Duanmu Huai had no interest in establishing a close relationship with the monster. His muscles began to swell, and even the power armor he was wearing seemed to have grown a lot at this moment, directly breaking the monster's steel tentacles that were used to wrap around him. Then Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and stabbed it directly into the chest of the monster in front of him. His hands turned over and moved outward slowly and unwaveringly, and the strange death machine seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and desperately waved his hands to hit Duanmu Huai's helmet. However, this angered the furious Inquisitor even more. Duanmu Huai roared, and suddenly spread his hands, directly tearing the death machine in front of him into two halves. Snake Man, Nightmare, Mandrake, and the Engine of Pain. Duanmu Huai glanced at the corpses around him, and his eyes lit up with excitement. This meant that there must be a noble guy living in this building, and he couldn't wait to hear its screams. Just in front, Duanmu Huai walked forward again. The elevator in front of him was locked, but he didn't care. He just kicked the elevator door open and jumped down. The whistling wind passed by Duanmu Huai's ears, with an almost wailing sound. It was as if the city of Comoros had already taken on a life, and was groaning for the pain that had happened to it. But this is even more satisfying. Because this is the destruction and pain that I have brought to them. To the enemies of humanity. To the aliens. Only screaming, struggling, helpless and desperate death is the end of their fate, and the end of their destruction. Bang! Duan Mu Huai landed steadily on the ground. And the shock wave that followed directly blew away the door in front of him. Duan Mu Huai raised his head and saw a pale-skinned, tall alien woman standing there. Beside her stood several fully armed warriors and an alien cub. When Duan Mu Huai fell, they were about to step onto the vehicle and leave. The sound of the giant warrior falling made them instinctively turn their heads and look in the direction of the sound. But it was too late. Duan Mu Huai roared, and directly threw out the warhammer in his hand, and the warhand of warhammer directly into the vehicle like a missile, and instantly turned it into a waste iron burning with flames. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai had strode forward and ran towards the woman standing on the high platform. A sinister, spicy, cruel and fallen alien. It is also the most valuable prey he has found this time. Die! Duan Mu Huai jumped up and jumped towards the opponent. But soon several dark elves blocked his way. Grenades and bullets were thrown at Duan Mu Huai as if they were free. The density was enough to completely destroy an entire team. But for Duan Mu Huai, this was no more annoying than a storm. He broke through the defense line of the dark elves like an angry rhino, overturned everything in his path, and rushed directly to the dark elves, facing the arrival of Duan Mu Huai. The latter was not afraid, and its face even showed a taunt and contempt. Duan Mu Huai raised his right hand, and the gymnast who was originally flipping backwards suddenly lost his balance, and was then sucked into Duan Mu Huai's palm. He slapped down with one hand, and smashed the dark elf in front of him to the ground. At the same time, he reached out to the side and grabbed the dark elf cub who tried to slip away. Why are you running? If we're going to die, we'll die together. Right? Duan Mu Huai showed a ferocious and cruel smile as he watched the dark elf cub twisting, struggling, and cursing in his hands. He clenched his hands slightly, and saw that the cub was as big as a newborn kitten in Duan Mu Huai's hands, twisting and struggling constantly. However, it was meaningless, because the next moment, Duan Mu Huai raised the cub and aimed it at the dark elf Archon. Go home and drink your milk. As Duan Mu Huai spoke, he mercilessly stuffed the cub into the body of the dark Eldar Archon, feeling the iron hand thicker than her waist grabbing the cub and rushing into her body. The dark Eldar Archon screamed miserably. She twisted her head desperately, kicked her two slender legs everywhere, slapped the ground with her hands. Her eyes bulged out of their sockets, and her mouth kept opening and closing, as if she was enduring the most unimaginable pain in the world. Her originally slender, beautifully curved belly had now swelled up like a balloon, and one could even see Duan Mu Huai's clenched fingers and the cub's desperate twisting and struggling under the skin. Duan Mu Huai narrowed his eyes. Even if he was across the steel gloves, he could feel the slippery internal organs of the dark spirit, the muscles that were gradually shrinking bite his arms. Between his fingers, the cub struggled hard, twisting his body, trying to break away from the fate of death. But alas, it's pointless. Duan Mu Huai clenched his fists suddenly. The fragile, immature bones broke easily between his fingers, and the surrounding internal organs ruptured. The dark elf let out intermittent screams that hardly sounded like screams from a living creature. Then her slender body jumped suddenly. Her belly, which was originally too thin to be grasped, suddenly exploded. She stretched her legs tightly and lifted them up, then fell to the ground and was motionless. That's all. Feeling the last trace of life slipping away between his fingers, Duan Mu Huai took a deep breath. Fire, death, and steel. All of this would bring about the destruction of this world. Everything here, along with their people, their civilization, and everything that was left of them, would completely disappear and be destroyed. And this is what the god of destruction brings. The final carnival. The Inquisition continued to advance unwaveringly, and the city of Comoros finally fell into a state of panic. What is going on? The Lord of Comoros City, the Supreme of the Dark Eldar, Asdrubal Victor, looked at the flames rising into the sky in the darkness in the distance with a gloomy face. His words were completely unable to conceal his anger and resentment. At first, the Dark Eldar thought that this might be some kind of accident, or that some race accidentally activated the portal for some reason. So they came here. In their opinion, as long as they waited for the teleportation to end, they could easily play with these prey with the advantage of being at home. But as troops marched through the portal one after another, The Dark Eldar had to acknowledge a reality they were unwilling to admit, that the invaders not only knew how to use the portal, they even knew how to maintain it. How is this possible? Apart from their distant relatives, the Eldar, there is no other race that can use the webway portal. Call all fleets immediately, and completely destroy these invaders. Victor gave the order. But a moment later, a Dark Eldar guard rushed in hurriedly. Sir, we are under attack. Of course I knew we were attacked. Do you think I'm blind? No. I mean, our fleet was attacked. What? Hearing this, Victor turned his head suddenly, and stared at the guard with wide eyes. He could hardly believe his ears. Our fleet was attacked? By whom? I don't know. The enemy is coming with great force and numbers. The current garrison fleet in Comoros is completely unable to resist. How can it be? A dazzling light flashed by, and then exploded into a ball of light. Watching another Dark Eldar warship explode completely, Iko withdrew his gaze. Everything is going well. Keep going. Cover all areas with artillery fire. Don't let them get close to the mothership. Soon, at Iko's command, one Inquisition warship after another rushed forward, forming an indestructible line of defense to block the attack of the garrison fleet outside the city of Comoros. That's Comoros City. And looked at the huge, almost endless Dark Eldar city outside the porthole, and couldn't help but sigh. This was naturally Duan Muhuai's plan. As long as he arrived in Comoros, he could use the portal there to send the coordinates to the Inquisition's fleet. And then the Inquisition's fleet could enter the webway, find the coordinates, and then launch an attack. Only, Mr. Knight's metaphor is really disgusting. What does it mean to search from the intestines? Stop talking. Missin. Mary stopped him from continuing, with a grim look on her face. After all, Duan Muhuai's metaphor was really disgusting. Especially now seeing the huge, dark Comoros city suspended in the web. It really looked like the intestines that hadn't been discharged for several days. Forget it. Forget it. I won't say it anymore. Keep attacking. Ikit pretended that he heard nothing, and gave the order decisively. Destroy this fleet completely. Chapter 960 on the battlefield. As mentioned before, the Dark Eldar's fighting style is hit-and-run guerrilla warfare, which is mainly related to their fighting style. The Dark Eldar wear the kind of bikini that appears in animation games, which is said to have a higher defense than full body armor. Of course, in reality, this kind of bikini has no defense at all. It can only be said to be more flexible. Similarly, the Dark Eldar's warships also follow this characteristic. The Dark Eldar's warships are fast and flexible, and they use illusions to mislead the enemy. In a nutshell, it's a glass cannon. It can be seen from this that the most difficult thing for the Dark Eldar, and what they are most reluctant to do, is to engage in a head-on confrontation with the enemy on the battlefield. And this is what Duan Muhuai is forcing them to do now. When the Inquisition's fleet appeared on the webway, and when the Night Sentinels led by Duan Muhuai appeared in front of the portal, the Dark Eldar had no way to retreat, because the Dark Eldar only have this one city. Once Comorak falls completely, the Dark Elves will be homeless. The Eldar at least have the Ark. And even if the Dark Eldar escape by chance, they will not be able to rebuild a second home. Therefore, no matter how unwilling the Dark Eldar were, they had to bite the bullet and fight against the iron hammer of the Inquisition. In fact, it is not the fault of the Dark Eldar to underestimate the enemy. After all, the webway has always been exclusive to the Eldar. They regard themselves as the heirs of the old saints, and arrogantly and conceitedly believe that apart from them, no other race or civilization in the world has the technology to build the webway. So they have never thought that someone would use the webway to attack them. Until this moment, Duan Muhuai firmly grasped the weak spot of the Dark Eldar, and they had only one way to go. That means living and dying together with Comoros. The fleet of the Inquisition gradually approached Comoros, and the defending Dark Eldar fleet had almost been completely destroyed under the command of Ikit. Their warships were indeed much faster and more flexible than the warships of the Inquisition. But this did not mean that they would not be hurt when a macro cannon or a light spear hit them, especially under saturation attacks. The defending fleet could not use the usual guerrilla tactics of the Dark Eldar at all. Their mission was to guard Comoros. And if they ran away, wouldn't the other side catch Comoros and bomb it to death? But the Dark Eldar's warships also caused trouble for the Inquisition. Their speed and flexibility allowed them to pass through the battlefield full of artillery fire, staring at the target like a poisonous bee. And then, the enemy has taken over the ship. Lumiere stared at the display in front of him, and spoke in a low and hurried voice. It's finally our turn. Gulia. Let's go! After hearing Lumiere's report, and clenched his fists, and took out the magic book at hand. This was the reason why Duanmu did not take them to participate in the ground battle below. The Dark Eldar were very good at boarding operations. Their warships could avoid enemy fire, and then connect to the enemy's warships. Then it was time for the Dark Eldar warriors to board the ships and show their power. And Giulia, Lorena and Medea left the bridge in a hurry, while Mary, Ellie, Ogus and Jiawei remained here. Everyone knew that Iko, who was currently commanding the battle in front of the star map, was the brain of this fleet. And it happened that this girl had no fighting ability at all. So no matter what the Dark Eldar were going to do, they would definitely not let Iko go. Mary suddenly raised her head and looked at the deck behind the bridge. Then she raised the hand cannon in her hand, aimed it, and pulled the trigger. Boom! As the gunshots rang out, a dark shadow jumped out from the corner, holding 2 daggers in both hands, and rushed straight towards Iko, who was directing the battle in front of the star map. Don't even think about it. Ellie raised her hands, and the silver threads in her hands tangled together, turning into a falcon that pounced on the assassin, who jumped up and dodged Ellie's attack. But at the same time, Ilia also spread her hands, and the silver hair around her hands turned into little birds, which cooperated with the falcon to pounce on the prey in front of them again. Just when everyone's attention seemed to be attracted by this assassin, another assassin rushed out from the opposite direction. Its figure was like a blurry smoke, and it rushed straight towards Iko. Then Ogus's fingers trembled slightly, and the smoke was immediately cut by the invisible silk thread. The assassin who missed the attack quickly jumped back, and at the same time, Jiawei, holding a dagger, appeared in front of it with a sneer. And so, the two sides quickly fought in a group. Without the cover, the Dark Eldar didn't have much ability. Soon one of them was pierced by the giant sword summoned by Ilia, and the other was broken into pieces by the shackles. At this moment, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. Mary suddenly stepped forward, and the staff in her hand condensed into a moonlight sword mixed with cold air and swept through the air. The next moment, a vague figure gradually emerged in the empty air. It stared at Mary with wide eyes in surprise, and looked at its body that had been cut in half, as if doubting whether all this was true. But soon, it showed its true form from the air and fell to the ground. These cunning guys are so annoying. Even more annoying than assassin. Ilia stared at the corpses of the dark elves on the ground, complained unhappily, and then turned back to look at the glittering, burning city outside. Although Ilia didn't like Duanmu, her cheap dad, at all, she had to admit that she could always encounter a lot of fun things with Duanmu. For example, she never thought that she would be in the universe and witness the destruction of such a huge city with her own eyes. This is much more interesting than the movie. Unfortunately, the soldiers fighting hard on the ground might not agree with Ilia's opinion. Dean was hiding behind a bunker in the ruins, holding the Star Alliance rifle in his hand. He had been fighting for several hours, but to Dean it felt like several days. As a veteran of the Star Alliance Marine Corps, Dean is not a rookie who has never been on the battlefield. On the contrary, he has participated in many battles, such as the Cadia Blitz and the Hoxie Defense. He has held his weapon countless times and stepped onto the smoke-filled battlefield of death. He has fought against the Krogan team. He has also fought against the Geth. And he even had a desperate charge with a Turian squad. At that time, Dean felt that he had seen it all, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He had never been in a battle like this before. No matter what kind of battle it is, there is a focus and a goal. But this is different. What they have to do is not to occupy, eliminate or destroy a place, but destroy everything. Destroy everything you see before your eyes. In the name of the Inquisition. No need for bunkers. No need to search. No need to search buildings. No need to care if there are innocent civilians. Blow up any buildings. Kill any enemies. Nothing needs to be left behind. Everything will be completely destroyed. No rules. No order. Destruction is everything. Dean knew how wars were fought in the past. And as soldiers, they still had many constraints. For example, they had to first investigate whether the building in front of them was a combat facility or a civilian facility, whether they were facing civilians or soldiers, and whether their actions would have an impact on other places. But here, everything is gone. All they want to do is destroy. 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 Dean pulled the bolt tremblingly. But that was not out of fear. It was more like the excited reaction after taking drugs and getting high. What came to his ears was the sound of the Inquisition's Iron Warriors' grenade launchers. The harsh and heavy gunshot sounded like a hymn of loyalty and a wonderful disco to Dean, causing his adrenaline to be secreted crazily. He felt as if his blood was speeding up a lot, and his heart was beating wildly, trying to join the ensemble. But on the contrary, his mind seemed extremely calm. Dean raised his gun and aimed forward. Soon, he saw those ugly aliens in the distance driving strange vehicles full of long spikes towards the battlefield. Dean knew what the aliens were going to do. He aimed at the other party and pulled the trigger directly. In the sight, he could see that the alien shook his body suddenly, as if trying to dodge. However, the mass acceleration field of the Star Alliance weapon far exceeded the imagination of the Dark Eldar. Before it could completely dodge, its chest exploded directly, and then it fell from the vehicle. Good. Dean's pupils widened with excitement as he watched the alien die in front of him. He had never found himself so bloodthirsty before. Although he had fought with aliens like the Krogan before. At that time, he just regarded it as a mission. But now it's different. In Dean's eyes, these damn alien races are like extremely disgusting. Damn scum. They should be destroyed. They must be destroyed. And they will be destroyed. Because in the face of the future and destiny of mankind, their survival is not worth mentioning. The Iron Warriors had already defeated the resistance in this area. But it was not over yet. Dean grabbed his weapon and followed. Their mission was to clear out the remaining enemies here. From a purely military perspective, this was a very easy task. Few Dark Eldar could survive a direct confrontation with the Night Sentinels. But it was not impossible. Just like the Dark Elf in front of him. From the outside, it was a female. And now it was being crushed by the debris that fell to the ground. And it tried desperately to break free. But unfortunately it couldn't. It saw Dean coming, opened its mouth, and spoke a series of bird language that Dean couldn't understand. In the past, Dean might have considered it, or hesitated. The enemy had lost his ability to resist, and was just a wounded soldier. According to the Star Alliance's regulations, abusing the wounded and surrendering soldiers was unacceptable. His standard practice should have been to report the matter to the medical department in the rear, and let them send someone to take over, while he continued to fight. But at this moment, when he saw the Dark Eldar, incomparable disgust and anger surged in his heart, causing Dean to completely forget everything he should remember. He raised his weapon, stuffed the muzzle directly into the Dark Eldar's wide-open mouth, and smashed it hard. When he saw the Dark Eldar's body twisted in pain, Dean felt an unprecedented joy and enthusiasm. He just stared at the Dark Elves in front of him, and then whispered, "Die, monster!" Subsequently, Dean deducted the trigger. Dean felt an indescribable ecstasy as he watched the Dark Eldar's head explode in front of him. As if at this moment, he had finally found the meaning of his life. Not just fighting as a soldier, but for humanity. Killing all alien bastards, and completely exterminating all races except humans. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely shocked and excited. For the Inquisition. For humanity. Dean raised the rifle covered in blood plasma high up and shouted loudly. Then he showed a hideous smile and continued to move forward. Ahead, there are countless prey waiting to be purified by him.